for the holidays or in the off season? Am I still going to get that warm kind of welcome if I'm at Penn State for 3 years and things tank?
Yeah, that's a good point. Going to be fascinating to watch. Who are they going to bring in? And I did not realize that Cignetti had ties to Pennsylvania as well. So that's something to watch. You can check him out as host of the Kaboli and Mac podcast, host on the BetMGM network. Check him out on Y108 in Pittsburgh as well. And when it comes to Generation Alpha, this guy knows all of the terms. It is Chris Mack.
Skibbity Riz. Chelsea loves it.
Thank you, buddy.
Speaking of age, let me ask you this, Jenks.
Oh, God.
Do you think 64 is too old to start, like, at a program? Like, I hadn't even thought of this. Like, 64 and the way that Curt Cignetti, like, carries himself.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel like an old guy to me. Like,
No.
I feel like now in today's day and age, like, if you take care of yourself, you can definitely last longer. But, like, I think it would still be worth it. Like, even if you get 5 years from him.
Absolutely.
Like, I don't know.
No, even if it's just getting the program on the right track. Like Nick Saban is 73. He retired a couple seasons ago. He did it as good as you can do it late into his career. Pete Carroll's in the NFL. So, yeah, I don't think it's too old at all. Coming up next here on the show, we know what Chris Mack thinks. Now find out which side, maybe a prop that's getting our money tonight in Cincinnati. Our Thursday Night Football preview is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. on the Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Thursday. I'm getting excited. The weekend's almost here. Welcome back. I'm Michael Jenkins. My partner in crime is the great Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Joe Flacco rides again for the Bengals. Chelsea, I feel like a proud father today because, yes, I'm very proud. So I mentioned this before, but back in the day when I was covering the Caps, I became friends with a lot of the fans, which was a really wonderful time because my job was just to go out to walk around the arena, do fan stories, go to bars, talk to fans. And so I got to know many Caps fans very well, where they are to this day, good friends of mine. Lindsay and Tyler, I married them at a local brewery here in D.C. I officiated their wedding. Massive Capitals fans, and they reached out to me about a month ago. I live in West Virginia now. They're like, hey, grab Catherine, come on out and see us. Laura and Aaron, Laura in particular, another good friend of mine, close friend of mine. So I got to know Laura, and Laura is crazy. But her and her husband, Aaron, great couple, and they lived here in D.C. but moved to Austin. And one thing I love about Laura is as crazy as she is, has a real knack for talking journalism. Like she just kind of understands it. So we would sit and just talk shop. Like, this is why this show works. This is what I like about the production, what I don't. This is why this person is better suited to do this role than this. And really fascinating to me. I say that because she's been dying to go back to school, to go to graduate school. She went to KU, but wants to go back to graduate school to continue journalistic studies. So in Austin, she's like, I want to be a Longhorn. I want to be a Longhorn. Can you help me? I was like, yeah, I'll try. So I wrote a letter, and she applied. She got denied, and she was crushed. But she didn't give up. So she hired an advisor to help with her application, and then I wrote another letter, like the best recommendation letter ever, and she reapplied and sort of adjusted her application. She got in yesterday. So I get this text like, oh my God, I'm crying. I'm so excited. I'm a Longhorn now. I want you to be proud. I'm like, well, of course I'm proud. Like, like you did this. I didn't do any of this. But it's really awesome to see someone who is passionate about something get denied and say, I'm not done yet. I'm going to keep trying. And it worked out. So I'm really happy for her. And I got another Horn who's a friend of mine. So that's always a good thing.
Serious question, because I'm genuinely interested to hear your answer on this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think like higher level journalism schools, do you think those matter as much now as they used to? Like, I go back and forth on this because I do think if you are doing like big J journalism where you are investigating things, you're a political reporter, something like that, I think you probably do need to go that route.
Yes.
But it just feels like so many journalism jobs these days.
Yeah.
It just feels like repetition and like just doing the job is like better experience. Do you get the conundrum that like I'm feeling here?
Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're trying to say is the big J journalism doesn't have the impact that it used to have, right? Like if you want to be in the business, you don't necessarily have to have that education that was once a prerequisite. So I agree with you. What I would say is I agree. I also think because true journalism has eroded, studying the craft and learning it and doing it the right way has become more important than ever, especially with the freedom of the press under attack in many ways. So I feel like, no, if you want a career, you don't necessarily need that education, but that education is massively important in upholding these journalistic institutions that are increasingly, under fire. So I think in that respect, it's super important.
I think it's just tough for me to like argue that case because like I didn't go to journalism school.
Right.
I didn't even study journalism in college. Like I started writing for the school newspaper and like I got my experience that way. It's just, I will say this about life in general, that it always feels like there's more than one path to like success. Like there's no one set road. And I feel like especially now more than ever with people who don't even go to college. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting discussion. And I'm sure people are like, Chelsea, we have a football game tonight. Get to the props.
Well, here's an interesting discussion. Steelers and Bengals. I'll be very proud if our bets hit tonight. How about that? So, The Steelers are laying 5.5. The Steelers are minus 250. The Bengals are 2-1 on the money line. Your total set at 44. It's gone up a tick. Was it 43 and a hook yesterday? Now up a half point, even though I like the under in this game. Okay, now it's back down to 43 and a half. So we're seeing it kind of go back and forth, back and forth. Chelsea, can you make a case for a side in this game?
Man, you said sides, and immediately I was like, "Oh, baked potatoes."
Ooh,
so a side
macaroni?
in this game. So divisional matchup, 5.5 points, especially in an AFC North matchup. So like normally the template is okay. We need to at least consider the underdog for a hot minute because usually it's a solid play. But the Bengals do not look like a team that I'd want to back right now. I will say this, when a total is set at, looks like it's gone to 44 over BetMGM. I know it's waffling back and forth, but still, relatively speaking, a low total. It just feels like a game where, like, the Steelers aren't going to, like, put their foot on the gas pedal. Like, I do think the Steelers are a very good team. And if there's ever a bad matchup, you know, for the Bengals and this Bengals secondary, it's what Aaron Rodgers can do with DK Metcalf. He has had massive games over the last two. But 5.5, it still feels like a big spread to me. So you look across the NFL, like I was just saying this about like the Patriots and Saints game last week, when the Patriots only won that game by 6 points. So it just, I think you need to remember that mindset of the NFL and the parity that we see across the league. And the fact that Joe Flacco is at least a veteran. It does not make me feel great that he's playing behind that offensive line and he's 40 years old. But if somebody's crafty enough to maybe get something going and like have a backdoor cover, it does feel like it's Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I feel like that he definitely sort of found his footing last week against the Packers and in the second half. So he came out and on that first drive of the second half was 8 out of 10, looked really good. And you never know with Joe Flacco, right? Because he is older now. He's certainly past his prime. But he is a quarterback who has enough veteran experience and enough success over the years against the Steelers to make something happen here, or at the very least, keep the Bengals close. So all time in his career against the Steelers, he's thrown 27 touchdowns, 12 picks. Historically, he has done well against Pittsburgh. But ultimately, when you're talking about a home game and a divisional battle, the Steelers might be 4-1. But I just think it's a little bit misleading. They're a good team, but they're essentially an above average team. And at this point in the season, sometimes we see lines swing one way or the other based on recent results. And I just kind of have that gut feeling like, yeah, the Steelers initially looked like the right side because the Bengals are so bad, but also a division game at night, short week, Thursday night football with a quarterback who can keep it close potentially. I'm going to go with the Bengals here.
But I will say this. I tried to make the case for the Browns against the Steelers because same situation. You say, okay, divisional matchup. The Browns at least have a good defense. And the Steelers won that game 23-9. The Browns did not cover whatever that number was. I think it was like 5 or 6 or something like that. But I do think this maybe trends to a lower scoring game. And I think you were kind of hinting that as well. So you do get a 44, at least at BetMGM Tennessee right now. So if you don't really believe in this Bengals offense and this offensive line, I think that's the main thing. I think you go towards the under here, especially with the Steelers. I feel like when it's a divisional matchup and when it's a short week, you are simply just trying to win the game. Like, you're not going for style points here. You're simply trying to survive with a dub. So I just feel like the Steelers win, but I don't see them keeping the foot on the gas pedal.
Do you like an under then? I like an under in this game.
I don't want to play it. Like, who wants to sweat out an under? Because here's the sabotage factor for the under. The Steelers are winning comfortably, and they do have a good matchup through the air against this Bengals secondary. And we've seen the Bengals able to put up points in garbage time, like we saw last week against the Packers. And the Packers have a good defense, at least on paper. So, like, that would be the sabotage factor, is if this game gets out of hand and, you know, the defense doesn't, you know, play it super intense in the second half. So last week's score, Packers-Bengals, was 27-18. So by my middle school math, that would be over this total. I think a lot of it depends on how much you believe in the Steelers' offense, because this should be a good matchup for them. Like, Aaron Rodgers has looked good in spurts. I don't know. I feel like there are sabotage factors for both ways.
I think that the Steelers can be explosive, but ultimately they're a little bit misleading in that they actually rank near the bottom of the NFL in yards per play. So, yeah, from time to time they can open it up, but on the whole, they don't average a whole lot of yards per play, and this Bengals defense isn't great. They do get Shamar Stewart back. I think that should help. And also, I think there's a real desperation factor that's at play tonight, and maybe this is more a handicap that you put in if you're looking at the Bengals getting points. But if the Bengals have any hope, and I mean any hope of making the postseason, they got to win. Like, it's already kind of on the fritz, right? They're kind of already right there. But if they have any hope of maybe getting Joey Burrow back in time and eking into the playoffs, they got to get this win. Like, I think it's just going to be all hands on deck. Whatever they have to do to get a win, they're going to do it. And so that makes me like the Bengals plus the points. And also, the way for them to get a victory is to ground and pound. That's their best way to get a win, is to grind it out against this Steelers defense and make it an ugly game. And also, you know, when we talk about analytics versus gut, whenever I see an AFC North matchup in prime time, and I look at the number and I get it in the 40s, it just feels like an under game.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes when I'm stuck on a total, sometimes you can look at pace of play. And I was looking at this, and the Steelers and the Bengals are both towards the bottom of the league when it comes to plays per game. So, like, both these teams are not playing at quick paces. Like,
Yep.
Pittsburgh ranks 30th, Cincinnati ranks 29th. Because that goes into it as well. Even if you're an explosive offense, you know, if you play at a slow pace, sometimes, you know, that can be the difference between winning or losing a total bet. So I think that kind of screams under to me, especially on a short week. Like, don't get cute with it. But as far as props go, like I've mentioned this before, I think the selection for me, the prop player of the week, is going to be DK Metcalf. Feels like he has a great matchup here as the Bengals are giving up, I think, the 6th most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers. This is not a good secondary. They also give up a ton of points. And also, it feels like Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf are starting to really develop that connection that I think a lot of us thought was going to happen right off the bat, just because DK Metcalf was one of the first receivers to work out with Aaron Rodgers. So over the last 2 weeks, had 5 catches for 126 yards against the Vikings, had 4 catches for 95 yards against the Browns last week. So his prop has gone up. It was 60.5, now it's 64.5. Makes me a little nervous in that regard, but I still think the targets are there enough. Like, he had 9 targets last week. Like, that's a good sign, because you don't want to rely too heavily on the big play, because that game where he had 126 yards, he had an 80-yard catch. So obviously that kind of skews the math a little bit, but he is so physical and he is so tough to cover that I do think Aaron Rodgers at least gives him a few chances for one of those big explosive plays. So I think 64.5 is still a very gettable number for one of the most physically freak athletes in the NFL.
Yeah, he is unreal. I'm looking at this Chase Brown prop, and I just can't pull the trigger. I don't think I can do it. I'm trying to follow game script here. Chase Brown's rushing prop is 43.5. It's a little higher than it should be, and I kind of feel like it's still the right side. He hasn't hit this since week 2 against the Jags, but what is the difference between that game and every other game that the Bengals have played this season? It's that the Bengals have been playing from behind. They've been playing catch-up. So when that's the case, what do you have to do? You have to throw the ball, whether it's Jake Browning or Joe Flacco. But in this game, if you believe it's going to be close, and I think it's going to be close, that means the Bengals are going to want to grind out this game on the ground and feed Chase Brown, as opposed to trying to throw down the field constantly to keep up with a team that has a big lead on them. And I think this is going to be close. So Chase Brown's yardage total again on the ground is 43.5. And they won that game against the Jags the last time he hit that number. I don't necessarily think Cincinnati is a live dog tonight, but I do think, because I expect this game to be close, I expect Cincy to hand it off, as opposed to saying, hey, let's put this game in the hands of Joe Flacco. They don't want to do that.
I just get nervous with Chase Brown because it does not feel like he has big upside. Like his highest rushing total this year has been 47. And especially in the last 4 games, he has not gotten more than 10 carries. And I understand what you're saying with the game script. Maybe this one's better, but I still think the Steelers win this game. So I don't even know if this is going to be a positive game script this week. And also, Samaje Perine has been getting some touches as well. He had 8 touches last time. So I'm not a huge fan of taking running backs that have a target share in the backfield. But if you like it, play it.
No, I'm not going to play it. I'm just looking at it. Not a big fan of this game. JK. Okay, coming up next on the show. We had 1 baseball game on the schedule yesterday. Tonight we've got 2 and Thursday Night Football. So where are we putting our money? It's coming up next in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Thanks for being with us. We're streaming on Stadium as we speak. Also, streaming on X right now. So if you're watching us, hey, how you doing? Thanks for being with us. Coming up, Bet Sweats, the Donkster, our best bets. Chelsea, what is going on with you today? Is it Crockpot Thursday? As soon as you get done, it's time to start loading things up and getting ready to feed the fam? What's going on?
Yeah, it's Crocktober. Like,
Crocktober.
Get the name right. Yeah, the marketing here in the household is Crocktober. So in October, we make a ton of crockpot meals. And today it's that chicken pot pie soup that I had mentioned. Mm-hmm. But right after this, I have to get Blake ready for school. So it is a mad dash, like the next 15 minutes after the show, where it's like, please brush your teeth. Please go to the bathroom. Please agree on this outfit. Because, like, Blake wants to pick out her outfit every day for school, and it never matches. And, like, here's the thing. I look like a bad parent if she goes to school in mismatched clothes that are also too small for her. Like, she has these outfits that she really likes, and she likes them for a long time. So it's like 3T or something. And, like, Blake is very tall, and she's 5. She wears 6T now, or, like, 6X, whatever. So, like, she comes in with, like, this belly shirt and these high-water pants. She's like, I've got my outfit ready. It's like, no, we are not going to school dressed like that.
I would love to see this. That's funny. Kids are funny like that. They'll just take what they want, and they'll say, I'm going to wear this, and I think it looks great. Are there kids at her school who do that, though? Like, clearly the parents are like, I just let this kid dress himself or dress herself.
I think you see it from time to time. I've not seen it at school, but at the Y, there are so many girls that wear pajamas to the Y. And so Blake is like, well, she gets to wear a nightgown. I'm like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, because I feel like that's like, I don't know. What I remember of, like, the trashy families growing up is, like, the people who wear pajama pants to Walmart. You know exactly the type of people I'm talking about. So yeah. I, in my core memories, do not want my family to look like that.
What's the old line from Jerry Seinfeld back in the day on Seinfeld? He was like, I think sweats pretty much say, I give up. Which I kind of love. Like, nah, I'm done here. I'm just putting on the sweats today. But sometimes there is a place for that. There's always a place for Bet Sweats in our life. Bet Sweats. Joe O. Sammy P. Bet Sweats. Our guys giving out their favorite plays for Thursday Night Football. They're going to hand out their Survivor plays as well. And some great guests, as they usually have. Andy Molitor from BetSperts joins at 10 o'clock. And then John Murray from the Westgate Superbook will be along at 11:20. Guess what I'm going to do today?
What?
I'm going to chase because I've had a bad week.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. You've got 3 bets. I've got 4 bets. So let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Look at this loaded card. That's what I'm talking about. Croctober Activate.
Hell yeah. It'll be ready in 4 to 6 hours. Unlike my best bet that's ready now. Ding. All right, best bet of the night is going to be DK Metcalf of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Going to go 60-plus receiving yards for minus 125. We're dumbing it down a little bit because I have lost several bets by like a mere yard or yard and a half. But DK Metcalf obviously has extreme upside in this matchup. If you look at the Bengals on paper, they have given up the 6th most receiving yards to opposing wide receivers. That secondary is not great. Meanwhile, we see DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers continue to establish a great connection that we all expected from the jump because DK Metcalf was the guy working out with Aaron Rodgers even before he officially signed with the Steelers. So back-to-back games with huge outputs. Against the Vikings, he had 5 catches for 126 yards. Last game, he had 9 targets, 4 catches, and 95 yards. So that's the main thing. I like that the targets are progressively going up, and it's a good matchup. Why would you not use one of the best physically in-shape athletes in the NFL almost feels like you're watching like a basketball player out there. So I think DK Metcalf is going to continue to get the targets tonight against a Bengals weak secondary. Let's go 60-plus receiving yards for DK.
Okay, let's do this. I'm starting with Brewers and the Dodgers here. So I'm going to go Dodgers -1. God, -150. Or play this on the run line. Get yourself some plus money. Look, Tyler Glass now is going for the Dodgers. And I just think this is such a bad spot for the Brewers. This starting pitching for LA has just eaten them alive. Blake Snell goes into the 8th. Yoshi Yamamoto pitches a 3-hit complete game. And now it's Tyler Glass now. Just no let up from that Dodgers starting rotation. Last time out for Tyler Glass now, pitched against the Phillies in LA. 6 shutout innings. He's 3-2 at home this season with a 2.77 ERA. This is essentially a bullpen game for the Brewers. They'll probably go with Jose Quintana at some point. They just don't have the rotation that LA has. Dodgers could get the sweep here. Take the Dodgers on the run line. Get yourself some plus money. I'm going to go Dodgers -1, -150.
Yeah, we're both being cowards with this one.
I know.
Instead of playing the run line, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do Dodgers team total over 3.5 plus the money line. They're obviously correlated bets because one would think if the Dodgers, are scoring a lot of runs, probably gonna win the game. So 3.5 feels like a gettable number for this Dodgers offense that feels like it hasn't even hit their peak because Shohei Ohtani has been very pedestrian. Dare I say he has been very bad in the postseason thus far. So for all the reasons you mentioned about the Dodgers on the money line, their bullpen is absolutely fresh. The Brewers have a bullpen game against this Dodgers lineup that's been tested and true in the postseason. It feels like for like 17 years in a row. So that feels like a play for me. Over 3.5 runs, and the money line is -125 for that one. Then we're going to go Blue Jays Mariners over 7.5. We saw the hit parade last night, courtesy of the Blue Jays. And maybe it's not the Blue Jays tonight, but I think both these teams are fully capable of mashing some home runs, even when it's a pitcher-friendly park. Like we saw this last night. Some of the home runs were, 415, 437, courtesy of both bats on each side. So I think the hit parade continues, especially as we get later on in these series where we see the same bullpen guys going. And plus, Max Scherzer is going for the Blue Jays. I don't know if he's going to be bad, but I think he's at least going to give up a couple. Because that's the sabotage factor. When a total is 7.5, you just need both pitchers to not be dominant. And I just don't think it's going to be the case for Luis Castillo either, because in both starts against the Blue Jays earlier this season, he gave up a lot of hard contact. Gave up 10 hits in his first outing against the Blue Jays and then 5 runs in the next one. So I think we see several runs in this one. Over the total. 7.5 feels too low. Let's go over on that one.
I'm with you here. I'm going to go first 5 over 3.5. It's -145 now, so I will take that. I want to trust Max Scherzer. We love Mad Max here in D.C., the ultimate competitor, but he is 41 years old, and he's given up at least 4 runs in 5 of his last 6 appearances. And then you mentioned Castillo, who has been hit pretty hard by the Blue Jays twice this season, 8 runs over 8 innings. So with the way we saw the Blue Jays bats come alive last night, and they already hit Castillo well, and Max Scherzer has struggled this season, I feel like this is definitely an over game. I'm going to play first 5 over, but I like your play as well. How about some Thursday Night Football? Let's do it. Bengals. Oh, yeah. Bengals plus 5.5 hosting the Steelers. Oh, man. Do you know how difficult it is to grab points with the Bengals with a bad football team? But I feel like the Steelers are maybe a little overvalued here. Best win of the season came against the Patriots. Okay, early in the season, Patriots are a good team. But then they beat the Vikings with Carson Wentz at quarterback. Pittsburgh is just a little overvalued because that division is so bad right now, and the Bengals are one of the reasons for that. But ultimately, if you look at Cincinnati, this is a team that has to have this win if they have any hope at all of making the playoffs and getting Joe Burrow back in time to help them make some sort of run. Probably not going to happen, but they have to have this. And ultimately, when you see a game in the AFC North, 5.5 points is just a lot of points. The Bengals are at home. It's a short week. And if you look at the Steelers' offense, they actually rank near the bottom of the NFL in yards per play. I think this is a grinded-out game for the Bengals. They keep it within the number. And also, all-time against the Steelers, Joe Flacco, 27 touchdowns, 12 picks. I know this is not the Joe Flacco of old, who is a former Super Bowl MVP, but he's had historically a lot of success here. So give me the Bengals plus 5.5. One hockey play for you. Devils on the money line, minus 152, hosting the Panthers. Good spot for the Devils. This is their home opener, and the Panthers are going to be tired. They're playing on the back end of a back-to-back, 3 games in 4 nights. Also, the Panthers are super banged up right now. Alexander Barkov out. Matthew Tkachuk out until December. And now Dmitry Kulikov out for the next 5 months. He's having surgery on his labrum. I like the Devils tonight at home on the money line. Before we get to Joe O, we got to bring in the Donkster. Good morning, Donkster. What's happening?
What do you guys think Sammy P smells like?
I don't know. I'm sure he smells great.
He's winning bets and he's got that baby face the ladies love. I bet he smells like cedarwood and money.
Okay.
So I'm going to follow in his footsteps with my own special cologne.
Well, what's it called?
Redonkulous for the animal in all of us.
Oh, God, okay. You have a bet, Donkster?
Steelers minus 55 against the Bengals.
No.
Oh,
It's not right.
Alt line.
Alt line. Wow, you're going to make a lot of money tonight, Donkster. Good luck. Joe, good morning. How are you?
Smells like alcohol, to answer the Dunkster's question.
Oh, well. What's his drink of choice? Isn't it Jameson?
Oh, that's so good.
Yes.
That's what he always drinks,
Yes. Oh, my God, yes.
Yes, that too.
All right.
Yes, whatever you would have
So are
said,
you-
yes is the answer.
I don't know. Are you taking the alt line of Steelers minus 55?
I'm not.
What do you
I'm
think
not.
happens in this game?
So we've had the last couple Thursdays have been kind of crazy, right? With upsets. We had the Giants, and then we had the Rams, too. I liked what I saw out of Flacco in the second half.
There we go.
It's hard to trust the Bengals defense, but I think they hang around. I think he found something with Chase there.
Oh, God, I love that. That's what I'm talking about, Joe. Always a pleasure. Have a great show. We're out of time here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For our fantastic crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. A lot to get to on the show today. Thursday night football between the Steelers and the Bengals. One of my favorite bets of the week. We'll get into that game and also the two MLB playoff games that we have tonight. Game 4 of the ALCS and Game 3 of the NLCS. Also a game tonight in college football, East Carolina and Tulsa. That we'll talk about. Cole Thompson standing by, going to get his thoughts on the college football weekend. We also will talk a little bit more about the college football weekend and dive into some college player props. And we will also look at our fantasy team that we like the best in the NFL. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us here on the show, chime in with anything that's on your mind at the BetMGM Network, on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. We'll get to them throughout the show. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glass is in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with our guy Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. Cole, before we get into the slate this week, I think most would agree Ohio State's the number 1 team in the country. I ask you, who do you think is the number 2 team in the country right now?
I think you got a lot of different ways to go. The impressive win last week by Indiana at Oregon, and it was a dominant fashion victory. I think gives them a conversation to put them in that category. I still lean Miami. I think Miami has shown you that they are the most cohesive, balanced team. The way that they have been able to respond offensively with bad performances from Carson Beck, that allows them to trust their run game, their inability to run the football. It then shows you that you can trust Beck to be able to connect over the top. Malachi Toney is basically this year's Jeremiah Smith with how impressive he has been as a freshman. And then if I were to give away the Heisman Trophy today, Ruben Bain would be my selection. He is a monster in the trenches. He's impossible to guard. He has been truly the difference maker, I think, in the front 7 for Corey Heatherman's unit, which has allowed the back end to kind of build its tempo and rapport. It's going to be interesting to see how they close out the season. They had 2 bye weeks in between the win over Florida State. So they basically have the 7-game stretch down the line, including 2 road games that will allow them to figure out how good of a roster they truly are. They also got a trap game on Friday night against Louisville, which could be very interesting. Friday night has been very scary for several teams. But until further notice, I think that Miami has proven enough to where they at least belong in the conversation for number 2, if not even number 1.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Most people probably agree. Ohio State, Miami, 2 best teams in the country. Cole, if I would have told you 5 years ago that Vanderbilt was a favorite over LSU, you probably would not have believed me. But that's what we got on Saturday. Vandy laying 2.5 at home. Do you agree that Vandy should be the favorite in this game? And do you think that they are going to win the game?
You said Vanderbilt is the favorite in this game, right?
They are, yeah.
In basketball, right? In baseball. That's what we're talking about. 2 runs, right? Because that's the only way we can... TJ, we live in the Matrix right now, my dude. We saw James Franklin get fired after losing to 2 unranked opponents, and now the Vanderbilt head coach once again is up for the job in State College. No, I completely agree with this line. I think that Vanderbilt has been the more balanced team. The thing that makes Vanderbilt so dangerous is they win in 3 areas consistently. Time of possession, third down conversion, the ability to run the football. And when you add those things together, those are strengths of where Vanderbilt can capitalize against a very sufficient top 5 scoring defense in LSU. But the thing that you got to wonder is what's going to be the punch for LSU's offense in this game. We saw a little bit of life last week with Garrett Nussmeier. We did see a couple of life plays for the rushing attack. 6.2 yards a run by against South Carolina. What's going to be interesting is that do we see LSU have a secondary element, and can they attack the intermediate part of the field and even go with the deep shots downfield? Vanderbilt's weakness this season has been defensively in pass coverage. Currently, they are allowing over 252 yards per contest. So if Garrett Nussmeier can win over the top, I think LSU can win this game. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. I actually agree with Vanderbilt in this line. I'm taking Vanderbilt to go not only win, but I'm taking them to cover.
Top 10 matchup in Athens, Cole, on Saturday. Georgia and Ole Miss. Georgia laying 7.5 at home. Tell me what you like in this game. And Cole, also like looking big picture, Ole Miss, if they do lose this week and they lose next week at Oklahoma, do you think that 10-2 with their schedule compared to some of these other SEC teams would still be good? Or if you were a Rebels fan, you'd be a little bit nervous there heading towards the end of the season?
I think at this point, until the committee proves that they're going to look at strength of schedule, a 10-2 team will always get in over a 9-3 roster. Doesn't matter the conference, doesn't matter what is your overall record, doesn't matter your strength of schedule. I think that they care more so about that pretty double-digit number than they actually care about the quality of losses. So Ole Miss, I still should think, is pretty in pretty good standing to make a playoff run. But I do think that they're going to have to win this football game to prove that they can be a legit threat to win in the college football playoff this year. A couple things I do like is that Ole Miss is a very schematically sound team. They know how to win on the air. They know how to win on the ground. They're a very up-tempo team, and Lane Kiffin is a very challenging coach to scheme against. So do not think for 1 second that Kirby Smart has not had a few nightmares over the last several days on what to expect for this matchup, especially against Trinidad Chambliss. The thing that I wonder about is, will we see Georgia get off to a slow start offensively and defensively? They were able to respond against Tennessee. They were able to respond against Auburn. They did not respond against Alabama. And right now, when you look at Alabama, they're a better passing team than Ole Miss, but Ole Miss is a much more dynamic rushing team. And when you force teams like Georgia to have to play up-tempo, you may end up seeing the best version of Gunnar Stockton. You also might see him rush the throw and it leads to an interception. I think this is a 4-quarter battle out in the hedges. I also think that there is a ceiling when it comes to Georgia, and the last thing you want to do is get in a rock fight down the stretch with Lane Kiffin. And I think that that's what happens. I like Trinidad Chambliss. I like the Rebels to go on the road. I think they not only cover the plus 7.5, I think they win outright and pull off the upset. This is going to be a moment to remember for Lane Kiffin.
Wow, Cole going with the upset there with Ole Miss. We're talking with Cole Thompson here on Send It In. We got a couple of great rivalry games on Saturday, Cole, including one we know pretty well. Third Saturday in October in Tuscaloosa. Tennessee and Alabama. Bama looking for their 4th straight ranked win on the season. Should be a good one. Bama favored by 8.5. What do you like here?
I mean, it's a little disrespectful to Joey Aguilar and company, that 8.5-point line. I mean, they were able to fight back against Arkansas. They were able to fight back against Mississippi State. They were able to jump up to an early lead against Georgia. And as much as we want to talk about Ty Simpson and what he's been able to accomplish up to this point, we got to give a lot of credit to Joey Aguilar coming on in from UCLA, learning an entire new system, and truly being a top 7 to 8 passer in the SEC and a top 15 passer in college football this year. You're going to need to start off fast if you are Tennessee, get those deep shots down the field to Braylon Staley, Chris Brazell, Mike Matthews. You're going to have to trust your rushing attack and be that up-tempo offense that we know. But the thing that's really going to separate this matchup, I think, personally for Tennessee, is their ability to rush the passer. They currently are number 1 in the SEC in sacks. They're number 1 in pressure rate, and they're number 2 in tackles for losses. They're number 2 in the country in sacks. So they're going to have to create those opportunities where they get Ty Simpson in 3rd and long, and they are forcing them to punt to get the ball back to the offense. Here's the only thing, PJ. It's a night game in Tuscaloosa, and it's the 3rd Saturday in October. You and I both know as well as anybody else, people in Alabama do not like Auburn. They do not like Georgia, but they loathe Tennessee. They love nothing more than to beat up on that puke pumpkin orange left and right, and that's what I think actually happens. As much as I do think Tennessee is a good team, I think Alabama's better. I'm taking Alabama to win and actually cover in this one.
I always tell people, Cole, obviously the Iron Bowl is the Iron Bowl, but you'd be surprised at how much they hate Tennessee. There's a lot of people that hate Tennessee more than they hate Auburn. There's a lot of Notre Dame and USC fans that don't like each other either, and that should be a good one on Saturday. Cole, the spread is at 9.5, right? It's just one of those, like, it just feels like it's too high. It feels like maybe Vegas knows something, and Notre Dame could cruise to a 2-3 touchdown win. We know Lincoln Riley's teams have struggled away from home, especially going up against really good teams. Do you think that they can keep this one close against the Irish?
Yeah, sometimes Vegas is baiting you to go ahead and make the pick, and other times they're telling you, no, take the money. We want to go ahead and see you win some cash. So what is this line really? I think there's 2 things that you got to wonder in this game. Number 1, are we going to see the matchup of Leonard Moore versus Mekhi Lemon lean in favor of USC? Because when he's on point, he may be the 2nd best wide receiver in college football, only behind Jeremiah Smith. His ability to win with a contested catch rate is exactly what you want to see from the NFL perspective. And trust me, these will be 2 names that we eventually watch in the Sunday game have a lot of battles against each other. So who wins that matchup? The other thing is, can we see more consistency from Jada Mayala this time around? Remember, 14 points last year in this matchup out in Pasadena came off of pick sixes. So he is going to have to play a clean game. I think CJ Carr is going to have to rely heavily on the intermediate part of the field to set up the rushing attack. what I just look at currently is that I trust what I'm seeing in the ground game with Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love. Each one of them can prove they are a lead back. They can take over games. They can make games in their favor. And that's what I think is going to be the big difference in this matchup. Right now, you have a lot of question marks when it comes to the run game of USC. So I'm going to take USC to cover, but I am going to take Notre Dame to win. As much as I do think that this could be a matchup that is a prove-it game for USC, I got to actually see it. I watched what happened when you played against Illinois. You were down big. You fought your way back. You couldn't hold on.
Cole, real quick, 30 seconds left. The entire board is yours. What's another game that you're looking forward to on Saturday?
I think that Auburn, Missouri is going to be one of the biggest games to watch for because of we're seeing as more and more coaches are getting fired left and right. We know that Billy Napier is on a hot seat that probably is going to be shown the door after Saturday's matchup. But Hugh Freeze has got to show that there is an offensive identity and that you have a second half surge, because one of the things that really bothered me with that matchup against Georgia is after that touchdown was called back, there was no life whatsoever offensively for the Tigers. So they're going to need to have a good game plan. I personally don't think that they will. I think Eli Drinkwitz and company are looking to set the tone on their first road test of the season. Imagine saying that October 18th, they have a road game for the first time in 2025. That's going to be the difference in this matchup. I trust the coaching of Eli Drinkwitz more than Hugh Freeze, and this is why I think Missouri is going to win, and we may see 2 SEC head coach openings by Sunday morning.
Crazy. Battle of the Tigers there down on the plains. Cole Thompson, give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered, joins us every Thursday here on Sending In. Cole, always appreciate the time, my friend. Enjoy Saturday. We'll talk to you again next week.
Same time, same place. Bye, boys.
All right, good stuff there, Cole Thompson. Let's keep it rolling here on Sending In. Look at some of my favorite props that I like for Week 8 in college football. Garrett Nussmeier, we're going to take his over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 100 against Vanderbilt. Now, Nussmeier has not been good this season, and he is injured right now. In that South Carolina game, he was hobbled. He was limping off the field. He didn't look like himself. But I think that's all built into the price right now because Vanderbilt's pass defense is not very good. You can move the ball on this Vanderbilt defense, and I think LSU is going to be able to do that. I think getting Nussmeier to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns at even money is a good price. If LSU wants to win this game, Nussmeier is going to have to play well. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for the LSU quarterback plus 100. I like that play on Saturday. I also like Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee over 15.5 receiving yards against Georgia. Again, this Georgia defense is not what we're used to with Kirby Smart. Like, you can move the ball on them, especially their secondary. We saw Tennessee was able to do it. We saw Alabama was able to do it. And I think Ole Miss is going to be able to do it as well. And I think 50.5 is too low for Ole Miss. Now, for Caden Lee, they are a run first team. They would prefer to run the ball, and Chambliss gives them a better running element at quarterback than Austin Simmons does. But also, I think Kiffin's going to want to take his shots against the secondary and knows that there are some opportunities there to move the ball on the outside. So Caden Lee, I think that number is too low. I like over 50.5 receiving yards for the Ole Miss wide receiver. Joey Aguilar, I'm taking his anytime touchdown price at plus 300 against Alabama, the Tennessee quarterback. Aguilar's scored a touchdown so far in 2 of the 3 SEC games that he has played. And again, the big question I have about Bama is their defense, especially their running defense. And I still don't think it's as good and it's as elite as everybody else does. I don't think Bama's going to win the national championship because of that defense. And Tennessee's a very good offense. And Heupel and that scheme does give Bama a lot of fits. And when you have a mobile quarterback like that, and Aguilar, and when Bama really sells out for the run, again, we like Bo Prabula to score a touchdown last week for Mizzou, and he did. I like Aguilar again. I think 3-1 is a really good price. So look for his anytime touchdown. Devin Dampier, the Utah quarterback, I'm going under 60.5 rushing yards for the Utah quarterback against BYU. Rivalry game, 2 good defenses, but most importantly, both teams have a mobile quarterback, and both teams want to run the quarterback, right? So that's sometimes an advantage for these teams that maybe don't have all these design run packages and don't use their quarterbacks. That's not what happens with these 2 teams. Bachmeier and Dampier both are quarterbacks that like to run the football, but BYU is very well coached. They're always in the right position, and I think being at home is going to be a huge advantage for them, definitely in this game with the crowd behind them. Obviously, sacks can play a factor as well to help us on this under. So 60.5 I think is too high. We'll take under for Devin Dampier in that game against BYU. And then give me CJ Carr under 285.5 passing yards against USC, the Notre Dame quarterback, just because I think Notre Dame's going to have a run-heavy game plan. They do not want to get into a shootout with USC. They can, and they can win that kind of game, but that's USC's only hope in this kind of game, is what A&M did, win a game in the 40s. Notre Dame's defense has been improved, but I think they also want to keep that USC offense on the sideline and have them feel pressure whenever they take the field, right? Try and minimize their possessions. The more possessions and the more chances you give to that USC offense, the better chance they have to stick around in that game. You have those two great backs with Love and Price, and I think Notre Dame is going to lean on those guys. We have seen CJ Carr have some big games through the air this season. He's had 3 games already where he's thrown for at least 300 yards. So it's not that he can't do it. I just think this game and the game plan specifically for Notre Dame will ask him not to do that, and they'll lean more on the run because their best defense might be their offense in this game and keeping the Trojans on the sideline. So under 285.5 passing yards for CJ Carr. All right, you guys, let's look at some games that we have tonight. We got an NFL game, college football game, and then the 2 baseball games as well. Let's start with Thursday Night Football. This is one of my favorite plays of the week. I really like Cincinnati plus 5.5 against Pittsburgh, and I would take some money line as well at plus 200. This line to me from a pure value standpoint doesn't make any sense, right? Pittsburgh is a 5.5 point favorite tonight against Cincinnati. What that tells me is if you flipped this game and the game tonight was in Pittsburgh, the Steelers would be like a 7.5 or an 8 point favorite tonight in this game. We just saw the Steelers play the Browns at home on Sunday, and the Steelers were a 6 point favorite in that game. You're telling me, or this line is supposed to tell me, that the Browns are a 1.5, 2 points better than Cincinnati? Nobody thinks that. This is too many points. The line should be closer to 3.5. Also, an underrated part of this handicap, usually when you're on a short week, right, you don't get as much prep as you would in a normal week. But Joe Flacco was traded from the Browns to the Bengals on a Tuesday, which means when he was flying back from London on that Sunday and then on Monday as well, he was the Browns quarterback thinking that he was going to play the Steelers. So he got a chance to prep a little bit for this Steelers defense. Obviously, all that time he spent for the Ravens and knowing Tomlin and his tendencies should help him as well, being a member of the Browns for a couple years. All these things, I think there are a lot of advantages in this game for Cincinnati. They've dropped 4 in a row. They're at home. They need this game. And Tomlin, we all know the trends, right? As an underdog, especially in a divisional dog, he is great. You get him as a road favorite, especially in division, laying a big number like this, a guy usually want to fade. Give me Cincinnati, too many points. And because it's too many points, good value on that money line, 2-1. We'll take the Bengals to win it outright. As for the props, I really only like Flacco over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 135. That was really the only thing that jumped out at me. I thought that plus money price was really good. The Bengals just cannot run the ball with Chase Brown. They really don't even try to do it anymore. And the Steelers defense has not been very good. You have 2 number 1 receivers in Chase and Higgins. And you know what? In that second half, the Bengals started to look like they had something there. They were moving the ball against a good Packers defense. I think they'll be able to put up some points tonight. I think Flacco throws for at least 2 touchdowns, so I'll take over 1.5 at plus 135. And I like the T. Higgins anytime touchdown price as well at plus 210. One-on-one matchup. Flacco's so good at those jump balls, giving his guy a chance. I like Higgins to find the end zone as well. As for college football, we have Tulsa and East Carolina tonight. Total in the game, 54.5, actually now down to 53.5. We had Chase Kitty on the show yesterday. Said this was one of his favorite bets of the weekend. He loved the under, and I'm going to tail Chase on that play because this really does feel like an under game. Both of these teams are definitely under type teams. Tulsa has failed to score 20 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, East Carolina, their last 4 games, the total score has failed to reach 48 points, right? So you got a Tulsa team that's been playing under type games. They're struggling to score. And an ECU team that they get these high totals because they're an air raid team. They're coached by Graham Harrell, and they want to go up tempo and a high octane offense, but they just don't do it very well, and they just don't put up a lot of points. So I think on a short week, this is another under-type game, under 53.5 for ECU and Tulsa. As for the two baseball games that we have tonight, Dodgers and Brewers in LA. Tyler Glasnow going for the Dodgers. Brewers have not yet announced a starter. I'm going to take the Yurfee, though, at plus 105. The Yurfees have been super profitable in the Brewers playoff games so far. We saw it hit in a bunch of the Cubs games, hit in game 2 of the Dodgers series. So I do like a Yurfee plus 105 there for the Dodgers and the Brewers. Blue Jays and Mariners, we were all over the Blue Jays last night. Told you guys I love in those kind of spots where a road team goes on first 2 games on the road, they win them. I love backing. Then that team that lost those 2 at home in game 3, Blue Jays took care of business. I think the Blue Jays are going to win tonight, right? Because the way this series has been going is, all right, game 1, people think the Blue Jays are going to take care of business at home after Seattle had that 15-inning game against Detroit, fly across the country, Mariners win. Then people are thinking Blue Jays are going to bounce back in game 2. Seattle wins. Seattle's coming home. People think this might be a sweep. Blue Jays win. And now I think people think, okay, Blue Jays got their game. Seattle now going to take care of business tonight. I do not think that is going to happen. You got Scherzer against Castillo. Give me the Blue Jays at plus 100 tonight against Seattle. I think Toronto wins the game. All right, I see we got some questions here from Thursday Night Football. Beef_VZ. Metcalf and Chase over receiving yards. Short game parlay. What yard amount should I pick for each? It's a good question, Beef. Let me see if I can look real quick on what Metcalf and Chase, on what their numbers are, so I know what props we are looking at for tonight as I go into the BetMGM app. So DK is at 65.5. Jamar Chase is at 77.5. I think if you put DK down to 40 and you put Jamar down to 50, 55, I think somewhere like that, maybe take like 20, 25 yards off both of those guys, you should be in good shape. So I do like that. Look, I would lean towards the over in the game too. I do think there are going to be some points. I mean, we know how bad that Bengals defense is. Steelers should be able to score. And then again, I think Flacco and the Bengals are going to be able to put up some points too. So I didn't end up taking any wide receiver props just because with Flacco in there, you're still trying to learn the tendencies and who the receivers he likes, who are his go-to guys, all those sorts of things. But I think if you just bring Metcalf down to the 40s, you bring Jamar down to the 50s, and you parlay them together, Beef, I think you're going to be in good shape. And then Sports Wager 1, PJ, would you look at TJ Watt at 25-1 for Defensive Player of the Year? I wouldn't, Sports Wager, because I think the Steelers are going to start to regress here in the second half of the season. Much has been made about the fact that the Ravens' odds still aren't all that crazy to win the division, make the playoffs, because their schedule gets much easier, Steelers gets much harder. And Watt, you always got to worry about injury, and his production just isn't there this year. Teams are really starting to chip him and prevent him from wrecking games. So you see a 25-1 next to TJ Watt. I understand that's very appealing. I, though, would pass on that play. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Pro Football No Sweat Token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With the Pro Football No Sweat Token, you'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's talk a little Survivor Pool. Super fascinating this week. Certainly, if you have the Chiefs, that's the play. I do like Vegas to cover the number. I think the Chiefs are going to win the game. If you have Kansas City available, I would burn KC. But then there are some of these other teams, right? Like the Patriots, the Steelers tonight, the Bears at home, the Packers on the road, like the Broncos at home. I would probably avoid all these games, to be honest with you guys. Of all those spreads around like 6.5 or 7, I think the Broncos would probably be my favorite, just because the Giants right now, vibes are high. People love this team. But Dart going on the road against that defense, even though they're coming back from London, I think that's going to be a bad matchup. So I do like Denver to win the game. Of kind of all those big favorites outside of KC, that's the one I would like. The Patriots game just worries me because it's their third straight road game. You got Callahan fired. Vrabel is, coming back to Tennessee. And it's like similar to the Green Bay Dallas handicap, where everybody thought when Micah Parsons came back to Dallas that they would just absolutely crush him by 30. And we saw that game end in a tie. And now here's everybody thinking that the Patriots, with the way they're playing, going to Tennessee, Vrabel's just going to kill him by 30. Makes me a little nervous. So I'm staying away from that game. The Steelers, I told you guys, I like the Bengals to win outright tonight. So I definitely stay away from them. the Packers, I mean, we've seen them on the road against the Browns and the Cowboys, and they have not looked good at all. So I don't want any part in taking the Packers on the road. And then Chicago. I mean, we know Caleb Williams and the inconsistencies and the Saints. Like, I mean, their first 6 games, other than the Seahawks game, they've really been competitive. All their games have been decided by one score outside of the Bills game, which was a fourth quarter game. So the Bears game would make me nervous. I understand there are not going to be many spots where you can use the Bears, but that would definitely make me a little nervy. The Lions, I think, would be a good look this week against Tampa. Now, Detroit's one of the best teams in the NFL. You might want to save them down the road, but I do think they are a good option. However, this week in Survivor, it's going to be risky, but I'm taking the Cleveland Browns. That's my pick, right? Because when else are you going to use the Browns? I do not like Tua and that offense at all, outdoors, on natural grass against that defense. And how good has Cleveland been so far at home this season, right? They should have beaten Burrow and the Bengals at home in week 1. They upset the Packers, and then we haven't seen them at home again. They played 3 straight road games. They were at Detroit, they were in London, and they were in Pittsburgh. So now back at home against a Dolphins team who, let's be honest, they might be on the verge of like an absolute collapse right now. Tua's calling out teammates. Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins can't win a close game. They've had 2 back-to-back heartbreaking losses. Feels like a nice spot for the Browns. So it's risky. There are weeks when you're going to have to roll the dice and take some teams like this. I think this is one of those weeks. So the Cleveland Browns, you guys, are going to be my play in Survivor. All right, real quick, let's get into fantasy. Peach, breakdown our DFS lineup of the week. Washington and Dallas, the total is 55 this week. I'm going to have a bunch of players from those games because I think that's an over game, and we're going to see a ton of points. And Dak Prescott is going to be my quarterback, playing at an MVP level. Love Dak this week at $6,500. Staying in that game, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Bill, we're going to take him 6,100 against Dallas. Had that fumble against Chicago, but he's been playing very well this season. And against that Dallas D that plays a ton of zone, should be some good opportunities for Merritt to get some points. Quinshawn Junkins going up against the worst rush defense in the NFL. I'll take him at 6,000. Dylan Gabriel, like we kind of know what he is at this point. There's no high upside on him, but you're just hoping he doesn't turn the ball over, lean on the defense and the run game. Junkins will be my other running back. Romeo Doubs, I'll take him as receiver. He's kind of emerging right now as the number 1 for Jordan Love. I know they tried to get Matthew Golden going a little bit in that game against Cincinnati, but I like Doubs against that Arizona defense. Give me Ladd McConkey against the banged-up Colts secondary as well. Had a massive game against the Dolphins, and with those injuries that they have to their running backs, they're really going to lean on Herbert. So McConkey, I'll plug him in there. Give me Xavier Worthy as my other wide receiver. All this talk with Rashee Rice coming back and what's the Chiefs' offense going to look like. I think Worthy and the Chiefs are still going to remind people that he's their number 1 guy, so give me Worthy. Jake Ferguson having an unbelievable season. I'm going to keep plugging him into my lineup, especially if they keep giving him to us at these prices of $5,500. Deebo Samuel, again, no team plays more zone than the Dallas Cowboys, and you're talking about one of the best yak receivers in the NFL. Deebo, before the Bears game, had 2 really good weeks. I think he gets back to that, so we'll take Deebo. And then give me the Jets defense, right? Bryce Young and the Panthers offense on the road is always an auto fade. When they're at home, they look good and they put up points. On the road, they are a nightmare. I'll take the Jets defense at a cheap price. So this is our lineup this week for my daily fantasy lineup. Dak is my quarterback. Bill and Quinshawn is my running backs. Romeo Doubs, Ladd McConkey, Xavier Worthy is my receivers. Ferguson tight end. Deebo Samuel in my flex, and Jets defense to round out the lineup. All right, you guys, wrap the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. We had Vladdy last night, and we're going right back to the well again. Man had 4 hits. Might do some damage again tonight. Vladdy is our play in going streaking. Prop lock, Joe Flacco over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 135. Chase Brown has just been invisible this season. They haven't been able to get him going at all. And I think with the receivers that Cincinnati still has against the Steelers defense, Flacco, I like the plus 135 price. Dog of the day is going to be those Cincinnati Bengals. Take them plus the points. Take them outright. We've seen 2 straight Thursday night upsets in a row. I think we see a third. And then give me the Blue Jays on the money line. I think it's going to be 2-2 with a Game 5 in Seattle. I mean, the Mariners, they've never been to the World Series. Do we really think they're going to make this easy on their fans? Give me Blue Jays. Game 4 plus 105. Thanks again to Cole Thompson for joining us today on the show. Henry Ettinger and Shane Jackson tomorrow. We will see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day. Happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. A lot to get to on the show today. Thursday night football between the Steelers and the Bengals. One of my favorite bets of the week. We'll get into that game and also the two MLB playoff games that we have tonight. Game 4 of the ALCS and Game 3 of the NLCS. Also a game tonight in college football, East Carolina and Tulsa. That we'll talk about. Cole Thompson standing by, going to get his thoughts on the college football weekend. We also will talk a little bit more about the college football weekend and dive into some college player props. And we will also look at our fantasy team that we like the best in the NFL. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us here on the show, chime in with anything that's on your mind at the BetMGM Network, on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. We'll get to them throughout the show. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Thursday. Glasser in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with our guy Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. Cole, before we get into the slate this week, I think most would agree Ohio State's the number one team in the country. I ask you, who do you think is the number 2 team in the country right now?
I think you got a lot of different ways to go. The impressive win last week by Indiana at Oregon, and it was a dominant fashion victory. I think gives them a conversation to put them in that category. I still lean Miami. I think Miami has shown you that they are the most cohesive, balanced team. The way that they have been able to respond offensively with bad performances from Carson Beck, that allows them to trust their run game, their inability to run the football. It then shows you that you can trust Beck to be able to connect over the top. Malachi Toney is basically this year's Jeremiah Smith with how impressive he has been as a freshman. And then if I were to give away the Heisman Trophy today, Ruben Bain would be my selection. He is a monster in the trenches. He's impossible to guard. He has been truly the difference maker, I think, in the front 7 for Corey Heatherman's unit, which has allowed the back end to kind of build its tempo and rapport. It's going to be interesting to see how they close out the season. They had 2 bye weeks in between the win over Florida State. So they basically have the 7-game stretch down the line, including 2 road games that will allow them to figure out how good of a roster they truly are. They also got a trap game on Friday night against Louisville, which could be very interesting. Friday night has been very scary for several teams. But until further notice, I think that Miami has proven enough to where they at least belong in the conversation for number 2, if not even number 1.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Most people probably agree. Ohio State, Miami, 2 best teams in the country. Cole, if I would have told you 5 years ago that Vanderbilt was a favorite over LSU, you probably would not have believed me. But that's what we got on Saturday. Vandy laying 2.5 at home. Do you agree that Vandy should be the favorite in this game? And do you think that they are going to win the game?
You said Vanderbilt is the favorite in this game, right?
They are, yeah.
In basketball, right? In baseball. That's what we're talking about. 2 runs, right? Because that's the only way we can bet. TJ, we live in the Matrix right now, my dude. We saw James Franklin get fired after losing to 2 unranked opponents, and now the Vanderbilt head coach once again is up for the job in State College. No, I completely agree with this line. I think that Vanderbilt has been the more balanced team. The thing that makes Vanderbilt so dangerous is they win in 3 areas consistently. Time of possession, third down conversion, the ability to run the football. And when you add those things together, those are strengths of where Vanderbilt can capitalize against a very sufficient top 5 scoring defense in LSU. But the thing that you got to wonder is what's going to be the punch for LSU's offense in this game. We saw a little bit of life last week with Garrett Nussmeier. We did see a couple of life plays for the rushing attack. 6.2 yards a run by against South Carolina. What's going to be interesting is that do we see LSU have a secondary element, and can they attack the intermediate part of the field and even go with the deep shots downfield? Vanderbilt's weakness this season has been defensively in pass coverage. Currently, they are allowing over 252 yards per contest. So if Garrett Nussmeier can win over the top, I think LSU can win this game. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. I actually agree with Vanderbilt in this line. I'm taking Vanderbilt to go not only win, but I'm taking them to cover.
Top 10 matchup in Athens, Cole, on Saturday. Georgia and Ole Miss. Georgia laying 7.5 at home. Tell me what you like in this game. And Cole, also, like, looking big picture, Ole Miss, if they do lose this week and they lose next week at Oklahoma, do you think that 10-2 with their schedule compared to some of these other SEC teams would still be good? Or if you were a Rebels fan, you'd be a little bit nervous there heading towards the end of the season?
I think at this point, until the committee proves that they're going to look at strength of schedule, a 10-2 team will always get in over a 9-3 roster. Doesn't matter the conference, doesn't matter what is your overall record, doesn't matter your strength of schedule. I think that they care more so about that pretty double-digit number than they actually care about the quality of losses. So Ole Miss, I still should think is pretty in pretty good standing to make a playoff run. But I do think that they're going to have to win this football game to prove that they can be a legit threat to win in the college football playoff this year. A couple things I do like is that Ole Miss is a very schematically sound team. They know how to win on the air. They know how to win on the ground. They're a very up-tempo team, and Lane Kiffin is a very challenging coach to scheme against. So do not think for 1 second that Kirby Smart has not had a few nightmares over the last several days on what to expect for this matchup, especially against Trinidad Chambliss. The thing that I wonder about is, will we see Georgia get off to a slow start offensively and defensively? They were able to respond against Tennessee. They were able to respond against Auburn. They did not respond against Alabama. And right now, when you look at Alabama, they're a better passing team than Ole Miss, but Ole Miss is a much more dynamic rushing team. And when you force teams like Georgia to have to play up-tempo, you may end up seeing the best version of Gunnar Stockton. You also might see him rush the throw and it leads to an interception. I think this is a four-quarter battle out in the hedges. I also think that there is a ceiling when it comes to Georgia, and the last thing you want to do is get in a rock fight down the stretch with Lane Kiffin. And I think that that's what happens. I like Trinidad Chambliss. I like the Rebels to go on the road. I think they not only cover the plus 7.5, I think they win outright and pull off the upset. This is going to be a moment to remember for Lane Kiffin.
Wow, Cole going with the upset there with Ole Miss. We're talking with Cole Thompson here on Send It In. We got a couple of great rivalry games on Saturday, Cole, including one we know pretty well. Third Saturday in October in Tuscaloosa. Tennessee and Alabama. Bama looking for their fourth straight ranked win on the season. Should be a good one. Bama favored by 8.5. What do you like here?
I mean, it's a little disrespectful to Joey Aguilar and company, that 8.5 point line. I mean, they were able to fight back against Arkansas. They were able to fight back against Mississippi State. They were able to jump up to an early lead against Georgia. And as much as we want to talk about Ty Simpson and what he's been able to accomplish up to this point, we got to give a lot of credit to Joey Aguilar coming on in from UCLA, learning an entire new system, and truly being a top 7 to 8 passer in the SEC and a top 15 passer in college football this year. You're going to need to start off fast if you are Tennessee. Get those deep shots down the field to Braylon Staley, Chris Brazell, Mike Matthews. You're going to have to trust your rushing attack and be that up-tempo offense that we know. But the thing that's really going to separate this matchup, I think, personally for Tennessee, is their ability to rush the passer. They currently are number 1 in the SEC in sacks. They're number 1 in pressure rate, and they're number 2 in tackles for losses. They're number 2 in the country in sacks. So they're going to have to create those opportunities where they get Ty Simpson in 3rd and long, and they are forcing them to punt to get the ball back to the offense. Here's the only thing, PJ. It's a night game in Tuscaloosa, and it's the 3rd Saturday in October. You and I both know as well as anybody else, people in Alabama do not like Auburn. They do not like Georgia, but they loathe Tennessee. They love nothing more than to beat up on that puke pumpkin orange left and right, and that's what I think actually happens. As much as I do think Tennessee is a good team, I think Alabama's better. I'm taking Alabama to win and actually covering this one.
I always tell people, Cole, obviously the Iron Bowl is the Iron Bowl, but you'd be surprised at how much they hate Tennessee. There's a lot of people that hate Tennessee more than they hate Auburn. There's a lot of Notre Dame and USC fans that don't like each other either, and that should be a good one on Saturday. Cole, the spread is at 9.5, right? It's just one of those, like, it just feels like it's too high. It feels like maybe Vegas knows something, and Notre Dame could cruise to a 2-3 touchdown win. We know Lincoln Riley's teams have struggled away from home, especially going up against really good teams. Do you think that they can keep this one close against the Irish?
Yeah, sometimes Vegas is baiting you to go ahead and make the pick, and other times they're telling you, no, take the money. We want to go ahead and see you win some cash. So what is this line really? I think there's two things that you got to wonder in this game. Number one, are we going to see the matchup of Leonard Moore versus Mekhi Lemon lean in favor of USC? Because of when he's on point, he may be the second best wide receiver in college football, only behind Jeremiah Smith. His ability to win with a contested catch rate is exactly what you want to see from the NFL perspective. And trust me, these will be two names that we eventually watch in the Sunday game have a lot of battles against each other. So who wins that matchup? The other thing is, can we see more consistency from Jaden Ayala this time around? Remember, 14 points last year in this matchup out in Pasadena came off of pick sixes. So he is going to have to play a clean game. I think CJ Carr is going to have to rely heavily on the intermediate part of the field to set up the rushing attack. What I just look at currently is that I trust what I'm seeing in the ground game of Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love. Each one of them can prove they are a lead back. They can take over games. They can make games in their favor. And that's what I think is going to be the big difference in this matchup. Right now, you have a lot of question marks when it comes to the run game of USC. So I'm going to take USC to cover, but I am going to take Notre Dame to win. As much as I do think that this could be a matchup that is a prove-it game for USC, I got to actually see it. I watched what happened when you played it against Illinois. You were down big. You fought your way back. You couldn't hold on.
Cole, real quick, 30 seconds left. The entire board is yours. What's another game that you're looking forward to on Saturday?
I think that Auburn, Missouri is going to be one of the biggest games to watch for because of we're seeing as more and more coaches are getting fired left and right. We know that Billy Napier is on a hot seat that probably is going to be shown the door after Saturday's matchup. But Hugh Freeze has got to show that there is an offensive identity and that you have a second half surge, because one of the things that really bothered me with that matchup against Georgia is after that touchdown was called back, there was no life whatsoever offensively for the Tigers. So they're going to need to have a good game plan. I personally don't think that they will. I think Eli Drinkwitz and company are looking to set the tone on their first road test of the season. Imagine saying that October 18th, they have a road game for the first time in 2025. That's going to be the difference in this matchup. I trust the coaching of Eli Drinkwitz more than Hugh Freeze, and this is why I think Missouri is going to win, and we may see 2 SEC head coach openings by Sunday morning.
Crazy. Battle of the Tigers there down on the plains. Cole Thompson, give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered, joins us every Thursday here on Sending In. Cole, always appreciate the time, my friend. Enjoy Saturday. We'll talk to you again next week.
Same time, same place. Bye, boys.
All right, good stuff there, Cole Thompson. Let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Look at some of my favorite props that I like for Week 8 in college football. Garrett Nussmeier, we're going to take his over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 100 against Vanderbilt. Now, Nussmeier has not been good this season, and he is injured right now. In that South Carolina game, he was hobbled. He was limping off the field. He didn't look like himself. But I think that's all built into the price right now because Vanderbilt's pass defense is not very good. You can move the ball on this Vanderbilt defense, and I think LSU is going to be able to do that. I think getting Nussmeier to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns at even money is a good price. If LSU wants to win this game, Nussmeier is going to have to play well. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for the LSU quarterback plus 100. I like that play on Saturday. I also like Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee over 50.5 receiving yards against Georgia. Again, this Georgia defense is not what we're used to with Kirby Smart. Like, you can move the ball on them, especially their secondary. We saw Tennessee was able to do it. We saw Alabama was able to do it. And I think Ole Miss is going to be able to do it as well. And I think 50.5 is too low for Ole Miss. Now, for Caden Lee, they are a run first team. They would prefer to run the ball, and Chambliss gives them a better running element at quarterback than Austin Simmons does. But also, I think Kiffin's going to want to take his shots against the secondary and knows that there are some opportunities there to move the ball on the outside. So Caden Lee, I think that number is too low. I like over 50.5 receiving yards for the Ole Miss wide receiver. Joey Aguilar, I'm taking his anytime touchdown price at plus 300 against Alabama, the Tennessee quarterback. Aguilar's scored a touchdown so far in 2 of the 3 SEC games that he has played. And again, the big question I have about Bama is their defense, especially their running defense. And I still don't think it's as good and it's as elite as everybody else does. I don't think Bama's going to win the national championship because of that defense. And Tennessee is a very good offense. And Heupel and that scheme does give Bama a lot of fits. And when you have a mobile quarterback like that, an Aguilar, and when Bama really sells out for the run, again, we like Bo Prabula to score a touchdown last week for Mizzou, and he did. I like Aguilar again. I think 3-1 is a really good price. So look for his anytime touchdown. Devin Dampier, the Utah quarterback, I'm going under 60.5 rushing yards for the Utah quarterback against BYU. Rivalry game, 2 good defenses, but most importantly, both teams have a mobile quarterback, and both teams want to run the quarterback, right? So that's sometimes an advantage for these teams that maybe don't have all these design run packages and don't use their quarterbacks. That's not what happens with these 2 teams. Bachmeier and Dampier both are quarterbacks that like to run the football, but BYU is very well coached. They're always in the right position, and I think being at home is going to be a huge advantage for them, definitely in this game with the crowd behind them. Obviously, sacks can play a factor as well to help us on this under. So 60.5 I think is too high. We'll take under for Devin Dampier in that game against BYU. And then give me CJ Carr under 285.5 passing yards against USC, the Notre Dame quarterback, just because I think Notre Dame's going to have a run-heavy game plan. They do not want to get into a shootout with USC. They can, and they can win that kind of game. But that's USC's only hope in this kind of game, is what A&M did, win a game in the 40s. Notre Dame's defense has been improved, but I think they also want to keep that USC offense on the sideline and have them feel pressure whenever they take the field, right? Try and minimize their possessions. The more possessions and the more chances you give to that USC offense, the better chance they have to stick around in that game. You have those two great backs with Love and Price, and I think Notre Dame is going to lean on those guys. We have seen CJ Carr have some big games through the air this season. He's had 3 games already where he's thrown for at least 300 yards. So it's not that he can't do it. I just think this game and the game plan specifically for Notre Dame will ask him not to do that, and they'll lean more on the run because their best defense might be their offense in this game and keeping the Trojans on the sideline. So under 285.5 passing yards for CJ Carr. All right, you guys, let's look at some games that we have tonight. We got an NFL game, college football game, and then the 2 baseball games as well. Let's start with Thursday Night Football. This is one of my favorite plays of the week. I really like Cincinnati plus 5.5 against Pittsburgh, and I would take some money line as well at plus 200. This line to me from a pure value standpoint doesn't make any sense, right? Pittsburgh is a 5.5-point favorite tonight against Cincinnati. What that tells me is if you flipped this game and the game tonight was in Pittsburgh, the Steelers would be like a 7.5 or an 8-point favorite tonight in this game. We just saw the Steelers play the Browns at home on Sunday, and the Steelers were a 6-point favorite in that game. You're telling me, or this line is supposed to tell me, that the Browns are 1.5, 2 points better than Cincinnati? Nobody thinks that. This is too many points. The line should be closer to 3.5. Also, an underrated part of this handicap, usually when you're on a short week, right, you don't get as much prep as you would in a normal week. But Joe Flacco was traded from the Browns to the Bengals on a Tuesday, which means when he was flying back from London on that Sunday and then on Monday as well, he was the Browns quarterback thinking that he was going to play the Steelers. So he got a chance to prep a little bit for this Steelers defense. Obviously, all that time he spent for the Ravens and knowing Tomlin and his tendencies should help him as well, being a member of the Browns for a couple years. All these things, I think there are a lot of advantages in this game for Cincinnati. They've dropped 4 in a row. They're at home. They need this game. And Tomlin, we all know the trends, right? As an underdog, especially in a divisional dog, he is great. You get him as a road favorite, especially in division, laying a big number like this, a guy usually want to fade. Give me Cincinnati, too many points. And because it's too many points, good value on that money line, 2-1. We'll take the Bengals to win it outright. As for the props, I really only like Flacco over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 135. That was really the only thing that jumped out at me. I thought that plus money price was really good. The Bengals just cannot run the ball with Chase Brown. They really don't even try to do it anymore. And the Steelers' defense has not been very good. You have 2 number 1 receivers in Chase and Higgins. And you know what? In that second half, the Bengals started to look like they had something there. They were moving the ball against a good Packers defense. I think they'll be able to put up some points tonight. I think Flacco throws for at least 2 touchdowns, so I'll take over 1.5 at plus 135. And I like the T. Higgins anytime touchdown price as well at plus 210. One-on-one matchup. Flacco's so good at those jump balls, giving his guy a chance. I like Higgins to find the end zone as well. As for college football, we have Tulsa and East Carolina tonight. Total in the game, 54.5, actually now down to 53.5. We had Chase Kitty on the show yesterday, said this was one of his favorite bets of the weekend. He loved the under, and I'm going to tail Chase on that play because this really does feel like an under game. Both of these teams are definitely under type teams. Tulsa has failed to score 20 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, East Carolina, their last 4 games, the total score has failed to reach 48 points, right? So you got a Tulsa team that's been playing under type games. They're struggling to score. And an ECU team that they get these high totals because they're an air raid team. They're coached by Graham Harrell, and they want to go up tempo and a high octane offense, but they just don't do it very well, and they just don't put up a lot of points. So I think on a short week, this is another under type game, under 53.5 for ECU and Tulsa. As for the two baseball games that we have tonight, Dodgers and Brewers in LA. Tyler Glasnow going for the Dodgers. Brewers have not yet announced a starter. I'm going to take the Yerfie, though, at plus 105. The Yerfies have been super profitable in the Brewers playoff games so far. We saw it hit in a bunch of the Cubs games, hit in game 2 of the Dodgers series. So I do like a Yerfie plus 105 there for the Dodgers and the Brewers. Blue Jays and Mariners, we were all over the Blue Jays last night. Told you guys I love in those kind of spots where a road team goes on first 2 games on the road, they win them. I love backing. Then that team that lost those 2 at home in game 3, Blue Jays took care of business. I think the Blue Jays are going to win tonight, right? Because the way this series has been going is, all right, game 1, people think the Blue Jays are going to take care of business at home after Seattle had that 15-inning game against Detroit, fly across the country, Mariners win. Then people are thinking Blue Jays are going to bounce back in game 2. Seattle wins. Seattle's coming home. People think this might be a sweep. Blue Jays win. And now I think people think, okay, Blue Jays got their game. Seattle now going to take care of business tonight. I do not think that is going to happen. You got Scherzer against Castillo. Give me the Blue Jays at plus 100 tonight against Seattle. I think Toronto wins the game. All right, I see we got some questions here from Thursday Night Football. Beef_VZ. Metcalf and Chase over receiving yards. Short game parlay. What yard amount should I pick for each? It's a good question, Beef. Let me see if I can look real quick on what Metcalf and Chase, on what their numbers are, so I know what props we are looking at for tonight as I go into the BetMGM app. So DK is at 65.5. Jamar Chase is at 77.5. I think if you put DK down to 40 and you put Jamar down to 50, 55, I think somewhere like that, maybe take like 20, 25 yards off both of those guys, you should be in good shape. So I do like that. Look, I would lean towards the over in the game too. I do think there are going to be some points. I mean, we know how bad that Bengals defense is. Steelers should be able to score. And then again, I think Flacco and the Bengals are going to be able to put up some points too. So I didn't end up taking any wide receiver props just because with Flacco in there, you're still trying to learn the tendencies and who the receivers he likes, who are his go-to guys, all those sorts of things. But I think if you just bring Metcalf down to the 40s, you bring Jamar down to the 50s, and you parlay them together, Beef, I think you're going to be in good shape. And then Sports Wager 1, PJ, would you look at TJ Watt at 25-1 for Defensive Player of the Year? I wouldn't, Sports Wager, because I think the Steelers are going to start to regress here in the second half of the season. Much has been made about the fact that the Ravens' odds still aren't all that crazy to win the division, make the playoffs, because their schedule gets much easier. Steelers gets much harder. And Watt, you always got to worry about injury, and his production just isn't there this year. Teams are really starting to chip him and prevent him from wrecking games. So you see a 25-1 next to TJ Watt. I understand that's very appealing. I, though, would pass on that play. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Pro Football No Sweat Token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With the Pro Football No Sweat Token, you'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. Let's talk a little Survivor Pool. Super fascinating this week. Certainly, if you have the Chiefs, that's the play. I do like Vegas to cover the number. I think the Chiefs are going to win the game. If you have Kansas City available, I would burn KC. But then there are some of these other teams, right? Like the Patriots, the Steelers tonight, the Bears at home, the Packers on the road, like the Broncos at home. I would probably avoid all these games, to be honest with you guys. Of all those spreads around like 6.5 or 7, I think the Broncos would probably be my favorite, just because the Giants right now, vibes are high. People love this team. But Dart going on the road against that defense, even though they're coming back from London, I think that's going to be a bad matchup. So I do like Denver to win the game. Of kind of all those big favorites outside of KC, that's the one I would like. The Patriots game just worries me because it's their third straight road game. You got Callahan fired. Vrabel is, coming back to Tennessee. And it's like similar to the Green Bay Dallas handicap, where everybody thought when Micah Parsons came back to Dallas that they would just absolutely crush him by 30. And we saw that game end in a tie. And now here's everybody thinking that the Patriots, with the way they're playing, going to Tennessee, Vrabel's just going to kill him by 30. Makes me a little nervous. So I'm staying away from that game. The Steelers, I told you guys, I like the Bengals to win outright tonight, so I definitely stay away from them. The Packers, I mean, we've seen them on the road against the Browns and the Cowboys, and they have not looked good at all. So I don't want any part in taking the Packers on the road. And then Chicago, I mean, we know Caleb Williams and the inconsistencies and the Saints. Like, I mean, their first 6 games, other than the Seahawks game, they've really been competitive. All their games have been decided by one score outside of the Bills game, which was a fourth quarter game. So the Bears game would make me nervous. I understand there are not going to be many spots where you can use the Bears, but that would definitely make me a little nervy. The Lions, I think, would be a good look this week against Tampa. Now, Detroit's one of the best teams in the NFL. You might want to save them down the road, but I do think they are a good option. However, this week in Survivor, it's going to be risky, but I'm taking the Cleveland Browns. That's my pick, right? Because when else are you going to use the Browns? I do not like Tua and that offense at all, outdoors, on natural grass against that defense. And how good has Cleveland been so far at home this season, right? They should have beaten Burrow and the Bengals at home in week 1. They upset the Packers, and then we haven't seen them at home again. They played 3 straight road games. They were at Detroit, they were in London, and they were in Pittsburgh. So now back at home against a Dolphins team who, let's be honest, they might be on the verge of like an absolute collapse right now. Tua's calling out teammates. Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins can't win a close game. They've had 2 back-to-back heartbreaking losses. Feels like a nice spot for the Browns. So it's risky. There are weeks when you're going to have to roll the dice and take some teams like this. I think this is one of those weeks. So the Cleveland Browns, you guys, are going to be my play in Survivor. All right, real quick, let's get into fantasy. Peach, breakdown our DFS lineup of the week. Washington and Dallas, the total is 55 this week. I'm going to have a bunch of players from those games because I think that's an over game, and we're going to see a ton of points. And Dak Prescott is going to be my quarterback, playing at an MVP level. Love Dak this week at $6,500. Staying in that game, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Bill, we're going to take him 6,100 against Dallas. Had that fumble against Chicago, but he's been playing very well this season. And against that Dallas D that plays a ton of zone, should be some good opportunities for Merritt to get some points. Quinshawn Junkins going up against the worst rush defense in the NFL. I'll take him at 6,000. Dylan Gabriel, like we kind of know what he is at this point. There's no high upside on him, but you're just hoping he doesn't turn the ball over, lean on the defense and the run game. Junkins will be my other running back. Romeo Doubs, I'll take him as receiver. He's kind of emerging right now as the number 1 for Jordan Love. I know they tried to get Matthew Golden going a little bit in that game against Cincinnati, but I like Doubs against that Arizona defense. Give me Ladd McConkey against the banged-up Colts secondary as well. Had a massive game against the Dolphins, and with those injuries that they have to their running backs, they're really going to lean on Herbert. So McConkey, I'll plug him in there. Give me Xavier Worthy as my other wide receiver. All this talk with Rashee Rice coming back and what's the Chiefs' offense going to look like, I think Worthy and the Chiefs are still going to remind people that he's their number 1 guy, so give me Worthy. Jake Ferguson having an unbelievable season. I'm going to keep plugging him into my lineup, especially if they keep giving him to us at these prices of 5,500. Deebo Samuel, again, no team plays more zone than the Dallas Cowboys, and you're talking about one of the best yak receivers in the NFL. Deebo, before the Bears game, had 2 really good weeks. I think he gets back to that, so we'll take Deebo. And then give me the Jets defense, right? Bryce Young and the Panthers offense on the road is always an auto fade. When they're at home, they look good and they put up points. On the road, they are a nightmare. I'll take the Jets defense at a cheap price. So this is our lineup this week for my daily fantasy lineup. Dak is my quarterback. Bill and Quinshawn is my running backs. Romeo Doubs, Ladd McConkey, Xavier Worthy is my receivers. Ferguson tight end. Deebo Samuel in my flex. And Jets defense to round out the lineup. All right, you guys, let's wrap the show. PJ's plays here on Send It In. We had Vladdy last night, and we're going right back to the well again. Man had 4 hits. Might do some damage again tonight. Vladdy is our play in going streaking. Prop lock, Joe Flacco over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 135. Chase Brown has just been invisible this season. They haven't been able to get him going at all. And I think with the receivers that Cincinnati still has against the Steelers defense, Flacco, I like the plus 135 price. Dog of the day is going to be those Cincinnati Bengals. Take them plus the points. Take them outright. We've seen 2 straight Thursday night upsets in a row. I think we see a third. And then give me the Blue Jays on the money line. I think it's going to be 2-2 with a Game 5 in Seattle. I mean, the Mariners, they've never been to the World Series. Do we really think they're going to make this easy on their fans? Give me Blue Jays. Game 4 plus 105. Thanks again to Cole Thompson for joining us today on the show. Henry Ettinger and Shane Jackson tomorrow. We will see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day.
The stakes are high.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
That's right. Every Thursday, 11 a.m. Eastern, it's time to put your 10 toes down. You got 10 toes down? You taking a stand? You calling your shot? You can tweet us BetSweats, bet_sweats over on X, bet_sweats. Sam, I got you last week. I won the battle. You won the war on John Mateer on the field. You called it with Texas, but Mateer ended up playing. But did he really? It would have been better without him, the way that he performed coming off of the injury there. But 10 toes down, we go around. What was Gertch's last week? Because he's always so wrong. We should start
Oregon by 40 was what Gertch said. How did you forget that?
Because he's epically wrong on everything. I don't think he's trying to be, though. Do you?
No. Definitely not the Oregon by 40. That was not trying to be wrong. He could have said 20. He said 40. So we did 10 toes down as we do every Thursday, and he said Oregon by 40. And then Friday morning, Paul delivered the room, and Oregon was in the room. So we all knew the combination of Gertch and the room is something the universe can't handle. So I await. Look, I think I have a pretty good 10 toes down, but I can't wait until the end of the segment. I mean, the end is my favorite part because we've already heard 0-9 Indiana, winless Bears. Bears have not lost since. Blackhawks to make the playoffs. Oregon by 40 against Indiana. It's really, if Gertch is doing this the right way, it's a masterpiece. I don't know.
Right. There's no way.
I don't know what the intent is. I imagine it's not to be this funny, but it is naturally very, very funny. Okay, so I have two. Number one, UCLA is going to lose at home to Maryland. I feel really good about this one. You take a team that fired its coach, and you have the interim, Tim Skipper, who's done a really good job. They had an upset, then a second upset as an underdog. Now you're supposed to win. Now you take on a Maryland team. There's some bad blood from the meeting last year, but really it's about the number. Dog, now you're a home favorite in a building with no home field. How many people are going to the Rose Bowl? 20,000? Maybe. 22,000. I think the wrong team is favored here. I don't have 6 points for home field either. So I've got Maryland 3 points better on a neutral, and the line is UCLA minus 3.5. We are putting way too much stock into their last two games and not into what they really are. It's been a nice run. You give them credit for stacking dubs. But now you got to play a better team with a really good young quarterback, and I think Maryland's going to pull the upset. They're a 3.5-point dog. Take the points if you want, but Maryland's going to win against UCLA. The second toe down, I guess. I have a couple extra toes after the last few weeks or so. Kansas City Chiefs are not making the Super Bowl. I'm tired of it. Everybody wants to say, oh, no, they're going to make the Super Bowl. Oh, the season's over. It's October 15th, October 16th. Kansas City's going back to a Super Bowl. Where were you week 1, week 2, week 3? Where were you? Betting Ravens minus 2.5 at Kansas City? Yeah, that's where you were. Oh, now the Chiefs are good. Oh, now they're getting healthy, and now they're going to just breeze to another Super Bowl. Nope. 10 toes down, part 2. the Kansas City Chiefs are not making the Super Bowl.
I am all in.
Yeah, on your 5th team.
If it's not the Bills, who is it?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I wanted you to say Broncos so Paul could have an aneurysm.
No, it's not the Broncos, and it's probably going to be the Chiefs. I'm just doing a bit here.
I know. No,
10
it's
toes
not.
down. The Broncos stink.
That's yours?
No, but impromptu.
Okay. All right. We'll get to you.
What if the Chargers get healthy? What if the Ravens get healthy? I don't know, man.
Schwartz going to come back and play tackle?
I'm anti-Chiefs. No,
for the Chargers?
Now the Chiefs are going to win another Super Bowl.
You went from being the guy that bets the Chiefs every single year to being anti-Chiefs. Anybody but the Chiefs, right? Yeah.
Yep, that's where I'm at in life. But I promise you, from this day toward the future, you will never hear me pick the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. It will not happen.
No, look, I mean, I bet it at 10-1. Paul bet it at 10-1. I don't know about you, Paul, but every time I hear somebody waxing poetic about how great they are and they're just even better and they're definitely going to the Super Bowl, it makes me a little uncomfortable to the point where I'm like, man, I'm holding a loser.
Yeah, I'm just holding on to the fact that we timed it perfectly.
We did. You definitely did.
CLV has never ended up in the trash can. Shout out, Dave.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, couple good 10 toes down from Sammy P. Here's where I'm going. David Dexter's dead. Okay? Dead. Oh, you're going to play a real team. Here we are. National champions, right? This is the year. Everybody's back. Both running back. Doesn't matter. It's over. Oh, Joe, we know. We know they fired the head coach. No. You still have to play a season. Okay? At Iowa, at Ohio State, against Indiana. Minimum 6-game losing streak for the great Nittany Lions. They might be 3-6. In fact, I think they're going to be 3-6 heading into the last 3 games of the year. Michigan State, Nebraska, and Rutgers. They're also going to lose at least one of those. It is going to be a below 500 season. And I'm giving you Nevada, FIU, Nova. I'll give you those wins. You're still going under 500. My 10 toes down, Penn State will lose at least 6 games in a row, and they will finish the season below 500. Pathetic. People might not even want to go. You're going to have to put out a lot of money. So that's my 10 toes down. All right. Paul Aspen, what you got?
Wow. David Dykstra, RIP.
He's done. He's trying to talk himself into it, Paul. Like, oh, no, I'm happy now. I'm happy. You ain't happy. There's no happiness there. There's a lot of misery.
Number 2 in the AP poll coming into the season.
Right. Championship. Here we go. Now or never. It's never.
I got to back Sam up on Maryland because as they took the lead, as they're blowing out Michigan. Sorry, as UCLA was blowing out Michigan State on Inside the Betting Lines on Saturday, I said to PJ, I was like, I think I have to bet Maryland also next week before even just looking at the next matchup. So back up the money line, and then let's say Maryland minus 6.5 at plus 240 against UCLA. So that's 10 toes down. Number 1, I like Malik Washington. Maryland's got a very good defense. They've lost 2 one-score games to Washington and Nebraska. I think this level of competition comes down a little bit with UCLA, who could not be riding higher. More high? Whatever. Okay, now we go to the NFL. I've got multiple toes down, but that was, I guess, just a backing up Sam a little bit. All right. Number 1 in the Athletics power rankings. Number 1 in Sam's power rankings. 4-1 in one-score games. Bottom 10 rush offense. They have the number 1 rush defense in EPA per play, but they allow the 3rd most receptions and receiving yards to running backs. Hello, Jahmyr Gibbs. 10 toes down. Lions alts. Lions minus 9.5 against the Bucs. They win by double digits. And just
I would be very happy to concede my power rankings for your victory. Let me just be very clear with that. You can have it. Go for it.
I'm still blown away that Sam put him number 1. I thought he was going to keep him outside the top 5.
They're 5-1.
Because I brought up the Athletic before. Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. I totally get it. But it comes crashing down this week. And then, as I said the other day, I guess I got a whole foot down today. We've seen this so many times. We laid it out before the Washington game. Bears win the Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams revenge game, and they lose to the Saints. Hopefully, all of you take the Bears and Survivor, not you guys, but the Royal, all you guys, everyone else. And it's a double pick week in Joe's pool, so it seems like a great second option in Joe's pool for the Bears. Saints money line plus 195. The Bears are bottom 5 in success rate on defense, particularly bad against the pass. I don't know. Maybe we get a Alvin Kamara throwback game. Saints money line plus 195. 10 toes down.
Paul is just firing today, just emptying the clip.
Yeah. Parlay Paul after the Philly disaster last week. We forgot some things to play with, some toes to play with.
So the Lions are going to. The Lions are going to knife the Sammy P's in back-to-back weeks. That's what you're saying.
Oof.
Chiefs last week.
Yeah.
Bucs this week. All right. Not that Sam bet it. I'm not saying that.
No.
We're just talking about power rankings. All right, Jake Hassan, what is your 10 toes down?
I will start going complete opposite of Paul. I think that the Bears win this week and then get smoked by the Ravens with or without Lamar in Baltimore. All the Bears fans will be so hyped, 4-game win streak, and they'll be saying, oh, give us Lamar. Give us the Ravens. We want Lamar to play in this game. And then they just get dump trucked, and then everything comes crashing down, and everybody loses their minds. I've seen this story. I know how this goes. Twitter, it's going to be ridiculous. All the Bears fans are going to be in Joe's mentions again. So Bears do beat the Saints this week and then just get their asses handed to them by Lamar and the Ravens in 2 weeks instead. And then one baseball one. I know you're not supposed to bet gut feelings. I just think we're getting vintage Scherzer tonight. I have no idea what it is. I just, for some reason, in Seattle, massive pitcher's park, he has good history against this lineup. I know everybody is going to be saying, oh, well, he's washed. We haven't seen him in 4 weeks. He's been on the shelf. He's always injured. I think he's a crazy person. I think he just goes out there and just absolutely shoves. I think the Jays win. And furthermore, this one's a little bit of a half toe, I guess. But if the Jays win tonight, too, I think they just win the series and the Mariners mariner this thing.
All right. Good stuff there, Jake Hassan. I was looking at that look ahead because I also expect Lamar to play after the bye. I figured that's what they were saving him for. It's 6.5. You might want to bet that. If you bet look aheads, it's going to be way higher than a touchdown when they announce Lamar's in. All right, the moment everybody has been waiting for. Brian Gertch. What is your 10 touchdown?
Wearing a Bulls shirt. Oh no. I'm not even ready for this.
Kobe White.
So I'm afraid that, unfortunately, this segment has just turned into me fading my favorite teams. And in honor of the NBA starting next week on October 22nd, we are going to be fading the Chicago Bulls. You can get the Bulls under their win total of 32.5 wins at plus 105. Let's go ahead and fade them on opening night, too, against the Pistons. You can get Pistons money line minus 145 and Pistons minus 2.5 at minus 110.
I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed.
He brought the gear out. He was all ready. No, you should not be disappointed. This means that the Bulls are making the playoffs, right?
I was expecting like I was expecting alt unders, like under 15.5 wins. Like, that's what I was waiting for.
I couldn't find them. I would have thrown that out if I could have. And you could, I would alt under everything Chicago Bulls related.
Bulls win the division. So he's positive Blackhawks. He's negative Indiana. He's negative Bears. He's negative Bulls.
What is Bulls to win the division? I didn't see that.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I might bet it. I don't care what it is, to be honest with you at this point.
Yeah, with all the injuries, we'll see. We're going to have to figure out some positive Bulls bets for sure. Gertch is providing a big opportunity for us to cash some big tickets, and we are letting it fall by the wayside. Come on, we've got to do something.
He did say opening night, too, so we have a really nice bet opening night.
Yep, we got to take the Bulls. Yep, no doubt about it. All right, Gertch. Thank you very much. 10 Toes Down, always fun. We're going to get a book report. Find out where the sharp money is going. NFL, college football. What about baseball for tonight? What are they betting? John Murray will tell us from the Westgate. Joe O. Sammy P., you've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, BetMGMNetwork.com. Also watch us on YouTube and Twitch. We now get a book report. We go out to Vegas, bring in our buddy John Murray at Vegas Murray over on X from the Westgate Superbook. John, a lot to get to. We got Thursday Night Football with week number 7 in the NFL here. We'll get to some college. But we were just chatting off air. Major League Baseball, you guys were happy with that result? So people were thinking that we're just going to sweep our way, or is that futures related?
Oh, no, big time happy. We'd love to see the Blue Jays. We'd love to see the Blue Jays win the American League. We'd love to see them win the World Series. We're in good shape, though, Joe. We got rid of Sam's Cubs. That was the team that had us nervous, was the Cubbies. Once we got Sam's boys out of the mix, like we can't really get hurt on anybody, but best case scenario is the Blue Jays. So we'd love to see them come back, beat Seattle, win the World Series. A Dodger team looks pretty good, though, Sam. That's a decent little rotation they got right now. They look pretty competitive, man.
Yeah, you do not want the Dodgers to win the World Series, right?
We don't do that bad. We do lose. We lose like a peanut. I've heard some reports from other books that are in trouble if the Dodgers win it, that they would really take a bath. We did very poorly last year when the Dodgers won the World Series, so I can relate to that. But our team's done a good job of that. They've stayed ahead of it. They never really got us too sideways on the Dodgers. I'm happy with our position there, although it is a small loss.
So on a game-to-game basis, is it mostly Dodger money no matter what?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's a good point. I mean, that's what would really hurt us if the Dodgers do win the World Series, guys. I'm sure that would mean losing money on NLCS games and on World Series games. I mean, I know last year, one of the reasons we did poorly on the World Series is we had guys betting Dodgers run line, Dodgers team total over, and just parlaying the Dodgers with everything. We didn't do well in the World Series last year because the Dodgers won it all. But they look like a runaway freight train to me, fellas. I don't know how Milwaukee's going to be able to get back in this series. It just their pitching is just too deep. Their pitching's too deep.
Well, at least on top. I mean, the rotation wants to go 0-5 White Sox. Forget it. You're not gonna touch them in this series. As for NFL, I know we're going to ask about the Thursday night game eventually, but what's the first thing that jumps off the page of things that you've seen heading into the weekend?
There's a lot of money on Cleveland. You know, if you just work all week, you make some money, and you say, I want to take some of my extra money. I want to bet on the Cleveland Browns, Sam. I want to bet on Dylan Gabriel against the Miami Dolphins. That's where I want to put my well-earned money. Cleveland's a big supported team this week against Miami. I don't really see this being a great card of games. I do think the Monday night games are pretty busy for us. The Detroit, Tampa Bay especially, although there's a lot of injuries in that game, especially on the Tampa Bay offense. But I don't see this being it's not a great Sunday night game. The afternoon games are kind of ho-hum. So I don't know if this will be as busy as it was for us as last week.
Yeah, it feels like that's been a trend. And I think part of it is you throw two teams on Sunday morning and you get a subpar effort out of both of those teams. And then you have two Monday night games and you have a couple of buys like, wait, what are we going to do? Well, I'll just throw anything on in the middle of the day because they're going to watch and they're going to bet on it anyways. Seems like that's where we're at.
That's exactly what it is. Well, you're right. When you have a Thursday game, you have two Monday games, you have a Sunday night game, and then one of the networks, I'm sure, has a game in the afternoon that they asked for to be blocked off. I guess it's probably Commanders Cowboys in the afternoon, right? The 10 a.m., the 1 Eastern window ends up being pretty weak. And I think we do have one pretty good game in the morning with Minnesota and Philadelphia, but it's not a great card in the morning. You're right.
I just noticed, is that my girl Ellie or my guy Mario playing fetch right there?
Well, Ellie stole Mario's ball, and now she's giving it to me to throw for the both of them. So sorry about that, everybody. There's a lot of tension here at the Murray house. There's a lot of arguing and fighting.
I don't know if you saw the video of Herb Street playing fetch with the golden retriever in the hotel hallway. Have you seen this video yet?
Yeah, beautiful dog, by the way. Beautiful dog. Hey, stop. Beautiful dog, yeah. I saw it.
See, Sam didn't like the video as much. Sam didn't like.
What are you talking about? Sam, what do you mean? What's wrong with that? What's not to like?
I don't know what. There's a lot going on right now. I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I got my hands full here. I apologize, guys. Well, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
He throws the ball the first time, like that's going to be the last time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
we had them. I had them. I'm sorry. I had them contained all morning. I'm sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. What else are they betting besides Cleveland? What you mentioned they're betting. Is that respected money or just they're coming in on Cleveland?
No, that's respected money. I mean, we did see some sharp money this morning on the over in the Bears game. Bears Saints over. And then we saw sharp money. We've actually had a lot of money on the game tonight. I think the game tonight's not the most appealing game. Can I say that, Sam? But we did see some sharp money over 44.5, and we did see them take the Bengals and the points in that game. Question marks on the Bengals offense. I don't think the Steelers are as good as their record. I don't think the Steelers are a 4-1 team, but the Steelers might be able to waltz all their way to an AFC North title right now, guys. You know, we got them actually as a big favorite now in the AFC North. But they do need to take care of business in games like tonight. We will need the Bengals pretty big tonight, though. I do think I look at that short road favorite, and I know that so many parlays to the weekend are going to start tonight with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you'd love to knock it out for sure. And also, think about this. I mean, I'm not saying that this is something that I'm going to bet, but if the Steelers were to lose today, and then the Ravens bring Lamar back after their bye to take on your guy, Caleb Williams, next week, Baltimore could make up a lot of ground in a very short window. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they could, and I think you're right. The main thing, though, is they get to play the Steelers 2 times. So the reason why Baltimore can still catch these guys is I think Baltimore's already played most of their tougher games, and they get to play Pittsburgh head-to-head 2 times. So don't count Baltimore out just yet, although they have – it's not just Lamar Jackson. You know, Sam, you and I talked about this last night. Their defense is decimated. I think I'm seeing people questioning, is John Harbaugh going to get fired, which is something that, you know, a year or two ago that would have been a laughable narrative. But I think it needs to be discussed right now. The trains are off the tracks in Baltimore, a team that you go back to week 1, and our team at the Westgate thought this team is the best team in the NFL by a mile. And now look at them. They're in a lot of trouble.
So on yesterday's show, we decided to power rank the top 5 teams in the NFL. And it was a lot more challenging, I think, than we were expecting it to be. And we probably should have expected it because, John, I know you'd probably agree. Nobody's really good in this league. Like, nobody's great, right? Like, trying to figure out.
Nobody's head and shoulders above the
very
others.
Top. Right. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
It's very challenging.
who'd you guys decide is number 1? Who's your number 1, Joe?
I put the Chiefs at 1.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair just because of people are going to complain no matter what you do. People complain about beautiful golden retrievers running through hallways, Sam. I mean, people complain about everything. So I think Kansas City's fair. I still believe that Detroit is as good as anybody else when they're healthy.
Yep.
They had some key guys missing. How many penalties did Kansas City get called for on Sunday night, Sam? I didn't catch that number.
0.
Oh, interesting. So I wouldn't count out the Lions just yet, guys. I wouldn't count them out. I think, and then Philadelphia, they still have a roster that is as good as anybody in the league. They've got some problems right now, but it's a very long season. You know, we don't want to get too caught up on who's the best team in the middle of October. That's not really what counts. It's going to be who's the best team in January and February.
Do you believe more in the Bucks at 5-1 or the Colts at 5-1?
I'd say the Bucks. I'm such a fan of Baker Mayfield's. I think Baker Mayfield is so underappreciated. I think that pendulum is starting to swing a little bit. I think people are starting to realize how good he is. But once Tampa Bay gets their wide receivers back healthy, I do think that they're a better team than Indianapolis. I would say them. They also have some playoff experience, you know, guys. They've been in the postseason the last couple of years. They haven't had a ton of success, but they have been there. I think they know a little bit more of what it takes.
With John Murray, Westgate Superbook, this is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich on BetSweats. John, let's transition over to the NFL. What is the game that is, rather college, what is the game that is getting the most amount of action so far?
There's a lot of people betting Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech's against Duke. I mean, I don't think that's probably what you expected me to say, but that's a game we're seeing a lot of money on. I think the premier game this week has to be the game Saturday night in South Bend. And a lot of people seem to think that line is too high. USC is bad. I think I've seen them as high as plus 10 in this game. But this is a big step up in class for USC. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see if they can stop Notre Dame from scoring. I have my doubts about that, guys. I think Notre Dame might be a little better than people realize. That's going to be a very well bet game for us on Saturday. It's also weird, as a big college football fan, I know all of us are. Isn't it weird to see that game being played in the middle of October? I mean, isn't that game usually played around Thanksgiving? I think it's a strange spot there, and I think it's a game that if Notre Dame wins it, they will likely end up back in the college football playoff.
Well, the other thing, too, about the Irish, with the 2 losses already in their pocket, they need to impress the committee. So there will be no bones about blowing a team out. If you're up 21-3 or 21-7, there's no way that Marcus Freeman is going to call the dogs off. There would be nothing more impressive than winning a game like this by 24 points.
Oh, that's a great point. And it really could be their last, I don't have their schedule in front of me, but possibly their last real marquee matchup. I know they have a trip to Pitt later in the season, but I don't know that they have another real primetime premium game. If they can run up the score, that's best case scenario for them. And I do think they'll make it to the playoff because I think the SEC and the Big Ten teams are going to be knocking each other off for the next 6 or 7 weeks. So Notre Dame, of course, Sam's right. They'll try to win this game by as much as they can. I agree with that.
A lot of pretty good matchups in the SEC. You're always going to get that once you jump into conference play in that conference. What jumps out as far as the book?
They're definitely betting on Missouri. And Missouri's a team. It's funny that game last week, the way we were set up was, okay, as long as Alabama doesn't win by exactly 3, we should do pretty well in this game. And then, of course, Alabama beat Missouri by exactly 3. That was a tough one. But Missouri is getting a lot of support again this week. And Ole Miss. Ole Miss, a team. I think that the betting public probably looks at that and they think that line looks a little bit too high. I'm not so sure if it is. But we'll find out. I think Ole Miss is a popular underdog play on Saturday.
Did you catch that, Joe? That's USC and Ole Miss. USC and Ole Miss. Interesting. And the coffee set.
And Georgia Tech.
See what he's doing?
And
Georgia
the
Tech,
point
man. There's a lot of money on Georgia Tech.
Yeah. Popular
the
dogs.
Is climbing. Yeah. No, that's true.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's true. Although we saw that a few weeks ago, guys. One of the most popular dogs we've had all season at the Superbook was Oregon against James Franklin and Penn State. That was a very popular dog at our shop, and they got there. So it doesn't mean it's going to lose. Don't think that.
So what are they doing?
I just don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you power rate Penn State at this point? I don't know how. How you guys do it.
That's going to be like we're looking at the big premier games the next few weekends, and I think it's 2 weeks from this Saturday. The big game was supposed to be Penn State at Ohio State. It's not anymore, but yeah, that's going to be a huge point spread. I'll let the brain trust that I work with, like Ed Sammons and Jeff Sherman, do that, Sam. I have no idea. That Penn State is an absolute mess. I think Penn State did retain both of their coordinators, though, did they not? So I think there is some stability there. They just don't have James Franklin. And then, of course, Drew Aller is out for the season, although I was never a big fan of his.
Joe, after Iowa, you go at Ohio State, and then you round that trip out. You come home and you play Indiana.
Indiana. 6 straight losses right there.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Oh, it's very possible. It's very possible. You know, Indiana is on the field is as good as anybody in the country. You know, they might not get the credit of an Ohio State, but look who they beat. I mean, they're playing great.
Are you rooting against someone for Heisman?
Let's see. Heisman. Well, we didn't want. I think we're pretty safe on Arch Manning, guys. I'm not too worried about that anymore. I know that, like, all kidding aside, the guy at the beginning of the year that we were worried about was Mateer from Oklahoma. He was a very popular play in the summer. I want to say he was as high as 40-1 in the summer, and then he gets hurt. I think he's, unfortunately for him, probably played himself out of the race with that game on Saturday and his injury. I think we're okay. Unless Arch comes off the pole, Sam, and gets himself back into the race. That would be unfortunate for the team at the Superbook. I'm not too worried about that though. Although hey, look, Texas is still out there. They could beat Georgia and they could get into the college football playoff, but they're not going to give the Heisman Trophy to Arch Manning.
Yep, no doubt about it. From the Superbook, John Murray at Vegas Murray on X. That's where he likes to interact with a lot of people. Thank you, John. Appreciate it, as always. Lightning Bets on the other side.
Thank you, guys.
Got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, you better believe we're going to go to the room. Thursday Night Football, a couple of LCS games today. So lots of cover during Lightning Bets here. But Jake Hassan had some breaking news. Jake, what do you have to share with the class?
Don't worry, everybody. We have Steven's A-list for this week. Top NFL teams after week 6. Number 5.
Yeah.
Coming in at number 5, the New England Patriots. At number 4, the Pittsburgh Steelers. At number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. At number 2, the Indianapolis Colts. And at number 1, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bell.
It's worse than my list.
No. Oh, yeah, it is. It is, actually. There you are. Athletic, Sammy P, Stephen A. That's
so, again,
Tom Brady.
I shaped my list off of power rankings, not power ratings. Those are different. And I did not want to put a 5-1 team behind a 3-3 team. I just didn't. Now, if we were going to do power ratings, who are your, from an odds maker standpoint, I wouldn't have the Bucs in the top 5, but it is what it is.
Damn.
What?
That's a seal.
Do you think it was a little bit closer to a seal? Yeah. Wonder if Stephen A's dog is in studio. That would really piss Gerch off. If he had his own office. People used to do that, I heard. At the BetMGM Network studios. People would bring their dogs.
Who used to bring a dog in?
Are you joking? You don't know this?
I've never heard. I have no idea what we're talking about.
Trista would bring her dog to the studio. Yes.
Why?
And Gerch, who never went to that studio, very bothered by this.
I wouldn't bring my dog to work.
She would bring her dog. And I saw your guy GRP posted a video with Trista in it because she was interviewing Drew Dinsick about the NFL. So, he's on the warpath right now. So any kind of content he's going to get from Jay Croucher or Drew, he's going to put out there and try to pick apart.
I saw he made another announcement or two today. I didn't catch it yet.
I saw he was going to make the announcement. I didn't actually see the announcement. I'm sure it will fall flat, per usual. All right, let's go to the room.
Where's the room?
Paul Aspen here. Paul, where are we starting? Football or Major League Baseball?
Let's do baseball. Run through baseball, and then we'll get to football. All right. First game, a 6 Eastern, 5-ish Central, 5:08 Central start for Brewers and Dodgers. First game in Los Angeles in this series. So we're going Trios under a single at -140. Guess he's getting a hit. Most props at BetMGM. This is Glasnow under 6.5 strikeouts at -175.
Oh,
Yelich. Yeah. Yelich under a single at -150. They're fading Glasnow again under 15.5 pitcher outs at -115. And the number one most bet prop for a guy that can't see the baseball, much let hit the baseball. I guess he did have a C9 single RBI the other night. Ohtani, home run, +250.
Wow. They're fading Ohtani? Oh, no, he's hitting a home run.
No, they're hit.
There's no way they're going to.
I'm saying they're still like buying that at +250. Dude can't hit his way out of a shoebox.
Why? Yeah, it was a celebration when he got a single the other day. You're right. I don't get that. Okay.
He's due. All right, Blue Jays, Mariners. They are all over home run props in this game. Vlad home run, number 5 most bet prop at +400. Number 4 most bet prop, Springer home run at +400. Number 3, Suarez home run at +425. Today they're betting Naylor to hit a home run at +500. And to go with the over theme, I guess, is what they're counting on. Luis Castillo, under 15.5 pitcher outs at minus 185, the most bet prop at BetMGM for Blue Jays Mariners tonight.
Okay, so between the two baseball games, what are the highest juice props that are very popular today? Because I heard a lot of minus prices.
Castillo under 15.5 pitcher outs at minus 185 is the juiciest, I guess we would say. Glasnow under 6.5 strikeouts at minus 175 is right up there as well. Yelich under a single at minus 150.
Glasnow under strikeouts. Castillo under on outs.
Yep.
I hope they both lose. That'd be good. All right. What do you have NFL-wise?
All right. So, NFL, where is the room for Browns for Steelers, Bengals? A lot of receiving yards they're eyeing. So, number 5 most bet prop at BetMGM for Steelers, Bengals tonight, Chase, over 74.5 receiving yards. Looked, I believe that's minus 115. DK Metcalf over 64.5 receiving yards, about the same price. Noah Fant over 27.5 receiving yards, the third most bet prop at BetMGM. Here you go, Sam. Number 2 most bet prop, Chase Brown under 13.5 rushing attempts. That's what you want to hear.
Okay. That's good. I like the over on yards, but this is a good sign.
And number 1 most bet prop for tonight between the Steelers and the Bengals, Darnell Washington over 22.5 receiving yards.
Oh, wait, what? Who? To do what?
Yeah, he's a minus 130, by the way. He's like, what, their backup tight end, number 2 tight end?
Darnell Washington. Did you say under or over?
Over 22.5 at minus 130.
Oh, my God. I got to bet the under on Darnell Washington. Are you kidding me?
Let me check something. I believe I may have seen something earlier that would point to this. Oh, no. I was looking at most receiving yards against by tight ends. I mean, they're both bottom 10, but it's not like they're the worst or something.
Not bad. Yeah, nothing crazy. Yeah. Somebody had to say something, and now it's out there. He had 5 for 62 in their last game the other day against Cleveland. So I guess that's why. I don't know. First 3 games, he had 0 yards. That's the larger sample. That's the one I would look at. Okay. Bet Darnell Washington. Wow. All right, Sam, lightning bets. What are you thinking? I want to think more after hearing some of those reports.
Right. I'm going to do the Chase Brown over on rush yards, 44.5. That is such an insanely disrespectful number. If he runs for 22 yards, then I'm done with him. But I think this is a good buy point, and I'll take the points. Give me 5.5 with the Bengals.
Okay. 5.5. We'll make that a show play because I like the Bengals too. I'm going to take the Bengals and the points. Chase Poppin, there scares me. He's always going to be up there. But it's just enough for me to say I'll do the Flacco attempts like I was thinking. 36.5 Flacco over on the attempts. And I'll tell you, just after hearing how popular some of those heavily juiced props are, I'm considering going oppo. Whether it's Darnell Washington to go under, Glasnow to go over on the strikeouts. I think we all could see that because they're laying $1.75 on the under. And Castillo on the outs, going opposite that. You said they went under, so the fade would be over, right? Minus 185.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting to take a look at. But yeah, I'm doing Bengals and I'm doing Flacco attempts. I'm thinking about Toronto, Seattle under after all of these home run props, after seeing 17 runs last night. But I would think that's going to climb throughout the day. So maybe I'll get there on that one as well. Paul Aspen, where are you going?
I'll just repeat one of the ones from 10 toes down. I like the Lions to take it to the Bucks on Monday night. So we're going alts there. Detroit -9.5. And Maryland, backing up Sam on Maryland, money line against UCLA.
All right. I know Jake Hassan will have some baseball plays. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet at BetMGM. Jake?
I can't shake the feeling that Scherzer's just going to be the Scherzer 5 years ago. I'm probably the idiot. Can't wait to get clowned for it tomorrow. But I'll take the Blue Jays on the money line. I think that there's a good chance they win after the rooms on all of these homers for Mariners guys too. I actually feel better about that. So I'll go Blue Jays on the money line. I think they continue to keep it rolling. And I already liked Glasnow, but those unders make me feel amazing now. So over 6.5 Ks, that's plus money for Glasnow, and I'll ladder it up to 10. 10 strikeouts for Tyler Glasnow is 12-1. Does anybody think that's right? Anybody? It's better than 12-1, actually. So I'll be on the Glasnow ladders, too. He has really good history against this Brewers lineup, more than a 30% K rate and a pretty good sample size. So I'll take Glasnow over the Ks and up the ladders up to 10.
So the streak stops at 6. We're going to get a home team winning tonight?
I think the Dodgers win.
Yeah.
I think they're going to sweep. Wild. Like, it's just the Brewers got nothing.
We do. How long's the other one going? 7?
6.
Okay.
5.
I think 7. 5? Seattle?
How long's the World Series going?
4, 3.
Yeah, you got Toronto Blue Jays. You need that. You need this one.
I need Toronto. You're right. I do.
Yeah. What was that, Paul?
Saying how long's the World Series going? Dodgers versus either.
5.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, 5.
That's it. We decided. 100%. All right. Join us for a Football Friday tomorrow. Be here 9 a.m. Eastern. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. Make sure you're subscribed to the podcast. If not, and tell a friend. Talk tomorrow right here.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you'd like to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. I logged into Instagram last night for all of 2 minutes, and then I logged out. But you can find me on IG at Femi_Abebefe. Hit up the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find the Wagertainment. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Thursday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on tonight's Thursday night football game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cincinnati Bengals. AFC North in primetime. Let's get after it. But as always, because we're going to get to a lot of stuff over the course of these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, I mean, we're doing you such a kind favor to put this content in on-demand fashion for you to consume directly to your ear. The least you can do is when you visit You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts is to subscribe, rate, and review. We have 4 guests who will be joining us across these 4 hours, starting at 5:20 Eastern Time. Professional sports bettor, part of the Hammer HQ, our buddy Joey Knish, baby. Knish is hitting us up to talk some college football and the National Football League. The Honolulu Blue, they suffered an L in primetime last Sunday night against the Chiefs. Will they bounce back next Monday night when they take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? We'll talk Michigan, Detroit, and any other bets that Knish has in the ledger. At 5:40 Eastern, NBA writer for The Athletic, host of the Count the Dings podcast, Zach Harper returns to us here on You Better You Bet as we talk all things association with opening night coming up on Tuesday. Very fired up for that in the NBA. And then at 6 o'clock Eastern, to begin the Power Hour, NBC's lead betting analyst, co-host of the Fantasy Football Happy Hour, Jay Croucher, joins us for his weekly Thursday spot. Going to get all of Jay's thoughts ahead of Week 7 in the NFL. And then to wrap up the quartet of guests that we have, at 6:20 Eastern, professional sports bettor, founder of the Hammer HQ, co-host of Forward Progress, Rob Pizzola, gives us his best bets for Week 7 in the NFL. So we have a lot of guests on this jam-packed Thursday, but we also want to hear from you guys as well. At home, watching, listening, in the office, wherever you are. Let us know, what's your favorite bet for tonight's Thursday night football game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and Cincinnati Bengals? It could be a side, a total, a prop, whatever you like for tonight's game. Let us know in the YouTube chat or into the Twitch chat, and we will go ahead and give you a shout out later on in the program. Absolutely fired up to see what the real ones have to think for tonight's Thursday night football game. And that's where we begin the show today, with this AFC North clash between the Pittsburgh Steelers and Cincinnati Bengals. Now, the betting market over at BetMGM has the Steelers as a 5.5-point favorite, total sitting at 45. The big movement with this game has been to the total. This was 43.5 earlier in the week. We have crossed through the key number of 44 to where we sit now here at 45 on game day. And that is the consensus number pretty much everywhere in the market. A couple places at 44.5, but 45 is the consensus number, and that's the number at BetMGM where we make it legendary. The big news with this game just came out, though, about an hour ago, maybe 90 minutes ago, with the Cincinnati Bengals. Their star edge rusher, Trey Hendrickson, is not expected to play in tonight's game. Hendrickson is dealing with a hip injury, did not practice at all this week. They were hoping that he could try to give it a go. Apparently now, as we're about 5 hours away from kickoff, he says, you know what? It's a no-go. Too short of a week. Hendrickson will not be out there, which when you think about the Bengals defense with Trey Hendrickson and how bad they are, well, now think about them without Trey Hendrickson, the leading sack getter last season in the NFL. So no Hendrickson tonight for the Bengals. No Mike Gesicki tonight for the Cincinnati Bengals, their tight end. He was placed on IR earlier this week. And for the Pittsburgh Steelers, their wide receiver, Calvin Austin, who's turned into their wide receiver 2 with George Pickens down in Dallas. They got DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin, 2 like very different receivers from a size standpoint. Here's DK Metcalf at like 6'4". Calvin Austin's like 5'10" or something like that. He is out with a shoulder injury, but Calvin Austin has been really good for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So just keep that in mind. I know I was looking and handicapping the first TD scorer market earlier this morning. Calvin Austin was listed. We've known for a couple of days now, Calvin Austin was not going to be playing in the game. So go out there and take advantage of some of these touchdown markets. If you see Calvin Austin listed, he will not be active for the Steelers tonight. And I know everyone's been making the jokes about it, but I do think it's like noteworthy to go out there and say this. But like the Icy Hot Bowl, because Aaron Rodgers was asked about he and Joe Flacco, quarterbacks north of 40, Flacco 40 years old, Rodgers 41 years old. It's kind of crazy that these guys are still going at it. The 4th time in league history that we have 2 quarterbacks over the age of 40 squaring off. The other 3 times were those NFC South clashes between Tom Brady and Drew Brees. But yeah, we got the old guys on a short week. Should be pretty fun. And actually, maybe that makes for like an interesting betting standpoint here. Like short week for older players. Maybe we're not going to get as many fireworks as the betting market suggests. But the big thing for me tonight and why I'm so interested in watching this game, even though on paper it might not be like the sexiest matchup that you could ever manufacture for a primetime game, is that tonight is all about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tonight is the Pittsburgh Steelers showcase game. It is their Steelers in the spotlight game. And usually, for a glamour franchise like the Pittsburgh Steelers, 6-time Super Bowl champions, they have a Super Bowl winning head coach in Mike Tomlin, very popular coach. The media loves him. I love Mike Tomlin. We all love Mike Tomlin. They have a future Hall of Famer at quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, also a Super Bowl winner. But with all of that as the creation of this team, they've certainly flown under the radar, it feels like. And there's a bunch of reasons as to why that might be the case. I think the biggest reason, honestly, is that they haven't played in primetime nor they've played in the 425 slot. Like, it's all been the 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon, and then they had one game bright and early in Dublin against the Minnesota Vikings. But, like, that's an international game. Some people aren't even up, especially on the West Coast. That game kicks off at 6:30 in the morning. I was up because I'm in them streets, an absolute junkie for the NFL. But, like, a lot of people are. I mean, my wife is a Vikings fan. She was sleeping in the game. She wasn't awake. So, like, we haven't yet seen the Steelers in kind of like a standalone primetime game where we're all watching this team, which is one of the reasons why I think a lot of people, and I think this is probably like my least favorite genre of sports talk, but like it's kind of true as it pertains to the Steelers. The whole nobody's talking about insert player X, team X, coach X, whatever. Like nobody really is talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers other than looking up and saying, whoa, the Steelers are 4-1 and they're the odds-on favorites to win the AFC North. Like this thing feels like it's happened so quickly for the Pittsburgh Steelers after what was a weird courtship of Aaron Rodgers, not knowing when he was going to show up for OTAs or mini camp or whatever, ended up showing up for training camp. But so far, through 5 games and through 6 weeks, so far so good for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'll say this because you guys know how I feel about this team. I talked about them yesterday on the show when I broke down the 14 teams that I feel will make the playoffs. The Steelers were not one of those teams because I think the Steelers are rather mediocre. But I will say this on the positive for Pittsburgh. Offensively, starting to find themselves a little bit. It's not the prettiest, but it's also not the worst. It's not what it was last year with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. It's not what it was with Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph. This offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, and the quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, it's trending in the right direction. And I love what I'm seeing out of DK Metcalf. Like, that might be one of those situations where both teams won the trade. Like, everyone was wondering, Seattle, they traded DK Metcalf to Pittsburgh. What's going to happen there? Well, they don't have to deal with his salary. We all know the Seahawks offense is going really well with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Sam Darnold. And for the Steelers, it's worked out really well for them. DK Metcalf's been a monster for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's been really, really good. Now, defensively, on paper, it looks like they should be awesome. And when you look at the roster, you see TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, Nick Herbig, Alex Highsmith, you got Jalen Ramsey on the back end, Joey Porter Jr., all these stars that we all know for defensive football, they have them. But when you look under the hood and you watch them play, it's like, okay, they're very opportunistic in terms of getting turnovers, but are they actually a good defense? I don't think they are. I think they're kind of a middle-of-the-road defense, just average, 16th in the league, and that's where they rank actually in success rate, 16th on defense. I think that's actually the truth of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But the beauty for the Steelers this year, at least, as it stands right now, as we're sitting here on October 16th on the precipice of tonight's game where they're a 5.5-point favorite against a division rival, this division has turned disastrous for Pittsburgh. The Ravens have imploded or near implosion with all the injuries and their 1-5 start. The Bengals lost Joe Burrow week 2, and the Browns are the Browns. In the summer, we thought this was going to be one of the more difficult divisions in the league, and now the sea has been parted for Pittsburgh to be the team that waltzes to a division title. Now, I don't think that's going to happen per se, because I believe that this team, once they start playing better opponents, which might not be tonight, but once they start playing better opponents, reality will quickly set in. And I still am holding on to hope that Baltimore will be able to turn that ship around and get going in the right direction. But I must admit, it's all out there on a platter for Pittsburgh, which makes tonight's game so critical for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we'll get into the betting trends of Mike Tomlin as a road favorite in the next segment. But this is a very, very pivotal game for the Steelers, a very important game if they want to fulfill these expectations as an odds-on favorite to win the division. Now, speaking of their division foes, the team they're facing tonight, the Cincinnati Bengals, I mean, they're just playing out the string, it feels like. like this team is not very good. Do they have a chance to salvage this season? No, they don't. And they made the trade for Joe Flacco to try to do something because Zach Taylor, the head coach, is definitely feeling it, a little bit on the hot seat. And of course, this team is hoping that maybe they can scratch and crawl their way to being in contention to where Joe Burrow shows up in December and maybe, hey, we could potentially make a run at this thing. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Joe Flacco makes them a hell of a lot more interesting than they were with Jake Browning because Flacco's more likely to push the ball down the field and try to make some plays, also going to make plays for the opposition as well. But let's call a spade a spade. Flacco was one of the worst quarterbacks in the league when he was in Cleveland. That offensive line is a lot better than the offensive line that he's playing behind right now. So for Cincinnati, while tonight might be frisky, hint, hint, as to what I might like in the game, I don't think that this team is going anywhere. And this just, to me, feels like we're headed towards Joe Burrow placed on season-ending IR in a few weeks or maybe in about 5 weeks. And then Zach Taylor playing out the string on his job and likely not returning in 2026. So that's where part of my attention will be tonight. The other part of my attention, as we're getting started here on You Better You Bet on a Thursday, will be with the ALCS and the Blue Jays and the Mariners. So last night, game 3, how about it? I'll tell you this. I was almost levitating when Julio Rodriguez hit that 2-run homer in the first inning. I was on fire. The city of Seattle was on fire. It just felt like that moment. And everyone's going nuts. 2 games away. Oh my goodness, they take this game 1 win away. And then it took a turn for the worst. Here's Toronto. Hit him with a 5 spot in the 3rd. George Springer homer in the 4th. Vlad Guerrero Jr. homer in the 5th. Another crooked number, 4 spot in the 6th. Blue Jays scored 12 runs across 4 innings. George Kirby didn't have it whatsoever. Shane Bieber settled in after giving up the 2-run bomb to Julio Rodriguez. And that's how you have a 13-4 Blue Jays victory. Now, when you turn it to tonight, because this is the real pivotal game, which is going to determine whether we have a series or not, the Mariners are a -120 favorite. The Blue Jays are even money, total at 7.5. Max Scherzer on the mound for Toronto. Can't wait to see what that looks like going up against Luis Castillo. I do believe the Mariners get back on track. I think because yesterday's game was such an outlier, it actually bodes well for the Mariners. And Nick was talking to me on the phone earlier today when we were planning out the show and says, oh, it sounds like you're taking a little bit of copium here. And I was like, you know what? There's some copium seasoning, but the meal is not copium. But there is some copium seasoning going on here. But I truly believe, if the Mariners lost a heartbreaker, that's when I would have been worried, oh my goodness, okay, maybe the confidence is shaken up a little bit. But because that was such a horrendous performance, I think it's an easy game to burn the tape, throw it in the trash, and as we say in baseball, momentum is only as good as next day's pitcher. Next day's pitcher, which is today's pitcher, Luis Castillo, I think gets it done in front of the home crowd. We're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, we tackle the top headlines in the world of sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, so we'll kind of, between Jake and I, we might ping pong between who's teeing these up. But for the NFC North, Jake, you will be in the mix as well. So basically, I'll go 3-2-1, throw a division out there, an NFL division out there. You guys will pick the winner, and that's how we'll start. So NFC North, we'll start. The Packers are the favorite at even money. All right, 3, 2, 1. Who's winning the North?
Bears.
Lions. You are not the Bears.
Bears.
What do you mean? Do better, best.
Lying.
12-1.
No,
You jump
Lions.
in.
It's Lions.
4-2 after they beat the Saints. 4-2.
3-3.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Lions.
So
Nobody said the Packers. Nobody.
No,
The
I
favorite.
don't believe in them. I don't like their
I don't
quarterback.
either.
Never have.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network. Femi and Bebefe hanging with you guys this Thursday afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on tonight's Thursday night football game between the Steelers and the Bengals. Bangers. I don't know who they are. The Steelers and the Bengals. First Steelers primetime game of the season. Usually we don't have to wait this long to get the Steelers in a standalone spot, which I think makes for an interesting game because we're all going to take it all in as a country and watch this game tonight. But that's coming up in 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, I'll break down the NFL awards markets, Coach of the Year, both Offensive and Rookie of the Year, as well as Comeback Player of the Year. And Offensive Rookie of the Year this week with the Emeka Ibuka hamstring injury, very, very interesting. Because it hasn't been interesting. It's just been Ibuka, and he scores touchdowns every game. But now that he's going to miss some time, as what the insiders are saying, at least Monday night, maybe longer, I think it makes for a fun betting opportunity for O'Roy. We'll break that down in the next segment. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing on this Thursday, man? Happy week 7 to you and yours.
Happy week 7 to you, Femi. A lesson learned today. Don't have a turkey sandwich on an everything bagel about 45 minutes before showtime.
Oh, no.
Check the teeth there. right before we did the headline segment, and there were seeds galore. So lesson learned, know everything bagels before the show.
Yeah, the everything bagel was a horrendous choice. But the turkey, too, like the tryptophan, get a little sleepy every now and then. Turkey's, it's a tricky one right before you're supposed to go on to a show, man. Like, that's a bold decision by you.
But you don't have to worry because New York delis will give you about 2 slices of turkey these days. There's not a lot of substance on there as they're all cutting costs. But yeah, it'll get the job done.
Hopefully Bill is able to stay awake for this headline segment here at 3:20 as we get to our top stories. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Part snoring, part swine. Bill, what's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, you said it, Femi. Happy week 7 to everybody. It's week 7 already. The NFL season is flying by, but we're kicking it off on Thursday Night Football. It'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers at the Cincinnati Bengals. Femi, the Steelers are a 5.5-point favorite. The total of this one right now set at 45. I got to ask you, how are you and the rest of the folks betting this one over at BetMGM?
Yeah, this is a fun betting market as far as I'm concerned with the 5.5-point spread. Like, I am dying for it to get to 6. I have not placed a bet yet. I'm going to end up on Cincinnati, but I don't feel the need to rush right now and take 5.5 because you don't really lose anything. Oh, the number went down to 5. Oh, I can't bet. No, you can still bet it. But if it ever gets to 6 being a key-ish number, that is massive. So I have not made a bet yet, but I will be betting the Cincinnati Bengals at some point prior to kickoff. So that's where I stand on the side. And the reason why I stand there is that time and time again, we have seen Mike Tomlin-led teams lay an absolute stinker in this very spot. This is the time where you need to be afraid of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mike Tomlin. When people start buying in, the Steelers are 4-1. They're the AFC North favorites. That's when you want to sell the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, we literally did this exercise last year with the Steelers. I mean, they got off to the nice start. They beat the Ravens at home, and everyone's like, oh, Pittsburgh. And then they lost 4 straight to end the season, and then lost in the playoff game to Baltimore, got blown out in that game. Like, when you start buying in, that's when you need to run the other way and say, all right, I need to sell all Steelers stock. And the reason why I think tonight is the night to sell is that since 2007, when Mike Tomlin took over as the head coach, as a road favorite, the Pittsburgh Steelers are 34, 43, and 3 against the spread. A 44% cover rate. That is not profitable for those of you doing the math at home. That is the 3rd worst ATS record in that time frame for any team. This is the Tomlin spot where for some reason he can't get his team to get up and win the game and outperform expectations. Now, maybe they squeak by. That could be a potential, but I don't think this is going to be Steelers by a touchdown, Steelers by 10. I could easily see it being like 23-20. 26-23, 24-21, something like that, where the Steelers, you look at the end of the game, you're just like, wow, Steelers, they really touched the stove on that one, but they got by nonetheless. Like, I think that's how this is going to play out. I'm not necessarily banging the table for Bengals money line like I was for Bears money line to pat myself on the back from this past Monday night, but I still think that Cincinnati is competitive in the game and they cover the 5.5. So give me the Bengals plus the points. As for what everyone else is betting, the BetMGM insights, courtesy our friend John Ewing. 58% of the bets, 57% of the handle is on the Steelers laying the 5.5. 68% of bets and 84% of the handle is on over 44. That's now since moved up to 45. 55% of the bets on the Bengals money line at plus 200, but 74% of the handle is on Steelers money line minus 250. Obviously, have to lay 250 to win 100 with the big favorite. For the popular player props, 5th most popular is Jamar Chase over 74.5 receiving yards. 4th most popular, DK Metcalf over 64.5 receiving yards. 3rd most popular, Noah Fant over 27.5 receiving yards. I mean, a lot of passing in this game, huh? 2nd most popular, Chase Brown, the Bengals running back, under 13.5 rushing attempts. And the most popular player prop over at BetMGM, where we look to make it legendary, Darnell Washington over 22.5 receiving yards. Very interesting there as folks are backing the Steelers tight end. As for the most popular anytime TD score, it is DK Metcalf at plus 145, but Darnell Washington's the 2nd most popular. Everyone's in on Darnell Washington tonight. Femi's Island, we're not in on Darnell Washington, which we'll reveal later on at 6:40 Eastern time. Bill, hit me with the next story.
That was going to be my next question, Femi. So let's wait for Island till 6:40, and let's move over to the Diamond, because you talked about the ALCS, but we've got game 3 of the NLCS. That's going to be starting at 6 o'clock Eastern at Dodger Stadium. It's the Milwaukee Brewers going with Aaron Ashby in what looks like it's going to be a bullpen game against the LA Dodgers, who will be throwing Tyler Glasnow. Now over at BetMGM, LA is minus 175 on the money line, Brewers plus 145, and Femi, the total runs in this one is set at 8.
Yeah, Bill and I, we were talking about this earlier this morning when we were getting ready for the show. Like, these bullpen games are absurd. Like, this is the playoffs, man. But like, this is new wave 2025 baseball. I guess it's what we got to do. Kudos to the Dodgers for throwing starters out there each and every night in the postseason. Like, this is what it's supposed to look like. And the Dodgers starters have been the story. Blake Snell in game 1, Yoshinobu Yamamoto in game 2. Those dudes were dominant. Yamamoto with the complete game, Snell with the 8 innings and the 10 strikeouts. They have not been able to get to this bullpen. But I will say, if you think the Brewers can get to the bullpen, I wouldn't go with betting the Brewers. I just bet the over. That would be my bet. I think game 2 should have gone over the total. I bet over 7. That was a very tilting experience with the Dodgers leaving 10 men on base. Did not find that very enjoyable. But I do think it was the right bet. So if you believe that maybe Tyler Glasnow is not going to give you what Snell and Yamamoto gave you, I think this screams over with the Brewers and the Dodgers. Now, the Dodgers, to bet them, I mean, they're such a big favorite, minus 175. I don't really want to dive into that. I think they're going to win, but so does the betting market. The way that I'm going to bet this game tonight, I'm betting on Shohei to get out of this slump. It's been bad for Shohei Ohtani in October. Ohtani is 5 for 34 so far in October, batting 147. He hit 2 home runs against the Cincinnati Reds in that game 1 of the NL Wildcard Series. Since then, he's got some 0 for 4, and 0 for 5, and 0 for 4, or 1 for 5, striking out a ton, leaving dudes on base. And there's been a lot of discussion, hey, is Ohtani having to focus on pitching? Is that taken away from the hitting? Ohtani will be on the mound for the Dodgers tomorrow night. I don't care. Let's sell this nonsense. I think Ohtani is just fine. Sometimes he goes through these slumps if you track how Ohtani fails. Like he has these moments where he's just going to strike out a ton, but you live with that because what you're going to get tonight is a man who will meet the moment, read the room, and leave the yard. I like Ohtani to hit a home run, plus 250 over at BetMGM. Not the biggest price, but I like betting on the best player in the sport. I think he hits a homer, goes yard, and we are cashing a ticket later on this evening. Bill, hit me with the next story.
I mean, we've got some important notes in the National Football League. So let us start with the Arizona Cardinals because Kyler Murray at practice today was throwing to the practice squad wide receivers, while Jacoby Brissett was the one getting in the work with the top receivers once again. Cardinals have a home game this Sunday against the Packers, and Femi, looks like Jacoby Brissett might be getting another start here against Green Bay.
Yeah, that's what all signs are pointing to. And what I find most interesting is that the betting market was just like, all right, whatever. like this did not move at all. I was expecting, hey, maybe we go from 6.5 to 7, and I guess maybe just because Kyler's still practicing, folks want to get some more information because it's just Thursday. Tomorrow will give us a more clear picture as to what the plan will be for the Cardinals behind center. But I didn't think that this was going to be 6.5 with Jacoby Brissett as the quarterback. Now, maybe that is an upgrade on how we think about Jacoby Brissett, and to which that I would say be careful. Or maybe it's a downgrade of the Green Bay Packers, who through 3 weeks have not looked very impressive. Like, they had the tie against the Cowboys. Of course, they had the loss against the Browns before that, and they just had an unimpressive victory over the Cincinnati Bengals this past Sunday. Could be a little bit of column A, column B, but I would actually lean towards betting Green Bay at these prices. I haven't made up my mind yet, and I haven't got to the window, but I don't think I would ever bet the Cardinals. Like the Jacoby Brissett game, like, hey, the fallen hero spot, all that stuff, that was last week. This gets a little bit more problematic now that teams have the tape, and Brissett, not the most mobile guy, going up against that Packers pass rush, and you're already hearing Matt LaFleur starting to get in the ears now of the officials being like, oh, Micah Parsons is being held, which I'll tell Packers fans, welcome to that club. Like, Cowboys fans have been screaming about that the last 4 years. Like, look how much they're holding Micah Parsons. Like, for some reason, he doesn't get calls. I don't know. Maybe he's bleep talking the referees or what's going on, but he doesn't ever get calls. But, like, LaFleur's already planting those seeds. I think this Packers pass rush comes alive against the Cardinals down in the desert. If I had to bet the game, it would be laying the 6.5 with Green Bay. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers seemingly have had every starting skill position player out with injury. Last week, they finished the game without Irving, Evans, Godwin, or Igbuka. Well, good news for Tampa this week as they prep for their road game against Detroit. Mike Evans is practicing this week, and Femi, it appears that he will be back and playing with Baker Mayfield and the Bucs this week.
Yeah, the Buccaneers injury report's like whack-a-mole. Like you get one, another one pops up. It's like, what's going on? Like, hey, Mike Evans is coming back. Well, see you later, Emeka Egbuka. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Like, for some reason, they just cannot get everyone on the field. Like, when they do get everyone on the field, that's a very scary offense because they got a quarterback that's absolutely locked in, and they have an offensive personnel that is amazing, and a play caller in Josh Grizzard that it looks like he might be a future head coach. So at some point, maybe next month or whenever, they're going to be a team to look out for, but you don't need me to tell you that. Everyone's screaming about how great the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are, which leads me to my bet in this game, the Detroit Lions. I think that this is a nice sell spot for Tampa. And I know I'm saying this as somebody who bet San Francisco last week. Maybe I was a little bit ahead of selling on the Buccaneers, but this just feels like one of those games where Detroit's coming off a high-profile loss in primetime to the Kansas City Chiefs. Tampa with a high-profile win in the national TV game in the late window last Sunday. Everyone's talking about Baker Mayfield MVP. Look at the Bucs. Todd Bowles is doing such a great job with all these injuries. Oh, why is the line 5.5? That seems like way too many points. Is it too many points? Maybe it's not enough points. I laid 4.5 earlier this week. I would lay anything under 6. At 5.5, it'd still be a bet for me. I think the Lions get back and get right, even though they have their own issues in the secondary in particular, where Kirby Joseph didn't practice today and Brian Branch, the suspension was upheld after he tried to appeal that yesterday. Like, it's going to be a little bit rocky in that secondary, but I think you get points, and I think you get the Lions getting it done at home, a nice bounce back spot. Give me Detroit. Lay the number because I think the Lions show everybody that, hey, they're still a premier team in the NFL, and they're going to do it against one of the best teams in Tampa Bay. Bill, hit me with the next story.
All right, Femi, we've talked about how inept the New York Jets offense looked this past weekend against the Denver Broncos. The Jets, of course, 9 sacks and 9 completions, negative 10 net passing yards in the game. The first team this century to accomplish having negative 10 or more, or would it be negative 10 or less? I'm not sure, but, negative 10 go in that wrong direction yardage. The first team this century to do it. This week, Justin Fields says he's been too conservative operating the offense, and he plans to be more aggressive. Now, Femi, as a Bears fan, this is something I've heard Fields say before, but things, at least in the past, never change.
What's so interesting about Fields' comments is that he was saying, I pride myself on taking care of the football and not turning it over and putting it in harm's way. I'm like, buddy, we all have 4K television. We see the games, man. I don't know if I don't think word association, Justin Fields, protect the football. That's no, that's not a thing for me, at least. From what I've seen, the fumbles are pretty egregious and he will throw it into coverage time and time again. But I think this spells to be a disaster for the Jets. Justin Fields, there's a reason why I'm sure the coaching staff is telling him, hey man, just emphasis on protecting the ball. Please protect the ball. Maybe it gives us a chance in these games. If he's going out there and, in his words, letting it rip, I'm not going to like this scenario for the Jets at all. I know you can pass on Carolina. Secondary is not that great. It's the run defense that's much better for the Panthers. I don't think Fields is going to find success in this game. If I had to bet this game, it would be laying the one with Carolina. It's surprising that the Jets were honestly opening up as the favorite with this one, but those quickly went away. I think as we're all seeing the same thing, there's no way that Fields and this offense can be favored against anyone in the NFL, including the likes of the Cleveland Browns. I mean, even that would have to be a pick 'em. But for me, it's Carolina or pass. I don't want to see Justin Fields letting it rip, and in fact, I'd rather see Tyrod Taylor behind center or the New York Jets. All right, on the other side, let's talk some NFL awards. I tell you the player you need to bet to win Offensive Rookie of the Year next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, so we'll kind of, between Jake and I, we might ping pong between who's teeing these up. But for the NFC North, Jake, you will be in the mix as well. So basically, I'll go 3.
I'm Horvat. Dealer, call it. Take me somewhere, anywhere, and give me another bet.
From the makers of the Jets winning this week, the makers of Jets +2, come the creators of Let's Go Browns, 3-point favorites now against the Dolphins. I bet this on the open. I'm betting this now because most places are going to 3.5. It's gross, but the Dolphins secondary is beat up. I actually think the Browns are going to be able to move the football with Dylan Gabriel here. And then Miami, I think this is the week, man. A lot of people are asking, why is McDaniel still there? I think this is the week where they no-show, he gets canned. Their secondary is beat up, but more importantly, it's that offensive line going against the Browns' defensive line. I think Tua is going to be under constant pressure. Last week at the podium, he's throwing the entire team and coaching staff under the bus like he's Josh Allen or something. Dolphins get killed. McDaniel's calling plays in San Francisco by next year. Browns by 7.
All right, quickly, I want to throw out mine real fast because this number is going to move. Jamar Chase over 71.5 receiving yards, already up a yard right now. This number is way too soft. Tunnel vision. He's going to see a ton of it.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Thursday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on tonight's Thursday night football game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cincinnati Bengals, which reminds me, I need to remind you watching and listening at home, drop into the YouTube chat or into the Twitch chat your favorite bet for tonight's Thursday night football game. Could be a side, a total, a prop, like whatever you like. Let us know your favorite bet, and you must include the rationale. Tell us the why, and we will give you a head nod later on during the show. But let's go ahead and get into our NFL awards conversation here, as we always do on Thursday, breaking down Coach of the Year, both Rookies of the Year, and Comeback Player of the Year. And Coach of the Year, to me, it remains the Shane Steichen show. You know, like that's just kind of where we're sitting at right now. Now, there's other guys who are interesting, which we'll bring up as well. But as long as the Colts keep winning games, Steichen is a deserved favorite at plus 240 over at BetMGM. As obviously somebody's going to ring my doorbell, and now here we go. But Shane Steichen is the plus 240 favorite. 5-1 is the record of the Indianapolis Colts, who were 8-9 last season. Now, this week, tough game for Indianapolis. They're 1.5 on the road against the Chargers as a small underdog. But the schedule after this game, pretty manageable. Next couple weeks, hosting the Titans, you're at the Steelers. He is the quintessential improvement coach, as his team is in line to go 11-6, potentially 12-5 with Daniel Jones as his quarterback. Like, I don't think anyone's beaten that case if this team goes 12-5 or 11-6. So for me, Shane Steichen, a very deserved favorite right now. Now, there's some other coaches that I think could make a run at it if the Colts were to trip up over the rest of this season. Mike Vrabel is starting to get some buzz, and rightfully so. If you remember, about 4 weeks ago, we talked about Mike Vrabel as a bet at 15-1. He's now down to 5-1 at BetMGM, with the Patriots sitting at 4-2. Vrabel returns to his old stomping grounds in Nashville this weekend to take on the Titans, where his team, the Patriots, are 7-point favorites. Now, his case, as I outlined last week, I think is kind of like, I think he kind of needs to win the AFC East to get this one done. If they go 11-6, 10-7, I think 11-6 is more likely than 10-7, by the way, when you look at their schedule. I think that'll just be like hey, great job, second place finish, third place finish, but I don't think he would beat someone like Shane Steichen unless the Colts really kind of like fall off the wagon here over the second half of the season. And also, Vrabel having won the award, it's tricky to win this award multiple times. Like, you really have to either switch teams, which he has done, or for some reason have like a really down season and then have like a really good season again, which we've seen. Like, we call that the Ron Rivera, who's won this award multiple times, just based on having like horrendous seasons in between really good seasons. But I think for me, how Vrabel beats Shane Steichen would be getting the 1 seed or winning the AFC East. And that potentially is on the table for New England, who's 10-1 to get the 1 seed. I think that you have to keep Vrabel in mind. And I think this week, you're going to see the Vrabel price shorten when they beat Tennessee, and the Steichen price get a little bit longer when they lose to the Chargers, or if they lose to the Chargers. And then maybe we have like a co-favorite situation. But for right now, I don't think there's a whole lot of value in betting plus 500, because when you keep the long game in mind, will he actually win the award? Steichen has a much lower bar, in my opinion, to clear than someone like Vrabel, who's competing with one of the Super Bowl contenders in the Buffalo Bills. Now, another coach who I think is really interesting here before we get to the rookies and the comeback, Ben Johnson of the Chicago Bears. He was the preseason favorite to win Coach of the Year. And like usually those guys don't win, because the reason why the guy is a preseason favorite is because we all expect his team to be much better than it was previously. And if you don't surprise us, we don't give you the award. Like, that's kind of how these things sort of go. It's sort of like counterintuitive a little bit. Like, you don't want to be the preseason favorite. But I will say this about Chicago and Ben Johnson. It's been 3 straight wins, and people are taking notice. And this Sunday, they're a 5-point favorite against New Orleans. And the next couple of weeks after that, they're at the Ravens, which is a tough game, as we're anticipating Lamar Jackson returning to the lineup, Roquan Smith returning to the lineup. But then you visit the Cincinnati Bengals. Pretty winnable game there. And they have a couple other games that should be manageable for Chicago. So we could be talking about a 6-3, maybe even 7-2 Chicago Bears team, to where if they win 7 straight games after an 0-2 start, I think a lot of people are going to be saying a Ben Johnson Coach of the Year. The problem with that is that the back half of the schedule is really, really tough, starting with Black Friday when they take on the Philadelphia Eagles. So like, this is a price at 13-1 that, how do I want to say this? I feel very, very strongly that it will improve in your favor over the next month. I'll say that if you bet the 13-1. The problem is, I don't know if you get to the finish line, because once they start playing those contending teams in December, when you really want to be making your case, if they're catching L's, that's how you fumble the bag at the end and ultimately lose the award. So yes, if you want something where the price is going to drop, yeah, I think Ben Johnson at 13-1 is a bet. But to me, I'm not going to be betting it, because I worry about how they're going to close, to where you might just be holding that CLV nice little coaster where it says, I bet 13-1, look at me. And now it's down to plus 200. And then they have to play the Packers twice in 3 weeks, the Eagles, and all these other contending teams. I don't see that ending well for Ben Johnson, the Chicago Bears. So that's why I don't think it's a bet, but I could see why people would be interested, as his price went from 18-1 down to 13-1 after the Bears beat the Commanders this past Monday night. Now, let's get to Offensive Rookie of the Year, which I think is really, really fascinating. after the injury to Emeka Egbuka. Obviously, we don't root for injuries. Injuries suck. We all love Emeka Egbuka and how he's been playing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But hey, we have to deal with the reality, and his injury creates a betting opportunity. At least I believe it creates one. Because your favorite right now at BetMGM is Giants quarterback Jackson Dart. Now, Jackson Dart is minus 105. He has played 3 games. The Giants are 2-1. And as I've been calling them, the Gen Z Giants, they're very exciting. People are into the story. They got a lot of juice. Like, everyone has been captivated by what they've been doing over these last 3 weeks, especially last Thursday when they knocked off the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. But once again, Jackson Dart has played 3 games. And in those 3 games, Jackson Dart has been putting his body on the line. That dude plays like a bat out of hell. Like, he goes absolutely insane. Throwing his body out there, diving for extra yards, not sliding when he should. It looks like he's a guy that might be injury prone. Just saying, like we all watch the games. Like, we have to handicap this stuff. He does not necessarily play a safe brand of football. Now, statistically, he's been pretty good. 508 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, has another 167 on the ground, another couple touchdowns on the ground, plays for the Giants in New York, big media market. Everyone's giving him a lot of potential, or a lot of attention, I should say. I just don't think it's sustainable. And the schedule is also very difficult, which wins and losses don't really matter for Rookie of the Year, but how you play in those games does. And this Sunday, they are going up against the best passing defense in the NFL in the Denver Broncos. I don't like that setup for Jackson Dart whatsoever. And if someone like Dart, who's only played 3 games, can be the favorite, I think it means we can open this thing up for a bunch of different people. Now, of course, Emeka Egbuka is a guy that he's going to come back, and I think he might just regain the throne here for O'Roy and favorite status as a guy who already has 5 touchdowns and 469 yards. But it's a hamstring injury, so let's see. This could be touch and go. Maybe it's 1 week, maybe it's 2 weeks, maybe it's 3 weeks for Emeka Egbuka, which leads me to another wide receiver that I'd like to bet to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. And I'm doing it, man. One of my philosophies with betting on awards is betting pedigree at big prices. And there's a very, very massive price at BetMGM on Jacksonville Jaguars wide receiver Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is 100-1 over at BetMGM. Now, you can look at his stats, and they're not impressive at all. 20 catches, 197 yards. However, I will say, interesting comments from head coach Liam Cohen about Travis Hunter's usage. Now, Cohen said that our job as an offensive staff is to make sure we're putting him in the progression. And I think the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to make a more concerted effort to feature Travis Hunter in their passing game. And if that happens, let's say this upcoming Sunday, standalone game, national TV over in London going up against the Rams. Let's say he goes 8 catches, 75 yards. That 100-1, I think, is going to go down to 30-1. Because I think this is going to be one where you're going to have to put a little bit of blind faith, a little bit of wish casting into it. But you got to do that when everyone's going to be paying attention to what this guy is doing. And if they actually live up to what they're saying and give him more opportunities, these prices are no longer going to be available. You're going to be talking about 30-1 in about a week or so. So I want to take a shot on Travis Hunter because statistically, I don't think he's that far off from some of the other guys. I mean, Matthew Golden has 14 catches for 212 yards. He's 40-1. Travis Hunter's 100-1. What that to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. This guy was literally the best player in college football last season. Ted McMillan, he has more yards, 380 yards, but he has 27 catches. Travis Hunter has 20 catches. Now, McMillan has 2 touchdowns, but he didn't get those until just recently. I don't see why Travis Hunter can't start to make up the ground on some of these other guys. Now, can he catch Egbuka? That's going to be difficult. But at 100-1, I'll pay to see it. I'll take the chance on the pedigree at the big price. So give me Travis Hunter at 100-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Now, the last 2 ones, Defensive Rookie of the Year and Comeback Player of the Year, unfortunately, they're rather boring. Defensive Rookie of the Year, I continue to look at that market and say, there must be a bet here at some point, but I don't know what it is. Giants edge rusher Abdul Carter is your favorite, plus 175. I mean, that's all purely on projection because the stats aren't actually there. 13 tackles, half a sack, 1 tackle for loss. I mean, he plays a lot, but I mean, does that scream Defensive Rookie of the Year? Not really, but who's going to run him down? My guess right now, if a vote was held today, I think Jahad Campbell would probably win the award at plus 290, but I don't really want to jam plus 290 when I would rather just kind of keep the bullets in the chamber and see what happens as we continue to progress throughout the season. So to me, D-Roy continues to be a no bet. And finally, comeback player of the year, we finally made it to where we're correct. Dak Prescott is the favorite to win comeback player of the year. That has needed to be the case over the last few weeks, and the betting market finally caught up to how well Dak is playing. He's plus 200 at BetMGM, 1,600 passing yards, 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. I think as long as the Cowboys can get to like 7-9-1 or 8-8-1, I don't think they can be like a horrendous record. As long as they're somewhat respectable, I think Dak Prescott will be your runaway winner for NFL comeback player of the year. On the other side, Nick Costos joins us with his thoughts on tonight's Thursday night football game between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cincinnati Bengals.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, you guys knew this was coming, right? I mean, we're on Penn State this week, plus 3.5 against Iowa. You know we are. As soon as James Franklin got fired, I'm like, well, we got to do it. We got to take Penn State, plus 3.5. Now, the fear, obviously, is even with the firing of James Franklin, does Penn State, do they even still care, right? So many of these guys came back to try and win the Big Ten, try and win the national championship, and all those things are out the window. Now their quarterback, Drew Aller, is done for the season as well, which I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing because he's not very good. But that's really the fear, is that Penn State, it's all about pride now. It's all about, can they finish the season strong, try and make a good bowl game, and go out the right way. Clearly, Penn State, the administrators, they felt like there needed a change to be made, and I agree with them, because if Franklin kept coaching that team, I don't know if they would have won another game this season. But look, they still have a good coaching staff, right? That's why I like Penn State so much coming into the year, was because Kotelnicki was the OC and Jim Knowles now was the defensive coordinator. You still have those guys. You still have one of the most talented teams on paper in college football. It's just all about if they're motivated or not. But imagine before the season, even with Drew Aller not playing in this game, imagine before the season if I told you you're getting Penn State plus 3.5 against Iowa. We all know what this game is going to be. It's going to be low scoring, it's going to be ugly, and it's going to be physical. I mean, Penn State can lose this game 13-10. They can lose this game 10-7. They absolutely can. I'll be on Penn State plus 3.5.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
My opinion, you bet Buffalo to win the Super Bowl, you are wasting your money. I don't know how you watch this defense get destroyed last night by the Atlanta Falcons and say, you know what, this is my team to win the Super Bowl. It's year 9. We've seen this happen before with Sean McDermott. What makes you think this year is going to be different when every year goes exactly the same? The James Franklin era at Penn State ends not with a bang, but with a $49 million buyout. I'm talking like people I respect contorting themselves like they're in Cirque du Soleil to tell you Patrick Mahomes is not the best quarterback in the league. Honestly, like, it's sad. It's fake, phony football intellectualism.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, tremendous football Thursday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts, and we are in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary, bitches. By downloading the BetMGM app. That's not the official tagline. I added the bitches in. Downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, we will survive. Well, we won't, because we dead. And last week, the clown combination of Femi Abebefe and Tyler Morales. They put the face paint on. They got the red nose. They got like the little flower that when you squeeze it, water comes out of it. They stumped and made the case for the Philadelphia Eagles last week in Survivor. Because the only thing better than dying once is dying twice. But we're not going to let a little thing like being eliminated from Survivor and then being eliminated from a hypothetical Survivor that we're not actually in. We're not going to let that stop us from giving you, dear listener, and you, dear viewer, Survivor advice for Week 7 in the NFL. I said the Pittsburgh Steelers last week. I'm still alive, and I've got thoughts on who you should take in Survivor this week. I think it might be time for everybody out there listening, man or woman, to put your big boy or girl pants on and be a real man or be a real woman. Survivor thoughts coming up later this hour on the show. Also, this hour on the show, we might give you the most Wagertainment segment in the history of Wagertainment. Because if someone were to sit down and say, you know, what is the one segment in the history of Wagertainment that encapsulates Wagertainment? It might be us, eliminated from Survivor, giving you Survivor advice, followed by the WNKMT, the inaugural edition, the Win Nick Costos' Money Tribunal. We will hear from members of our crew. They will chime in as to why they should win and someone else should lose. Addie Bates, our associate producer, she's only here like 1 or 2 days a week now. She doesn't want it bad enough. Addie's not with us tomorrow on a Phenomenal Football Friday. So among other people that will speak later this hour, Addie Bates will tell us who she thinks should win Nick Costos' money. Oh, yeah. Femi's betting things coming up next hour on the show. One of those things will be our bets for Game 3 of the NLCS with the Dodgers and the Brewers. Spoiler alert, I like the Dodgers. 4 phenomenal guests will join us on the show today. Pro sports bettor Joey Knish, baby, giving us college football bets for the weekend. Our friend Zach Harper from The Athletics and SiriusXM NBA Radio. Zach will get us set for the start of the NBA season. We keep saying it, and I feel like it's not really registering with people. The NBA season starts on Tuesday, as in 5 days from today. Here's the NBA season, everybody, and we're getting you ready for it here on You Better You Bet. We may do a little NBA with our friend Jay Croucher from NBC Sports. We'll do Week 7 in the National Football League with Jay as well. Jay Croucher joins us at 6 o'clock Eastern. And then it is pro sports bettor, our pal from the Hammer, Rob Pizzola. Rob Pizzola joins us at 6:20 p.m. Eastern. All of Rob's best bets coming up for Week 7 in the National Football League. Final hour, power hour, all of our bets for tonight. That'll be Game 4, of the ALCS, where Femi's nervous. Talked to Femi on the phone earlier. Femi sounded like a drug addict. His drug of choice, copium. What Femi said to me was, if you had told me before the series Mariners would be up 2-1, I'd have signed up for it. After they got bludgeoned last night by the Toronto Blue Jays. So we'll give you our bets. We're going to tell you how Game 4 is going to play out tonight with the Mariners and the Jays. What year is this? Max Scherzer taking the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays. All our bets for Game 3 of the ALCS and side total and props, of course, for the Bengals and the Steelers in Cincinnati on Thursday Night Football. And that's today's social question. YouTube and Twitch. YouTube.com/@the BetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Your best bet for Bengals Steelers tonight. Side, total, or a prop. Type it in the chat right now. Or at any point in between now and 6 o'clock Eastern. Your best bet for the Bengals and the Steelers. Is it a side? Is it the total? Could it be a prop? I don't know. You tell us. Bill Zimmerman will read them later in the show. Mike Brown will put your name in lights. YouTube and Twitch. Your best bet for Thursday Night Football. And that is where we begin, dear listener and dear viewer. The tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet. Where Week 7 in the National Football League begins. The Queen City of Cincinnati. As Joe Flacco and the Bengals, what a sentence. Imagine telling someone that like a month ago. Joe Flacco and the Bengals host Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Current betting market for this game over at our show sponsor, BetMGM. The Steelers, a 5.5-point road favorite, although it looks like this could come down to 5. And the total of the game sitting at 45. Pittsburgh, minus 250 to win the game and improve to 5-1. The Bengals, plus 200 if you think the Bengals can win and improve to 3-4. The big piece of injury news here, Stone Cold Calvin Austin is out for the game. What? He's injured. What? His shoulder's hurt. What? He needs to recuperate. What? He's got to rest. What? He needs some R&R. What? Maybe he'll be back next week. Though the actual piece of big injury news, Trey Hendrickson unlikely to play in tonight's game. The Bengals defense stinks with Trey Hendrickson. How do you think it's going to look without Trey Hendrickson? Massive game, seriously, for both teams tonight. For the Cincinnati Bengals, have to win this game. Have to win this game to keep things on the rails. 2-0 start. Burrow gets hurt, obviously, week 2 against Jacksonville. Jake Browning somehow comes in and wins that game, which seems crazier with each passing day that actually happened. And since then, disaster for the Cincinnati Bengals. 4 straight losses, at least a little competitive, even if the box score doesn't say they should have been last week against the Green Bay Packers. We said when the Bengals traded for Joe Flacco last week, can Joe Flacco keep this team afloat until Joe Burrow gets back? You kind of have to win this game if that's the case you want to make. At home against the Steelers. Go win this game, Cincinnati, and get to 3-4, and maybe we can have a conversation on the show tomorrow. Can this actually happen? Can the Bengals be #in the hunt come early December if Joe Burrow's going to be back in early or mid-December? So huge game for the Bengals as far as their season goes, and can they be a playoff contender this year in the AFC? I actually think it's a bigger game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. A win tonight by Pittsburgh gives the Steelers a 4-game cushion atop the AFC North ahead of the Baltimore Ravens. Not the Cincinnati Bengals, but the Bengals stink. The Ravens are on bye this week, and then here's Lamar Jackson and others coming back after the bye. Pittsburgh, you got to win this game tonight if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got to stack wins if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because the Steelers still have to see the Baltimore Ravens twice this year, including in Week 18. And the Ravens' schedule was brutal before the bye. That gets easier after the bye for the Baltimore Ravens. Pittsburgh, -190 right now at BetMGM to win the AFC North. And I hope you were listening to us a couple weeks ago when we told you, like it's time to make this bet because the Ravens are going to lose. That's what the betting market tells us in Houston and then the LA Rams without Lamar Jackson. And the Steelers were likely to win some games last week against Cleveland. The time to bet Pittsburgh to win the AFC North was a few weeks ago. Now, just to say this, if you like Baltimore and you think the Ravens can come back here in this division, the time to bet the Ravens is going to be after tonight's game if the Steelers win. Pittsburgh will be 5-1. There will be no more data points with Pittsburgh and Baltimore ahead of next week. That'll be the time to bet the Baltimore Ravens. Not now. Wait until Pittsburgh wins the game tonight if you think Pittsburgh is going to win the game. So that's the betting advice for the AFC North if you like the Baltimore Ravens. And it feels like in betting content, people that go on TV, people do podcasts, people that like to go on the radio. Oh, on the radio. They love the Bengals. Mike Tomlin as a favorite on the road with high expectations. And it's a fair point. Because we all watch football. We've all seen this situation play out many times in the past. With quarterbacks like Ben Roethlisberger, the poster child for this phenomenon. Quarterbacks like Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, and his red nose. Duck Hodges, where I bet a couple times on Duck Hodges in 2019, and it made me want to scream something that sounds like his nickname. Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, even a little Mitch Trubisky. I get it. They usually stink in this spot. But the difference now with the Pittsburgh Steelers is they are quarterbacked by the great Aaron Rodgers. I told you all before the season, Aaron Rodgers is about to have a great year. I told you all this offseason that Aaron Rodgers was not bad last year with the Jets. He's in an impossible spot with idiot play callers. Whether he picked them or not is immaterial. Like, that's the Jets' fault for letting Aaron Rodgers let Nate Hackett call the plays. With a dumb offense and terrible infrastructure around him. Still went for 27 touchdowns and 11 picks. Now, 10 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's playing within himself. Quick passing game, so he doesn't have to wait back there in the pocket for guys to get open 50 yards down the field and take sacks because he can't move like he did last year with the Jets. A newly minted 3-headed rushing attack for Aaron Rodgers. The Bengals' defense is horrific. It's absolutely terrible. Getting slammed down the field by receivers. Allowing 5 yards per carry on the ground. DK Metcalf should roll out of bed tonight with 70 receiving yards against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals have no pass rush with Trey Hendrickson. What do you think it's going to look like tonight without him? Rodgers going to have all day to throw. Give you the rest of the handicap for the Steelers and the Bengals on the other side. My bets on side in total, and a couple prop looks as well. And we've got some breaking news in the world of college football.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, you guys knew this was coming, right? I mean, we're on Penn State this week, plus 3.5 against Iowa. You know we are. As soon as James Franklin got fired, I'm like, well, we got to do it. We got to take Penn State, plus 3.5. Now, the fear, obviously, is even with the firing of James Franklin, does Penn State, do they even still care, right? So many of these guys came back to try and win the Big Ten, try and win the national championship, and all those things are out the window. Now their quarterback, Drew Aller, is done for the season as well, which I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing because he's not very good. But that's really the fear, is that Penn State, it's all about pride now. It's all about, can they finish the season strong, try and make a good bowl game, and go out the right way. Clearly, Penn State, the administrators, they felt like there needed a change to be made, and I agree with them, because if Franklin kept coaching that team, I don't know if they would have won another game this season. But look, they still have a good coaching staff, right? That's why I like Penn State so much coming into the year, was because Kotelnicki was the OC and Jim Knowles now was the defensive coordinator. You still have those guys. You still have one of the most talented teams on paper in college football. It's just all about if they're motivated or not. But imagine before the season, even with Drew Aller not playing in this game, imagine before the season if I told you you're getting Penn State plus 3.5 against Iowa. We all know what this game is going to be. It's going to be low scoring, it's going to be ugly, and it's going to be physical. I mean, Penn State can lose this game 13-10. They can lose this game 10-7. They absolutely can. I'll be on Penn State plus 3.5.
quarterbacks playing this week. Let's go. Woo! Icy hot ball. I love it.
Great for all the old guys, you know. I know that when I watch other sports, maybe it's because I'm the older guy, but I tend to pull for the older guys. It's great. I mean, I've known Joe for a long time, and it's fun that we're both still playing.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, let's bring the music down here. We have we're change of plans here on the show. I need Addie Bates to turn her microphone on. We are doing Win Nick Costos' Money Tribunal a little early, and maybe we'll do it again in a little bit. I think, this is just like in real life. Sometimes people's hearts can be in the right place, but when they actually do something, it's just the wrong thing. Like Jake was really trying just now. Let me play this soundbite. Like it's Aaron Rodgers. Oh, it's funny, right? Oh, we're old. Does it get the icy hot? Yeah. Joe Flacco's old, and so am I. Audio medium. Sounded terrible. Addie Bates is with us. Now, Addie, unfortunately, our associate producer, Addie Bates. Unfortunately, Addie, you are not eligible this week to win Nick Costos' money by virtue of the fact that you have left us to do other things 3 days this week. So you are only on the show applying your expertise on You Better You Bet for 2 days this week. But that doesn't mean that we don't value your opinions on who should win my money tomorrow on You Better You Bet. So I'm curious, Addie, where you stand right now on Jake Hassan and others as far as winning Nick Costos' money.
So now I appreciate letting me sit on the Iron Throne, but I'll be honest with you, I've only been on the show again once this week and for an hour and 20 minutes. So I don't know if they've messed up the past 2 days. So I'm really only going to be going off of Monday and today.
Great. But here's a great piece of content advice for you. Make it up.
Okay, I'll lie to the listeners. I'll lie to you. That's the current state of everything. I told Jake to lock in at the beginning of the show. I did text him, lock in, because he's already my favorite.
Do you think he did or no? You think he's locked in?
No, he did exactly what I said, not to do. What was that? We could have put a filter on the background noise on that one. It's okay, Jake.
Wow. Should Jake be disqualified, Addie, from winning Nick Costos' money?
No. We all have a hiccup. We can bounce back. Jake can bounce back. I'm not moving to Chicago. I already lived up there, Jake. No, thank you.
What about Tyler Morales, Addie? Your thoughts on Tyler's performance this week on the show? Because it was somewhat controversial last week that Tyler won my money.
Yeah, disqualified. I just have a good feeling about that one. Disqualified.
Oh, okay. I will allow Tyler the opportunity to retort there. Tyler, your thoughts?
I have no comments of what that person just said on the air. So I am. I think I'm the leader, to be honest. Honestly, I low key think I'm pitching a no hitter this week. I think I've been perfect, to be honest, and I think you guys would agree.
Tyler's had a pretty good week. He hasn't done it. The crew's had a nice week. Everyone's done a pretty good job. We just killed Jake a little bit. Jake's done. Yeah, that's like, because I get messages sometimes. People are like, "Man, I don't know if it's a bit or not that you're hard on the crew." Yes, sometimes I get under people's skin. They get under my skin. The crew is largely great, but when they mess up, it's funny to talk about it, right? That's fair.
We've been locked in. I think it's 100% fair. And my theory in life is if you're going to make a mistake, make it full speed. That's what my football coach always told me. And Jake made a full speed mistake coming back from break. That's what it was. So, you know what?
Yeah, Addie writes in our chat, the crew is largely great. The reason why you guys are largely great and not great is because you make mistakes all the time. And the best part about the mistakes that are made is there's something that you all can't possibly know because you're all too young to understand it's not your fault. And me and Bill Zimmerman, as the two old sons of bitches here, can tell you. As two people, and I won't even speak for Bill because he screws up all the time too. I'll tell everybody, that I have done everyone's job. All of them. Now, I can't say I've done everybody's job because I'm old, and when I was producing radio, we weren't uploading podcasts. So that I don't know if people screw up. But I ran the board. I was a great board op. I produced. I cut tape. And I was the best at all of it. So when people screw up, I know exactly what it is that happened. And I love when people screw up and then they lie to me. And they say, oh, no, it was actually this that happened. And I'm thinking to myself, like, brother or sister, I was in your shoes. I've told these lies. You can't BS a BSer. I'm King BSer the first. I got away with it 15 years ago. You ain't getting away with it today. So in summation, we don't know who's going to win Nick Kostos' money. That was Aaron Rodgers and Cam Hayward coming back from break as the Steelers get set to play in Cincinnati tonight against the Bengals. And I'm going to break. And I'm talking about Pittsburgh's offense and how I think they're going to cut through the Cincinnati defense, sans Trey Hendrickson like a hot knife through butter. How are they going to stop the run? Jalen Warren, Kenny Gainwell, rookie Caleb Johnson. They ain't stopping the pass. Pittsburgh's putting up a number in this game. And on the flip side, I would encourage people to think of things in these terms. Assuming you agree with me, and you may not agree with me, and that's okay. I think that I would have been proven right, but we're not going to know the answer. Coming into the year, I'm just going to name months. March, April, May, June, July, August, early September. We said the Cincinnati Bengals are not a playoff team. And that was with Joe Burrow for 17 games. Because the defense is hot garbage. Were we right about that? It's like when you drive into New Jersey and maybe you're in the car with somebody and you look at that person, you think, I did not pass gas. This person must have farted. And then you realize, no, it's just New Jersey. That's the Cincinnati Bengals defense. You smell them from a mile away. Hot ass garbage. And this offensive line is atrocious. And here's like the guy in Times Square painted silver who doesn't move trying to get you to give him a quarter. What a sad existence. Joe Flacco. Can't move behind that offensive line. Now, you might say, oh, well, what about last week? Kept it close against the Packers. Great, like yards per play, 6.8 Green Bay, 4.3 Cincinnati. Lucky to keep it close were the Cincinnati Bengals. So the Steelers go and get after that ass with Joe Flacco. We will not be wacko for Flacco tonight. And I think the Steelers offense is going to have an easy time. So, yeah, like, Pittsburgh never wins these spots. Okay, great. We'll see what happens tonight. I'll lay the points with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And because I'm a magnanimous guy, that means I'm generous for all you people out there who didn't pay attention in English class. I'm going to give you a prop thought right now. How about in the anytime touchdown market, where I will give my weekly shout out to our friend Nate Yonke from Pro Football Focus, who I say all the time, this guy is doing the Lord's work in terms of player utilization and snap counts, etc. Does incredible work. Because I'll tell you, I ain't grinding this stuff. But he is. And I pay for Pro Football Focus. Not to see what the left guard is graded, but for things like this. Where Pat Freiermuth is priced behind Darnell Washington, who's 6'7", and Jonnu Smith in the anytime touchdown market. And he should be, because they're both playing more than Pat Freiermuth. Freiermuth is like relegated to like third tight end status in Pittsburgh. But here's the thing. When the Steelers are in 11 personnel, which means 3 receivers, 1 running back, 1 tight end, a.k.a. they're likely to throw the ball, Freiermuth gets all those snaps. Plus 625 anytime touchdown for Pat Freiermuth tonight. Please and thank you. The rest of our props coming up at the end of the show. Okay, I'm trying to find, because Tyler put a piece of news in. I'm going to find it, and I'm going to copy and paste it for myself. Here we go. We've got breaking news in the world of college football. Curt Cignetti wanted to let that hang for a second just in case people like you don't know what the news is. Like you're on the edge of your seat right now, right? Like what's about to come out of my mouth now? Penn State? No. Indiana and Curt Cignetti have agreed to a new 8-year extension that will pay Cignetti $11.6 million per year. Who has this report, guys? Just type that to me. Whose report is this, just so I can offer attribution? So Cignetti, a new 8-year contract. Tyler says everyone. Okay, that's good enough for me. Curt Cignetti, now at Indiana for the next 8 years. And if I'm a Penn State fan, if I'm a Florida fan, with Billy Napier likely on the way out, if you're any team in college football, any school that thinks you want your coach out, you're upset today because Curt Cignetti won't be your coach next year. Now, I'm not convinced that Cignetti doesn't leave in like 2 years. I'm not convinced of that. We'll see. To take like a massive job, we'll see. But for now, Curt Cignetti stays at Indiana. I think Indiana's going to the college football playoff this year. Do I think Indiana can win? No. I was going to say crazier things have happened, but that actually might be the craziest thing if Indiana won the championship. I don't think it will happen. Still like Ohio State, then Alabama, and then Indiana can be in the next tier. But wanted to get that news into the show. Indiana and Curt Cignetti, new 8-year extension, paying him $11.6 million per year. He bet on himself. That is a great cautionary tale. Not cautionary tale. A great tale for everyone out there, all the young people out there, that you should bet on yourself as long as you're talented and work hard. If you've got no talent and you're a lazy bastard, you should probably just keep your job. You bet on this Thursday. So last night, Game 3, we're just letting it fly today. Last night, Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. And in the You Bet group chat, we're having a party. Julio Rodriguez, bottom of the first, 2-run bomb. Man, it's over. And everybody is saying it's over. Everyone in our chat. I said before the series, I thought the Mariners would sweep them. I thought it was done. Rodriguez hits that homer. It's a party, and everyone's going nuts. I thought it was done. So much credit goes to the Toronto Blue Jays. I love Joe Davis's call of the Jimenez homer. It's like the number 9 hitter of all people. Terrible job by George King Kirby to serve that one up to Jimenez. And he wasn't done. Dalton Varsho with I thought that ball was gone. RBI double. And then you got a Springer dinger from notorious Astros cheater, George Springer. And then in home runs in stereo, this was if they were an Olympic sport for two guys hit a home run to the exact same spot and have it look exactly the same. Vlad Guerrero steps up in the next inning, and literally it was just exactly like Springer's home run. Same trajectory off the bat. Ball travels to basically the same place in center field. I felt like you were watching the same exact home run, hit twice. And the Blue Jays cruise to a 13-4 win to cut into Seattle's lead in this American League Championship Series. The Mariners now up 2-1. Huge with a Y, as we say in New York. Huge. Game 4 tonight. Blue Jays got some momentum. And if they win tonight, I'll say, right now, as someone who am invested in the Mariners to win this series, I am not nervous yet. I love the Mariners tonight. I want to call that a blip, what we saw last night. I think Seattle wins tonight, retakes control of the series. I'm still in on the Mariners. If the Mariners lose, I'll come on the show tomorrow and tell you I'm very nervous if that happens. We can have that conversation tomorrow. But for tonight, love the Mariners. And can I interest anyone in an under off of last night's results? Luis Castillo. Oh, I got confidence in my guy. Mad Max. He'll be in until he's not. And I think until he's out, I think he's going to give you everything he's got. Is this going to be Mad Max into Chris Bassett tonight? Blue Jays got to manage this like it's a Game 7. Can't lose this game tonight. I think it's a tight one in the Pacific Northwest, like the Mariners, and I like the under. On the other side, Tyler and Femi join me, and we will pick our survivor team. We're not alive anymore, but we'll try and help you, our listeners and viewers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, you guys knew this was coming, right? I mean, we're on Penn State this week, plus 3.5 against Iowa. You know we are. As soon as James Franklin got fired, I'm like, well, we got to do it. We got to take Penn State, plus 3.5. Now, the fear, obviously, is even with the firing of James Franklin, does Penn State, do they even still care, right? So many of these guys came back to try and win the Big Ten, try and win the national championship, and all those things are out the window. Now their quarterback, Drew Aller, is done for the season as well, which I don't necessarily know it's a bad thing because he's not very good. But that's really the fear, is that Penn State, it's all about pride now. It's all about, can they finish the season strong, try and make a good bowl game, and go out the...
Let's get a little bit younger, all right, and go ahead and cannonball splash in the fountain of youth here. I'm going to go with Spencer Rattler, the slithering snake from the New Orleans Saints. I think it's going to strike the Chicago Bears for a decent fantasy output. I'm not saying New Orleans is going to win. By any stretch of the imagination, bear down Chicago Bears. I think the Bears going to emerge victorious with somewhat relative ease, but fantasy points still count in garbage time, and the matchup is splendid on paper as the Bears are number 23 in drop-back EPA defense have allowed the fourth most fantasy points to opposing signal callers. Give it up. 7.84 pass yards per attempt, 219.4 pass yards per game, and 13 total touchdowns. You look at Spencer Rattler, number 17 adjusted completion percentage, not so great. Number 24 in red zone completion percentage, underwhelming in that category. He's only scored 18 or more fantasy points once. One time in 6 starts that came earlier this season, week 2 against the San Francisco 49ers. But I think he's got to add his second 18-plus fantasy point performance. Some of the round like 220 to 230 passing yards, a couple of passing touchdowns, probably a pick. But he can erase that pick with his legs. Usually good for anywhere between 20 to 30 rushing yards. That'll get it done in a pinch for you Josh Allen managers out there who need that 1 week stopgap. So Spencer Rattler in Chicago, my shocker special of the week. Like him quite a bit, to say the least.
Formation, dart. Is he going to take off again? He might have to, but no, he finds an open man and hits him. Robinson stays in bounds. Robinson's going to go all the way for a touchdown.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
As Paul Simon once famously sang, "Here's to you, Wan'Dale Robinson." Al Michaels with the call last Thursday night on Amazon Prime. We're gonna let them know. I'll tell you, I can't wait for it tonight.
I
can't wait. I can't wait to watch the game on Amazon Prime. I don't get paid by Amazon. I'm just saying. I really enjoy the. I wish like Al Michaels like knew the players' names. I wish like that part of things were a little better. Al's obviously a legend. But all the commercials for Hotel Casateria or whatever, like that show is set on the Amalfi Coast. Like me and my wife watched an episode. It was awesome. I loved it. Good commercials. The Shabuzi song. Something got her hand. Something got her hand. We gonna let them know. I'm like, I'll be walking around, getting some air. Getting some air. Getting some air. And in my head, I'll be singing the Shabuzi song of Amazon Thursday Night Football. Okay. We want everybody, our listeners and viewers, to go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with today's Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. Femi gave you a long shot bet for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube and Twitch pages. YouTube.com/@the BetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. All right. It's time for us to let them know about Survivor. Femi and Tyler join me. Femi, what is your embarrassment level having stumped for the Eagles last week and they lost to 7.5-point favorites to my New York Football Giants?
At a 0. I'm not embarrassed whatsoever because we had the caveat. If a holiday Survivor pool, take Denver. That was the pitch. It was like Denver, if you have holiday consideration, and if it was a non-holiday, then it was the Philadelphia Eagles. But hey, you know what? Thursday Night Football, maybe that's a lesson. Just avoid that since we got knocked out on a Thursday night a couple of weeks ago.
But we won
this week
on a Thursday also, though. We had the Bills on Thursday night in week 3.
And it got a little hairy, if not for that interception. Who knows how that plays out. But yeah, it's Thursday's a little bit tricky.
But they won. Like, you were worried? Like, we did the show the next day, and we were never worried they were going to lose.
No, but I mean, I'm like that was like as an 11-point favorite or whatever. It wasn't like last week. What was that, 7? Was that close to 7 with the Giants and the Eagles?
You tell me you guys like the Eagles. I didn't want to take them.
Well, you know what? It is what it is. But I just I thought Denver was the play in our version of a pool, which was including holidays. But yeah, and the non-holiday people, I'm sorry if you followed the advice of taking the Philadelphia. Hopefully, listen to Nick. Do you like Pittsburgh?
Now, Tyler, the answer to this question is usually yes. Are you embarrassed, Tyler?
A little bit. I mean, I'm more embarrassed how the game played out. Like when you watched it, was like, oh, this was an awful pick. But I mean, I thought the pick beforehand was great. I never expected that to happen. But as the game played out, I was like, oof, this is tough to watch here because they got smoked.
Man, that's like sports betting 101. Before the game started, I thought my pick was great. And then the ball got kicked off. I mean, I say it constantly. That's like the sports better's refrain. All right. For the people that are lucky enough, this would be like right now, like you're like driving advice from Crash Test Dummies. We're going to try and navigate through, honestly, week 7. It's not the easiest week to navigate through.
No.
So I'm going to go first here. So my board, the big board for Survivor. Mm-hmm. And the reason why we're doing this segment today and not tomorrow, honestly, like we have a lot of content on tomorrow's show and we needed this here today. But also, the Pittsburgh Steelers play tonight. I think Pittsburgh's going to win. I'm not worried about a Mike Tomlin like a sleepy spot here for Pittsburgh. I'm not worried about it. I think the Steelers are going to win tonight. I think this is the Steelers take their foot, turn it sideways, and do the rock line to the Cincinnati Bengals. So no, I like the Steelers tonight. If we had to go to Sunday, Chiefs, Patriots, if you still got them. We didn't, but if you still got them. I'm nervous about the Broncos, but if they're still available, they have to be up for consideration. And I think like the be a man pick this week, I think has to be the Panthers. When would you ever use them again?
Oh, I don't think you ever would. Like looking at their on the grids here, yeah, they're projected to be an underdog in damn near every single game, other than when I guess they play the Saints week 10. So I guess you can make that case, but
where's that game's in Carolina?
New Orleans. Sorry, yeah, Carolina. Yeah, Carolina. In New Orleans, they're like supposed to be like a 1.5 point favorite on like a massive look at. Like that's
they'll definitely
way
be favored. Yeah, in both games.
Yeah, but 3.5 at home is what I'm seeing right now in a projection. You could talk me into Carolina. You could. This Jets thing just seems horrendous. With Justin Fields, and he wants to now let it rip and be more aggressive. Good luck. I think that's just going to lead to more turnovers, which is great for your Carolina Panthers stuff. I think for me, my big board, now, like we use the Patriots, but if you haven't used them, I think Patriots number one for me. The only caveat being like that's a very emotionally charged football game. Like Titans just fired their head coach. Vrabel's going back to Nashville. There's a lot going on with that contest. But I do think like on paper, this is a mismatch in terms of personnel. Number 2 was Kansas City
the contest.
For me. Yeah.
A lot going on in the contest.
A lot going on in that contest. You know?
In that contest.
There's a lot.
The game.
Yeah.
The contest.
Yeah. Contest. Football contest. See who comes out on top. Yeah. The duel.
Contest.
The match. Yeah. Contest.
The contest.
The brouhaha.
Yeah. The contest.
That's what we're in. Survivor contest.
Well, not anymore.
That's what the Patriots.
Yeah, we were in.
What the Patriots and the Titans will be in Nashville. Contest.
Is that it?
What about the contest at Arrowhead? Because I think Kansas City is another option. And in our former contest, the Chiefs had holiday consideration with the Thanksgiving and Christmas. But I do think that their Christmas game against Denver, okay, yeah, like you could use them there.
Where is that
I don't know if you'd want it. It's in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah.
So like they should be they should win that game. Thanksgiving, they're on the road in Dallas. Like I think they'd win that game, but like I could see why people might not want to do that. It's short week, could get weird.
Kansas City will win. What's the total in that game going to be?
I mean, I don't know. Like, what are the Mahomes props? Like, just give me that.
I think the final score of that game is going to be something like 44-31 Chiefs.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think on the look at projection stuff, like Kansas City's like a 4-point favorite. I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a pretty big favorite against a good quarterback.
Yeah, Kansas City favored by more than 3 and less than 6, I think is fair.
Yeah. But I think the Chiefs are a good look. The Packers, that's one that I would introduce to the conversation. Just because doesn't look like Kyler Murray's going to play again. And I was surprised that the betting market didn't move like a smidge. I thought like we were going to at least like hit 7 with this Murray not practicing and it looking like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett again. I think Green Bay's defense against an immobile quarterback like Jacoby Brissett, I think their pass rush can get after him. So Green Bay, which can get nervy, big road favorite in Arizona, that place usually has a home dog. They're really good. I think the Packers, they'll win the game. We're not talking ATS here, just talking about win the game. I do like Green Bay to win the game. So that's another one for me in terms of consideration.
Tyler, what's on your big board?
I think the Chiefs are definitely number 1 if you don't want to save them for a holiday. Number 2, Patriots. So we agree on the 1-2. The only thing I disagree with Femi is like the Packers didn't get a sack on Joe Flacco last week, and if they did, maybe 1. So maybe I'm not sure how entirely sure I am convinced that this Packers defense has like turned the corner here. They've been kind of getting shredded the past few weeks, and I still think I would lean like the Packers and survive just because I don't think Brissett's going to have another good start, but Packers defense hasn't been great. So Chiefs, Patriots, and if be a man pick, I think Carolina found their identity. It's just run the ball. Now that Chuba Hubbard's coming back, they're going to have a sick 1-2 punch. I think they could run all over the Jets and just out-physical them. So that would be my be a man pick as well, would be the Panthers.
Well, we wouldn't have. So if we were still alive, we wouldn't have the Patriots because we used them already.
No. Yes.
Now, I'm guessing
what a Sunday
that if we were still alive, you guys would not want to use the Steelers tonight?
I would not.
Okay. So then that would leave us then. And I think Denver could lose. I don't know if they're going to lose, but I think Denver could lose this week against the Giants.
I think it's possible. Yep. And
So
we would have used Denver last week, too, if we were still alive. That was always the plan there, the London.
So then that would leave us with the Chiefs and the Panthers. And there are a couple other like be a man spots that you could like. Honestly, like I think the Seahawks are going to win on Monday night.
Yeah.
Against the Texans.
Dolphins. That game might have some wind though. That could be weird.
Yeah,
that could be a weather game.
Right.
Well, like tomorrow and on Sunday. If I'll just say it now, if the wind is going to be as bad, so there's like a new weather forecast. Actually, Brad Evans just texted it to me. I'm not joking. Probably because like this is so Brad texted to me. It's his tweet. He does this sometimes. He'll send me his tweets. Like, I'm not retweeting them. So it's Brad writing about the game. Hold on. I'll give Brad a plug.
Texting you his tweets.
He literally texted me his tweet. I will read it to everybody. Recent trends suggest the potential for headline-worthy wins may be decreasing, with recent trends also suggesting that I'm good on this. It's like reading a textbook. Yeah. What Brad is asking is, hey, like, I want to do meteorology when I come on the show later. Like, that's what
it sounds like.
Yeah, it's like, here's my tweet. Here's my tweet talking about the weather. Like, what's unsaid there is, can I talk about it on the show? Yes is the answer. If the wind is going to be terrible on Sunday, the Browns might win by 30. Because they're just going to, Judkins is going to have 150 yards. And I like the Dolphins earlier in the week. I'm just saying, like, things have changed in terms of the weather.
Mm-hmm.
So who are we taking? Panthers? Panthers or Chiefs? Let people figure it out. This is important. Mike Brown. Mike Brown can put himself, we're talking like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with a week to go in the NBA regular season. Mike, can you get on the screen in the final hour in the final segment, the Doppler, the weather crap, whatever that is, for Brad Evans? Can that happen? And if it does, Mike Brown moves one step closer to winning life-changing money. A cool $20 out of the wallet of Nick Costos. Hour one down, hour two for you coming up on the other side. Femi's Betting Things kicks it off, including our bets for Game 3 in the NLCS.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
as I start to look at power rankings of different people that I respect, one thing really jumps out to me. And it's something that a lot of people, if they were to make their own top 25 rankings, they would not have, is even though they have 2 losses, there's a lot of people that I respect that have Notre Dame very, very high. They've got a big game this weekend. They are sizable favorites over USC. This is, I would say, probably the last spot where they could lose a game moving forward. Now, if they lose a third game, we know they're probably out. But if they don't, and where they are in people's power rankings, it's interesting. You would point to the 18-1 and say, if you truly believe that Notre Dame is a top 4, top 5 team, you probably should be betting this number.
I have them 5th in the country right now. And I don't think that's really that crazy. I mean, you know who the top 3 are. It's Ohio State, Miami, Oregon. Some guys would have Bama a little bit above Oregon. Fine. And yes, Oregon still has a higher rating than Indiana, even though Indiana just beat Oregon. I know people have a hard time with that, but from a numerical standpoint, if Oregon and Indiana played tomorrow on a neutral, Oregon is still favored. I'm sorry. That's just the way it works. Upsets happen all the time, but it doesn't mean that the team that pulled the upset is still better in the eyes of an odds maker. Now, if you want to have this conversation, like, is Indiana better? That's different. But from an odds maker standpoint, they still are not going to drop. Oregon was just a 7.5 point favorite at home, and home field ain't worth 7. So maybe if they play again, the number is a little bit lower. Maybe it's 5.5, I guess. If you wanted to, Oregon would still get bet though. You know, if you were going to reopen that game, if they were going to play Saturday, Oregon home against Indiana, and you open at 5.5, Oregon's going to get that first bet. Mm-hmm. Odds are good. But Notre Dame is 5 for me. The defense looks better. They've clearly made a couple adjustments, and the quarterback's been insane. CJ Carr is unbelievable right now. I just pulled my entire ear set out. That hurt like hell. That really hurt. Like, my ear is ringing right now. Anyways, Notre Dame, number 5 for me.
Business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. 4 phenomenal guests still to come on the show, starting 20 minutes from now. Pro sports bettor Joey Knish. Hit the books college football betting show. Knish in 20 minutes. Zach Harper from The Athletic and Sirius XM NBA Radio talking hoops in 40 minutes. Next hour on the show, Jay Croucher from NBC Sports and pro sports bettor Rob Pizzola. All our bets for tonight wrap up the show in the Power Hour final hour. And as a reminder, YouTube and Twitch, let us know your best bet for tonight's game. Steelers and Bengals in Cincinnati, a side, a total, a prop. Your best bet for Thursday Night Football. Type it in the chat. We'll put them on the screen. Bill Zimmerman will read them on the air. Speaking of Bill Zimmerman, our executive producer, he joins us now. Brian Anderson is slated to be on the show tomorrow. And we love Brian Anderson on the show. He's a friend of the show, would you say, Bill? That's fair?
I think that's fair. He's been on a few times.
Bill, can you personally guarantee that Brian Anderson will give us something that we can use for a show open like Joe Buck, Ian Eagle, and Kevin Harlan?
Can I guarantee it? Are you asking me to put 10 toes down on it? Because, I mean, I suppose I can, but, I mean, we're going to have to check BA's mood.
Well, I'm just asking you, what do you think?
I think there's a good chance he'll do it. He's been on a couple times. He knows the vibe of the show.
Do you feel like you need to say something to him in advance, or we could just do it on the air?
It probably wouldn't hurt to give him a little heads up in advance. Otherwise, we might have a Sean McDonough situation.
What happened when McDonough was on? I actually don't remember.
You asked him to do a thing, and then he tried to make it really dry, and it didn't work too well. And we're like, all right. And you said to Sean, we're like, all right, we're going to get that in the open tomorrow. And then he literally texted me and said, please don't.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. I was lying.
We did.
Yes, I was lying. But Sean McDonough was he told the stories about him and Kevin Harlan growing up. McDonough was.
Oh, it was a
awesome
great interview.
Yeah,
it was a great interview.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm sure glad you think so. So what are you going to say to Brian Anderson?
I'll just I'll let him know what we do and see if he's open to doing it.
Okay, I'll let him know what we do.
Doesn't want to give away the secret sauce.
I can send him the audio of I can send him the audio of Harlan and Ian. And
Bill's going to send
and,
next. Everybody go, gonna let him know. So what are you going to text him?
I don't know. I just don't plan these things. I'll text him. I'll say, hey, we've got an open. We use broadcasters. They have some fun with it. I can send him a couple examples, see if he's open to doing it.
Will you actually send him examples? Will you send him? Well, I mean, you're complicating it right now. You're like, I don't know what I would send. It seems pretty easy.
It seems pretty straightforward, yeah.
So, give us an... So I talk to text all the time because I'm like an 80-year-old, 42-year-old. If you were texting right now, talk to text, what are you sending Brian Anderson? I want you to do it right now.
It'd be something like, hey, BA, Bill Zimmerman with
I think
Odyssey
I have this number. Hey, Siri, text Brian Anderson.
Hey, BA, Bill Zimmerman here with You Better You Bet and Odyssey. Just want to remind you about the spot today.
Do you do that and Odyssey? Do you say that or no? I don't like that.
Oh yeah, I always mention Odyssey. You don't want me to mention Odyssey?
No, it's gross. Company.
It's our parent.
They sign
company.
our checks.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. All right, go on.
It was Sirius XM Mad Dog Radio before, Nick. I give the parent company props.
Hey,
here. It helps.
Hey, BA, Bill Zimmerman here from You Better You Bet in Odyssey. Okay, continue.
Just wanted to remind you about the spot today at 4:40 Eastern. Also wanted to see if and then we've got an open we do at 5 o'clock Eastern every day that has some great broadcasters that have had some fun with the show. I wanted to see if you might be able to cut something like that on the air. I'll send you a couple examples. Please let me know.
Now, how well do you know Brian Anderson?
How well do I know him? I only, know him basically through the show. I don't know him. I don't have like Ian Eagle I know well before the show. Brian Anderson I don't have a big relationship with, no.
What is your guess as to BA, can we call him that? He gets your text. Is there any way he's like, oh God, these effers, man, leave me alone?
Does he go vanish mode?
I don't know.
Is that what you're asking?
He seems like he's into that. He seems like he'd have fun with it.
Okay. Femi, set a betting market, and then people in the chat, people, a.k.a. our crew, the swine. What's the betting market for Brian Anderson to do this tomorrow? Will he do it, yes or no?
I will say yes, minus 130, no, plus 110.
Oh, I think the yes has to be higher than that.
You think it's higher than that?
Yeah, definitely.
What are you saying? Minus 175 plus 145? Is that where you're at? Or is it
Maybe,
starting with a 2?
I think it might start with a 3.
A 3?
Why wouldn't he do it?
I don't know. Maybe we get on to other stuff. Like, is this the first question? Is this the last question?
Are we getting on to other stuff? We could fart. Let me tell you something about this interview tomorrow with Brian Anderson. It's an industry secret for everybody. I could fart into the microphone for 13 minutes, and if he does like what we need him to do at the end, and it's in the open, it's a great interview.
Great success. So you have it at. So what are you, minus 350? Is that where you're at?
Yeah, minus 250. Let's say. Yeah.
Okay, minus 250. Okay,
yeah,
so
it's
250.
It's much better odds that BA does this than the Dodgers win tonight. That's what you're saying. Because the Dodgers are what, minus 180?
Yeah, they're like minus 180, minus 175.
So that's a strong betting question. Whose dog is making all that noise?
It's not Willow. It's not Willow / Polanco. No.
What's your dog's name, Bill?
Chilling.
I have multiple dogs. We have Toby, Izzy, and Maisel.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which is that Maisel?
Actually, I had to mute it. There was someone must have knocked on the door. There was a giant melee downstairs here just moments ago.
A giant.
Luckily, the audience.
A melee. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Addie.
You're welcome,
with us.
Nick.
Our associate producer, Addie Bates. Addie, what did you think of Bill's proposed text message to Brian Anderson?
I thought it was a little funny. Hey, BA, we have an open.
That was like,
Would you
we
like
have
to
an
be
open.
on it?
We
at
have
BetMGM's You Better You Bet at Odyssey BetMGM Network.
Yeah, it was rough. It was like, hey, Bill, this is what I want you to do, Bill. Eat like go to your LinkedIn page, print it out, eat it, and then vomit it onto your phone screen. Hey, this is Bill Zimmerman of BetMGM Network's Odyssey's You Better You Bet. YouTube.com / at the BetMGM Network, radio stations nationwide, Twitch.tv / the BetMGM Network.
All right, I'll just start saying, hey, this is Bill with YBYB, and we'll see where we get.
If you've ever listened to radio before, you may be familiar with this concept of an open. We have one. Just in case you were wondering. This, just to alleviate your concerns, like there will be an open that starts the hour. Okay. Thank you very much. All right,
you have some of the ingredients for the secret sauce, That's what you got.
It's an okay taste. It's a little much, I think.
I trust him to come through.
Well, that's the thing.
Although I said a minus 130 betting market, so maybe I don't.
Listen, well, but that's, I produced for a long time. Like, there's only so much you can do. Like, you make the request and they either do it or they don't. And I know 100%. That. Won't stop me, though, from being an ass on the air. And
will it factor into the win Nick Kostos' money market?
Okay, so Bill had kind of played himself out of winning Nick Kostos' money earlier this week. Bill, what did you do? You did something this week that was like outrageous, right? What was it?
Yeah, my brain had a really old man moment where we have our chat and I try and direct things from time to time in the chat. And on Wednesday's show, not often enough is correct. Yes, yesterday's show at 6:40. I started giving you time cues as to when you needed to get Brad Evans out. And you're like, what are you talking about? We have plenty of time, because my old ass thought it was Thursday for a split second and we needed to get to Femi's Island and I was about to say win Nick Kostos' money and the prop king. So at that moment, I need to disqualify myself, because that was an epically stupid moment that, Nick, if you hadn't caught me, you would have been sitting there with 7 minutes at the end of this segment going, what are we doing now?
And the best part about that is, like, neither of us had any hockey bets and we had to fill the last 90 seconds of the show. Hey, Frozen Femi, what do you got? Nothing. It's hot as the sun here. Great. Here's 2 minutes of dead air, everybody. See you tomorrow.
I'm flying on the island, man.
Yes, it's unbelievable. All right. Let's talk more about imaging that sucks. I'm over this. I'm over the thing stuff. We can play. This may be the last time.
I would like to play it.
Okay, so we're gonna edit this, Femi. I'm gonna produce it on the air. We have to make sure that we do the NLCS and then whatever else you want, but we have to do NLCS Game 3. Jake, take it away.
We've scanned the globe. We searched near and far. We found the best of the best. And now You Better You Bet brings you things.
Yeah, You Better You Bet. let's get to it. A lot of stuff to talk about in the world of sports from a betting standpoint. Jake, what do we have up first?
The main thing.
All right, we're a third of the way through the NFL season. How quickly have things flown by? Nick, who is going to be the 1 seed, and what's the best bet in the 1 seed market in the NFC? Packers are your favorites with the Buccaneers at both of them at plus 325. Lions plus 475. Rams plus 550. Eagles plus 650. Niners 9-1. Seahawks at 16-1. Falcons 22-1. What's the best bet for the 1 seed in the NFC?
I have to be honest. Let's just okay. Bring the music down for a second, Jake, please. Mm-hmm. So Addie wrote in the chat, Brad sounds like a crackhead. So
at what point?
So my office, this is the whole thing. There's a train station by my office, and not to imply that all train stations attract crackheads, but there's a crackhead that's around the area. And it's she's right. That's what Brad sounds. It's screaming into the void. We've searched near and far. We found the best of the best. He should be taken fingerprinted. Bring the
you put it on a no-fly list? Or how far are we going with this?
So if I had to bet the NFC and the AFC, I'd take the Packers in the NFC, only because they've beaten the Lions head-to-head already. And so I take Green Bay. And I'll take Kansas City in the AFC, because I don't think the Chiefs might not lose another game the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Kansas City at 6-1, I think is interesting. New England at 10-1. Let's say Buffalo beats KC. New England at 10-1 intrigues me. I'd actually go Detroit in the NFC. I think Detroit, if they can get healthy, they might go on a run here. Just got to get that secondary all shored up, and Brian Branch have him stop fighting people at the ends of games. Jake, what do we have up next?
The other thing.
Okay, the other thing. The Titans fired head coach Brian Callahan earlier this week on Monday after their 4-19 start.
You just gloss over the fact that Brad sounds like he's on drugs yelling.
Hey, we got to get to this NLCS, buddy.
we get to the NLCS. You just started by saying the Tennessee Titans fired Brian Callahan.
Well, that's why we're glossing over what Brad said. The other thing. We got two things to do in 2 minutes. There we go. Where are you putting your money in the next coach fired market? Mike McDaniel's the favorite at plus 200. Aaron Glenn plus 300. Zach Taylor plus 500. Dable plus 800. Stefanski 18-1. Canales 20-1. Gannon 30-1.
It has to be. It's Mike McDaniel, right?
Could it ever be Gannon?
I don't think
so. They've lost 4 straight.
The owner's really cheap.
I guess that's why they took his money, right? They fined him $100,000. That's the only reason why I wonder if it could ever be Gannon. They're going into a bye week. If this Packer game is bad, it'll be 5 straight losses heading into the bye week with no sign of improvement from last year. That's the one. If it's not McDaniel, I actually think Gannon should be the second choice. So from a betting standpoint at 30-1, I would go with Gannon. Jake, what's the last one that we have here?
One more stinking thing. Hey!
Okay, we got the Dodgers and the Brewers at 6:08 Eastern over there in LA. Chavez Ravine, LA with a 2-0 series lead. What's your best bet for tonight's Game 3 in the NLCS?
So I've said it before the series started. I'm not betting the series game by game, which I kind of regret because I love the Dodgers. I actually did bet some Dodgers to sweep. So I'm in on the Dodgers here, added a little bit more to the Dodgers. I have the Dodgers to win the pennant. I have them to win the series. I have them to win the World Series. My bet on every game moving forward that the Dodgers play in is on the Dodgers. So I'm not betting the game, but I also do have the Dodgers in the game, and I think the Dodgers are going to win.
Two bets for me. One of them is the over. I don't think Glasnow is going to do what Yamamoto and Snell did. So if the Dodger bullpen has to participate, that could be problematic. I think we see runs over 8 for me. And also, Shohei Ohtani, meet the moment, read the room, leave the yard. He has been in a slump since Game 1 of the Wild Card Series. I think he gets out of that in a big way and hits a homer tonight at plus 250.
All right, tease Joey Knish going up and take us to break.
All right, on the other side, we got Joey Knish talking NFL college football here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Have not bet this game. If I were to bet this game, I would fade Clemson, though, right? Because Clemson, I picked them to win the ACC, not even at a good price at plus 110. I bet them. Did take a stab with Miami and Carson Beck to win the Heisman at 22-1. So hopefully they don't do what they did last year and fall apart the final 3 games of the season, because that looks great. Clemson does not look great. And it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Kind of like Penn State. They brought a bunch of talent back on both sides of the ball. On the offensive side of the ball, Cade Klubnik was getting a ton of hype coming into the year, potentially being the first quarterback taken, a Heisman candidate. Now, he has been much better the last 3 games. Granted, this is a little bit of a step up in class, although the SMU defense, I don't trust them in big spots. This is a little bit of a revenge game. The number has come down from 11.5 to 9.5. I think SMU keeps this game within a touchdown. Last year, close game. Kevin Jennings has been really efficient this season. He's completed 137 of 191 passes, just threw for 285 yards against Syracuse, 247 yards against Stanford last week. So Clemson's defense here is going to have to focus on containing him, and they're going to have to probably send some blitz here unless they could get some natural pressure, which that does concern me because he could pick them apart across the middle. I think Clemson wins this game, but I think SMU covers. So at 9.5, give me the points here with SMU in this revenge spot from last year's ACC championship game.
Waltzes in for a 21-yard touchdown, and the swarm continues.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Fox Sports 1, courtesy of The Call. Last week on the show, in this very segment, our friend Joey Knish, baby, joined the show and gave out his best bet, Texas Tech minus 14. Who did they play? Kansas, against Kansas. On the same day, Nick Costos went on Fox Sports in Chicago and gave out Texas Tech minus 14 as his best bet of the week in college football. Who had the bet first and shared it with the other person? It's a question we may never get the answer to. Joining us right now live on the show to try and replicate his success from last week is our friend, professional sports bettor, and host of Hit the Books, which you can find in podcast form. You can watch it on YouTube with our friend Joey Knish and the great Brad Powers as part of the Hammer Betting Network. We encourage everybody to check that out. On Twitter at Joey Knish22, the massively entertaining Joey Knish. My friend, welcome back to the show. What's going on?
Gentlemen, tremendous football Thursday, and I guess great minds sometimes think alike in this business, baby. Picks up. Let's get another one this week.
I love it. And that, obviously it goes without saying that Kanish took that pick for me. I originated it. No, it's not true. It was Kanish's pick. So, Kanish, last week you gave us Texas Tech. What is the Joey Kanish best bet for college football this week?
You know what? I don't even know what part of Chicago it is, but we're going to
Evanston.
For beautiful area. Unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of tears in Evanston, Illinois this weekend. Don't want to be on the lake in Chicago when Purdue comes to town. Throw out the record books. Give me the Boilers +3 this weekend. Not going to need the points. You get 3 of them, you don't need any of them because they're going to win outright, baby. Love the way Purdue's been playing. Hey, didn't get the win last week. Absolutely outplayed Minnesota in every facet. Like the way that, honestly, if you you take a look at both of these teams' body of work, who they've played. I know Northwestern on a little bit of a high here. They beat UCLA before they fired the staff and went to the wonder kid Neuheisel, and UCLA turned into, this juggernaut here the last 2 weeks. They beat Penn State right as Franklin's head's on the guillotine and about to get chopped down, and the team's quitting on them. It's been a very fortunate run here. And, hey, you play the games on the schedule, you win them. But this week, Purdue comes to town. I think they're undervalued. I think they're very, very live in this game. And I think the Boilers win outright. A team that, if you're looking at me, of who's player to player, who's the quarterback do I want in this game? It's Ryan Brown. It's Purdue. And I think they go into Northwestern and win it this week.
All right, absolutely love it. Going with the Boilermakers, boiler up out there with Kanish. You mentioned James Franklin and Penn State getting his head chopped. Well, it happened on Sunday as he got fired. Is this a dead cat bounce spot for the Nittany Lions on the road against Iowa where they're catching 3?
I got to tell you, normally, you know what? I think there's been some scenarios like Arkansas, Sam Pittman goes out, Petrino, you get the bump. They play very competitive versus Tennessee in that. I don't really, in this scenario, with the way this Penn State team had all the expectations and the lofty, we're going to go the national champ, combined with the fact that you lose your quarterback, Aller, out for the year. You got a guy in Grunsbury who I'm not a huge fan of the back. We'll see when he comes in. And it's not like Drew Aller was lighting the world on fire, but I'm not a big fan of the backup they have there. This, to me, more feels like a spot that all the preseason expectations are now out the window. You're not going to the playoff. Your head coach isn't there anymore. Franklin was kind of a motivator, a rah-rah guy to begin with. Now he's out the door. I just don't see it. I don't see where the bump's coming from. Credit to the kids if they get up and do it. But for me, I think this is a Penn State team that I just don't know how you play on them until they show some sign of life. And you can see some proof from the quarterback that he knows what he's doing. It would be an Iowa or nothing for me in this one because I think Penn State's season's over, and I think a lot of those kids are looking elsewhere and know the season's over.
Yeah, not a great time in Happy Valley. As someone who bet them to win the national title back in August, probably one of the worst bets that I've ever placed. How about in the SEC, Kanish? Tennessee at Alabama. Bama's coming off the big win over Missouri. They're now laying 8.5 over at BetMGM against the Vols. Their rivals total 58.5. Any betting side total with Tennessee and Bama?
This is the spot screams Tennessee. A number of the players' injuries, though, kind of keeping me a little tentative here. Gun to my head, I'm still taking the points. I'd still take the Vols. Bama in an incredibly tough stretch of games week after week after week where they're playing like legit level competition. With that said, Tennessee, they feasted early. If this game was 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, and you were telling me this line was a touchdown, I would be telling you, Tennessee game of the year. But with some of the injuries they got going on, they probably should have lost to Arkansas last week. Was not a great defensive performance. It's tough for me to get to the window now because I don't know if we're going to get the high-level performance that we saw out of this Tennessee team earlier in the year. Gun to my head, I think it's too many points, but it's one that just the spot of where it's at, I got to lay off of. But if I had to take it, I take the points. Otherwise, I don't feel great about where Tennessee's trending right now in terms of the season.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with our all-pal Joey Knish, professional sports bettor, part of the Hammer HQ, breaking down college football in the NFL. Knish, in that same window in prime time, maybe the last time we get this game due to all the conference realignment and everything, USC Notre Dame, my guy Jaden Mayava with his Heisman hopes on the line in South Bend, where the Fighting Irish are 9.5-point favorites. Notre Dame's been getting bet all throughout this week. Do you agree with that movement, or are USC live to cover the number, maybe even pull off a big upset in South Bend in what is likely going to be a playoff game?
Well, I tell you, your boy Mayava really put it on the chin last week to the folks in Ann Arbor. Just absolute domination by USC last week. I think Notre Dame in the market. Notre Dame, people are betting Notre Dame week after week, like it's going out of style here. I mean, they're getting steamed every single week in the market, multiple points. I got to tell you though, this is one. If I see it, I know there's a couple tens out there. You probably got to shop it. I would even wait until because the Notre Dame money and steam has been so constant week after week that if I can get a 10, I got to go with the Trojans. I loved what I saw last week off the bye. I loved the way Riley had the offense going up. And defensively, that's probably the most impressive part is, listen, nobody's going to mistake this for a great USC defense, but they showed at least a pulse last week, especially on the line of scrimmage versus Michigan, that I didn't see against the last game with Illinois. A little bit healthier as well. Notre Dame, a couple of guys banged up, starting defensive tackle in that. At 10, it's a buy for me on USC. I do think Notre Dame, if you're telling me, if they win this game, I think they're running the table. They're going to the playoff, and they're a legitimate natty threat. But in this sample right here, this game, if I'm getting 10 points, give me the Trojans.
All right, Knish, I want to hit you with two SEC games and get your thoughts. Georgia, 7.5 against Ole Miss, 54.5. A&M, 7.5 at Arkansas, 61.5. Any bets on either of these games in the SEC on Saturday?
Yeah, I'm going A&M. I think, you know what, this is a little bit of market catching up here on A&M being just an absolute wagon so far this year. I think they're a top 3 team in the country. I think they've got a chance to not only win the SEC, but make a run in the playoff. I mean, it's been years and years of disappointment in Aggie land where they've been spending the money for quite a while. Even before the NIL was a big thing, they were spending the oil money down there. Finally looks like they have the coach and the roster to make a real legit run at it this year. And again, Arkansas played better. You had the Petrino bump. You had the 1 week coming off a bye where they played very competitive versus Tennessee. I think you revert back to a little bit. It's still a very poor Arkansas defense, and it's still Arkansas offense. I think going up against this A&M team, I just think they're going to be outgunned and outmatched. I laid it with Texas A&M. Just say after you got one great performance out of Arkansas, I think you see the Arkansas team more we've been seeing all season, and this A&M team is truly elite. I laid it with the Aggies.
Knish, you had an awesome read last week on Texas Tech, and they obviously crushed Kansas 42-17 and covered the spread. Red Raiders, 7.5 at Arizona State this week, 51.5 the total. We know that there's some quarterback stuff going on in that game. Any thoughts for you on Tech and Arizona State?
Yeah, all the market stuff says that now Sam Levitt's going to give it a go. I had heard last week it was a high ankle sprain, which is usually a couple-week injury at least. But it looks like early reports he's going to try and give it a go. The thing I will say is I don't think Sam Levitt, if he's not right with his legs, to me, all you got back there is then a below-average quarterback because he's not a pocket passer. He's not a guy who's going to deliver the ball efficiently. I'm going to wait on this one to see mostly 7.5 out there now. See if we get the Levitt official and see if you can catch a 7, you can catch a 7.5 on Texas Tech. I'm going to wait this one out now that we've seen the initial Levitt's in steam and see if I can get Texas Tech a little cheaper because to me, they're head and shoulders above anybody else in that conference. I didn't even think they've played particularly well the last 2 weeks and covered both numbers by a decent margin. I'm getting a Texas Tech team that's way, way, way better than anybody in the Big 12. And Levitt at 60%, 70%, that's not somebody who I want to back. So give me Texas Tech here. But let's wait to see if you can get a 7, 6.5 on this one.
Knish, I think now, heading into this week, is a really interesting time to have the conversation about the teams that we think are the best. And I asked Brett McMurphy this question yesterday, and we've talked about it earlier this week. And just to quickly summarize, my tiers in college football right now, Ohio State, draw a line, Bama, draw a line, and then you can put a bunch of different teams in Tier 3, right? Whether Miami, A&M, Indiana, a couple others. Do you see it that way? Like, what are Joey Knish's tiers right now at the top of college football?
I'm with you on Ohio State that I'm drawing a line. I would actually have a couple of other teams in that what I'll call Tier 2, where I'm throwing Miami
You mean
in
the
there,
second tier?
and I'm in the second tier.
I like you're like in what
Dame
I'll call Tier 2, like AKA like the tier after Tier 1. Like you you just cured cancer just now, and what I'll call Tier 2. Thank you.
Tier 2, and I'm throwing not only Miami, Notre Dame, but I'm going to throw Texas A&M in there too. I think you've got those four as kind of that next tier in college football of elite talent, both teams that are trending up over the season, looking better, body of work's getting better and better, and teams that I think will not only be in the college football playoff, but that Tier 2 to me is teams who are a legit threat to win the national championship. And then the Tier 3, you've got more of the fringe, we'll call it Indiana, Texas Tech, teams that they're probably going to the playoff, but do I really think they can win the Natty? No. And we'll see where that lands, but I got to tell you, if Notre Dame wins this week, as we said during the game, I think they're running the table. I think they're going to the playoff, and I think then you've got them as a potential, like, real strong team to win the national championship. Because that defense now, it's been playing better. That was the problem early. C.J. Carr looks better and better. I think the Fighting Irish are a real threat to win the Natty this season.
Would you, ahead of this game, where they're like pretty big favorites, obviously, against USC, would you bet Notre Dame now, Knish? Is that a bet that you've placed? Notre Dame 17-1 to win the Natty at BetMGM.
Yep, I've been in on it. I got a lead. Now, granted, I took a little bit a couple weeks ago, a little bit better. But to me, this is the last buying opportunity, right? Or because the rest of the schedule is pretty cake. They're going to be multiple score favorites in every single game down the stretch. If they win this one, I think it's going to be odds on. They do run the table, and you're not telling me a 10-2. Again, this is a television product at the end of the day, the college football playoff. You are not telling me a 10-2 Notre Dame team is getting left out by this committee. I think they win tonight or the win on the weekend, and then you're just the opportunity to buy. The number's just going to go one way, right? It's out. And if they lose, you know what? Then they're probably out. But I think they beat USC, but don't cover, and they're going to run it the rest of the way.
Knish, dealer's choice to end the segment. This can be another college football bet that you like this weekend that we haven't discussed, or a random bet in the accounts in 45 seconds.
You know what? We did a little double cross last week. Chiefs money line against the Lions, and you know what? We're going to run it back. I might not even be able to go out in public in Detroit, for this weekend here until we win a game. I took the Bucks again. Give me the +5.5. This Lions team is so beat up as in the secondary. The secondary sucks. The offensive line's also having some issues. And it's a Bucks team that I got to tell you, Baker's playing really well. Took the points again this weekend. Lions win, don't cover. Give me the Bucks at another Detroit double cross.
Just so you know, Tyler is disappointed that we didn't get either a tennis bet or like a Curacao El Salvador World Cup qualifying first half total bet. So Tyler was expecting something a little more esoteric. But we love you, my friend. We appreciate it. At Joey Knish 22 on Twitter. Hit the Books is the college football betting show with Knish and Brad Powers. You can find it on YouTube and you can find it in podcast form. Good luck with the bets this weekend, my friend, and we will catch up with you next week.
Sounds good, fellas. Good luck this weekend.
Like Cam Neely, a.k.a. Seabass, said in Dumb and Dumber, make it 2 Boilermakers. Let's go, Purdue. On the other side, Zach Harper joins us, talking NBA.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
My AFC playoff teams, obviously, have Buffalo, Baltimore, Indy, KC, New England, the Chargers, and the Houston Texans, which leaves out the Pittsburgh Steelers, who I think most people would be like, hey, how do you not have Pittsburgh in there? They're 4-1. They're the 2 seed right now. You know the quarterbacks that the Steelers have beaten so far this season? Justin Fields, who just got sacked 9 times and completed 9 balls overseas in London. Carson Wentz, LOL. Dylan Gabriel. Now, there's one that's missing. They beat Drake May. But go back and watch that game. As fluky as a result as you will find with the 5 turnovers from the New England Patriots, I don't think the Steelers have beaten anyone. I think the Steelers are just very, very mediocre. 15th in offensive success rate. 17th in defensive success rate. The upcoming schedule for Pittsburgh, at the Bengals tomorrow night, should win that game. Home Packers, hello, Rodgers versus the old team. Home Indianapolis, I think the Colts are flat out better than them. At the Chargers, I think the Chargers are better than them. Home Bengals should be able to win that one. At the Bears, toss-up game. I mean, if Caleb continues to take steps forward, Ben Johnson, who knows? Maybe they lose at Chicago. Home Buffalo, Buffalo's better. At Baltimore, Baltimore's better. Home Miami, yeah, Miami stinks. At Detroit, LOL. At the Browns, they'll beat the Browns. Then home Ravens. I don't think that we're going to see this glorious, like Steelers 12-5, 13. No, I think they're going to go like 8-9 or 9-8 at best. And I don't think that's going to be good enough to make the AFC playoffs. This team collapses. Friday morning, I will be betting Steelers to miss the playoffs. Right now, it's plus 240. If they win Thursday, tomorrow night, probably going to be like, plus 350, maybe plus 400. That will be a bet for me on the Steelers.
The Thunder have taken the NBA by storm. For the first time, the NBA champion resides in Oklahoma City. The storybook season is complete.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I have to be honest. It's October. When was the last month we heard Mike Breen's voice on this show with NBA highlights? We are so back. The NBA back Tuesday night. Thunder and the Rockets, Warriors and the Lakers. We can't wait for basketball to be back in our lives. We're going to talk about it every day here on You Better You Bet, give you our bets every day here on You Better You Bet, and have the best NBA guests in the business joining us to break it down, like our friend, the great Zach Harper, Athletic, Sirius XM NBA Radio. I'm just going to say this here. If you are not watching the show right now on YouTube or Twitch, you are missing out on one of the great hair, fade, beard combinations that I've actually ever. I can't take my eyes off it. The beard is absolutely majestic. It's unbelievable. And you got to subscribe to The Bounce which is Zach's newsletter through The Athletic. You get it in your inbox all the time, breaking down the NBA. Zach is entertaining. He's informative. Subscribe to The Bounce, Zach's NBA newsletter, facilitated by our friends at The Athletic and BetMGM, sponsor of both The Athletic and us, so we love that. On Twitter at Talk Hoops. My friend, welcome back to the show. Happy basketball season.
Hey, man, happy basketball season to you guys, too. I got to say, it's like an hour ago I left the barber chair, so this is fresh. This is as fresh as it gets for me as I got home, hopped in the chair here, ready to go.
Are you, like, when it's done, I'm guessing the barber, like, does the thing with the mirror, like, is what it looks.
Yeah.
Are you thinking to yourself, like, man, like, this is it? Nailed it.
Oh, yeah, no, because my guy Sergio, he's the best, man. I've followed him literally all around LA. He's in like his 4th spot in the last 4 years since I started going to him. So I'm in the Valley. For people who don't know LA, I'm in the Valley. I drive 35 minutes east to Eagle Rock, which is like, it's like going to another city. It's like leaving states to go get a haircut, but that is how good this guy is. So every time I'm like, he killed it.
I'm super anal retentive about my hair. I can super very much appreciate that. All right. We will get nitty gritty in a second here. We will get micro, but let's do a little macro here. What is the storyline, Zach, that interests you the most heading into opening night on Tuesday in the NBA?
I mean, I hate parity. I'm interested to see if the Thunder can finally end parity. I think parity is for losers. I've said that for years. Like, I think if you're into parity, then like you're not into basketball. Basketball is about elitism. Like, the best people keep coming back and keep dominating. We did it with the Lakers and the Celtics. We did it with the Bulls. We did the Lakers and the Spurs and the Warriors. Like, we do this every time. And now 6 different champions the last 6 years. No, thank you. I want to see if the Thunder can say parity era is over. We run this thing now.
All right. That begs an obvious follow-up question, Zach, because, we have a bunch of guests that come on our show that bet they love the Thunder and think that the Thunder are going to repeat. I tend to agree. Femi likes Denver a little bit, and I will say that I agree with Femi that if it's not the Thunder, I think it'll be the Nuggets. When it's all said and done, Zach, do you think it's going to be the Thunder going back-to-back? They're plus 240, but, I mean, you could make the case that maybe that price should be shorter if OKC is what a lot of us think they can be this year. What do you think?
Yeah, and you've got to think that, they now have that championship experience, so they have a better understanding of what this takes, and that stuff does matter. Granted, it hasn't mattered the last 6 years, but it does matter in general in NBA history. But I'm with Femi. Like, I like Denver here. Denver took them to 7 games. That team wasn't good. That Denver team wasn't good. Like, that's how good Jokic is. Now they have swapped out Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson, who I think is a better fit. They've brought in an actual backup center in Jonas Valanciunas so they can give more than 8 minutes of terror rest to Jokic, where they're just living, like, just hoping, let's not get down 17 in these 8 minutes. Like, it's just terror for them. And now they bring in Tim Hardaway Jr., they bring back Bruce Brown. Like, this is a real 9-man rotation that if healthy, should be able to take down the Thunder. That doesn't mean the Thunder won't win, but I do think this is as good as it gets for a race in the West.
So if I gave you, which I wouldn't because I'm very cheap, but if I gave you $100 and said, bet the NBA champion at price, you'll take Denver plus 550 over Oklahoma City at plus 240? And could you make the case for any other team to potentially not like get to the finals or have a Cinderella run, but actually lift the Larry O'Brien?
Yeah, I mean, I would take that 550. Plus 550, that's a big number to me for how good Denver is and how good they were 2 years ago. They've replenished everything they needed to replenish since that title run, with the frugality hitting them. I think if I was going to make a surprise bet in the West, I would go Minnesota. Like, I do think Minnesota is just dismissed. Like, they've made the conference finals the last 2 years. That's a big deal in this Western Conference. And I think if for some reason you end up getting a Denver OKC second round matchup and Denver wins, Minnesota was built. Now, they've obviously made the change with Cat to Randall a year ago, but Minnesota was built to take down Denver. Minnesota does have a lot of what Denver, their kryptonite is in terms of size and versatility and stuff. So I could see that happening. I'm very interested in like the Knicks in the East. I know it's not an amazing price, but you can make the argument that whoever comes out of the West is going to go through such a gauntlet. They will be really at their edges there, and New York could take advantage.
You bet on a Thursday. Our guest, Zach Harper from The Athletic, Sirius XM NBA Radio, on Twitter at Talk Hoops. Subscribe to the newsletter, The Bounce. The link is in his Twitter profile at Talk Hoops. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Zach. It sounds like you think my Knicks are going to win the Eastern. I think that. I really do. Yeah. And I've gone through a million reasons why. Like, I don't trust the Cavs. You can poke holes in every team in the East. I do think the Knicks are going to win the East. Do you think the Knicks will win the East this season, Zach?
They're my pick. I mean, look, Cleveland's really good, but they've been really good for 3 years, and every year something has gone wrong, and it's always an excuse, but to me, they just haven't been ready for those primetime moments. So to me, that's a big deal. Orlando, yes, they look great with Desmond Bane and Tyus Jones. It's a little early. It's a little quick. Detroit, I could see making a good run, not winning the East. And then, like, the dark horse there is Milwaukee. If they can make everything ugly and then Giannis is just a superhero, I could talk myself into that. At the same time, it's Doc Rivers coaching. That's where I talk myself out of it.
Zach, I know you didn't mention the Philadelphia 76ers, buddy. Joel Embiid might be back opening night. I'm seeing the reports already from Shams. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the year that Joel Embiid stays healthy. Also, I will not be buying that that stock whatsoever. How about the Lakers, though? LeBron James has sciatica. Doesn't sound like he's going to be back until mid-November. How high is the Lakers ceiling this year, and what is looking like this transition year going from LeBron's team to now Luka Doncic's team?
Yeah, well, one, I also battled sciatica in my early 40s. So LeBron, welcome to hell. It's a terrible injury to go through. It really sucks. So I think he's a little bit better athlete than I am, in a little bit better shape. So he'll probably bounce back easier. The Lakers are interesting, but not interesting enough where I think they can make noise. Like DeAndre Ayton, yes, he is an upgrade at the big man position. When's the last time you trusted DeAndre Ayton to remain focused and consistent in the way they're going to need? So, they have good players. If Marcus Smart is healthy, he helps them defensively, but you're still running a lineup out there that's got Ayton, Luka, and Austin Reeves defensively. I think that works in the regular season. I don't know how that works in the postseason. So if you want to make a bet that they're going to be like a top 4 team in the West, I could be talked into that. I still think they're not in that grouping, but I think they're definitely a top 6 team if healthy. But this transition to Luka's team, it's going to be awkward. There's going to be a point they lose 4 out of 5 games, and you start hearing all those whispers about what does LeBron want to do now? Does he want to stick it out this season? It's logistically really hard to move him, but that doesn't mean the distractions can't really, hurt them throughout the course of a regular season.
Lakers 9-1 to win the Western Conference this year at BetMGM. So, Zach, this will be, I'm going to ask one question and it'll lead into another one after you answer it. Give us a team, could be either conference, that you think will exceed expectations this year, be better or a lot better than people think.
This may be way out there. I really like Portland. I love the way they played the second half of the season. Now, I don't know that they actually make the play-in tournament because the West is so crazy, but I do think the over on them is really easy for them to clear. I think this team can win 41 games pretty easily and be a 500 team. They need to be healthy. Already Scoot Henderson's out, so that's going to be tough, but you had Drew Holiday in the mix. If he's even half half more healthy than he was last year, if he improves that, he's a really good addition to what they need. They just need health there, but Chauncey Billups figured something out defensively with them last year. They can take that identity. I do like them being someone that exceeds expectations pretty easily.
All right, so the Trailblazers to exceed. You know where I'm going next here. A team that you think, Zach, will fall short. This is like what Einstein wrote about this, right? It's like the theory of relativity. You ask exceed, now we have to say who falls short of expectations. Who is it and why?
Look, the additions this offseason are great. I understand why everyone's so high on them. I got to see the Hawks to believe it. It's the Hawks. We've done this every year. They switch out some teammates. They switch out a coach. They switch out more teammates. You're relying on the Hawks to, 1, be consistent, and 2, for Kristaps Porzingis to be healthy. He hasn't really been healthy. Now, granted, last year was mostly a weird illness that he had, and it sounds like that's over, but he's still someone who can't stay on the court. Jalen Johnson missed a bunch of time last year, and everyone talks about, but they were so good when he was healthy. They were 3 games over 500. That's with him on the court. It's not like they were gangbusters here. So the Hawks, I just don't trust them. I've never trusted the Hawks. They haven't been a serious team since they made the conference finals in 2021. I understand how everyone is buying the hype. I'm just not going to yet.
Atlanta win total 46.5. The Portland Trailblazers 34.5 at BetMGM. Zach, let's close with this. This can be a betting take or just something from the mind and the very well-coiffed beard of Zach Harper. Give us a sizzling hot take for this NBA season, something that you think will happen. A Zach Harper hot take on the NBA season.
Yang Han-sen finishes second in Rookie of the Year voting. I think Yang Han-sen is a monster. Yeah, he's a monster.
Who's the Chinese player that the Blazers drafted in the middle of the first round?
Yes, they call him the Chinese Jokic. I see the similarities. He's not Jokic, but I was so against that pick, and then I saw 30 seconds of him in summer league and was like, oh, I was wrong. This guy's amazing. I think it'll take him a little bit of time to take that starting job just because they have more veteran players in front of him. That dude's a monster. You can't keep him off the court. He's so skilled. He has such a great understanding of spacing and timing and everything. Once he gets his feet wet in the NBA, I think he's going to take off and dominate at times for this Blazers team.
I'll tell you what, man, that's so fascinating, right? Because Klingon is more of like your old school center. And then how do you say his name? I'm going to screw it up.
Yang Han-sen. I'm pretty sure that's how you say it, but I'm also an idiot. So don't. Yang Han-sen.
Well,
yeah.
I had to ask you, so I guess I'm the idiot. That's an interesting big man combo there. Zach, we appreciate you, man. It's your time of year, NBA season. Talk Hoops on Twitter. Subscribe to The Bounce, the newsletter, as part of The Athletic. Stay well. We'll talk to you soon.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
I got to tell you, man. That felt good.
Yeah,
NBA.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah. Power Hour, Final Hour coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Guy in the hallway. I can hear him just waiting. I see him now.
No hockey sweater this week.
You got the O on though.
Always represents. Jeff always represents the Ducks, but no hockey sweater this week, Jeff. It was bad luck, I guess.
No, I didn't. No, actually, I did not wear it on a show last week.
You wore it on this show.
Yeah, that's why we lost. I didn't wear it on our show.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my. So next time I'm just gonna wear the hockey sweater so we won't lose. That's the reason why. I'm sorry, Dan Lanning. It's my fault.
Man. Yeah, well, you got Kurt Signetti a lot more money.
I did. I think James Franklin got him a lot more money. I don't know about what we did. I think James Franklin got him money. Sammy's betting Rutgers this week. His favorite bet of the week, he told me. He wants us to. He said, actually, I hope you lose. That was rude of him.
That's not what I said.
Oh yeah, no, he was going in depth. He's like, Rutgers is a play. This is the worst spot for Oregon.
It's a terrible
any
spot.
team in college football. Yeah,
it's a bad spot.
It's a terrible spot. You lose a game, and you have to fly all the way to New Jersey to play a night game. Like they're doing like a red out or something, a scarlet out. And they get an extra day of rest too. They played Friday, so we got a long trip out east, buddy.
Wait, are you taking the 17 in the hook?
No, I don't bet. I don't take the points with the team my team is playing against. That's weird to me. Like to root for Oregon to only win by a certain amount of points. No, I don't do that.
Yeah.
You know what that means though, Joe. If he's not laying
he's
it.
saying,
I would advise,
he's saying
if I took my Oregon shirt off, I would advise Rutgers plus 17.5 is a good wager.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Oregon with a little bit of value after the loss, 12-1 for the title? Is there value there?
I think so. I mean, I'll tell you this, and everyone associated with the program will tell you this. 2025 was not our year to win a championship. It's next season. That's what they've been building for. I just don't know if we're good enough, even if we had beaten Indiana, to beat Ohio State. Like, again, the playoff is you have to win 3 or 4 games against the top 5 teams in the country. It is hard to do, man. I mean, that's only a few teams I think can actually do it. Ohio State being one of them. Miami's one of them as well. I'm not sure Indiana can win 3 games in a row like that. It's hard to do, man. You have to be great everywhere. You can't have a deficiency. If you will, someone will find it. And I don't know if Oregon is quite there, ready to win that championship yet.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake, you pig. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, Jay Croucher, our crew and you. The Power Hour and every hour presented here on You Better You Bet by BetMGM. Make it legendary. I kind of want to do the bitches every single time, but it's not really their tagline. I just think it should be. Make it legendary, ... Bitches. Download the BetMGM app and visit BetMGM.com. Pro Sports Bettor Rob Pizzola joins us in 20 minutes. Our best bets for tonight in the world of sports will close the show. But joining us right now, we'll get some thoughts on Week 7 in the National Football League. And, man, the excitement is building. Tuesday night, the NBA returns to our lives. And joining us to talk the NFL and some NBA as well, maybe even, does he have some World Series futures? I don't know. Probably. Our friend Jay Croucher from NBC Sports, Fantasy Football Happy Hour, and the award-winning stand-up that airs on NBC right before Sunday Night Football comes on the air. I get home from the office on Sundays just in time to see Jay stand up on Sunday Night Football. It is awesome. On Twitter at CroucherJD. Welcome back to the show, my friend. How are you?
Very well. Thanks for having me, Nick. Looking forward to getting stuck into it.
Oh, why don't we let's start with baseball. Do you have anything for us in Major League Baseball? And then we'll do Week 7 in the NFL.
Not so much a pick or anything. I'm just kind of surprised by the lack of respect that Seattle is getting in these games. Like when you look forward, like a week ago or so, a bit longer, and how the outrights were priced, the market was pricing Seattle as a better team than Toronto. And then we get to the series and Bo Bichette's not on the roster for Toronto. And then the market has just decided now that Toronto are a better team than Seattle. And that's being reflected in the game lines. The fact that George Kirby was on the mound last night going up against Shane Bieber, and the Seattle were barely favored in that one. They're barely favored tonight, despite seemingly a pitching advantage with Luis Castillo on the mound against whatever is left of Max Scherzer. So, I mean, Seattle's in control of the series. They're up 2-1. They're favored tonight, but it it's curious to me that the market doesn't seem to respect the Mariners as much as I thought they might. And as a big Victor Robles fan, as you can see with the jersey behind me, I was hoping that the M's would have a bit more respect, but they don't. So we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way without respect.
Hey, listen, it just makes better prices for us to bet the Mariners. I like the Mariners tonight. We have the Mariners to win the series. I like the Dodgers in the World Series, but I will say, and Femi and I have talked about this, as someone who's holding Dodgers positions, I would much rather see the Blue Jays in the World Series than the Seattle Mariners. All right, National Football League. Yeah, best bet for us, my friend, as we head into Week 7. Side or total or a prop, whatever tickles your fancy.
Yeah, so to me, one of the most interesting lines of the week is the fact that the Patriots 7 and have been on the right side of 7 for the Patriots against the Titans this week, and what that says about the quality of this New England team. I think this Patriots team, relative to all the teams right now that are kind of clustered around average, slightly better than average, teams like your Houstons, your Jacksonvilles, your New Englands, I think that the Patriots have the most upside of any of those teams because of Drake May. And I think that Drake May, there is a real chance that Drake May right now is just already like the 5th best quarterback in football, and we just don't entirely know it because we haven't seen him do it for a full year, but he's done it for 6 weeks. He's basically been a top 5 quarterback when you look at his underlying numbers. So I don't have a strong opinion on the game specifically this week, but the fact that the market is so bullish on New England and the fact that May has played to the level that he has and his upside going forward, I think that speaks very positively of their outlook the rest of the season. I think they'll trade for another wide receiver. I think that Stephon Diggs despite the fact that he only had 28 yards or whatever last week, has the 50-yarder suspiciously called back. Well, not suspicious, but it just shouldn't have been called back. It was probably just the catch that should have. Yeah, it was a bad call. So I think that Diggs, if that catch is just allowed to stand, then you're talking about a guy who has north of 300 yards across his past 3 games. So if you added Jacoby Myers or Rashid Shaheed, someone like that into the mix with Diggs, I think all of a sudden this team is really cooking. So I think that the Patriots are plus 175 to win their division. I have that closer to plus 125. They already have the first half of the tiebreak with Buffalo, and the return leg against the Bills is in New England. If you look at the Patriots' schedule, it's basically they play the Titans this week. They basically play the Titans for the next 2 months. Like, it's completely insane. They just play all the bad teams over and over again. So I think that they're going to rack up wins because May is so good, because the defense is getting better. And I think that ultimately that division with Buffalo is closer to a coin flip than the market is pricing.
Yeah, and that's where I want to go with this next one. And, I may end up wearing some egg on my face at the end of the season because, and I've also have, more importantly, less money. In the summer, Femi and I do our exercise talking about win totals, and it feels like the Bill, not locks, obviously, but that Buffalo and Baltimore are very likely to win their respective divisions. And even after the Bills lost on, and I don't like the Bills as far as winning a Super Bowl or winning the AFC, but I came on the air, Jay, on the show on Tuesday after the Bills got run all over by the Falcons on Monday night and said, look, I still think Buffalo is going to win the AFC East. But you make a really good point with the Patriots' schedule and a head-to-head win against the Bills in Buffalo a couple weeks ago. The Ravens are 1-5. The Steelers, I think, will be 5-1 after tonight. So do you think that this is going to be the case? Like, Patriots win the AFC East, and conversely, AFC North. It's now the time to potentially buy the Baltimore Ravens. Give us your thoughts on the AFC East and the AFC North moving forward. Maybe a little topsy-turvy from what we thought preseason.
Yeah, I think the Ravens, the fact that it's pretty crazy. They're 1-5, and they're a dog to win the division, but they're not bigger than 2-1 anywhere to win the division. I think the issue with the Ravens, it would be different if it was just like purely Lamar hurt, and Lamar comes back and then everything falls into place. It's just the rest of this team is so banged up and decimated, and the fact that they're not going to get Madubuike back, who was so key to their defensive line, and the fact that the defense, I'm just not sure that the defense is going to get that much better. I think it'll get better because it'll get a little bit healthier as they get Roquan Smith back, as they get some other bodies back too. But like, Roquan Smith's not the guy that he was 2 years ago. He was already starting to falter. They don't really have much in terms of edge rushes. They've added Gilman to help in the safety room, but they had to lose some of the edge rush in Oweh to do that. So I just don't think this defense is going to get particularly good. I think Lamar is going to have to do his Superman act. So there is nothing that's appealing to me at price. Like, yeah, in theory, the Ravens are 1-5 and they're going to come home like a steam train. It's like, well, you can still be a steam train, but then like limp into the playoffs and be a wild card and have to play Buffalo in week 1 on the road or something. So I don't make any price on Baltimore value at the moment. I think the Steelers will ultimately win that division. In the AFC East, I think that, look, I still think Buffalo is more likely to win the division. I think they're rightfully favored. I just think it should be more like a coin flip. I think that if you wanted to tap into the Bills upside and them coming off the bye, which I think is pretty well timed for them with all their injuries, I think that of the 3 guys at the top of the MVP board, the Josh Allen in the 3-1 range, that would be my bet for MVP still, because they're still the favorite to get the 1 seed. And Bills, their schedule's pretty easy as well. They, like New England, being in the AFC East, they get a pretty favorable schedule the rest of the way. So if you wanted to buy into Buffalo's upside, I would just bet on Josh Allen to win MVP. And if you wanted to buy into the Patriots upside, I would bet on the Patriots to win the AFC East. And look, both of those bets can be value at the same time too. And so that would be my approach there.
Well, let's stay on the awards train, Jay. Like, what are you doing with Offensive Rookie of the Year now that Emeka Egbuka has been hurt with the hamstring injury? He was going to come back, but we don't know how long he's going to be out for. Jackson Dart's the favorite at -105. I made the case at 340 for Travis Hunter if we get an increased usage at 100-1 for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But how are you betting Oroy? And also, what are you doing with Defensive Rookie of the Year, where it feels like nobody really wants to take over that mark?
Yeah, well, Defensive Rookie of the Year, I'm largely on the sidelines. Don't have any big position in that. I think that Abdul Carter is still the most likely player to win, but he's got, half a sack so far. Pressures are okay. He hasn't been as dominant as everyone thought. And I think with Carter, it's not just all about sacks, but the underlying stuff hasn't been, as emphatic as Jared Verse was last year without the sack. So he is, I think, a pretty gettable favorite at the moment, but there's a lot of guys who I think are slight value, but not worth betting currently. Offensive Rookie of the Year, I think that this is the most mispriced favorite in the market. Apologies, Nick. Jackson Dart, I don't think should be anywhere near even money to win this award. He can, of course, win the award, but the reality is that, he's played, 3 games. He has 4 passing touchdowns, 2 picks. The Giants' win total is 5.5 the rest of the way. I just don't understand how he can gobble up 50% of the market. The issue is there's not one singular candidate to take down Dart. I think that a lot of guys should be in a similar price range. So I think that Tyler Warren, Teteroa McMillan, Egbuka, if it's just a grade 1 strain and he's only going to miss the 2 games, I think that these guys should all be priced around in the same tier as Jackson Dart. And I think that, some guys further down the board, Travis Hunter, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, I think they can both get involved as well if things break right and they ride, hard right tail outcomes. So the way that I would approach this market is that I would be looking to basically bet no on Jackson Dart and just back the other side of that, either create a synthetic no on Dart or be backing Dart no on exchanges. I just would be trying to take down Jackson Dart in this market because I think that his price right now is a product mostly of vibes and the fact that he's got like the Anakin Skywalker face paint and that he's just so buzzy after that win against the Eagles.
Does he have the high ground or no?
He has the high ground according to BetMGM. For me, he is on more level ground with Teteroa McMillan and Tyler Warren and friends.
Does he hate the Jedi or no?
No, he loves the Jedi. He is one of the Jedi.
Well, I think the Jedi are evil. Well, I mean, I'm just giving you bad Hayden Christensen lines from Revenge of the Sith. You bet on this Thursday. Great Jay Croucher with us for a couple more minutes.
The high ground. It's good. The high ground is good. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Call. Mike Brown writes in our chat that Jay, you underestimate his power. Dude, Revenge of the Sith it's actually a good movie. Like it's actually good. No, but hold on. But let me finish.
Count
it's horrible. It's dude. It's Dookie. It's the movie. It is. Oh. It's horrible, but it's actually also it's the best bad movie ever. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'll pay that. It's a bad piece of cinema, but it's funny because it's bad. There's a lot of bad chat in that movie.
It's horrible. You underestimate my power.
Yeah. I think BetMGM overestimates Jackson Dart's power. That's why I'm against him in the market.
Dude, I love that. I was going to ask you about Defensive Rookie. We're running out of time. NBA season starts on Tuesday. We know you like the Thunder to win the title. Maybe people have noticed that I also now like Thunder to win the title.
Yes, welcome to the movement. We have the high ground in the market.
Actually, I think we do have the high ground in this one. Not title. Give us something. You are the future master, a Jedi.
Okay, so I'll give you my 2 favorite win totals on the board, and I think that when you look at win totals in the kind of the netherworld, the middle regions of the high 30s, it's not so much, team strength matters, but it's also just about gravity and what that team's incentives are going to be towards the end of the season. And that's why my 2 favorite win totals in the East are under 37.5 on the Pacers and over 39.5 on the Raptors. And the reason why is that I think Toronto are going to be desperate to be in the play-in, to get a top 8 seed and give themselves 2 cracks at it if they're the 7 or the 8, or even push for the top 6. I think this is a team that is just going to take the regular season really seriously and go for kind of old school Washington Wizards, John Wall, Bradley Beal era fight just to get into the first round. And I think that they're just going to go all out for that. And so I think that is going to push them from a team that might normally win 38, 39 games into a team that wins 41, 42, 43. You just rack up wins in the final month of the season if you're trying. Like the Bulls closed like 10-3 or something last year just because they wanted to win games. And then conversely, the Pacers, I just don't think they're going to rev the gas knowing that this is a gap year and that Pascal Siakam is about to turn 32 and that this team is coming off a finals run. They have no center. They know that they're no chance whatsoever to make the finals, to make any run really, and that Halliburton's already been ruled out for the season. I think this offense is going to be pretty rough without Tyrese. They were, I think, a neutral to slightly negative team without Tyrese last year on the court. And so I just don't think that this team is going to be fully incentivized, particularly given that they got their own pick back just before Tyrese got hurt. And so I think that that is going to drag them down more to the 35, 34 range. So, it feels strange given their respective seasons last year, but under on the Pacers, over on the Raptors.
5 seconds for this one. You cannot say Empire Strikes Back. What is the best Star Wars movie?
I really like Return of the Jedi, which I know is not kosher, but I like that.
No, Return of the Jedi is awesome. I think it's Rogue One.
Okay, yeah, I'm not with you there. I'm just glad you didn't
great.
say
Well,
Attack of the Clones or whatever that movie is.
See you later.
Okay. Goodbye, Nick. Thank you for your Star Wars chat.
Jay Croucher joining us here on the show, and the Force is with him. On the other side, our friend Rob Pizzola joins us. Best bets for Week 7 in the National Football League.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So yeah, we talked about this on the show on Monday. I played Arizona State immediately at 11.5. Thinking there was a possibility that it was going to be Jeff Sims once again, which I can't believe he's still in college. But actually, we had some news come out about 32 minutes ago from Pete Thamel. Let's make sure it's the real Pete Thamel. It is. Okay. So Sam Leavitt is expected to be probable for Arizona State. He's in line to play Saturday against Texas Tech. Thamel says he looked improved in practice this week as he battles through the lower body injury. He did miss their last game against Utah. We bet Utah in that game. It was never a sweat. Got hurt against Baylor on September 20th. So that's why I number grabbed the 11.5. As far as the matchup, and I do like Dillingham. Wasn't really high on Arizona State this year. Bet the under on their win total. Really like this Texas Tech team. But with Sam Leavitt back, I think this is a touchdown game. I think 11.5, even 9.5, too many points. And that's why this number is going to go down. But Texas Tech, man, they're really good. My concern coming into the season was their secondary. Last year, they had the 4th worst coverage grade in the Power 4. This year, because of the transfer portal, they've completely turned that thing around. They have the best coverage grade in America, and they're not really giving up explosive passes. They're 24th in explosive pass rate allowed. Offensive side of the ball, they've been really good. Even in the game against Utah, right, when Morton got knocked out of the game, the backup comes in, looked really serviceable. But I just think 11.5 is too many points for Dillingham, especially with Leavitt back. So I like Tech to win, but I like Arizona State to cover the number.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Oh boy, Dodgers up 1-0 on the Brewers. Let's get them out of here. Let's go up 3-0. Let's get these Dodgers NL pennants bets home, and let's get on to the World Series for our Los Angeles Dodgers. Femi's a Mariners fan, but listen, Femi knows the deal. It's Dodgers are going to win. All our bets for tonight are coming up at the end of the show, including side total and props, Steelers and Bengals. But joining us right now, best bets, Week 7 in the National Football League, is our buddy, Pro Sports Bettor of the Hammer. Forward Progress is the NFL content that they put out. You can find it on YouTube. You can subscribe in podcast form as well. I think the Hammer does great work. And I'm going to shout out our guy, G-Stack George, who's Greek, and I've seen names like his before. Syphilitis. Sylphitis. I was going more with like a sexually transmitted disease as the pronunciation. So thank you.
That's what I do when I'm joking with him, Nick. So he's heard that one a million times before.
George Gonorrhea is putting out great content for Rob at the Hammer. They're doing awesome stuff. Find the website, injury reports, all sorts of good stuff. BetStamp as well on Twitter at Rob Pizzola. What's going on, buddy? Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. However, had I known that Femi is a Mariners fan, I may have boycotted today. This might have been the day where I called in sick or something like that. No, honestly, I'm doing great. The Jays won, still an uphill battle, but yeah, it's a great time of year. Football's going well as well, so you can't complain.
Just
we'll see how it goes.
I think you'll never say it. No, you'll never admit it. It would be way more interesting if my favorite team were in it. Just saying. Let's talk some NFL, Rob. Let's start. You know what? I'm not interested in retorts. Bears and the Saints on Sunday. Potential win game right at Soldier Field. Bears about a 5-point favorite. Totals going down. What do you like, Bears and Saints?
So totals going down because as we're getting closer to game time here, there's some possible inclement weather in play in Chicago, especially wind. Of course, it's October in Chicago. You're going to get wind, but potential gusts here that are trending upwards and upwards. And whenever that happens, kind of shrinks the game towards the underdog. A lot of times, in my opinion, you lose the ability to have deep passes downfield. You also lose the ability to have a long kicking game as well. But I like Chicago when they're in spots where they were last week, where I kind of need them to be competitive in the game. This is where I want to fade them because I don't think that the Bears are very good. If you look at their net success rate this year, it's one of the lowest in the league. Net yards per play, very low. And listen, a lot can go wrong when you bet on the New Orleans Saints. They're not a very good football team, but they are pretty scrappy. And this is not a game against the Bears where they are going to be at a supreme disadvantage on both lines of scrimmage, like they have been in other games this year. The Saints they don't have a good O-line, they don't have a good D-line, but the Bears are not the team that's going to blow you off the ball on either side. So I think there's a little bit of value with the Saints at the current market number. My fair was like just below 4, something like 3.8 in favor of Chicago. That's accounting for potential weather impact as well. But I like New Orleans this week. I think the Bears are a little bit overrated off of a win where, I mean, candidly, they got pretty lucky with some positive turnover stuff working in their favor.
Rob, a couple years ago when the Chiefs offense was in its heyday, and you've been joining us on the show literally since we launched in 2019, we had a run, and I say we, it was you, and then like I would make the bet because you liked it. Chiefs team total overs. I don't know what your bet is in Chiefs Raiders. You're smiling. Is that like what is your bet in Chiefs Raiders? I'm hoping it's teamed. I like that bet. What do you like this week, KC and Vegas with Rashee Rice back for Kansas City?
Yeah, so as someone who I lost a big point spread last week, I bet some Green Bay against Cincy. It's not going to deter me from laying big points again. All I've heard this week is like, at this number, you got to take the Raiders. It's like, why? Have we not seen how bad the Raiders are at this point? I mean, people are saying, well, the Raiders always play the Chiefs tough historically. Sure. I mean, different coaching regimes, different quarterbacks, different players. Like they're down their starting left tackle, who's one of the best in the game. Their O-line can't do anything. 30% of their runs go for 0 yards or negative yards. They cannot push anyone off the ball. They're going to get dominated in the trenches by the Kansas City Chiefs. That's simply what's going to happen in this game. Defensively, Raiders are leaving tons of guys open all over the field. This Chiefs offense, even if Rashee Rice is on very limited snaps, like they are trending up at this point. They're humming. They're very efficient. There's nothing we've seen out of the Raiders this year offensively that would indicate to me that they're going to be able to move the ball in this game. They had 4 yards per play at home against Tennessee. I mean, this is just a very, very bad offense without any real skill now that Brock Bowers is out. I just see this as a short number. I don't think the market has adjusted either of these teams enough. Kansas City's better than market thinks. Raiders are worse. So I'm laying the points with KC this week.
I'm a little bummed, Rob. Like, the Monday Night Football doubleheader should be awesome, but I'd like for at least one of these games to be on a Sunday, because you can make an argument the two best games this week are both on Monday night. The first one is the Bucs and the Lions in Detroit. Lions a 5.5-point home favorite in the game. Maybe Tampa gets Mike Evans back. Total 52.5. What do you like in the first Monday night game?
So I like the over, and I lean strongly to the Bucs. And I know everyone's looking for this spot to fade Tampa because they're getting some positive, turnover stuff happening this year. Third downs, they've been really good, as Baker has for the last couple years. Everyone's just looking for that spot. This is the paper tiger, right? But Detroit is decimated on defense. And I know Tampa is going to be very limited with skill position players. Mike Evans might end up playing in this game. But when we're looking at the Lions depth chart, This reminds me a lot of what they had in the playoffs last year when they lost to the Commanders at home, where their secondary is completely in shambles. With Brian Branch suspended now, they're down 5 cornerbacks, 5 of their top 6 from the depth chart starting the year. I don't necessarily care who's at receiver for Tampa Bay. Detroit's going to play really soft in this game. I think Tampa's going to be able to keep it close, but ultimately I think you can always rely on Detroit, especially at home, to score, right? I'm a little bit worried about how much they're running the ball this year, and that would play right into the hands of the Tampa defense. But it's a smart coaching staff, And I think that they can exploit Tampa in the passing game. So ultimately, I like the over at 52.5. Add in a lean on Tampa Bay here as well. Maybe Tampa Bay team total over is potentially the way that you could play it if you just want one. But I'm just out on the Lions right now until they start to get some players back.
Rob, our rooting interest is Oppo Taco in baseball with the Mariners and the Blue Jays, but we find common ground when talking the National Football League. Dallas Cowboys fans, Cowboys hosting the Washington Commanders, Washington coming off the loss, Cowboys losing to the Panthers at the buzzer with the Panthers hitting the game-winning field goal. The Commanders are down to 2-point favorites over at BetMGM, total sky high at 55. How are you betting America's game of the week this Sunday?
Yeah, so I think Dallas is the valuable side here. And I actually, right when I get off with you guys, I'm going to collect a little bit more Dallas as well myself. And this is one of those, I'll call it like an injury asymmetry type of game here right now, where, you know what, if everything goes in Washington's favor and everything works against Dallas on the injury report, this is probably a fair price. But the way everything is trending is towards Washington being pretty beat up again. McLaurin was expected to play. I'm leaning towards him not being able to play in this game now. Debo's still not practicing. Noah Brown's on IR. Dallas's defense is very bad. It's dead last in the league, but it's going to be a lot easier for their guys to play man on the outside against guys like Luke McCaffrey, Chris Moore, etc. than it would be if Washington had their full complement of receivers. Washington also lost Dorrance Armstrong, former Cowboy, on the defensive line last week. They've been very thin at D-line for weeks now, and that's a big blow for them on top of things. So Dallas trending up. CeeDee Lamb might play. A lot of players who missed last week are already practicing, including Tyler Booker, Marshawn Nealand as well. Kalen Carson might be back at corner, activated from IR. So ultimately, with the way that the injury asymmetry is here right now, I think Dallas is a super valuable bet. And I'd be pretty surprised if they don't close better than this number at some point.
I said on the show yesterday I was going to like the Commanders in this game because I think Jaden Daniels will win it at the end. Rob's 100% right. Femi and I talked about it before the show. Terrible injury report. An injury, like both sides, bad for the Washington Commanders. You bet on a Thursday. Our guest, Pro Sports Bettor Rob Bizzola. Check out The Hammer and Forward Progress. Search Forward Progress on YouTube and wherever you find your podcasts. Rob, the internet, I have been told, loves the lightning round. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you, Internet.
Yes. Everyone get your pens, your pens and papers out. Rob, I like the Giants to keep it close on Sunday at the Broncos. What say you?
I don't like that very much. I'm looking to bet the opposite side in this game. I mean, well, Nick, you just did. The Broncos, the Broncos get faded in market every week, so I haven't bet this yet. I'm just kind of waiting and hoping that they get faded again. Listen, Bo Nix, I get your side of things, Nick. Bo Nix needs to win by margin. I get it. But this Broncos defense is for real. They've played two very good mobile quarterbacks in the last couple of weeks, or quarterbacks that can scramble, and they've completely shut them down. The Giants don't have guys that can win against Broncos man on the outside. I just really struggle to see the Giants replicating the offensive performance from last week. So I'm looking to bet Denver in this game.
Eagles, a 2-point road favorite in Minnesota against the Vikings, Rob. Total is 44.
Another game with a massive amount of injuries. Now, I might fade the steam on the over here. It's been bet up from like 42 to 44, and Minnesota's going to get some O-line pieces back. I'm really monitoring the status of Quinion Mitchell on the Eagles defense, because if he plays, I will click this under. I think without him, they're going to have big problems against these Vikings receivers. But these, to me, are two of maybe the best 5 defensive coordinators in the game who've been running really good, efficient defenses all year long. The Eagles play super slow. They can't push it downfield. I think at this point, it's gotten a bit out of hand. So my lean in this game is towards the under.
Quinion Mitchell did practice today for the Eagles, but still like some time to get this figured out for Philadelphia and Minnesota. Sunday morning in London, Rob, the Rams 3-point favorites against the Jags, 44.5 the total.
I want to fade the Jags so bad. I think there's just no point in doing it right now. If Puka gets officially ruled out, you probably see a tick towards the Jags. I think they're a paper tiger, honestly. Offensively, they just can't push the field. There's too many drops happening. They're way too reliant on establishing the run, and the Rams have a pretty strong run defense. I have to wait and see what happens in the market here, but it's Rams or nothing for me. That's where I lean in this game. I would need this to come off of the 3, though, if Nakua's ruled out, to be able to bet the Rams.
Chargers, a 1.5-point home favorite against the Colts, 5-1 at 4-2, 48.5 the total.
Yeah, Joe Alt practicing today as well, which throws a wrench in everything with this particular game because he's extremely impactful, especially with their swing tackle Trey Pipkins being out. Jamari Sawyer, another guy who's played some tackle in the past, has been out for them as well. So lots of moving parts in this particular game. I'd be kind of interested in the Chargers if Alt ends up playing. I mean, obviously everyone would be, but you compound that with the fact that Indy's secondary right now is a big mess. Like Charvarius Ward, that concussion he took in warm-up last week, pregame, was insane. I likely don't think he'll play. Mike Hilton being out, Jalen Jones being out, Kenny Moore still being banged up. It's a very depleted secondary. So it's kind of a wait-and-see approach for me. Probably get more information tomorrow on Friday, Nick, but I could see myself ending up on the Chargers here if we get some positive news on Joe Alt.
Another game with a bunch of injuries. Packers laying 6.5 at the Cardinals. I'm betting the Cardinals no matter what here, Rob. I'm just waiting to see who's going to play. They all their games are close, so I'll take the points. What say you, Cardinals and Packers? Any thoughts on this game? 15 seconds.
Not a great feel for it. I doubt Brissett's going to replicate what he did last week. Again, a good situation. Colts secondary really banged up, but Green Bay can rush 4 and get pressure, and I think that'll be a big problem for them. With that said, I don't trust the Packers offense much right now either. Zach Taub went down again last week. Jordan Love's very inconsistent. I get your point of view, Nick. I just really don't have anything for this game.
Panthers and Jets. Pick the winner at MetLife Stadium.
If I have to, I'll pick the Panthers. I bet some under here.
Right. Okay.
I bet the Jets are not a real football team. They have to be able to run the ball to move it, and Carolina's run defense has been really, really good this year. I don't love the stylistic matchup, but it's the Panthers on the road, so who knows what's going to happen here. You ask me to pick, I'll pick Carolina, but I prefer the under.
In support of our dear friend, Dr. Eric Eager, I will bet the Carolina Panthers as well on Sunday. Rob, we got a piece of news in minutes ago, so you didn't see it because you've been on the air with us. George Kittle told reporters in San Francisco that he plans on playing on Sunday. San Francisco, a 2-point home favorite Sunday Night Football against Michael Penix Jr. and the Falcons. Total 47.
That's absolutely a huge ad for San Fran, especially in the running game. George Kittle's a very good run blocker as well. They still have too many injuries, though, for me to consider San Fran. Defensive line is completely in shambles. They cannot generate any pressure whatsoever. Salah's playing like pretty much the most too high coverage in the entire league. He'll let teams just go down the field on them. They play tons of light boxes. You know how you don't beat Atlanta? By letting them run all over you for the entire game by having light boxes. So I lean strongly to Atlanta. It's not the price range I need to bet them at, but a little bit more movement here towards San Fran, and I will bet the Falcons.
Last one, 10 seconds. If the wind's terrible in Cleveland on Sunday, I might buy out of my Dolphins +3 bet. Any thoughts there if the wind's going to be terrible, Browns and Dolphins? 10 seconds.
Yeah, I bet some Dylan Gabriel anytime touchdown scorer today. I like those types of looks if it's going to be terrible weather where the quarterbacks use their legs a little bit more. Aside from that, this is like an afternoon nap type of game, Nick. I will sleep through this one.
Final question, 5 seconds. Life on the line. Give us your best bet with absolutely zero rationale.
Life on the line? Insane.
Just joshing with it. Pro Sports Bettor Rob Pizzola. Forward Progress on YouTube and podcasts. My friend, we appreciate you. Stay well. We'll catch up with you next week.
All right, Nick, later.
Rob Pizzola joining us here on You Better You Bet. All our bets for tonight. Side total prop Steelers Bengals coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
because eventually the Reaper always comes for you, and it feels like all these teams who have looked good in the NFL eventually have a stinker. Like we've seen it across the NFL where, the Bills were looking amazing, and now it's back-to-back losses for the Bills. So keep that in mind as I read some of these legs. So first leg, we're going to start with the Colts getting 7.5 on the road at the Chargers. So the normal line in this game is Colts plus 1.5. I do think the Colts have a great chance to win this game outright because as somebody who's a hater of the Colts, you cannot argue with some of the numbers that they have been putting up. They have the best points margin in the NFL, and we've seen them have a consistently good offense, and it's not just Daniel Jones. It's Jonathan Taylor who's having a great season for the Colts as well. So Colts plus 7.5. Next up, we're going to go to the Falcons, who I understand are playing on a short week, but plus 9 on the road at the Niners. I feel like the Falcons can at least keep it close. And I feel like when you have a good ground game like the Falcons do, and that defense, did you see what they did to Josh Allen last night? I feel like plus 9 is a solid play against the Niners. And then finally, Bucks plus 10.5. Again, this feels like a buying high situation where the Bucks have been playing out of their minds. They played in all these close games, but they should be getting healthier. I think Mike Evans should be back for this game. Plus 10.5 on the road at the Lions. Sabotage factor there being that we know the Lions can score a lot of points, but their run defense for the Bucks has been really good. So if anybody can stop that rush attack of the Lions, maybe it's the Bucks. So Jenks, Colts plus 7.5, Falcons plus 9, Bucks plus 2.5. Who ruins my teaser?
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. 4 phenomenal guests joined us on the program. We appreciate each and every one of them. Joey Knish, pro sports bettor. Hit the Books is his college football betting show. Zach Harper from The Athletic, Sirius XM NBA Radio. The Bounce is his NBA newsletter via The Athletic. NBC sports betting analyst, our friend, the Saucy Aussie, Jay Croucher. And then celebrity Toronto Blue Jays fan, pro sports bettor Rob Pizzola, his best bets for Week 7 in the NFL. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. Our associate producer, Addie Bates. Our video producer, who might just be the favorite to win Nick Costos' money, downtown, Mike Brown. Coming up after us on the BetMGM Network is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight. This is the most the crew has made me laugh just with things they type in the chat, like all season. It's been a virtuoso performance by them. Ryan Horvat is on the show, as is our friend Brad Evans, who's with us now. Brad, happy Tequila Thursday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Bartender around from my boys.
All right, Mike Brown. So, Mike, get the Doppler or whatever. I don't know what the hell we call this on the screen. So, Brad, we've said this on the show before, and Brad, we've got like 2 minutes for everything here. Brad has a degree in meteorology from Mississippi State, right? Clangah, that's correct?
That is correct.
So let's do split. Take me off the screen, split screen, Brad and the Doppler. And Brad, tell us what's happening right now in Cleveland with the lake effect off of Lake Erie for Sunday's game with the Browns and Dolphins.
Oh, I can tell you right now, absolutely nothing. There is no weather phenomenon really going on currently in Seatown. However, there is a vigorous mid-latitude cyclone accompanying with a cold front. It's going to sweep through probably during game time on Sunday. So you could have some brisk winds in advance of that front moving through out of the south, upwards of maybe 20 to 30 miles an hour sustained, which means consistent. But after the front moves through, the temperature is going to plummet, and the winds are really expected to ramp up. We could have wind gusts up to 45 miles an hour. The National Weather Service, NOAA specifically, giving around a 30 to 60% chance of that occurring. So that's why you see the line and the total really at a low number. The total right now is just 37.5, and the repercussions for fantasy football and for the player props market, all the Quinshon Judkins, all the time. Miami Dolphins ain't stopping a soul on the ground. Judkins might have 30 carries in this game. So we could have our first Mother Nature impacts of the NFL season on Sunday in Seatown.
Brad, 10 seconds for your best bet for tonight, and then give us the I'm out because we got to run.
Hey, Aaron Rodgers, give me the over on 1.5 passing touchdowns. He has already done this, guys. In 3 of 5 games, he is numero uno in red zone completion percentage, and Cincinnati has given up 11 passing touchdowns in totality. And 4 quarterbacks have done this.
Over.
So
I'm out.
Get it done with Aaron Rodgers. I'm out.
Brad Evans joining us on the show. BetMGM tonight. Follows us on the BetMGM network. With Brad
Aaron!
He's the best. Wait, hold on. Wait, Mike, can I get the on the screen here? I'm going to tell everyone what's going on here because Brad has his degree, but that's okay. I need the Doppler back on the screen here, please, Mike. Can we get the Doppler back on the screen? Because listen, I'm seeing that screen and I know what's going on. So here, put it on the big screen here. So what you see here in the top left-hand corner of the screen, you see that green coming in and then the green and the purple coming down from the top. So Mercury has been in retrograde. And as a result, the moon and the rotation of the moon is different than it normally is, which is making the currents of the Atlantic Ocean, the currents are coming in a little stronger than they normally do. And because the moon is in retrograde and the currents are coming in stronger, it's creating this cyclonic effect coming off the water, off the lake in Lake Erie, and that is sending the wind cascading in towards Cleveland, Ohio, and that is why we might have the issues coming up with the wind on Sunday with the Cleveland Browns. Okay. Bill, on YouTube and Twitch, the real ones have chimed in with their best bets for Thursday Night Football. What do they got?
All right, let's jump in here. Nick Kilmer says Bengals plus 3.5, minus 120 for the first half. Home primetime dogs in the first half. Our dear friend Lockie Lockerson showed us the way on this trend. Franchise Davis, the Boz, Chris Boswell, over 1.5 field goals. Tomlin just wants to get out of Thursday Night Football with a win. Steelers have only gone for it on 4th down 3 times. Just win, no analytics. And Brian Elm, give me the over 52.5 at plus 220. This game is going to have points. Flacco and Rodgers wind back the clock, and we have a fun shootout. There you go. The real ones chimed in.
Thank you. Bill always ends it to say, well, there we go. Some submissions.
There we go.
From the real ones. Okay. Are we at the dope ass beat now? Yes, right?
I believe so. Dope ass beat reads.
Jake, go ahead. Okay. Okay, Tyler can't win Nick Costos' money. Where are my reads? Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With today's Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary. God damn it, Tyler! I had to scroll all the way up, and now you're typing in the chat. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Subscribe to our show on YouTube. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts, and find us on YouTube and Twitch. Femi, National League champ or ALCS Game 4 tonight. Dodgers currently beating the Brewers. Seattle. Can this? I clicked the MLB button. Can it load?
Seattle
load,
minus 120.
Damn it.
Mariners minus 120, and the Blue Jays at even money. Total 7.5.
I like Seattle in the under, as explained earlier in the show.
I like the Mariners. I think the Mariners get back on track. Blip in the radar. This train is going to the World Series, and they start tonight with a 3-1 series lead, giving the Mariners at minus 120.
And Dodgers and Brewers tied at 1, by the way. This has not been like a banner few minutes for me. Steelers and the Bengals, Thursday Night Football. Side and total now, and then we'll get to the props. Steelers 5.5 on the road. Total is 45.
Yeah, Trey Hendrickson officially inactive, as we all knew earlier this afternoon, with him not expected to be playing. I like the Cincinnati Bengals, and I'm going to sit here and wait. I have not placed the bet yet. I like it at 5.5, but if we could ever get a 6 in the hour leading up to kickoff, that is the much better bet. So I like Cincinnati at any of these numbers, but I'm waiting for the 6, but I will bet the Bengals prior to kickoff.
I have bet the Steelers. I have laid 5.5. I think Pittsburgh wrecks Cincinnati in this game. Bengals defense stinks. Bengals offensive line stinks. And it ain't Ben Roethlisberger. It ain't Mitch Trubisky. It ain't Duck Hodges. It ain't Mason Rudolph. It ain't Kenny Pickett. No, it's Aaron Rodgers. And y'all pay homage to the man. Woo! Give me the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'm not the type of guy to say I told you so, but tomorrow I'm going to say I told you so. Steelers for me, Bengals for Femi. And with that, let's get some first touchdown scorers for tonight and take a trip to Femi's Island.
Let's go ahead and get to the island here on a Thursday night in the AFC North. For the Pittsburgh Steelers, the last couple of games, we've seen tight ends up against Cincinnati like Sam Laporta and Tucker Kraft reach the end zone against this defense. Well, how about Jonnu Smith and the short passing game that will take advantage of the Bengals in the jungle? Give me Jonnu Smith at 15-1. And for Cincinnati, with all the attention on Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, I'm doing the limbo and buying low on a guy nobody wants tonight. My man, Yoshi, Andre Yoshivash, to surprise and redeem his 3-drop performance last Sunday. So it's Jonnu Smith at 15-1 and Andre Yoshivash at 32-1. And I'll see you on the island.
And, Yoshi was always my favorite character in Mario Kart. So we may be on to something here with Andre Yoshi. And he dropped like 9 passes last week, so hopefully got the drops out of his system ahead of Thursday night.
He's a redemption man.
We hope so. That's redemption song. We love it. All right, it's time now for the Royal Prop King. Prop King's back on track after a terrible start to the season. We descend down from thy royal throne, traipse across thy royal purple velvety carpet, over to thy royal balcony to gaze down upon you, the swine. Issue winning prop bets for Thursday Night Football.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your prop king, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, Piggly Wigglies. Oink, oink, bitches. Okay. I'm going to do my Joe Biden impersonation. Here's the deal. 1, DK Metcalf goes off every game. C, the Bengals aren't going to be able to cover him. Look, there's a trump I can do here also, but we're running out of time. DK Metcalf over receiving yards. The number right now at BetMGM is 65.5, was 64.5 this morning. We haven't gone up that much. Addie's at, like, they want me to, my Trump's like I'm gonna embarrass myself. I'll do a Trump like tomorrow on the show. Let me work on the impression a little bit. DK Metcalf over 65.5 receiving yards tonight for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not ready to do a Trump. I can try and do it here for the anytime touchdowns. I'm not ready. It's my bad. I should be able to do this off the top of my head. Because what would it be? It would be like, the Steelers have great tight ends, the best tight ends, American tight ends, and one of their tight ends is not thought of right now the same as the other tight ends, but out of their tight ends, he just might be the best tight end, a real American tight end, Pat Freiermuth. So the Steelers play 3 tight ends, as you might have been able to pick up. Darnell Washington, 6'7", 8 foot up. Jonnu Smith, Femi's Island. They even play Connor Haywood. Craig's brother? Cameron's brother? Pat Fryermuth, anytime touchdown. He plays in 11 personnel. Nate Yonke, shout out to him, Pro Football Focus for that. Last week, the Steelers came off the bye, and it was a 3-man backfield, which means let's take a shot on Caleb Johnson, anytime touchdown tonight, the rookie out of Iowa. And finally, with Mike Gesicki out for the Cincinnati Bengals, with Tanner Hudson out for the Cincinnati Bengals, let's do what I used to do back in the day. When I was 13, 14 years old, I had no money, and I wanted to eat at the mall. So I used to, like a real money grubber, would go up and just take free samples from everything, like Sarku Japan. Gimme that chicken teriyaki. Num, 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 num. Drew Sample, anytime touchdown, 13-1. Metcalf over receiving yards. Fryermuth, Johnson, Sample anytime touchdowns, and a partridge in a pear tree. We'll see everybody tomorrow on a Phenomenal Football Friday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Brady's 36 years old, and he bounced around early on in the NFL. Like, he was first viewed as the next guy, an offensive genius. Then he went through his troubles, and then he landed in Buffalo. Then he ends up taking that job over when they fired Dorsey as the OC, and he's been phenomenal there. I don't remember hearing his name much as far as NFL head coach. Maybe this is something that Brady would prefer. The next step for him would be college head coach instead of NFL head coach.
Yeah, I don't know what his goals are. Obviously, I don't know Joe Brady. He's 36 years old. This seems like a really good job, though, for a guy like that.
Yeah.
And it sort of fits the mold. You know, he's a likable guy. He's young. I think players relate to him. Offensive guys certainly want to play for him. He also did spend a couple years at Penn State as a grad assistant, but the connection there is between Pagula and Brady. Like, that, I think, is what's driving this move. And clearly they took bets. I mean, to have him at 10 or 12-1 and now 24 hours later have Brady plus 150. Clearly you got enough to realize, oh, Brady's going to get bet. There's a lot of things that sort of mesh together. I think it'd be a great hire, no doubt.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I gotta duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge. They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise of the booming edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans. Joining me as always, my drinking partner on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, the one, the only, the outstanding Ryan Horvat. And bartender, pour us a round of drinks for the boys are thirsty for some action. And we're going to be firing off on all kinds of tickets here momentarily on Thursday Night Football and a intra-divisional rival between the pair of old codgers. I'm calling it the old codger clash. Joe Flacco of now the Cincinnati Bengals against Aaron Rodgers of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Of course, go to review our cards here momentarily, our top 3 bets of the night. And then we're going to do a little addition of crew to cash. Our entire crew is going to apply a parlay leg. We're going to build out a sizable offering. Fade or follow, that, of course, will be up to you. We're going to say hello to our little friend in the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And working some bonus time bets as well. From there, we're going to do another edition of a college football fade or follow ahead of the week 8 slate. Also an impromptu edition of Over Under. We love the player props, and a whole bunch of them were dumped today at BetMGM. So Brandon Combs, our fantastic EP, is going to pick 5 that have tickled his fancy, and he's going to toss them out to us. We have no idea what the hell they're going to be. We're going to shoot for the hip and give our over or under answers on each one of those coming up in Seg 4, followed by Fantasy Flames, Lames, and Shocker Specials at wide receiver. Then Rachel Krychek from Betalytics is stopping by, giving her model breakdowns, not only in the NFL ahead of week 7, but man, she loves dropping the buck and making some bucks in the NHL. We got 3 games on the late night tip on the ice. She's going to be breaking those down, some college football thoughts as well. Getting it all from the supreme mathematician, that is Rachel Krychek there of Betalytics, coming up in Seg 6. Then Fantasy Flames, Lames, and Shaka Specials at running back, followed by shots, tequila shots, all plus money all the time there in Seg 8. On top of that, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football lineup decisions you got to make ahead of the kickoff tonight in the Queen City, or maybe the main slate NFL games, we are here to assist. If you want to share your sports betting thoughts under the prime time lights on Thursday Night Football or elsewhere, we'd love to hear them. Simple way to contact Ryan Horvat and I here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: in the clash of old codgers, who is your best bet to score a touchdown at plus money? Again, at plus money. And Steelers and Bengals, your options are, and these odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Getting down with my guy Chase Brown at plus 115. Jamar Chase at plus 140. DK Metcalf at plus 145. Or T. Higgins at plus 210. Nearly 200 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your Democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let me bring in my esteemed and handsome colleague, Ryan Horvath, for another edition of Choose Your Own Adventure. Here are your topics tonight, baby. Go. Option number one. The Tampa Times, Rick Stroud reports Mike Evans got in a limited practice today. It's a good sign. The veteran could return this week against Detroit, a game with a 52.5 total right now at BetMGM. Option number two. Our first major weather-impacted game is a strong possibility. A Sunday in Dolphins and Browns. NOAA forecasters give a 30 to 60% probability for wind gusts to exceed 45 miles per hour. The current total in that game is just 37.5 at BetMGM. Option number three, Alvin Kamara told the Saints beat writer Nick Underhill if the organization trades him, he's going to, quote, drink pina coladas somewhere, end quote. And option number four, a whole bunch of injury updates at wide receiver especially. CeeDee Lamb is going to play without limitations against the Commanders this week, according to CeeDee Lamb. Deebo Samuel is limited with the heel setback. Still kind of touch and go with him. Terry McLaurin also with the quad. Puka Nacua not practicing. McLaurin didn't practice today. Update. Deebo actually didn't practice today either. DJ Moore, by the way, got in a limited practice with that groin setback. However, DeAndre Swift, he was limited with his own groin setback after being a full participant in practice yesterday. No en bueno. And finally, Marvin Harrison, a limited participant in practice today coming off of the concussion. So, whether it's the slew of wide receiver injury updates, Alvin Kamara saying he might just retire if he gets traded, our first weather-impacted game potentially on Sunday in C-Town, or Mike Evans, my cousin, and possibly a triumphant return to the lineup this week. Horvath, choose your own adventure.
I definitely can't wait to see Mike Evans back on the football field, right? First ballot Hall of Famer. Baker Mayfield needs some help right now. He's thrown to like wide receiver number 6 if Ibuka's unavailable. But for me, the biggest news of the day kind of correlates with one of my favorite bets of the weekend, and that's the Browns. I think the Browns get their second victory of the season. I think Dylan Gabriel gets his first win as a starting quarterback. And this weather, especially the wind, is going to play into it. I'm going to stay away from the total, but 45 mile per hour winds, man. We remember a couple of years ago when Tua made the road trip in the playoffs to Arrowhead and looked awful. You know, I tried to make the case for the Dolphins that year that they were going to be able to run the ball against the Chiefs. It was a mess. And then on the defensive side of the ball for Miami, right now they're giving up the most rushing yards per game in the league, 168.5 a game. They're 27th in rushing APA allowed per game. And now they're going against Quinshad Judkins, who has a top 10 rushing grade right now since, finally getting on the field. I also think that Denzel Ward is going to have a bounce back game against Jalen Waddle with no Tyreek Hill. So I love the Browns, and this weather plays into it a little bit more. This total's so low, I'm going to stay away because I'm hoping that the Browns could hit some explosive plays against Miami. And this game's never, ever, ever in doubt. And then Mike McDaniel is looking for work next Monday.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that possible weather-impacted game. Again, we're just under 72 hours away from that game kicking off, so much could change in the meteorological world and that kind of speak. But the expectation is a pretty vigorous mid-latitude cyclone, also known as a low-pressure system with a cold front attached, is going to be sweeping through that part of the country. So it may start off on the warm side, but the winds are really expected to pick up after kickoff and well into the game. It could be warm, and once that cold front pushes through, the winds are going to shift from out of the south to out of the northwest, and that's when the gale could really build. And we're not talking about sustained winds here, folks. We're talking gusts up to 45. Sustained winds can be anywhere between 15 to 25 miles an hour, but much is still, in progress and has to be determined by the computer modeling and everything else before kickoff. So don't hold your breath. It's not going to be picturesque by any stretch of the imagination. They're along the shores of Lake Erie, but you might want to seek some contingency plans, especially if you have any kickers going in that Miami and Cleveland game, and you got to downgrade some of the vertical weapons as well. I think it's going to be maybe a 40-carry game for Quinshad Judkins, who we're going to be talking about a little bit later on in the show tonight. All right, it's time to get after it for some Thursday night football bets on our cards, mi amigo. These are our top 3 bets of the night. We're going to be sweating profusely through. What you got at numero uno, mi amigo?
Well, of course, I'll be cheering for my Steelers and my guy, Aaron Rodgers, but I'm going to go with a player prop, and it's going to be gross. I don't know if you're going to want to follow along with this one, but let's go Roman Wilson, former third-round pick. Let's go 8.5 receiving yards. The reason I like this, low number, primetime spot for Aaron Rodgers, veteran quarterback, to get his young guy going here. He looked really good in the preseason. Right now, just not getting the snaps, especially in these 2 wide receiver sets. But Kelvin Austin's out with the shoulder injury. And so I'm going to go with Kelvin Austin. I'm going to go with Roman Wilson without Kelvin Austin, over 8.5 receiving yards. Against the Browns, he only caught 1 ball for 12 yards. You know, Scotty Miller didn't even have a catch, but he did out-snap Wilson 26-15. But I think he's going to get couple targets tonight, and one of those could be 9 yards. So I'm going to go Roman Wilson over 8.5 receiving yards, -105.
Oh, I love those low threshold bets. I'm going to have to tell you on that one. I already have like 8 tickets open. Oh, why not add another, Evans? All right, numero uno on my card tonight. I'm going to go with a big name wideout, and that being Jamar Chase. Now, I grabbed the number earlier in the week at 70.5. It's up to 74.5. That is the highest peak that I would still take this. I think it's going to get anywhere between 75 to 80 yards in the end. You look at the Steelers, number 11 in drop back EPA defense entering the week. 5 wide receivers have gone over 75 yards against them. Why do I love this? Well, big play Darius Slay is big play in what he has given up to the opposition, and that's going to be the primary assignment for Jamar Chase in this game. Slay has allowed the 17th most opponent yards to his assignments, along with a 117.6 passer rating. So a guy that's been skewered early and often. I look at Chase coming off a dozen targets, 10 catches, 94 yards, and Flacco's debut last week. He has done this in 4 straight games in the series against the Steelers, stretching back over the last couple of seasons. So Jamar Chase over 74.5 receiving yards at a -115 juice. My top play of Thursday Night Football. Numeros on your card. Please share.
All right, I haven't done this since week 1 because this guy's been a huge letdown, mainly because of the offensive line, also just the opposing run defenses that he's seen so far. I'm going to go Chase Brown. I bet this 42.5 rushing yards to the over. It's at 45.5 now, -110. I still like it. So, like I said, brutal schedule of opposing run defenses when you look at it, man. And Pittsburgh's actually going to be the easiest that they've seen all season long. And if you look at the last 3 games for Chase Brown, the offensive line, the run blocking grade's gotten a little bit better, and he is averaging 4 yards per carry. The first 3 games of the season, even with Joe Burrow, 2 yards per carry, but it's gotten a little bit better. Also, we know that Cincinnati is going to run some gap schemes here. Pittsburgh has given up nearly 5 yards, actually more than 5 yards, 5.1 per carry. So I actually think Chase Brown rushes for at least 50 yards tonight. So I'm going to go over. I went over 42.5. I still like it at 45.5.
Getting down on my guy, Chase Brown. You can't be the only one. I got to, support my boy. I'm going to go the receiving yards market, though. Give me the over 15.5 receiving yards at a -110 juice. So nice little nickel value compared to the standard juice often displayed there at BetMGM. Featured this a couple of days ago here on the show, so I'm going to double down on it. Again, Steelers have been rather robust on the back end. Number 11 in drop back EPA defense. Before running backs have gone over this number against them, as they've given up 5 receptions, 38.2 receiving yards per game to the position. Browns averaging north of this number on the year at 19 flat receiving yards per game. He's done this in 4 of his last 5, seeing 17.2 routes per game. So again, getting down with my guy, Chase Brown from the ILL. I'm taking the over 15.5 receiving yards at a -110 juice. Horvat to numero trace on your card. Bring it home.
All right, I had to get some action down on both tight ends tonight for the Steelers. Number 1, Rodgers is going to have hopefully some clean pockets with no Trey Hendrickson going against this Bengals front. So I looked at his completions, stayed away. I also do think that his passing yards is actually a little short, but I'll stay away on a short week. Instead, I'm going to go with Jonnu Smith over 25.5 receiving yards, minus 110. That's the best price I'm seeing right now. So he's 9th in the NFL and 1st among all tight ends in targets per game on screen passes. The Bengals, if you look at their defense, they've given up the most yards per game and the most yak off screen passes. 11.8 yards per catch, 34.2 receiving yards. Mike Tomlin was even talking about Smith, called them the yak guy earlier this week. And tight ends have just torched the Bengals. Remember, I drafted Harold Fannin in the group fantasy league, and everybody kind of laughed. He had 63 yards, man, and a 22-yard reception. And Njoku in that game still had 37 yards. Laporta had 92. Adam Troutman had 32. Tucker Kraft had 43 receiving yards. Bengals lead the league right now in yak allowed. And no Kelvin Austin. So let's go with Jonnu Smith over 25.5 receiving yards, minus 110.
All right, numero trace on my card, Kenneth Gainwell. I'm going to take the over on 26.5 rush yards at a minus 115. Get the Bengals number 27 in rush EPA defense have been lousy in the trenches. No Hendrickson in this game either. They've given up 4.57 yards per carry, 119.7 pass yards per game, or rush yards per game, and 10 RBs total have gone over this. Gainwell will make it 11. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, bets, and more bets, including our crew to cash. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Garrett Nussmeier, we're going to take his over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 100 against Vanderbilt. Now, Nussmeier has not been good this season, and he is injured right now. In that South Carolina game, he was hobbled. He was limping off the field. He didn't look like himself. But I think that's all built into the price right now because Vanderbilt's pass defense is not very good. You can move the ball on this Vanderbilt defense, and I think LSU is going to be able to do that. I think getting Nussmeier to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns at even money is a good price. If LSU wants to win this game, Nussmeier is going to have to play well. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for the LSU quarterback plus 100. I like that play on Saturday. I also like Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee over 50.5 receiving yards against Georgia. Again, this Georgia defense is not what we're used to with Kirby Smart. Like, you can move the ball on them, especially their secondary. We saw Tennessee was able to do it. We saw Alabama was able to do it. And I think Ole Miss is going to be able to do it as well. And I think 50.5 is too low for Ole Miss. Now, for Caden Lee, they are a run first team. They would prefer to run the ball, and Chambliss gives them a better running element at quarterback than Austin Simmons does. But also, I think Kiffin's going to want to take his shots against the secondary and knows that there are some opportunities there to move the ball on the outside. So Caden Lee, I think that number is too low. I like over 50.5 receiving yards for the Ole Miss wide receiver. Joey Aguilar, I'm taking his anytime touchdown price at plus 300 against Alabama, the Tennessee quarterback. Aguilar's scored a touchdown so far in 2 of the 3 SEC games that he has played. And again, the big question I have about Bama is their defense, especially their running defense. And I still don't think it's as good and it's as elite as everybody else does. I don't think Bama's going to win the national championship because of that defense. And Tennessee is a very good offense. And Heupel and that scheme does give Bama a lot of fits. And when you have a mobile quarterback like that, an Aguilar, and when Bama really sells out for the run, again, we like Bo Prabula to score a touchdown last week for Mizzou, and he did. I like Aguilar again. I think 3-1 is a really good price. So look for his anytime touchdown. Devin Dampier, the Utah quarterback, I'm going under 60.5 rushing yards for the Utah quarterback against BYU. Rivalry game, 2 good defenses, but most importantly, both teams have a mobile quarterback, and both teams want to run the quarterback, right? So that's sometimes an advantage for these teams that maybe don't have all these design run packages and don't use their quarterbacks. That's not what happens with these 2 teams. Bachmeier and Dampier both are quarterbacks that like to run the football, but BYU is very well coached. They're always in the right position, and I think being at home is going to be a huge advantage for them, definitely in this game with the crowd behind them. Obviously, sacks can play a factor as well to help us on this under. So 60.5 I think is too high. We'll take under for Devin Dampier in that game against BYU. And then give me CJ Carr under 285.5 passing yards against USC, the Notre Dame quarterback, just because I think Notre Dame's going to have a run-heavy game plan. They do not want to get into a shootout with USC. They can, and they can win that kind of game. But that's USC's only hope in this kind of game, is what A&M did, win a game in the 40s. Notre Dame's defense has been improved, but I think they also want to keep that USC offense on the sideline and have them feel pressure whenever they take the field, right? Try and minimize their possessions. The more possessions and the more chances you give to that USC offense, the better chance they have to stick around in that game. You have those two great backs with Love and Price, and I think Notre Dame is going to lean on those guys. We have seen CJ Carr have some big games through the air this season. He's had 3 games already where he's thrown for at least 300 yards. So it's not that he can't do it. I just think this game and the game plan specifically for Notre Dame will ask him not to do that, and they'll lean more on the run because their best defense might be their offense in this game and keeping the Trojans on the sideline. So under 285.5 passing yards for CJ Carr.
It's time to roll the shoulders and break out those sledgehammers right here on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Orbach in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Bartender, pour us another one, por favor. As we may need the entire bottle here. Oh, there it is. A very generous and handsome pour. Muchas gracias, mi amigo. We may need to swallow the worm tonight to survive Bengals and Steelers in the old Codger clash, as I'm calling it, between Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers. But we got a boatload of props, and we got to load more bets. We're going to do that here in this segment. We're going to be breaking down our crew to cash, which could be, and it may not be exclusively NFL. It could work in some MLB postseason action. As long as a game is being played tonight, it is fair game to pull from. So we're going to have a little four-legger. Everybody's going to be in the pool on that. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets as well. Friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions that you need some guidance on, maybe got a trade offer on the table, maybe you're debating picking up somebody off of waivers to plug in because you got a couple of guys on bye, we are here to help. We'd also love to hear your sports betting thoughts ahead of the action the Queen City tonight between the Steelers and the Bengals. Simple way to contact Tori and I here on the show, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. You can bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. No matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use the Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout on a winning college football parlay. So opt in and of all the action, especially on Saturday, only at BetMGM. All right, let's get everybody in the mix here with another edition of Crew to Cash. Oh, we've been so close, gentlemen, this week. We've often hit like 3 out of 4 legs, but we need a 4 for 4 night, whether at the dish in MLB postseason or on the gridiron in the NFL. So I'm going to bat lead off here, guys. I'm going to go with the guy I already mentioned. I'll go to a slight alt market. It's about a 1.5 yard value, but get Kenneth Gainwell, hopefully to get us off on the right foot. 25 plus rush yards. As I mentioned, 10 running backs have already gone over this prop against Cincinnati this season. Gainwell, an appreciable 3.27 yards after contact per attempt, and has forced a missed tackle on nearly 40% of his touches. He's only done this once But tonight it could be a decent workload, especially if the Steelers get a decent lead there in the second half. He could salt away the clock. So Kenneth Gainwell, the first leg at 25-plus rush yards. Horvat, you're up next. Who or what is your pick to click?
I'll go with an anytime touchdown. I already talked about this guy. Kind of the same reasoning, right? The run game has gotten a little bit better for Cincinnati. He's averaging now 4 yards per carry the last 3 games compared to the 2 that he gave to the first 3. Let's go with Chase Brown, anytime touchdown. Getting down with Chase Brown.
Love it, man. Of course, I fully support that. And from your lips to the fantasy god's ears, because I need him to deliver something I have way too much stock in Chase Brown. Isn't really jack nor squat for me in fantasy football this year. Brando, our fantastic EP here on BetMGM tonight. Who's your pick?
Yeah, I'm also going to go with an anytime touchdown. I'm going to go with DK Metcalf. I think that Aaron Rodgers is going to feed him the ball quite a bit tonight against this Bengals defense, and I think DK Metcalf finds himself pay dirt.
Yeah, will not be Metcalf tonight, especially against this shorthanded and lackluster secondary of the Cincinnati Bengals. Monty, you're going to the diamond, which is only appropriate since you're the mastermind behind batters-box.com, and you're going to the ALCS. What you got?
Yeah, I really like lefties tonight against Max Scherzer, especially Josh Naylor. He's my favorite based on the Scherzer's pitch profile. It's an elite matchup based on the current season data set. Scherzer's allowing 39% hard contact left-handed hitters this season. So I'm going with 2+ HRR against Max Scherzer for Josh Naylor. He's done that in 73% of games. It's an elite rating, and that prop alone is +110. So really like that tonight.
Yeah, it really jacks up the juice with the hair. Also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as HRR. All right, to recap our crew to cash tonight, I'm going with Kenneth Gainwell, 25+ rush yards. Horvy's going with getting down with Chase Brown, anytime touchdown. Brandon will also go an anytime touchdown, but with a Steeler and DK Metcalf, and Monty batting cleanup as hopefully got to split a gap and get Josh Naylor 2+ HRR. Uno, dos, tres, and cuatro, amigos. All 4 legs hit. You're looking at an ultra cool +945. Hell's yes at BetMGM. Pay to follow that, of course, is up to you. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando. I actually called an audible, so I apologize to our guy, Monty, running the video. I was also going to go with Brandon's. I like DK Metcalf in this game over 4.5 receptions. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to feed him, but I like the tight end props a little bit more. So I'm going to hold back on that one. Instead, I'm going to go to the diamond. I didn't do anything in the NLCS because I think this series is a wrap, but I think the Brewers are going to steal one and get gentlemen swept. I just don't know which one they're going to steal. But I'm going to go back to my Mariners. Right now, I'm going to use my 30% discount as well. So not the biggest bet, but I could go from -130 to even money. I think they have the pitching advantage. You know, if we go back 5 years ago, not the case, but it's Max Scherzer going tonight for the Blue Jays. 5-5 in the regular season with a 5.19 ERA. Going against my guy, Luis Castillo, 11-8 with a 3.54. I think the Mariners take this series. I think we get the Mariners-Dodgers World Series that I'm hoping for. I'll go with them tonight, -130 with Castillo on the bump.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I hope what we saw last night and the trouncing that they absorbed is not going to be all of a sudden par for the course in that ALCS. All right, I'm going to go with a bet. I'm kind of sort of regretting this now because I saw John Ewing's email that came out. This is a #1 most public bet prop at BetMGM. I'm kind of surprised by it, but heck with it. I'm going to do it. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it, brother. Let's go. All right, give me Darnell Washington. He's a big dude. He moves so fluidly for a man of his size and stature. He's like 6'7", like 270 pounds. It's kind of crazy what he can do with his feet. And he's got some ultra soft hands. And I'm speaking of those hands, I'm going to take the over on 22.5 receiving yards at a minus 115 juice. The Bengals number 27 in drop back EPA defense this season, where they're most vulnerable. Horvat, you've already discussed this. Give it up. Big plays to the tight end position. 6.2 receptions per game to plus-size targets, along with 65.8 receiving yards per game and a pair of touchdowns. 7 tight ends, 7 Mimigos have gone over 22.5 yards against them. And you look at Washington, his role is really ramping up. A combined 34 routes run the last couple of weeks, along with 8 targets, 8 catches, and 82 yards. So he has done this on only one of those 2 games, but tonight I think it's going to be at least 3 catches for around 30 yards. So Darnell Washington, my sledgehammer special tonight on the over on 22.5 receiving yards. All right, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, plus money all the time is a requirement. And thank you, bartender, as always, for the handsome pour. So what I need is plus money. I prefer a winner. Ryan Horvat, what you got for me? Let's belly up to the bar and catch a buzz.
I actually bet the over in this game. We talked about that last night. I got a better number, but I do like the over in this game. So I'm going to bet some anytime touchdowns. Jamar Chase could obviously go off in this game. He probably should. Although Pittsburgh's defense since week 3, their pass defense has been much better. Instead of going with Jamar Chase, because I think he's priced properly, give me a T. Higgins anytime touchdown. I bet this last night at plus 220. It's plus 210. I'm also, because we got to do it, I got 2 of these. For the Bengals, I'm going to go first touchdown, T. Higgins. Best price I'm seeing right now, 12-1. So Pittsburgh's going to play primarily man. And T. Higgins, man defense, especially in the red zone. He's the go up and get it guy. He's the jump ball guy. So I'm going to go with T. Higgins. Anything better than 2-1, I like to score a touchdown. And I'm going to bet the first touchdown 12-1 for the sickos out there. T.
All right, now I'm going to go the same game parlay market and bet a little two-legger and jack up the juice as a result. Leg number 1, give me Aaron Rodgers on the over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I know you're a big fan of that. And leg number 2, give me the Cincinnati Bengals under the alt market, 23.5 points scored. I'll reserve the juice. Let me give you the breakdown first. Aaron Rodgers over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Shockingly, folks, he is numero uno in red zone completion percentage. Entering week 7, he's averaging 3.2 red zone attempts per game. He has gone over 1.5 passing touchdowns in 3 of 5 contests. Father time, you get stiff-armed. I look at the Bengals, number 27 in drop back EPAD. 4 quarterbacks have gone over 1.5 passing touchdowns against them as they're giving up 7.95 pass yards per attempt. And the Bengals on the under 23.5 points. They've only gone over this twice this season. Are really going to be banking on that with Joe Flacco with the controls and the Steelers top 5 in EPA per play defense over the last 3 weeks. I say it's a snowball's chance. You know what. So put all together, same game parlay. Aaron Rodgers over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Cincinnati under 23.5 points plus 155. Yeah! They're at BetMGM. All right, Horvat, it's bonus time, bonus time. Whether on Thursday Night Football, maybe on the diamond in the ALCS, maybe want to look ahead or look way down the road and flash forward to the future. All I require is another bet. So, my man, give it to me. Give it to me.
All right, I got 2 babies tonight. So Roman Wilson gave that out as play number 1 on the card, over 8.5 receiving yards. That could be 2 targets, man. So let's just pray that one gets home. Then I also like this one for a little pizza money stab. Why not? Let's go with Darnell Washington, anytime touchdown, plus 330. And then let's go with the first touchdown, 16-1. So T. Higgins for the Bengals, 12-1. Darnell Washington, 16-1. So I already talked about the Bengals struggles against the tight end position. Darnell Washington, I think he's going to be an absolute stud. He's 6'7", 265 pounds. So they get in the red zone, that could be one jump ball, and I love these prices. So we'll roll with him in the anytime touchdown and first touchdown market. Darnell Washington, not to be confused with Darnell Jefferson from the great movie The Program, 1992.
Yeah, a great throwback reference there. I mean, the guy's built like a sequoia, just sits and really sticks out like a sore thumb there inside the red zone. It's absolutely ridiculous. All right, give me some Samaje Perine. Hopefully, he's not going to dribble down his leg. I'll take the over on 1.5 receptions. Juiced up, but I'm only paying at a -140. Again, the Steelers, very good on the back end defensively when it comes to defending the pass, so that could leave the short field wide open. That's why I like Chase Brown. The over on receiving yards still applies to Perine. Perine is more the 2-minute drill guy, and I expect Cincinnati to be from behind. This could cash early or it could cash ultra late, though he is running 10.3 routes per game. He has caught 75% of his intended looks this season, running around on 28.1% of the snaps played, and has gone over 1.5 receptions in 3 of 6 contests. So Samaje Perine hopefully gets it done, and I would prefer at the end of the first half in a 2-minute offense. So I just need 2 grabs at a -140 to cash in. Horvath got a little extra time, so out of my Perine play, that same game parlay that I built with Aaron Rodgers in the under the all total with the Cincinnati Bengals and the team total, or Darnell Washington. Do you always fade the public when it's the number one bet that's out there, which Darnell Washington is tonight at BetMGM in the prop market?
You know, I usually do, but tonight there's actually a couple public ones that I like. So I like Washington, and I also really like the Jalen Warren receiving yards, which I've heard like everybody bet at 16.5. I also like the over on the rushing and receiving. So yeah, usually I like to fade the public. Like I never feel really good if I bet something early morning and then I get the email from John Ewing that it's the most public bet. I know Sammy P and Joe do a whole segment where they fade it. Usually I would want to fade it too, but sometimes the price is just too good to be true. And that's what the public sees too, but also the matchup, man, right? Like the Bengals have really struggled against opposing tight ends, and we get this 6'7", 265-pound red zone threat. So I'll go with the public tonight. Me and the public, we ride together.
Darnell Washington, don't let us down. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, shots. It's a Tequila Thursday after all. Oh, plus money all the time. Won't you come on back right here? BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
So, no, I like the Steelers tonight. If we had to go to Sunday, Chiefs, Patriots, if you still got them. We didn't, but if you still got them. I'm nervous about the Broncos, but if they're still available, they have to be up for consideration. And I think, like, the be a man pick this week, I think has to be the Panthers. When would you ever use them again?
Oh, I don't think you ever would. Like looking at their on the grids here, yeah, they're projected to be an underdog in damn near every single game, other than when I guess they play the Saints week 10, so I guess you can make that case. But
where's that game's in Carolina?
New Orleans. Sorry, Carolina. Yeah, Carolina. In New Orleans, they're like supposed to be like a 1.5 point favorite on like a massive look at. Like that's
they'll definitely
way
be favored. Yeah, in both games.
Yeah, but 3.5 at home is what I'm seeing right now in a projection. You could talk me into Carolina. You could. This Jets thing just seems horrendous. With Justin Fields, and he wants to now let it rip and be more aggressive. Good luck. I think that's just going to lead to more turnovers, which is great for your Carolina Panthers stuff. I think for me, my big board, now like we use the Patriots, but if you haven't used them, I think Patriots number 1 for me. The only caveat being like that's a very emotionally charged football game. Like Titans just fired their head coach. Vrabel's going back to Nashville. There's a lot going on with that contest. But I do think, like, on paper, this is a mismatch in terms of personnel. Number 2 was Kansas City for me. Yeah.
A lot going on in the contest.
A lot going on in that contest. You know?
In that contest.
There's a lot.
The game.
Yeah.
The contest.
Yeah. Contest. Football contest. See who comes out on top. Yeah. The duel.
Contest.
The match. Contest.
The contest.
The brouhaha.
The contest.
That's what we're in. Survivor contest.
Well,
Not anymore.
That's what the Patriots.
Yeah, we were in.
What the Patriots and the Titans will be in Nashville. Contest.
Is that it?
What about the contest at Arrowhead? Because I think Kansas City is another option. And in our former contest, the Chiefs had holiday consideration with the Thanksgiving and Christmas. But I do think that their Christmas game against Denver, okay, yeah, like you could use them there.
Where is that
I don't know if you'd want it. It's in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah.
So like they should be they should win that game. Thanksgiving, they're on the road in Dallas. Like I think they'd win that game, but like I could see why people might not want to do that. It's short week, could get weird.
Kansas City will win. What's the total in that game going to be?
I mean, I don't know. Like, what are the Mahomes props? Like, just give me that.
I think the final score of that game is going to be something like 44-31 Chiefs.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think on the look at projection stuff, like Kansas City's like a 4-point favorite. I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a pretty big favorite against a good quarterback.
Yeah, Kansas City favored by more than 3 and less than 6, I think is fair.
Yeah. But I think the Chiefs are a good look. The Packers, that's one that I would introduce to the conversation. Just because it doesn't look like Kyler Murray's going to play again. And I was surprised that the betting market didn't move like a smidge. I thought like we were going to at least like hit 7 with this Murray not practicing and it looking like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett again. I think Green Bay's defense against an immobile quarterback like Jacoby Brissett, I think their pass rush can get after him. So Green Bay, which can get nervy, big road favorite in Arizona, that place usually has a home dog. They're really good. I think the Packers, they'll win the game. We're not talking ATS here, just talking about win the game. I do like Green Bay to win the game. So that's another one for me in terms of consideration.
Tyler, what's on your big board?
I think the Chiefs are definitely number 1 if you don't want to save them for a holiday. Number 2, Patriots. So we agree on the 1-2. The only thing I disagree with Femi is like the Packers didn't get a sack on Joe Flacco last week, and if they did, maybe 1. So maybe I'm not sure how entirely sure I am convinced that this Packers defense has like turned the corner here. They've been kind of getting shredded the past few weeks.
Yeah.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Hey, guess what? Bartender, I'm barely getting a buzz. I had a big meal before I came out to the bar, so keep them coming, baby. In advance of kickoff on Thursday Night Football between the Pittsburgh Steelers and Cincinnati Bengals. Is it really going to be the Bengals or the Bungles tonight? We're going to find out here very, very shortly. We're going to get to some shots of tequila. All plus money all the time here in a second. Could be the NFL. Could be in college football. Heck, I would even allow a little Major League Baseball postseason action. Further reminder, got any fantasy football questions? You want to share your bets with us? We would love to hear them. Simple way to contact Horvath and I here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. In the clash of old codgers, who is your best bet to score a TD at plus money? Again, at plus money. And Steelers and Bengals, odds pulled from BetMGM. Your choices are getting down with Chase Brown at plus 115, Jamar Chase at plus 140, DK Metcalf at plus 145, or T. Higgins at plus 210. So far, over 200 votes. Kaz, make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. And we actually got a couple of questions that just came in. Horvat, a lot of people pondering some fantasy football lineup decisions. Let's go ahead and answer those right now. First one from Andre Antione, and he says, would you start T. Higgins tonight over Stephon Diggs, Roma Dunze, Romeo Dobbs, or Keenan Allen? So let me repeat that. Would you start Higgins over Diggs, Dunze, Dobbs, or Keenan Allen? He said any of those guys for T tonight.
So I think like Higgins is going to have a big game. I bet him to have the anytime touchdown. But man, I also like this matchup for Diggs. I'm actually about to talk about Stephon Diggs in this segment here. And who was the last guy? He said there was another guy that I really liked.
Well, again, you could sit any of these guys. So Diggs, Dunze, Dobbs, Keenan Allen. I would sit Dobbs.
I was going to say, yeah, I'd sit Romeo Dobbs this week. Yeah, I'd put T in for Romeo Dobbs. Okay, I thought it was one or the other. I was going to say, man, I like the matchup for all of those guys minus Romeo Dobbs. Yeah, that's who I'm pulling out, and I'm putting T in. I think T gets in the end zone tonight.
Yeah, go ahead and bench the Guardian Cap there. Another question came in from Cableman 1012. With Josh Allen on bye, would you go with Michael Penix or Joe Flacco? 10 points per passing touchdown? That doesn't make any sense. I think he meant passing yard. Would you replace Josh Allen with Michael Penix or Flacco as the streaming quarterback option?
So I actually think both offenses tonight are going to have some success. I know both quarterbacks are pushing 55 years old. But I honestly, and also the Steelers' pass defense, like I said, since week 3, they've improved if you look at the EPA numbers. But I actually think the Bengals offense is going to have some success tonight. I know our guy Brando's really high on Michael Penix this week. He did draft him. I just to me, I think you got to go with Michael Penix, but man, is he a wild card, right? You could get that stinker like you got against Carolina where they did not score a single point in the game. The one thing I do think we get more points in this game than we get that game, but that's a tough question for me. What about you? I guess I'd lean Penix, though.
Yeah, I want nothing to do with Flacco. Not on short rest. Not against the Steelers defense that is ascending. Again, they're number 11 in drop back EPA defense. I know he's got a killer arsenal to throw the rock to, including alongside T. Higgins. Of course, one guy, where's number 1? Jamar Chase. He's got a plethora of options, check down weapons galore, but I don't trust him. So, yes, give me Michael Penix in his matchup under the primetime lights on Sunday by the Bay against the 49ers. Keep the questions coming again on X at BetMGM tonight. You can also hit up my personal account at Noisy Cuevas. We'll grab those and we'll spin it forward instantaneously here before kickoff. But right now, shot. So we're taking tequila shots. Oh, plus money all the time. Ryan, as always, you're a scrappy leadoff man. So step in the box, take a hack. What do you like?
I like Mr. Cardi V this weekend. I like Stephon Diggs. I like the standard line, which is in the 50s, the low 50s, 52.5, I think is the lowest I saw. I went with the plus money price, though, plus 150 for Stephon Diggs to have 60 receiving yards. He's going to see a ton of Roger McCreary for the Titans, their defensive back, and I think he's going to win that matchup. If you look at 70 NFL wide receivers, and this is Diggs who's coming back from a torn ACL. I know not everybody loves Pro Football Focus, but he's got an 82.3 grade. McCreary right now, a 70.8 defense grade, which is 15th among 67 cornerbacks. But he's also, McCreary has given up 19 open targets, which is the most among all Tennessee cornerbacks by 10. Also, Tennessee is going to line up in a ton of zone. They play zone at a 63% rate. That's where Stephon Diggs has a 22.5% target rate against zone coverage. Also, I really like what the Patriots offense is doing right now with Josh McDaniels, man. A ton of play action right now. That's what you do with a young quarterback. 7th highest play action pass percentage here the last couple of weeks. Drake May has an 86.6 passing grade on clean pocket dropbacks, 9th among 41 NFL quarterbacks with at least 15 dropbacks. Tennessee, bottom 12 among NFL defenses in quarterback pressure rate. So I think May's going to have some clean pockets, and Diggs is going to finish with 5 or 6 grabs for over 70 yards. So I like laddering that all the way up to 70 yards. All I saw available, though, so far is 60 for plus 150.
Yeah, the air yards have really been starting to rack up for Stephon Diggs. So big play, Drake May, I think is going to be connecting with him early and often. Excellent call on Can You Diggs It? Ryan Horvath certainly can, and I might have to tail him on that. I'm going to go to the tight end position because somebody for the Jets has got to catch the rock. Josh Reynolds did get a limited practice in today, but he's no sure thing to be, I guess, the default WR1. So give me Mason Taylor. I'm going to go the alt market. 50-plus receiving yards at BetMGM. That's plus 125 right now. So with some attractive juice there, taking on the Carolina Panthers, who do not defend worth a damn against plus-size targets. Really kind of worth a damn against anybody on the back end. Number 26 in drop-back EPA defense. 3 tight ends have gone for at least 50 yards against them. They're giving up 74 yards per game just to the tight end position. Mason Taylor, usually not at all tied the line. He's running around on 92.3% of his snaps. He's averaging exactly 30 routes run per game. He's number 17 in total air yards, 4.8 targets per game. He's gone over this in 2 of his last 3, making 3 of his last 4. I think Mason Taylor hits the half-century mark in receiving yards against those Hello Kitties from Charlotte. Plus 125 is the cash if he does. All right, Horvath, give me another plus money bet and keep bringing those tequila pours.
All right, so I texted this over to you guys when it dropped. I'm waiting on the receiving props, but I'm going to go with Luther Burden, anytime touchdown. I'm going to go back to him plus 340. Now, I know that DJ Moore did get in a practice today, but I don't know how healthy he's going to be. And coming out of the bye, man, like I predicted and like we talked about, that's why we played the props on Monday night. Luther Burden, more involved in the offense. This is why the Bears used that early draft pick on him and not a wide receiver. Last week, he did have a 36.4% route share. He had a season-high 13.8% target share, 13% first read share. I don't know if that's going to be the case if DJ Moore is out there. Also, not the best matchup, although I do like his corner matchup. The Saints have given up only the 8th fewest schedule-adjusted fantasy points per game, 11th fewest PPR points per target to slot receivers. So they've been decent, a top 15 defense against the slot. But all I need is one vertical route, one gadget play, plus 340 for Burden, who's getting more and more involved in the offense every week. I'll take that right now.
All right, another bet that I like at the tight end position. Some great values in that market, I feel, this week. Give me Cade Otton. Do the same thing in Mason Taylor, I feel, has got a great chance of doing, and that's getting to the 50-yard mark through the air, plus 110 if he achieves that feat. Again, you have lost a lot of guys, and he is one of the last men standing right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mike Evans trending in the right direction. I think he is going to be able to suit up, but we know Emeka Buka's out. We know that Chris Godwin is out. Sterling Shepard's going to see a few targets, but Otten's role has really been ramping up. Taking on Detroit, a game with a 52.5 point total right now at BetMGM. You look at the Lions, number 13 in pass EPA defense, but they are giving up 52.6 yards per game to the tight end position. And you look at Otten over the last couple of weeks, 50 total routes run, 11 combined targets, 9 receptions for 132 yards. He's done this in back-to-back games. On the season, he's number 9 in average yards of separation per target, averaging a hefty 11.1 yards per catch. So give me Cade Otton to go for 50-plus receiving yards in his matchup in Detroit at plus 110. Horvath, hook me up with another.
Going back to that same Bears-Saints game, I like the over in the game, and I like Rashid Shaheed to score an anytime touchdown at plus 275. He's going to see a lot of Kyler Gordon. Kyler Gordon is coming off a game where he gave up 2 receptions for 33 receiving yards, 1 touchdown on only 2 targets, 1.57 yards allowed per coverage snap. Shaheed is going to operate out of the slot. He has a 12.8 yard average ADOT on first read targets, which is first among all Saints pass catchers with at least 10 first read targets. And that's the Bears' bugaboo still. 63.4% completion rate on passes thrown 10-plus yards down the field. Highest completion rate among all NFL defenses so far this season. So let's go with Shaheed to score an anytime touchdown. He's going to see a lot of Kyler Gordon, not Kyler Murray. That would be even better. Kyler Gordon, and you're getting nearly a 3-to-1 price.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys who dominate just based on size alone over Kyler Murray in the past game. All right, I'm going to go with Quinshawn Judkins. Yeah, I think Q is going to go absolutely off. Again, I mentioned the weather could play a major factor in the game, given the blustery conditions that are anticipated along the shores of Lake Erie. So this could be a heavy dose of ground and pound action. I could channel the football ghost of Jim Brown and absolutely go ballistic in the box score. 100-plus rush yards for him is a plus 130. You might want to grab it now. The Dolphins ain't stopping anybody on the ground. They're giving up 5.59 yards per carry, 134.3 rush yards per game. Quinshawn Judkins, he might double this. He's going off this weekend. All right, when we come back here on BetMGM tonight, an impromptu game of over or under will explain. Coming up next, right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back with more football bets on the BetMGM Network.
The Jags are, is that right? The Jags are laying 3? Yeah, they are. We'll handicap the game. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's Jags territory. London. You're in Jags country now. You're not in England. You're in Jags country. That's where you are. Oh, that's a good call. I'd forgotten about that. How they just love the Jags over there, which is just crazy.
But they're favored in this game? What are we missing? Is there a big injury that I have not seen? No, the Rams are laying 3. Rams 3-point favorites.
Rams 3-point favorites? Okay. I'll say this. I would lay it with the Rams here. But these London games.
You thought about it.
I was like, if I'm getting 3, I'm definitely grabbing it. I don't know. You know what I wonder, too, when it comes to games like this, is that, it's sort of common knowledge in the betting space that home field advantage is worth 3 points, right, in the NFL. So is this really considered a 3-point advantage for Jacksonville playing in London because they love the Jags? Like, is this a coin flip game on a neutral field? Is that really part of the handicap here because it's London?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that the odds makers would give the Jags any type of home field credit. I feel like this has just been the running joke in the NFL because the NFL makes the Jags go to London so much that they should be used to it, but it's still not their home field. Like, they still have to go, on a transatlantic flight.
What are you thinking, Washington against Dallas?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get on the Terry McLaurin stuff today. These teams are cagey about some of these injuries, which is super annoying. But I went back to the well, and this is another one Drew and I talked about yesterday, was the Dallas team total over. Like, this is one of the best offenses in the league. Dak, you mentioned it off air. It's amazing how well he's playing. Like, the swings of good Dak versus injured Dak are just so big. And right now we have good Dak. We probably have CD Lamb coming back. We can just do what we did in week 1. Like, hey, what if you have a really bad cornerback, like the Eagles did, and we just spam CD Lamb against you? He's going to end up with 10 catches for 150 yards. He dropped like 3 long catches in that one. Still at a 100-yard game. So if he's back, I love it even more, obviously. And you worry about some of these team totals when they're this high if a team gets out to a decent lead. I don't see Dallas ever getting out to a decent lead for the rest of the year. Again, their defense is so bad. It's just, hey, top 3 offense, bottom 3 defense. So I love a team total for a team like that because they're just not going to have a game where they're winning by margin and they can slow it down and run the ball at all.
this is still something they want to be a long-term solution, which is why Matt Rule's name comes into the conversation. He's from State College. He went to Penn State. He's got a great relationship with the AD. Pat Kraft is literally one of Matt Rule's best friends. The question there is, do you want to go back and bleep where you eat? In other words, Matt Rule can go back to State College. He can go back home any weekend in the offseason, get slaps on the back, and everybody's like, hey, you're doing a great job, man. It'd be awesome if you were here. And everybody thinks about, what would it be like if Matt were here in State College and coaching Penn State? What happens if he goes back and it doesn't go well? I think every head coach thinks that they can solve all the problems for any program. They don't really focus on that part, but it's got to be in the back of his mind. What if I go back home and it doesn't go well? What's that going to be like when I go back for the holidays or in the off season? Am I still going to get that warm kind of welcome if I'm at Penn State for 3 years and things tank?
And sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad Big Noise Evans away there. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Guess what? Bartender just go in and pour us another, man. It's not even kickoff yet. Yeah, let's throw it back. We've already given you a mountain of bets to fade or follow. That, of course, is always up to you. We're going to slug back a few shots, let the love juice flow, and hopefully be entertained in this game between divisional rivals there in the Pittsburgh Steelers and Cincinnati Bengals going down in the Queen City in Cincinnati, Ohio. Friendly reminder, folks, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, you can hear our lovely voices. We would love to hear yours. Simple way to dial us. You just pick up the phone and call 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let's go and give you the results right now. I'm going to shut it down because the kickoff is about to happen there in Cincy. I was asking you this. In the clash of codgers, who is your best bet to score a touchdown at plus money? And Steelers and Bengals. Odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Your options were getting down with Chase Brown at plus 115, Jamar Chase at plus 140, DK Metcalf at plus 145, or T. Higgins, who you like to find the end zone tonight, at plus 210. Officially 206 votes cast. Ryan, who led the way?
Let's go with Jamar Chase.
Honestly, I'm rather surprised it's not Jamar Chase. A lot of people obviously go for the brand name value every single time. He was second place at 35.9%. But you could also say DK Metcalf is a brand name. He's your pack leader at 39.3%. Third place, your boy, T. Higgins at 15%. And dead last, getting down with Chase Brown at 9.7%. Yeah, I think you do. Because usually when we have these pole dancing poll questions of the night, anytime touchdown, whoever finishes last is practically the G or the L word to find the end zone. It's happened repeatedly on this show, right?
Yes. Usually, man. So you know what? Actually, the only thing that I didn't have was a Chase Brown anytime touchdown. I had the rushing yards, but now I'm going to add the anytime touchdown, actually. I really feel like this is going to be a decent little game for Chase Brown. Everybody's down on him. Everybody's ragging him, but he has been better. And again, he's faced one of the toughest schedules of run defenses, and the Bengals offensive line. obviously a huge letdown, right? They've gotten a quarterback killed. So, yeah. I like him. Anytime touchdown, Chase Brown, plus 105. Decent value. I'm in.
Yeah, that offensive line is made of styrofoam. That's the only worry and concern that I really have. We did have a couple of comments, of course, from our own Brandon Combs, our outstanding executive producer. He says, as much as Noisy Huevos, that's a certain bold jackass, you're looking at him right now, wants us to be down with this guy, Chase Brown. The Bengals can't run the ball on a bad defense, let alone the Steelers. So I'm going to go with a QB I trust more in 2025, and that's AR12. I will rock with DK Metcalf. So Joe Public is Brandon Combs saying that Metcalf's got to find the end zone at plus 145. We also had a write-in from Scott Wilterdink. That's an outstanding last name. Jonnu Smith, who I talked about last night and our bets on a Hump Day Hail Mary. He's plus 330 at BetMGM to find the end zone. Man, I think that's worth a sprinkle. I got a good feeling about Jonnu tonight. So I feel you, Scott. Good call there with Jonnu. Hopefully be a juggernaut for you and make you some handsome cash in the end. Again, keep the questions coming. Keep the comments coming at BetMGM tonight on X. We'll share those throughout the show if you have any inquiries or your 2 cents at all. But right now, we got to get to a game of over or under. A whole lot of player props have dropped last 24 hours at BetMGM. Brandon Combs got to step on in. He is going to play game show host here. He's going to give us a line. He's going to give the associated name and the number. And then he's got to ask one of us. He's going to go over or under. And then one of us will then piggyback on that answer. And we'll move on to the next one. So, Brando, who do you got up first?
Well, Bob. Is that my best game show voice? Well, Bob.
Pretty good.
All right. Let's start with Sunday. Let's go Kyron Williams, 71.5 rush yards versus the Jacksonville Jaguars. You going over or under, Brad?
I'm going to go under. The highest amount that they have given up on the ground this season was to Chuba Hubbard way back in week 1. He only ran for 57 yards. The Jaguars have been incredibly stiff up front. Obviously, it's a volume game for Kyron Williams, who really doesn't ever kill it in some of the advanced analytics. Look at the yak per attempt. Look at the missed tackles forced. He's really kind of an average running back who benefits from volume. So he may have to run it like 20 or 25 times to get there. I say under on Kyron Williams, 71.5 rush yards.
Yeah, I totally agree with Brad, man. Right now, Jacksonville 5th in EPA per play, allowed on the defensive side of the ball. They're a really good pass defense, but I think this number's a little inflated against a good defense. I also like the Jags a lot in this game without Puka. So I would have to go under, but I can see him having, 65 to 68 yards in this game and having a decent little day. But I'm going to go under here as well.
I like it. All right, let's go over to our Bear Down Chicago Bears.
Beat me up.
I said our Chicago Bears because even though you're not a Bears fan, you have adopted them, Ryan. And I know that you love this guy's prop, so I'm going to go to the alt prop market here. Roma Dunze is plus money, plus 115 to have 75 plus receiving yards this week versus the New Orleans Saints. You going over or under 75 yards?
I love Rome, man. And for the last 3 weeks, I bet a different prop, and he's come home for me. This week, I'm actually going to stay away. Even if DJ Moore plays in this game, I like Luther Burden a little bit more. I think Rome has a decent day, but I think probably 55 to 65 receiving yards. So I would actually stay away from this one.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to live in a land down under, if anything. If you gave me an actual line at 74.5, that's exactly where I would put my chunk of change. With this being an alt market, I am firmly going to stiff arm it as well. Weather could play somewhat of a factor also in the Windy City. It's named after the politicians that have come from that particular geographic location. It has nothing to do with meteorological impacts. However, Mother Nature will be a factor possibly on Sunday with winds sustained at 15 to 20 miles an hour and gusts up to 30 there along the shores of Lake Michigan. I know New Orleans highly exploitable on the back end, but Roma Dunze, I don't think it's a 75. 50 I could see. I think it'll be in that 50 to 60 range, not quite 75. Again, I will pass. If it was an actual line, I would take the under. What else you got?
Mavericks! You have no Mavericks!
I'm going over. All right. Let's go
Of course you
to
are.
Philadelphia versus the Minnesota Vikings. Jalen Hurts, 207.5 passing yards versus that Vikings defense. Going over or under, Brad?
I'm going to go under. I actually bet on this. Look, I know Jalen Hurts is kind of uncorked here the last couple of games, gone well north of the 208 yards needed. But Minnesota's numero uno in drop back EPA defense. Isaiah Rodgers has been outstanding in coverage. A guy that I think could really get it done for the defensive side of things for Philadelphia. But you look at Minnesota, they're back in defensively equally outstanding. So for me, I'm just not feeling it overall with Jalen Hurts. So I will take the under. I think it's going to be in the high 190s in the end. So yes, again, give me the under.
And I totally agree with Brad there. And I mean, just to piggyback off that, the Vikings defense, pass coverage, they're 8th in the league. They're a top 10 pass defense, but they are 23rd in EPA per play against the run. So I think if Saquon is going to have a signature Saquon game this season, I think it comes this week. But I like Minnesota in the game, but I think Saquon goes over 100 rushing yards. So I'm going to go under on Jalen Hurts as well if I have to play this prop.
Do you like Minnesota in the game even if J.J. McCarthy starts?
J.J. McCarthy, Carson Wentz. Honestly, Brandon, you could start, and I might bet Minnesota in this game. Home field, I love Minnesota at home. Yeah, I think this is going to be a good spot for the Vikings.
All right.
What do I know?
Well,
maybe this is like the ultimate buy low on the Eagles. Right now, I don't know. They seem to be a little bit of a mess. You got A.J. Brown saying there was no player meeting, a meeting that he was supposedly at with Saquon Barkley and with Jalen Hurts. I don't know. The defense is taking a step back. They are getting healthier on the defensive side of the ball, though. So I do think that the defense is going to improve. But, yeah, I'm going to fade them this week. I like Minnesota. I think it's going to be Wentz anyway. I don't think it's JJ.
Yeah, I will not be starting for the Minnesota Vikings, by the way. Unless it's Madden 26, then maybe I can play some Minnesota Vikings, but I will not be there. All right, let's go
You
to
can get it to JJ.
Let's go to a guy that is getting a ton of spotlight right now, and that is Mr. I like to call him Bam Bam because this is who he reminds me of from the Flintstones.
Yeah.
Cam Scatterbo, 55.5 rush yards versus Denver. Over or under, Horvey?
Yeah, I'm glad that you came to me first here because I bet the under on the rush attempts, 14.5 minus 102. I love Scatterbo, but now he's going against this Denver defense, and they're one of the better defenses against the run. They're 7th right now in EPA per play. I don't think that this is a 60 rushing yard kind of game for Scatterbo. I don't think he has 15 rushing attempts. I think he could catch a couple balls out of the backfield, but this might be the only time I go under here the next couple weeks. But I'm going under, man, against this Broncos D.
I am not. I'm going to take the over, but barely. I think the number is well set. I think he's going to be flirting with that 60. Going to be somewhere in the high 50s. The Broncos are good, but not locked down in the trenches. They're number 12 entering the week in rush EPA defense. And you look at the game logs, 4 running backs have gone over 55.5 against them. Tony Pollard in week 1. Jonathan Taylor, who's doing it to everybody. He went for 165 in week 2. Omari Hampton went for 70 in week 3. Breece Hall, who can't find any breathing room right now to run, went for 59. Now, it took 22 carries for him to get there. So I think your point is astute on the volume. That is a concern. But I got just like a sick and weird feeling that the Giants are going to be competitive in this game. And I think Scatterbo is going to cash the over on this. By the way, I'm done looking at pictures of him with Ryan Fitzpatrick shirtless and belly bumping. That needs to just be shot in the sun. I'm done with it.
My favorite was the meme of it was He-Man, and it said that He-Man was Jackson Dart. Next one was that guy with the ram head, and it had Cam Scadaboo's name underneath it. I thought that was phenomenal. All right, let's go to this Commanders-Dallas Cowboys game. Big matchup in the NFC East. Jaden Daniels, 47.5 rushing yards versus the Dallas Cowboys. You going over or under, Brad?
He's kind of been disappointing in this category for a lot of the season, and a lot of people are expecting him to run for another 700 plus this year, but Dallas ain't stopping anybody. I think a toddler is going to go out there, a couple of candy bars in and probably run for 80 yards against this defense, or well outside the top 20 in rush EPAD. Jalen Hurts is the high that they have given up this season, 62 yards on the ground back in week 1. Fields only had 26. Jordan Love ran for 28. Russell Wilson had 23. I think Daniels is going to be motoring. What's your price for flight? I'll take the over on 47.5 rush yards and do it for Night Ranger. I think he cashes.
Yeah, he probably does. I'm just gonna stay away from all Commanders props here. I like the Cowboys in this game, man. I really do. I think that the number's kind of telling you something, only at 2.5. I don't trust either team right now on the defensive side of the ball. And if the Commanders are trailing or in a close game, I do think he's going to have to use his legs more and more. So, yeah, over for me. I don't want to bet it, but if you give me $100, Brandon, and you're like, hey, you got to play the market, I'm going over.
I'm not giving you $100.
Final thoughts here. Well, he's going to give you the money from my pocket, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
All right, final answer. I appreciate the hosting there, Brando. Nice job at over-under. We're about to get to kickoff. What's the final score going to be? Go ahead and call it right now, Horvey.
I'm going to go with, I wanted to play the Steelers, and I just never got there. So I think that they win this game 24-20. I kind of think that the Bengals cover, and they're a little competitive. Actually, hold on. 28-24. I bet the over. I need the over. 28-24 Steelers.
I'm going to say 27-17 Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back, a little fantasy football Flames Lame Shocker specials at wide receiver and tight end. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Go Steelers!
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Garrett Nussmeier, we're going to take his over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 100 against Vanderbilt. Now, Nussmeier has not been good this season, and he is injured right now. In that South Carolina game, he was hobbled. He was limping off the field. He didn't look like himself. But I think that's all built into the price right now because Vanderbilt's pass defense is not very good. You can move the ball on this Vanderbilt defense, and I think LSU is going to be able to do that. I think getting Nussmeier to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns at even money is a good price. If LSU wants to win this game, Nussmeier is going to have to play well. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for the LSU quarterback plus 100. I like that play on Saturday. I also like Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee over 50.5 receiving yards against Georgia. Again, this Georgia defense is not what we're used to with Kirby Smart. Like, you can move the ball on them, especially their secondary. We saw Tennessee was able to do it. We saw Alabama was able to do it. And I think Ole Miss is going to be able to do it as well. And I think 50.5 is too low for Ole Miss. Now, for Caden Lee, they are a run first team. They would prefer to run the ball, and Chambliss gives them a better running element at quarterback than Austin Simmons does. But also, I think Kiffin's going to want to take his shots against the secondary and knows that there are some opportunities there to move the ball on the outside. So Caden Lee, I think that number's too low. I like over 50.5 receiving yards for the Ole Miss wide receiver. Joey Aguilar, I'm taking his anytime touchdown price at plus 300 against Alabama, the Tennessee quarterback. Aguilar's scored a touchdown so far in 2 of the 3 SEC games that he has played. And again, the big question I have about Bama is their defense, especially their running defense. And I still don't think it's as good and it's as elite as everybody else does. I don't think Bama's going to win the national championship because of that defense. And Tennessee's a very good offense. And Heupel and that scheme does give Bama a lot of fits. And when you have a mobile quarterback like that, and Aguilar, and when Bama really sells out for the run, again, we like Bo Prabula to score a touchdown last week for Mizzou, and he did. I like Aguilar again. I think 3-1 is a really good price. So look for his anytime touchdown. Devin Dampier, the Utah quarterback, I'm going under 60.5 rushing yards for the Utah quarterback against BYU. Rivalry game, two good defenses, but most importantly, both teams have a mobile quarterback, and both teams want to run the quarterback, right? So that's sometimes an advantage for these teams that maybe don't have all these design run packages and don't use their quarterbacks. That's not what happens with these two teams. Bachmeier and Dampier both are quarterbacks that like to run the football, but BYU is very well coached. They're always in the right position, and I think being at home is going to be a huge advantage for them, definitely in this game with the crowd behind them. Obviously, sacks can play a factor as well to help us on this under. So 60.5 I think is too high. We'll take under for Devin Dampier in that game against BYU. And then give me CJ Carr under 285.5 passing yards against USC, the Notre Dame quarterback, just because I think Notre Dame's going to have a run-heavy game plan. They do not want to get into a shootout with USC. They can, and they can win that kind of game. But that's USC's only hope in this kind of game, is what A&M did, win a game in the 40s. Notre Dame's defense has been improved, but I think they also want to keep that USC offense on the sideline and have them feel pressure whenever they take the field, right? Try and minimize their possessions. The more possessions and the more chances you give to that USC offense, the better chance they have to stick around in that game. You have those two great backs with Love and Price, and I think Notre Dame is going to lean on those guys. We have seen CJ Carr have some big games through the air this season. He's had 3 games already where he's thrown for at least 300 yards. So it's not that he can't do it. I just think this game and the game plan specifically for Notre Dame will ask him not to do that, and they'll lean more on the run because their best defense might be their offense in this game and keeping the Trojans on the sideline. So under 285.5 passing yards for CJ Carr.
Shout out Washington.
It's time for fantasy football advice from the pros on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Action already underway in the Queen City. Yeah, thank you, Mas Tequila. I didn't even ask for a pour. The bartender gave it to me. He can read my mind. I can tell you right now, the bartender actually got inside my dome. He would realize the excitement of the backflips that I am doing because the Steelers are already rocking and they are very much rolling down the field on this opening drive against the hapless and hopeless Cincinnati Bengals as Aaron Rodgers turning back the clock. Look at vintage so far, 2 for 3 for 43 yards. He had a 39-yard dime drop perfectly in the hands of DK Metcalf. DK's only catch. Right now, the Steelers are they're first and 10, so they can get a first down to actually 2nd and 6. Oh, it should have been a touchdown there off the hands of who was
Hayward.
that? One of the many tight ends, I think they had, that they had there. So Aaron Rodgers misfired, though it was off the hands of a pretty good ball. Jalen Warren also running the ball effectively on that first drive. 3 for 21 so far. Yeah, that was Cam Hayward. As Warren also has a reception for 4 yards. But the Steelers already knocking the door, although this is 3rd down and 6 at the 10-yard line. We're going to give it to you live. Rodgers in shotgun. He's got 3 offset there wide receivers. Running back in motion, I think that's Kenneth Gainwell. He looks left. He gets flush. He rolls out to the right, goes back to the right now. Running, running, throws back against the green. Touchdown, Jonnu
Smith!
Jonnu Smith, baby! Yeah! Woo! We had him in at plus 330. A shout out as well to the guy that chimed in earlier on the show. I'm pulling up my Twitter feed right now, who dropped in his 2 cents and said that Jonnu Smith was his pick. It was Scott Wilderdink, who reached out to us on social media on X at BetMGM tonight. He said Jonnu Smith was his pick in the anytime touchdown market, and he cashed in instantaneously at plus 330. How about that start for Pittsburgh, Harvey?
Man, I love Smith in this game too. I got his receiving yards, but I went with the other tight end, Washington, on the anytime. But yeah, what a great start for Pittsburgh. Rodgers with a great ball to DK. I liked all his props tonight, and this is why I like the over, man. I think both offenses are going to put up some points. I know a lot of people think that Cincinnati is just going to no-show, and maybe they do, and I look like a dummy, and we could re-air this and run the tape back. Maybe we could run it back for the entire final hour. But I think, man, there's too many superstars to no-show in a standalone primetime spot. And even if it's a 45-year-old quarterback throwing you the football, he's going to get the rock to Jamar Chase and to T. Higgins and to our guy, Chase Brown tonight. So give me the over here, and let's get Aaron, let's keep Jonnu Smith involved. Let's get him about 15 more receiving yards, but don't be too shy to throw it over to Darnell Washington. No more Hayward targets, okay? We saw what, and I don't think he's going to get, we saw that look on Rodgers' face. If you have any Hayward stock, sell that now. I don't know why you would, though.
Yeah, and it was really almost a perfect throw from Aaron Rodgers right off the hands of Hayward. Did not corral it, but it benefited Jonnu Smith in the anytime touchdown market, cashing in at plus 330. Sometimes we actually get a little smooch with Lady Luck, and that is a hot start for us here on BetMGM tonight. All right, we're in a commercial break. We'll keep you updated on that. But we got to talk some fantasy football in this segment ahead of the main slate of Week 7 NFL games. We're going to talk wide receivers or tight ends, fantasy flames, lame, shocker specials. Let's start with the fantasy flame candidates. These are guys under 60% started right now in Yahoo leagues that you feel could have a banner week. So you're going with an oldie but still a goodie. And who is that, Horvey?
Yeah, and I think somebody, we had a question about Keenan Allen, and that's why I was like, I would keep him in my lineup because kind of like Aaron Rodgers, right? And Joe Flacco, he's old, but he's reliable. A nice little start to the season. Gained 60 to 70 yards per game, scored in each of the first 3 weeks. Since then, he's been held to fewer than 60 yards, and he hasn't scored. I'm going to go with the do theory because he's going against the Indianapolis Colts this week. And the Colts, as good as they've been, especially on the offensive side of the ball, number 1 in EPA per play, they've allowed the 4th most fantasy points to wide receivers this season. Mainly, though, because opponents are playing from behind, right? They usually have big leads. But I really like Keenan Allen this week as a flame. I'm going to start him in 2 of my leagues. And I can't believe I'm saying that because I thought he was completely washed.
I thought he was too last season with my Chicago Bears, but he's certainly done cannonballs in the fountain of youth. I think that was an excellent call, though Quentin Johnson's going to be back, it's sounding like, on the field this week. I'm going to go with Hollywood, Marquise Brown. Look, I know what you're thinking. Oh, Rashee Rice is back. Hollywood is going to be meaningless now. No, I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be spreading the love around to various targets. A little bit of Rashee Rice, a little bit of Xavier Worthy, some Travis Kelce, and some Hollywood Brown as well. Why do I really like this matchup? Well, the matchup is terrific. As Vegas number 19 in drop back EPA defense, you look, they have also given up the 5th most wide receiver yards on the season, 7th most fantasy points to the WR position, and more specifically, with Rice back, I believe Hollywood Brown's going to play more in the X position. He's lined up primarily in the slot here these first few weeks, filling that massive void from Rice's suspension. So if he lines up outside, he's going to get Caillou Blue Kelly of Viva Las Vegas, who was allowed the most yards of any defensive back in the NFL this season. 396 is tracked at PFF. Also allowed a 72.7% catch rate, 122.8 passer rating, and 16.7 yards per catch. Only 14% started as Hollywood Brown, coming off a 2-touchdown game. I think it's 5 for 55 and likely another score as Joe Flacco just got folded. He's going to have no time tonight because his offensive line, nothing but Casper, the friendly ghost. Appropriate. They're wearing all white tonight. So I'm going to go with Hollywood Brown. We'll steal the limelight on occasion here in week 7. Now, flip side of the coin, fantasy lames. These are guys that are started in over 50% of Yahoo leagues that could have a letdown here in week 7. So who's going to have an unlucky number this week, Ryan?
I want to talk about this guy because I actually just moved on from him, and it's Jameson Williams. I thought he was going to be this big play threat. He's got 2 games of 18 PPR points. I'm in a PPR league, so I'll be selfish here or more. And then he's got 4 games for me with 7 points or fewer. And I thought, like I said, he was going to be this vertical threat, but he only has 1 reception of more than 30 yards this season. I think he's really missing Ben Johnson. I don't know that anybody else is, but he's really missing Ben Johnson. Now this week he's going against Tampa. And Tampa plays a ton of man defense, and he's more of a zone beater. They're also, average right now preventing fantasy points to wide receivers. So I think he's more of a wide receiver 3 this week, Jameson Williams. And I'm going against him in a couple leagues. And like I said, I also traded him. So I'm just not that high right now on JMO.
A nice connection. Joe Flacco on 3rd long to T. Higgins for a gain of 18.
Let's go.
First down, Cincinnati. And then Chase Brown absolutely got folded for a short gain on that first down.
No
but,
good.
Still, a positive is a positive. So nice connection there to T. Higgins to get the conversion, though it is now 2nd and about 8 yards for the Bengals. My guy is A.J. Brown. He's been on the struggle bus all year long, and I think he's going to have a seat firmly planted in that front row still this week. Why? You're facing Minnesota. Defense is number 1, again, in drop back EPA defense on the season. They only got up 6.34 pass yards per attempt. They've also allowed the fewest wide receiver yards, the fewest fantasy points per game to the wide receiver position. And you look at A.J. Brown, he's only number 84 in fantasy points per target, number wide receiver 41 overall. He's only gone over like 50 yards once this year. And he's going to see a lot of Isaiah Rodgers in coverage. He was number 2 in pass coverage grade at PFF, giving up just a 44.9 passer rating and 52.4 catch rate to his assignment. So I ain't getting down with A.J. Brown. Could be on the sideline reading a book, trying to figure out his shortcomings yet again as Jamar Chase catches a short, shallow cross, but shy of the first down. It is 4th and about 2 or 3 yards. We're going to see what the decision is here from Zach Taylor at midfield. All right, let's dig a little bit deeper. With shovel in hand, who is your shocker special this week? Either a wide receiver or a tight end. Under 15% started in Yahoo leagues.
I'm going to go with Luke McCaffrey. I just picked him up in a league. I absolutely love him against the Cowboys. He's going to see a ton of the corpse of Trevon Diggs. Right now, you look at his offensive grade, 18th among 120 NFL wide receivers. He's just reliable. I was listening to Cliff Kingsbury talk about him today on our local radio station here in DC. And, he was pretty much just hyping him up. He did say he's got to become a better blocker, but everything else was pretty positive. Also, though, he also could add some kick return yardage as well, man, returning kicks. Dallas, 12 missed special teams tackles, 6 most in the NFL. They're just a mess both on defense and special teams, and McCaffrey plays both. I like him to get in the end zone. 4 red zone targets, 2 end zone targets, tie for 3rd and 2nd among Commanders pass catchers, those 2 categories. So I kind of like McCaffrey. If you're really, really desperate with some of these injuries, man, he's been reliable in the red zone, and I think he scores again. I bet him to score an anytime touchdown.
You had me at little D. I mean, are you kidding me? Dallas is not playing a lick of defense. They're dead last in dropback EPAD. McCaffrey is averaging over 21 yards per catch. That's the market, folks.
Yep.
If you want some action on Luke McCaffrey is on the over on yards for his longest catch. Whatever it is, he is a chunk gainer extraordinaire. And he mentioned Diggs being a rotten corpse. That's exactly what he is on the field. I'll probably take him in the yardage market. I did it last week. Feature on the show, one of the rare tickets that I cashed on the over 20.5. And it was on a single play payday or one catch cash. The OCC, yeah, you know me, is what I call it. So I think Luke McCaffrey over on the longest catch, over on yards. Excellent call there. Nice little Hail Mary Chuck if they need a bye week filler in, like, say, a 14-team or deeper league. Same with my guy. Somebody, again, in Tampa's got to catch a lot of balls. I love Cade Otton this week. Highly recommend him. He's only 30% rostered right now in Yahoo leagues. This guy's only 3% started. It's Tez Johnson taking on Detroit. Eagle Lions, respectable number 13 in drop back EPA defense, but probably going to see a lot of Rock Yassin, one of the best names in all of professional football. He has given up. Yassin, 63.6% catch rate, 110.4 passer rating. The Lions, as a collective, allowed the third most fantasy points to wide receivers. And Tez Johnson, really impressive, 16.1 average depth of target. And over the last couple of weeks, 4 for 59. And last week had only one catch, but it went for a 45-yard touchdown. He's a maybe 160-pound soaking wet, but he's got wheels. And he's also got the trust of Baker Mayfield. He's got the opportunity. So if you're deciding between Johnson's, Cameron, or Tez, I would side with Tez. The snap share has been a little bit higher by comparison there, though Cade Otton really is a guy I think is going to ultimately benefit, even with Mike Evans back in uniform. Any thoughts on Tez Johnson? Do you have any thoughts on maybe Sterling Shepard in that game? Is he trustworthy and reliable as a WR3 in 12-team leagues?
Like Tez Johnson a little bit more. If you're, like you said, trying to decide between the two Johnsons, he's just more reliable. But I'm with you, man. I really like Cade Otton. Played some Cade Otton props today. I do have him going in one league, so that'd probably be who I'm looking at. You know, Sterling, now watch, he'll have 6 receptions for 99 yards and 2 touchdowns. You just never know with Baker Mayfield. Right now, he's just playing the ultimate point guard position and spreading the rock around. But yeah, I would trust, I think, Tez. And I really like Cade Otton, like you said.
All right, as Jalen Warren racking up yardage right now. A nice gain on first down. A quick slant there to DK Metcalf for about 7. Jalen Warner's already up to 32 yards. Only had 4 carries. That's 8 yards per clip. I'm a math major. Meanwhile, DK Metcalf, that is his second catch of the game. He's up to 46 yards in this contest. Absolutely balling out. Already had that 39-yard reception. Jonnu Smith, of course, with a touchdown that went for 10 yards. Real quick, Horvat, let's do a live dive. The Steelers are minus 11.5 at a minus 110 juice right now. The over-under at 47.5. For some way, somehow, if you believe that the Bengals come back and win this thing, they're plus 470 on the live money line. So any action entice you right now on a live dive?
I was going to say maybe wait and see what Pittsburgh does because they're moving the ball down the field. And then for whatever reason, they just ran a flea flicker with 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Now maybe might be the time. No, I would wait and see what Pittsburgh does. If we could get to 14.5, more than 2 touchdowns, I'll bet the Bengals, as gross as it is, because I do think that you'll have potential to backdoor maybe even the original spread with hopefully a T. Higgins touchdown, Jamar Chase, just so many playmakers. And then as far as the total, maybe wait and see if we get a punt. I like the over in this game, but I bet it at 44.5. But I do like the over still in this game. So for me, it would be Bengals over 2 touchdowns and the over. Right now, I would still bet it.
All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight as Aaron Rodgers overthrows his receiver on 3rd and 4. That was Jonnu Smith. Looks like it's going to be a punt for Pittsburgh. We come back. Rachel Krychek is going to be in the house from Betalytics. Make sure you stick around for that right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
It's a hold.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
So, no, I like the Steelers tonight. If we had to go to Sunday, Chiefs, Patriots, if you've still got them. We didn't, but if you still got them. I'm nervous about the Broncos, but if they're still available, they have to be up for consideration. And I think, like, the be a man pick this week, I think has to be the Panthers. When would you ever use them again?
Oh, I don't think you ever would. Like looking at their on the grids here, yeah, they're projected to be an underdog in damn near every single game, other than when I guess they play the Saints week 10, so I guess you can make that case. But
Where's that game's in Carolina?
New Orleans. Sorry, yeah, Carolina. Yeah, Carolina. In New Orleans, they're like supposed to be like a 1.5 point favorite on like a massive look at. Like
They'll
that's
definitely
way
be
more.
favored. Yeah, in both games.
Yeah, but 3.5 at home is what I'm seeing right now in a projection. You could talk me into Carolina. You could. This Jets thing just seems horrendous. With Justin Fields, and he wants to now let it rip and be more aggressive. Good luck. I think that's just going to lead to more turnovers, which is great for your Carolina Panthers stuff. I think for me, my big board, now, like we use the Patriots, but if you haven't used them, I think Patriots number one for me. The only caveat being, like, that's a very emotionally charged football game. Like, Titans just fired their head coach. Vrabel's going back to Nashville. There's a lot going on with that contest. But I do think, like, on paper, this is a mismatch in terms of personnel. Number 2 was Kansas City for me. Yeah.
A lot going on in the contest.
A lot going on in that contest. You know?
In that contest.
There's a lot.
The game.
Yeah.
The contest.
Yeah. Contest. Football contest. See who comes out on top. Yeah. The duel.
Contest.
The match. Yeah. Contest.
The contest.
The brouhaha.
Yeah. The contest.
That's what we're in. Survivor contest.
Well,
not anymore.
That's what the Patriots.
Yeah, we were in.
The Patriots and the Titans will be in Nashville. Contest.
Is that it?
What about the contest at Arrowhead? Because I think Kansas City is another option. And in our former contest, the Chiefs had holiday consideration with the Thanksgiving and Christmas. But I do think that their Christmas game against Denver, okay, yeah, like you could use them there.
Where is that
I don't know
game?
if you'd want it. It's in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah,
so like they should be they should win that game. Thanksgiving, they're on the road in Dallas. Like I think they'd win that game, but like I could see why people might not want to do that. It's short week, it could get weird.
Kansas City will win. What's the total in that game going to be?
I mean, I don't know. Like what are the Mahomes props? Like just give me that.
I think the final score of that game is going to be something like 44-31 Chiefs.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think on the look at projection stuff, like Kansas City's like a 4-point favorite. I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a pretty big favorite against a good quarterback.
Yeah, Kansas City favored by more than 3, and less than 6, I think is fair.
Yeah, but I think the Chiefs are a good look. The Packers, that's one that I would introduce to the conversation, just because it doesn't look like Kyler Murray's going to play again. And I was surprised that the betting market didn't move like a smidge. I thought like we were going to at least like hit 7 with this Murray not practicing and it looking like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett again. I think Green Bay's defense against an immobile quarterback like Jacoby Brissett, I think their pass rush can get after him. So Green Bay, which can get nervy, big road favorite in Arizona, that place usually has a home dog. They're really good. I think the Packers, they'll win the game. We're not talking ATS here, just talking about win the game. I do like Green Bay to win the game. So that's another one for me in terms of consideration.
Tyler, what's on your big board?
I think the Chiefs are definitely number 1 if you don't want to save them for a holiday. Number 2, Patriots. So we agree on the 1-2. The only thing I disagree with Femi is, like, the Packers didn't get a sack on Joe Flacco last week, and if they did, maybe 1. So maybe I'm not sure how entirely sure I am convinced that this Packers defense has like turned the corner here. They've been kind of getting shredded the past few weeks.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're going to be talking to the one, the only, the outstanding and terrific Rachel Krychek from Betalytics here in a second. But a friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us ahead of the main slate in Week 7, may got a trade offer, maybe you're trying to figure out some guys available on free agency, maybe you have some massive holes in your roster, and you're like, who the heck do I elevate from my bench to fill those voids? We're here to help. help. And we also would love to hear all of your various sports betting action ahead of either the main slate NFL games or in college football or elsewhere. Maybe you'd like to drop the puck and make some bucks. By all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Update quickly before we bring Rachel on. 7-0 right now, Pittsburgh over the Bengals. Oh, Chase Brown. Oh, I
Jesus.
could curse right now on air, but I
Me
do
too.
not want to break any FCC violations. That should have been a
Brutal.
catch. That should have been a cash for me on the over 15.5 receiving yards. There was nobody in front of you, Chase Brown. I get
might have
down
scored.
with your butt all the time. You didn't earn me the maple syrup. Oh, God bless you. You gotta be vaping me.
Oh, that's brutal.
That's just a brutal drop right there by Chase Brown. His butt is on the sidelines. As a result, he is flustered, to say the least, as he should be. Samaje Perine in the game and immediately gets the carry. Though the Bengals are still driving, though it's a third, about 6 yards, down 7-0, about 3 and 30 seconds to go. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this first quarter. All right, we'll keep you up to date. I got to get that out of my memory right now. Chase Brown absolutely destroying me. Come on, Illinois. We got to bring on Rachel Krychek. She's awesome. She's better than Chase Brown right now. She's the CTO of a wonderful site called Betalytics. Make sure you follow her on X, where she's always giving it to you there. At Rachel Now.
Are only plus money because I know how Brad feels about plus money. Ramondre Stevenson is still even money to score a touchdown, and that just should not be the case. That they're playing Tennessee. What are we doing here? Rico Dowdle plus 120 to score a touchdown. I don't know if you two have watched him the last 2 weeks, but that man is an angry man, and he is running all over the place. And to find the end zone plus money, you know what? I really like that. They're also they're playing the Jets, and for some reason, the Jets are favored, and that should not be the case. So that we'll just leave that word right there. Jaden Daniels is plus 120 to score a touchdown. He hasn't been his usual running self since coming back from injury.
Here around 10 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah, so there is. I'm just checking to make sure there's not a live bet I want you guys to play. And there is. Okay, we are taking Montreal Canadiens money line live because they just went down 1-0 at the end or the middle of the second period. So heading into the third period, I
Okay.
really like that. Montreal is a legit good team, and you're going to get massive plus money there. But for the late games, Carolina money line parlayed with Seth Jarvis 3+ shots, one of the most consistent players for the Hurricanes, who are leading the league in shots per game this year. They're out on the West Coast. Anaheim is a much improved team, but the Carolina Hurricanes are a shot volume team. I like them to win tonight, but 188's too juicy, so we're going to parlay it with Seth Jarvis 3+ shots. Staying in that game, Cutter Gauthier over 2.5 shots. The juices come down a ton because he didn't hit this line in his last game, but the 3 games he played prior to that, he's averaging 6 shots a game. So we're just going to go back to the well there, take him for 3. That should be manageable, and go from there. Quentin Byfield in the LA Kings Pittsburgh Penguins game for 2+ shots. There is a rumor that Anze Kopitar is not going to be playing tonight, and if he isn't, that number 1 center role goes to Quentin Byfield. So he will be getting elevated minutes. He will be one of the primary guys on the power play. I really like that. And then kind of going with a feels play here. Jack Eichel is from Boston, Massachusetts. He is playing the Boston Bruins tonight. Jack Eichel for 2+ points is plus 130 right now. I like that. The kid always seems to perform against his hometown team.
You brought up the Hurricanes. They're the favorites right now to win the cup. Any futures, win totals, or anything that you've played here in the last week?
Yeah, so in the past week, I mean, the numbers come down a lot, but I would still play him.
Right.
Matthew Shea for Rookie of the Year at plus 500. I have him sitting pretty at plus 1,200. I don't think we're going to get that number again. I don't even think you're going to get 500 by the time next week rolls around. I think he'll be down at 400 at that point. What he's doing right now is absolutely incredible. It is so difficult to be an everyday top-end defenseman in the National Hockey League, and the fact that he's doing it as a pure 18-year-old is ridiculous. So I like that. And this is a pure value play. Nathan McKinnon plus 350 to lead the league in scoring this year. He already has 10 points. What are we doing? That can't be plus 350. And so I look at that and I'm going pure value. The probability of Nathan McKinnon leading the league in scoring is not plus 350 value, I can tell you that much.
We're talking to the one, the only, the terrific Rachel Krychak. She is the CTO of BetAlytics, and follow her on X, would you kindly, at Rachel Krychak. Again, on X, at Rachel Krychak. Rachel, I just fired off a ticket on the live puck line on one of the Montreal Canadiens. Actually, took them on the money line at plus 220. So please and thank you. Hopefully that is going to come through for me, as I just saw Kenneth Gainwell rip off a nice run. Thank you for that as well. Rachel, let's get back to the NFL. Get exotic and build our listeners a parlay in any desirable yardage category, whether standard lines or alternative ones in NFL Week 7.
Yeah, I picked 1 passing, 1 receiving, and 1 rushing. Baker Mayfield over 245.5 passing yards. I don't like to talk about model results too early in the season, but we have predicted Baker Mayfield's passing yardage at a 100% clip thus far this year, so I feel pretty comfortable about taking his line. Stephon Diggs over 53.5 receiving. He got absolutely jobbed last week, and that's not going to happen again. Like, it won't. So 53.5 seems a little low. We haven't projected for closer to 60 at BetAlytics. So I really like that. And then Quinshon Judkins, 70+ rushing yards. I know you've been paying attention, and the Miami Dolphins, from a rush defense perspective, are absolutely useless. And Quinshon Judkins' number is 96.5. And because of, so his BetAlytics projection is in the high 50s. And that's just because we take into account a ton of metrics, and he wasn't getting a ton of touches at the beginning of the year. So he doesn't have a ton of data. He's also a rookie, but 70+ here feels pretty safe. If we're being honest, I would probably lean towards the over, and you can combine all of those. And I believe last time I checked, it was like plus 580.
And as we mentioned, weather is going to play a factor in that game given the blustery conditions. We're all in on Quinshon Judkins. Rachel got about a minute and a half left. I love the tight end markets this week. So look at some of those plus size options. Does your data concur? If so, what action do you like?
Yeah, there's a couple guys I really like. Darren Waller, 30 plus receiving yards. He's kind of been a big Tua guy ever since he started to find his stride. And obviously, no Tyreek Hill means more targets. And then there's whatever the heck is going on with Jalen Waddle right now. So nobody really knows. Travis Kelce over 3.5 receptions. I mean, it's a division game. It's hard to ignore Travis Kelce at this point. Evan Ingram has played a massive role in the Denver offense the last couple of weeks, over 26.5 receiving yards. We have him projected for closer to 40. So I like that. And then the guy I've been all over for the last 3 weeks, and he's cashed me out big time with the exception of last weekend, is Mason Taylor for the New York Jets. There is no Garrett Wilson this week. They have to go to Mason Taylor. I don't think 5+ receptions is going to be plus 400 this week, but alas, he is going to be plus money. I would ladder him every opportunity you get.
And I already took him at 50+ receiving yards. We're on the same page at plus 125. The terrific, the sensational, the stupendous Rachel Kryshak, CTO of Betalytics. Follow her on X, would you kindly, at Rachel Kryshak. Rachel, we appreciate the time. Good luck this week. All right, folks. We got to head to a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We're going to keep on rolling. We're talk fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials. This time at the running back position. And we'll give you a live dive update and Steelers and Bengals right here. BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM network. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network.
The Jags are, is that right? The Jags are laying 3? Yeah, they are. We'll handicap the game. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's Jags territory. London. You're in Jags country now. You're not in England. You're in Jags country. That's where you are. Oh, that's a good call. I'd forgotten about that. How they just love the Jags over there, which is just crazy.
But they're favored in this game? What are we missing? Is there a big injury that I have not seen? No, the Rams are laying 3. Rams 3-point favorites.
Rams 3-point favorites? Okay. I'll say this. I would lay it with the Rams here. But these London games.
You thought about it.
I was like, if I'm getting 3, I'm definitely grabbing it. I don't know. You know what I wonder, too, when it comes to games like this, is that, it's sort of common knowledge in the betting space that home field advantage is worth 3 points, right, in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So is this really considered a 3-point advantage for Jacksonville playing in London because they love the Jags? Like, is this a coin flip game on a neutral field? Is that really part of the handicap here because it's London?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that the odds makers would give the Jags any type of home field credit. I feel like this has just been the running joke in the NFL because the NFL makes the Jags go to London so much that they should be used to it, but it's still not their home field. Like, they still have to go, on a transatlantic flight.
What are you thinking, Washington against Dallas?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get on the Terry McLaurin stuff today. These teams are cagey about some of these injuries, which is super annoying. But I went back to the well, and this is another one Drew and I talked about yesterday, was the Dallas team total over. Like, this is one of the best offenses in the league. Dak, you mentioned it off air. It's amazing how well he's playing. Like, the swings of good Dak versus injured Dak are just so big. And right now we have good Dak. We probably have CD Lamb coming back. We can just do what we did in week 1. Like, hey, what if you have a really bad cornerback, like the Eagles did, and we just spam CD Lamb against you? He's going to end up with 10 catches for 150 yards. He dropped like 3 long catches in that one. Still at a 100-yard game. So if he's back, I love it even more, obviously. And you worry about some of these team totals when they're this high. If a team gets out to a decent lead, I don't see Dallas ever getting out to a decent lead for the rest of the year. Again, their defense is so bad. It's just, hey, top 3 offense, bottom 3 defense. I love a team total for a team like that, because they're just not going to have a game where they're winning by margin and they can slow it down and run the ball at all.
This is still something they want to be a long-term solution, which is why Matt Rule's name comes into the conversation. He's from State College. He went to Penn State. He's got a great relationship with the AD. Pat Kraft is literally one of Matt Rule's best friends. The question there is, do you want to go back and bleep where you eat? In other words, Matt Rule can go back to State College. He can go back home any weekend in the offseason, get slaps on the back, and everybody's like, hey, you're doing a great job, man. It'd be awesome if you were here. And everybody thinks about, what would it be like if Matt were here in State College and coaching Penn State? What happens if he goes back and it doesn't go well? I think every head coach thinks that they can solve all the problems for any program. They don't really focus on that part, but it's got to be in the back of his mind. What if I go back home and it doesn't go well? What's that going to be like when I go back for the holidays or in the off season? Am I still going to get that warm kind of welcome if I'm at Penn State for 3 years and things tank?
And sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're watching the Pittsburgh Steelers hopefully not screw up this drive at a 2nd 11. Oh, Aaron Rodgers running like he's 25. A gain for like 4 or 5 yards here, but a manageable 3rd down after the hold on Frazier, which is completely unnecessary, and it ruined a Jaylen Warren touchdown run, which your boy kind of needed. Had Jaylen Warren anytime touchdown along with a Pittsburgh Steelers money line, a little 2-leg parlay at a plus 136. But it's still 3rd down. Opportunity here for Aaron Rodgers to get this conversion. 3rd and 5. We're going to give it to you live before we get into fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials in week 7 at the running back position. Rodgers in shotgun right now. Takes a snap, looks left. Gets flush out of the pocket, is rotating left, steps, fires, and it's caught, but he's going to be about a half a yard short. That's Kenneth Gainwell. I think this is 4 down territory. Mike Tomlin, I don't think is going to hesitate here and say, yeah, we're going for it. Yeah, we're going for it. I can see him marching up and down the sideline. Yeah, man, hell yeah, dog, we're going for it. So Aaron Rodgers not budging an inch. They are indeed going to get big here, and they're going to go for it. What's the play call? Is it going to be play action, or are they going to run the ball? I just run at Jaylen Warren. They can't stop him in this game.
Yeah, I would just run Jaylen Warren right up the middle here. Knowing the Steelers and knowing Rodgers, he's probably going to pull it and throw like a short little pass on a read option. No, did they just run QB sneak? I turned my head. That couldn't have been Rodgers.
It was a tush push with a tight end, but it looked like somebody was moving, so it's going to come back, and they're going to have to take.
Now they're going to kick a field goal.
Yeah, false start. Yeah, they're going to definitely kick the field goal now. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Get set. They weren't set. That was an easy call. I saw it all day as well. All right, so that's going to ruin the drive. It was a handoff, I think, to Darnell Washington. I believe. Oh, no, he was the push man on that. It was a Cam Hayward. Who
Yeah,
got
Hayward.
it. And then Washington. I actually like this formation. Aaron Rodgers is chilling in the back.
Yeah.
And you got
Smoking
nothing
a
but
cigarette.
tight ends galore. Washington is just a man mover. And he just like picks up Hayward like he's a toddler and throws him forward for like 3 yards. All right, it's 4th and 5. Field goal opportunity from Boswell. It's up. It's good. As the Steelers extend the lead right now, 10-0 over the Cincinnati Bengals. Let's give a live dive update here. Bengals are catching 10.5. So again, Pittsburgh laying 10.5 at even money, by the way. I think the Steelers going to cover that line at plus 100. Over under on the total at 41.5. Juice to the under at minus 125. And then the money line on the Bengals right now at plus 470. I don't think the Bengals have a snowball's chance, what, coming back in this game and winning this thing. I'm going to stay away from the total. I would honestly lay the 10.5 right now and kind of get baby seduced by the juice there at plus 100. What say you, Ryan?
I would take the over still, and now you're getting a discounted price because that drive didn't work out. I still think that Cincinnati's going to score some points. I like the Steelers in the game, but I would go over 41.5. I bet it at a much worse price, 44.5. So I would go over in the game, and if I had to bet, I'm with you, Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh just look great so far. The Cincinnati Bengals, just give you a box score update. Joe Flacco, 4 of 8 for 36 yards, only a 4.5 YPA. Samaje Perine's your leading rusher, 2 carries for 8. Chase Brown, only 2 for 6. T. Higgins, your leading receiver, 1 catch, 18. Jamar Chase, 2 for 10. Noah Fant has a catch for 8. That's it. That's all the Bengals have done so far in this game through the first quarter of action, a little bit through the second quarter, but they're getting another opportunity right now, down 10-0. Any live player props that you might want to debate here? I still like Chase Brown despite that devastating drop in receiving yards.
Yeah.
You could probably get that at a much cheaper price right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd probably look at the receptions because now the Bengals trailed by 10 points, so I'm not feeling so good about the rushing yards. They're going to be in a negative game script. I think there's going to be a lot of checkdowns. Still like T. Higgins to get in the end zone. If you're going to bet that live, you're getting a much better number right now. But I would go with Chase Brown receptions, maybe even Jamar Chase. I would stay away from the yards, but I think the targets are going to be there, and I think there's going to be like a lot of like screen work and underneath stuff like we saw earlier. Maybe he breaks one, maybe he doesn't, but I think he finishes with at least 8 grabs in this game if they're trailing, which they are.
Yeah, 8 grabs is still minus money and a minus 130. So you kind of might want to hold off on that one on Jamar Chase. Chase Brown, 3+ receptions, though, at a plus 110. That's kind of sexy.
I like that.
The over-under on standard receiving yards is down at 13.5. Again, it closed at 15.5, so a 2-yard discount there. All right, we're going to keep you up to date. I'll have my eyes focused on this game while hosting BetMGM tonight as well. But we got to expand out to some more fantasy football discussions. Fantasy Flames, Lames, and Shocker specials ahead of the main slate in Week 7. Again, Fantasy Flames are guys under 60% started right now in Yahoo leagues you believe are going to have robust performances. Who you got?
I'm going to go with Rachaad White against the Lions again. No Bucky Irving, so he's barely going to meet the criteria here. But he was really good Week 6 against San Francisco, as you projected. He had 17.6 PPR points. If you look at the last 2 games without Bucky, he's combined for over 40. Bucky's out against Detroit. I really like him even when Bucky comes back in this role because he's catching a bunch of balls. He had 7 grabs for 51 yards because all the wide receivers are injured. I know they're going to get healthier here at the position when Mike Evans comes back. And Chris Godwin's fully healthy, and Ibuka's not dealing with a hamstring injury. But you look at the Lions, number 6 and fewest fantasy points allowed to opposing running backs. But you 4 guys have scored at least 12.7 PPR points against Detroit this year. DeAndre Swift did it, revenge game. Derrick Henry did it, the corpse of Derrick Henry. Quinshon Judkins, our guy, did it. And then Josh Jacobs. So I think he's a solid number 2 this week. So I'm going to go with Rachaad White again.
Nice run there from Chase Brown, getting down 27-yard gain up to now 3 carries for 33 yards. So there you go. What was the over-under you got on rush yards for him?
45.5 was what it closed at, but I bet it at 42.5. I gave it out at 45.5 though, so we got to cheer for the people. So let's get at least 46.
I think you're going to get both, and they just adjusted it. It's now up to 34. yards on the ground. They added on a yard. They said that was a 28-yard rush. So getting down with our dude Chase Brown. Hopefully he'll catch some balls as well because I got the receiving yards prop. I am going to go with Travion Henderson. This is kind of a last stand for me. If he cannot get it done this week, I don't think it's ever really going to happen for him this season. Why? You're facing the Tennessee Titans. Ramondre Stevenson, is going to be the main man. We just had Rachel Krashek on for Betalytics. She likes him in the anytime touchdown market. I kind of agree with her on that at plus 100. But I think Travion's going to get at least 10 carries. Could be many as a dozen. Titans are number 29 rush EPA defense. They also have allowed the third most fantasy points to the running back position, giving up 4.65 yards per carry. Oh, God, Chase Brown caught the ball for like a 5-yard loss. Not great there. 114.2 rush yards per game. You look at Travion, he's seeing 37.5% of the opportunity share, only a 2.44 yak per attempt. Not great in that category. Only 12.2 missed tackle rate. Also not great in that category. But you look at the touches. He's gone 14, 9, 8, and 10 the last 4. This could push him maybe to a season high in touches. I think it's going to be a very positive game script. So Travion Henderson, week 7 or bust. I say 50 to 60 combined yards and a touchdown. I think he's fantasy flame material. Flip side of the coin, let's go to fantasy lame. A guy started in over 50% of Yahoo leagues, so majority started that you feel is going to be a failure. Who is that?
I'm going to go with my guy, Kenneth Walker III, unfortunately. So, he's been playing decent here the last couple of weeks. He's just not really getting the volume with Zach Charbonnet taking goal line and 2-minute drill snaps. Then you look at this week, and he's going against the Houston Texans, who have been playing much better football. Plus 43 in point differential. I think they might be a good buy low team in the AFC. And they've been really solid on the defensive side of the ball, especially against running backs in fantasy. They've allowed the 9th fewest fantasy points to running backs so far this season. They're in the top quarter of the league in PFF run defense grade and yards per attempt allowed to running backs now that I look at it as well. So I'm a big fan, man, but I don't know how many carries are going to be there this week. So I'm going to fade Kenneth Walker. And I actually kind of like Houston in the game as well, plus 3.
All right, a lot of people are going to say, this is your boy. This is the guy you always scream about. Mandatory Montgomery, you jackals. Are you sick? Are you feverish? Are you unwell? Apparently I am. I'm saying Dave Montgomery is going to be a fantasy lame this week against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the reason being, what a circus catcher by Jamar Chase. Vita Vea is a dude. And he's a man-eater. Cue the Hall & Oates there in the background. I look at Tampa. They are number 1 in rush EPA defense for a reason, and that reason is just Vita Vea. You look as well, they're giving up just 3.56 yards per carry, 65.3 rush yards per game to the running back position. Now, they have allowed 5 touchdowns to RB, so that could be the saving grace for Montgomery. It's like TD or bust for him because you look at Tampa, they've allowed the 15th most, so middle of the pack, fantasy points, the running back position. Mandatory, though, is clearly the second fiddle behind Jahmyr Gibbs, only seeing 41.3% of the opportunity share, though he is number 5 in the NFL. And yards after contact per attempt, 3.75, forced 10 missed tackles. Number 5 in fantasy points per opportunity. He's averaging a healthy 5.6 yards per target. Those are all encouraging, promising data points. But again, it's just Vita Vea. He's a downhill between the tackles rusher. You can't do that against Tampa. So I think it's below, 40 rush yards, maybe catches a ball or two. I did bet the over on 7.5 receiving yards at BetMGM at a minus 115 a couple of days ago. I do like that prop quite a bit as they're going to utilize the backs in the check down game to be an extension of the run, working outside the tackle box and away from Vea. But I think it's going to come at the expense of mandatory Montgomery's rushing numbers. So I think he is a fantasy lame through and through this week. All right, let's go a little bit deeper here in the Shackers special. Under 15% started right now in Yahoo League. So who do you like chucking a Hail Mary?
Kamani Vidal, you talked about it. We talked about it. Him against Hassan Haskins. And you said, you made the great point to go with Kamani here. Vidal, and he played 67% of the snaps. I thought that was Chase Brown. Damn it. He played 67% of the snaps, 18 carries, 4 targets, 138 yards, and a touchdown. finished as running back number 9. So that was a great call. Granted, it was a favorable matchup because they went against the Dolphins. This week he gets the Colts. It's a tough matchup, but I like the Chargers in the game. And if you look at the Colts, I think there's going to be some regression, even on the defensive side of the ball. They're league average right now in yards per carry and stuff rate. So I can see him get in the end zone maybe once or twice and having like 40 to 50 rushing yards and a couple grabs. So kind of like him as a buy low candidate against the Colts.
Yeah, I think there is going to be a dispute here on this last play. I thought it looked like the Pittsburgh Steelers defender wrestled it away from T, but he was already down, I believe is what they're calling, before the ball was wrenched out of his hand. So, yeah, it's going to be second down for the Bengals, or they might have called it even an incompletion because it looked like, I don't know, it's 2nd and 3. I'll give it to you live. By the way, I think it's a great call on Kamani Vidal. Chase Brown, get the carry. Chase Brown, first down. All right, you're chipping away at what you need.
There we go.
On Brown and the over. Bengals right now in business have a real shot here to cash in. They're 1st and goal with about 5 minutes to go in this half. Quickly, I'm going to go Brashard Smith. If you're absolutely desperate for somebody, and let's say you play in a PPR format, he could go for like 3-4 receptions, 35 to 45 yards. I think he's got a good shot at scoring a touchdown. You cannot run on Las Vegas. They're top 5 in rush EPA defense, but you can pass on them. And I think he's going to be an extension of the run game via the air. Joe Flacco to Jamar Chase. Is that a touchdown? Oh, I don't think he had control of it. Are they calling it a TD? No, this is going to be reviewed. It's going to be really close. Yeah, in real time, I don't think he finished the process of the catch. And again, it's so subjective. Here it is in real time. Slow motion, hits him, 1, spins, 2, ball is moving, 3, hits the ground. No, that cannot be a reception. Your opinion? I don't think so.
Man, initially, so I'm seeing the replay right now. Yeah, no, I don't think so because when they show it from the other angle, it's bobbling around. I don't think he has full control. We'll see. Now he goes down. That's tough.
No,
he's got it like pinned
that's
against
not a
his
catch.
leg. He's got it like pinned against his leg. No, that ain't a grab. No. Now throw it to T. Higgins. Now you can't. Hey, can't trust him now. Got to go to old reliable number 5. Yep, it's already wiped off the board. Nope, no grab.
Yeah, by the way, Brashard Smith's over-under on receiving yards just 10.5 right now at BetMGM. I would highly recommend it. I've already tailed it.
Yep.
Ryan, what do you say, fade or follow?
Oh, follow, man. I'm going to continue to play this. I played it again last week, 2 for 2 on Brashard Smith. I'm going back to it this week. Let's cash that early, though. I don't want to sweat that out until the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, amen. I totally agree. All right, 2nd and goal. We come back. We'll give an update and a live dive on Steelers and Bengals. Plus, fade or follow college football in Week 8 right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Garrett Nussmeier, we're going to take his over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 100 against Vanderbilt. Now, Nussmeier has not been good this season, and he is injured right now. In that South Carolina game, he was hobbled. He was limping off the field. He didn't look like himself. But I think that's all built into the price right now because Vanderbilt's pass defense is not very good. You can move the ball on this Vanderbilt defense, and I think LSU is going to be able to do that. I think getting Nussmeier to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns at even money is a good price. If LSU wants to win this game, Nussmeier is going to have to play well. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for the LSU quarterback plus 100. I like that play on Saturday. I also like Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee over 15.5 receiving yards against Georgia. again, this Georgia defense is not what we're used to with Kirby Smart. Like, you can move the ball on them, especially their secondary. We saw Tennessee was able to do it. We saw Alabama was able to do it. And I think Ole Miss is going to be able to do it as well. And I think 50.5 is too low for Ole Miss. Now, for Caden Lee, they are a run first team. They would prefer to run the ball, and Chambliss gives them a better running element at quarterback than Austin Simmons does. But also, I think Kiffin's going to want to take his shots against the secondary and knows that there are some opportunities there to move the ball on the outside. So Caden Lee, I think that number's too low. I like over 50.5 receiving yards for the Ole Miss wide receiver. Joey Aguilar, I'm taking his anytime touchdown price at plus 300 against Alabama, the Tennessee quarterback. Aguilar's scored a touchdown so far in 2 of the 3 SEC games that he has played. And again, the big question I have about Bama is their defense, especially their running defense. And I still don't think it's as good and it's as elite as everybody else does. I don't think Bama's going to win the national championship because of that defense. And Tennessee is a very good offense. And Heupel and that scheme does give Bama a lot of fits. And when you have a mobile quarterback like that, and Aguilar, and when Bama really sells out for the run, again, we like Bo Prabula to score a touchdown last week for Mizzou, and he did. I like Aguilar again. I think 3-1 is a really good price. So look for his anytime touchdown. Devin Dampier, the Utah quarterback, I'm going under 60.5 rushing yards for the Utah quarterback against BYU. Rivalry game, 2 good defenses, but most importantly, both teams have a mobile quarterback, and both teams want to run the quarterback, right? So that's sometimes an advantage for these teams that maybe don't have all these design run packages and don't use their quarterbacks. That's not what happens with these two teams. Bachmeier and Dampier both are quarterbacks that like to run the football, but BYU is very well coached. They're always in the right position, and I think being at home is going to be a huge advantage for them, definitely in this game with the crowd behind them. Obviously, sacks can play a factor as well to help us on this under. So 60.5 I think is too high. We'll take under for Devin Dampier in that game against BYU. And then give me CJ Carr under 285.5 passing yards against USC, the Notre Dame quarterback, just because I think Notre Dame's going to have a run-heavy game plan. They do not want to get into a shootout with USC. They can, and they can win that kind of game. But that's USC's only hope in this kind of game, is what A&M did, win a game in the 40s. Notre Dame's defense has been improved, but I think they also want to keep that USC offense on the sideline and have them feel pressure whenever they take the field, right? Try and minimize their possessions. The more possessions and the more chances you give to that USC offense, the better chance they have to stick around in that game. You have those 2 great backs with Love and Price, and I think Notre Dame is going to lean on those guys. We have seen CJ Carr have some big games through the air this season. He's had 3 games already where he's thrown for at least 300 yards. So it's not that he can't do it. I just think this game and the game plan specifically for Notre Dame will ask him not to do that, and they'll lean more on the run because their best defense might be their offense in this game and keeping the Trojans on the sideline. So under 285.5 passing yards for CJ Carr.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Speaking of tequila, did Rodgers chuck an entire bottle of tequila on the sidelines? Because what kind of throw was, I mean, seriously, dude, he was sipping on all the añejo. He threw an absolute bomb down the field, which is almost like a long punt. Got picked off. Nobody made a move at wide receiver. I'm looking at you, DK Metcalf. Oh, looks like he did touch him. So he'll be down. That's going to come back, the long run back. So at least he had that. But what was Rodgers thinking? You're inside the mind of the ayahuasca boy. What kind of throw was that there, Ryan Horvat? That's your guy.
I mean, I know that he's thinking. I think that he thought that he just had DK one-on-one with the corner in man coverage, but I mean the safety was. Oh, they had the too high going. They had the safety always going over to help. So I don't know what the hell he was thinking. The only thing that pisses me off, man, my guy Roman Wilson was down there. I wish that ball would have been like batted in the air, and then he came down with it. Because I may have actually fired like $10 on him to lead all receivers in receiving yards tonight at 250 to 1. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case.
Goodness.
Rodgers, that's say what you want about the guy. The one thing he doesn't do is throw a whole lot of interceptions. So I have no idea what the hell he's doing throwing into double coverage like that. Unless he thought he had one-on-one, and if he does, then he might be high right now.
Yeah, unless he just thought that DK was going to make a play on the ball because he's such a physical receiver and a big body, and certainly that's the case, but that was just hanging in the air forever. So the DBs were easily able to read, react, and make a play on it. As I believe they have, they did call it back. So it's going to be 1st and 10. Cincinnati's ball right now at their own about 24-yard line, 4:25 remaining. There goes Chase Brown. There he goes.
Go.
There he goes.
There it is.
Oh, there he goes. Still
going.
on his feet. Still on his feet. Oh, what a run by getting down.
Another winner.
With Chase Brown, baby. I love it. I-L-L. And he just cashed the ticket. Yeah, way to go, Ryan Horvath. Chase Brown, you called it. Look, he's been a massive fantasy disappointment at the beginning of the season, right before it. Peak draft season, he was going in the second round of 12-team exercises, and he is, definitely nobody that's been remotely close to living up to that expectation, but he's already got 74 yards on 5 carries. It helps when you run block effectively. The guy's got explosiveness, he's got the vision, he's got the cutting ability, he's got the skill set. We saw it over the second half of last year, in which he was an RB 1 through and through, even in 10-team leagues, but he just has not had the space he did there. Ultra long run at 37 yards, 5 carries, 74 yards, and Ryan Horvath cashes. So congratulations to you there. All right, Horvath, real quick. Yeah. It would be nice for him to get the end zone from my fantasy football devices. Live dive. Cincinnati's driving. Right now, the Bengals are plus 2.5 at a plus 105. That's kind of interesting. Over under on the totals at 45.5 live, minus 110 either direction. Pittsburgh now just minus 175 on the live money line. The Bengals at plus 135. Anything interest you there?
I want nothing to do with the side. I just want to enjoy all of our fantasy guys cash in, all of our props cash in. Give me the over, even at 45.5.
Yeah, no, like Samaje Perine getting some, sizable work in this game. He's cashed well over his rush yards prop, which I think closed at like 8.5, 9.5. With that run, he's in the 20s. And I'm waiting for it to update. Chase Brown back in the game, second down, as the Bengals are marching down the field. All right, we'll keep you up to date. We'll chime in. If you hear the Tecmo Bowl sound or somebody found the end zone, we'll break in and we'll give an immediate update. But friendly reminder, folks, go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With a Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So opt in on that Pro Football No Sweat token. Yeah, and you know what that means. Give us the sounder, Brando. There it is. Go ahead, my friend. You're cashing in early and often this first half. Who just scored a touchdown for you, Horvath?
My apologies to the great people at BetMGM. Usually when you're doing a read, I put myself on mute. The one time that I don't, T. Higgins, I figured if he was going to get in the end zone, it was going to be like, one of those jump ball throws. Instead, what is that, a 35-yard touchdown reception for T. Higgins? Woo! I knew the Bengals offense was going to show up tonight for me. But, that was my favorite prop tonight. And, wow, we got a really good number on that one. Plus 220 on T. Higgins. Nice.
Yeah, congratulations. Well played there. I think it closed at plus 210 at BetMGM. A couple of people that were listening to the show were on that with you. So congrats to all who cashed with T. Higgins on the anytime touchdown as the Bengals have all of a sudden taken a lead. They're up 14-10. We'll see if Aaron Rodgers can answer here before halftime. All right, we got to go to the junior circuit. It's time for another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, we got another 4-pack of college football games. Going to wrap up this week's session of Fade or Follow. The numbers there is about to come out and play, give you the statistical background each of these matchups. I'm going to give you that matchup. I'm going to give you the favorite in that matchup. The nerd is going to give his numbers, and then I got to kick it back to Ryan Horvath. But before he does his handicap, I'm going to ask him, fade or follow the favorite. He'll break it on down, and we'll march on. Let's go to one of the marquee matchups of the weekend down in the dirty South in the SEC. As Alabama is at home against the Tennessee Volunteers, and Bama's laying 8.5. The numbers nerd says this: Football Power Index on Bama is number 3 at ESPN. Tennessee, very good, number 13 in that category. Offense efficiency, according to Pro Football Focus. Bama number 30. Tennessee number 16. Defense efficiency. Bama at number 38. Tennessee a little bit better at number 23. So Tennessee, according to Advanced Analytics, seems to have an advantage. What say you, Ryan Horvath? Alabama minus 8.5 against the Tennessee Volunteers. Fade or follow?
We'll fade the favorite here. I took the points with Tennessee. I like Tennessee. I think they might be live in this game. And I really like Alabama, man, but they're looking for their 4th top 20 win in as many weeks. So they start off the season with a loss to Florida State. Since then, they've now beat Georgia, who at the time was number 5, Vandy, number 16 in the country, and number 14, Missouri. Now they're going against a Tennessee team that I've kind of fallen in love with. I didn't know what they were going to look like because of the Nico Imaliava distraction in the offseason, but I think they got the better quarterback. I don't know about, as far as pro potential, but Joey Aguilar has been really good. And the reason he's been so good has been Tennessee's offensive line. Their pass protection has been dominant, 10th in the nation in pass blocking grade. And Aguilar from these clean pockets has a 91.8 passing grade, 5th best in the country, right there with Ty Simpson, Alabama's quarterback. Alabama, kind of like Georgia, just not getting much pressure, not really getting after the quarterback this season. Right now, they're 114th in PFF's pass rushing grade, and they only have a 36.8% pass rush win rate, which if you look at that right now, it's outside the top 70 in the country. So I think Tennessee is going to be able to move the ball up and down the field. Then you have Ty Simpson, same story as Joey Aguilar, really good from clean pockets, but now he's going against Tennessee. They have a legit pass rush every single year now. They have 4 different defensive linemen with at least 4 sacks. Joshua Josephs, Tyree West are both among the top 15 Power 4 edge rushers. If you look at pass rush grade, they have the 9th best pass rush grade in all of college football. So let's go with Tennessee to at least keep this game close. I think that they're live in this game, but I'm going to stay away from the money line. I don't want to fade this Bama team. I'll just grab the points here. I think they keep this at least within a touchdown.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think 8.5 is way too high, and the numbers there certainly agrees. All right, let's move on to your team, Notre Dame, laying 9.5 against USC. Football Power Index at ESPN, according to the numbers nerd, has the Fighting Irish at number 4, SC at number 9, offense efficiency at PFF, Notre Dame at 10, SC at 7, defense efficiency, Notre Dame 48, SC 1 spot better at number 47. Do we have a turnover here? Are you kidding me? Did the Bengals get it back? Now they're going to calm down. Woo! Go ahead and wipe that from the brow. That was almost a disaster for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, they're going to review this. So what are your thoughts here? Notre Dame minus 9.5. Definitely not a fumble. His elbow hit the ground, cause the ball to dislodge. Notre Dame minus 9.5 against USC. Fade or follow?
So before the year, really small pizza money bet I placed on Notre Dame starting quarterback CJ Carr. And I feel like this could be a big game. And if they finish 10-2 and they get into the playoff, there's Jalen Warren's receiving yards, by the way. I think he's going to get some love here. I think he's going to torch this USC defense. That said, I'm going to take the points with USC. I agreed with Brandon. For whatever reason, whenever I fade Notre Dame, they cover, and we're big Notre Dame fans. We want them to make this run to the national title game, so I don't want to jinx them. But I do think they match up pretty good with USC. So Mekhi Lemon, he's going to be a top 10 pick. He's going to be one of the better receivers in the league pretty soon. So far, he leads the Power 4. 682 receiving yards, 332 after the catch. He's got 15 forced missed tackles, second in the nation in that category. So everybody continues to talk about Jeremiah Smith, who's going to be awesome. But I think Mekhi Lemon actually might be the better prospect. But Notre Dame matches up well because they have one of the better cornerbacks in the country in Leonard Moore. right now has the best coverage grade in America. So I think they match up pretty well, but USC is not going to be shut down. And then on the offensive side of the ball for Notre Dame, USC's defense is really struggling right now. Against opposing quarterbacks. They have a 51.3 coverage grade. Their cornerbacks rank among the bottom 10 in the nation in coverage grade. So I think CJ Carr is going to pick them apart. Right now, he's got an 84.7 passing grade through 6 games. And their receivers, I like Malachi Fields props in this game. So I think Notre Dame wins, but I think they only win by a touchdown. I think USC backdoor covers. So I'll go Notre Dame 41, USC 34. I like the over as well.
Yep, I think SC will indeed cover as well. All right, let's go to the next matchup. Missouri -1.5 at Auburn. The Football Power Index going the numbers nerd. Mizzou, number 15 in the country at ESPN. Auburn at number 24, offense efficiency. Mizzou, number 4 in the nation according to PFF. Auburn, number 101, defense efficiency. Mizzou at number 8. Auburn at number 83. How is Mizzou only laying a 1.5? Horvat, fade or follow?
This is one of those disgusting plays where I bet Auburn, but the matchup, I would have to pick Missouri, right? Because the more that you dive into this game, Auburn just can't throw the football. Jackson Arnold is not a quarterback. He's a decent athlete, but he was a 5-star coming out of high school. He's got a 57.7 passing grade, which is outside, obviously, the top 100 in the country. 133rd among all quarterbacks, man. In Missouri, so Auburn relies on their run game, 23rd in the country in EPA per run. But Missouri, they have one of the better run defenses in the country. They just held Auburn to 40 yards. They held Georgia to 40 yards. So I think that Missouri, I bet Auburn, but I can't make the case for them. So the number is just screaming trap spot, maybe. I did bet Auburn, but I think on the field, I'll pick Missouri here for purposes of, I can't really explain why I bet Auburn at the time.
Yep, I totally agree with you there. All right, last one, the Holy War in Utah. The Utes laying 3.5 at BYU. The numbers nerd says this. Football Power Index of the Utes at number 14, BYU at number 19. Offense efficiency as tracked at Pro Football Focus. Utah number 19, BYU at number 34. Defense efficiency also tracked at PFF. Utah number 49, BYU number 34. With all those numbers at your disposal, what's a call here? Fade or follow the Utes -3.5 against the Cougs.
So I never, ever, ever bet against Utah, but I'm going to do it here, and I'm actually going to take the points here with BYU. So BYU could run the ball. They run the ball at the second highest rate in college football. LJ Martin, their running back, is 5th in the nation with 440 yards after contact. BYU right now is 9th in run blocking grade as well, 74.7. Utah, traditionally they have a top 15, top 10 run defense. They're the 7th worst in Power 4 right now in terms of yards after contact, 3.4. And you're going against LJ Martin, who, again, leads the nation with 448 yards after contact. So I actually think BYU's live in this game, man. I really like this Utah team. I like Devin Dampier. But we saw in that last big game that they played against Texas Tech, he really struggled and lost to their backup. So I like BYU here.
All right, going to roll with BYU to recap. He's going to fade Alabama, take the points of Tennessee +8.5. He's going to fade his Notre Dame Fighting Irish and take the points of USC at +9.5. He's now going to follow Mizzou, lay the 1.5 on the road against Auburn, and he is going to fade Utah and take BYU plus the 3.5. As I was talking, Jalen Warren, another grab. He's up to 4 catches now for 31 yards. First down, Pittsburgh. They're almost in field goal range. Though, of course, they're thinking 6 still. I have a couple of timeouts remaining with 49 seconds to go in that first half. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. We're going to give you a live dive update. We'll give you a box score breakdown. We'll also review our cards as well. We'll give you some other thoughts and maybe fire off on a couple live player props to boot right here at BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
So, no, I like the Steelers tonight. If we had to go to Sunday, Chiefs, Patriots, if you still got them. We didn't, but if you still got them. I'm nervous about the Broncos, but if they're still available, they have to be up for consideration. And I think like the be a man pick this week, I think has to be the Panthers. When would you ever use them again?
Oh, I don't think you ever would. Like looking at their on the grids here, yeah, they're projected to be an underdog in damn near every single game, other than when I guess they play the Saints week 10, so I guess you can make that case. But
Where's that game's in Carolina?
New Orleans. Sorry, yeah, Carolina. Yeah, Carolina. In New Orleans, they're like supposed to be like a 1.5 point favorite on like a massive look at. Like that's
they'll definitely
way
be
more.
favored. Yeah, in both games.
Yeah, but 3.5 at home is what I'm seeing right now in a projection. You could talk me into Carolina. You could. This Jets thing just seems horrendous. With Justin Fields, and he wants to now let it rip and be more aggressive. Good luck. I think that's just going to lead to more turnovers, which is great for your Carolina Panthers stuff. I think for me, my big board, now, like we use the Patriots, but if you haven't used them, I think Patriots number one for me. The only caveat being like that's a very emotionally charged football game. Like Titans just fired their head coach. Vrabel's going back to Nashville. There's a lot going on with that contest. But I do think like on paper, this is a mismatch in terms of personnel. Number 2 was Kansas City for me. Yeah.
A lot going on in the contest.
A lot going on in that contest. You know?
In that contest.
There's a lot.
The game.
Yeah.
The contest.
Yeah. Contest. Football contest. See who comes out on top. Yeah. The duel.
Contest.
The match. Yeah. Contest.
The contest.
The brouhaha.
Yeah. The contest.
That's what we're in. Survivor contest.
Well,
not anymore.
That's what the Patriots.
Yeah, we were in.
What the Patriots and the Titans will be in Nashville. Contest.
Is that it?
What about the contest at Arrowhead? Because I think Kansas City is another option. And in our former contest, the Chiefs had holiday consideration with the Thanksgiving and Christmas. But I do think that their Christmas game against Denver, okay, yeah, like you could use them there.
Where is that?
I don't know if you'd want it. It's in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah.
So like they should be they should win that game. Thanksgiving, they're on the road in Dallas. Like I think they'd win that game, but like I could see why people might not want to do that. It's short week, could get weird.
Kansas City will win. What's the total in that game going to be?
I mean, I don't know. Like, what are the Mahomes props? Like, just give me that.
I think the final score of that game is going to be something like 44-31 Chiefs.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think on the look at projection stuff, like Kansas City's like a 4-point favorite. I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a pretty big favorite against a good quarterback.
Yeah, Kansas City favored by more than 3 and less than 6, I think is fair.
Yeah. But I think the Chiefs are a good look. The Packers, that's one that I would introduce to the conversation. Just because it doesn't look like Kyler Murray's going to play again. And I was surprised that the betting market didn't move like a smidge. I thought like we were going to at least like hit 7 with this Murray not practicing and it looking like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett again. I think Green Bay's defense against an immobile quarterback like Jacoby Brissett, I think their pass rush can get after him. So Green Bay, which can get nervy, big road favorite in Arizona, that place usually has a home dog. They're really good. I think the Packers, they'll win the game. We're not talking ATS here, just talking about win the game. I do like Green Bay to win the game. So that's another one for me in terms of consideration.
Tyler, what's on your big board?
I think the Chiefs are definitely number 1 if you don't want to save them for a holiday. Number 2, Patriots. So we agree on the 1-2. The only thing I disagree with Femi is like the Packers didn't get a sack on Joe Flacco last week, and if they did, maybe 1. So maybe I'm not sure entirely sure. I am convinced that this Packers defense has like turned the corner here. They've been kind of getting shredded the past few weeks.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with a Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We're keeping our eyes peeled on what is going on right now at the Queen City, and it's a bit of a shocker special, if you will, as the Bengals up right now 14-10. Aaron Rodgers, not really any fault of his own. DK Metcalf had the ball wrestled away. Pick number 2 for Aaron in this game and in the first half. Joe Flacco's got a pair of passing touchdowns. So the fountain of youth has been so replenishing for Flacco Seagulls. Aaron Rodgers has looked decent in this first half, but his team is trailing. And a lot of guys putting up some big numbers in this game. Jamar Chase, I thought just caught the ball, but I think they're reviewing it. Looked like a clean catch to me in bounds. But checking a live box score right now, that looks like that pass reception has been wiped away as he has 8 targets, 5 grabs for 40 yards. T. Higgins, though, leading the team right now in receptions, 4 for 3 for 54 and a touchdown. Chase also has a TD. And how about my dude getting down with Chase Brown? Oh, the maple syrup tasted so sweet tonight. Finally having a game. 5 for 74 on the ground. I didn't believe it. Ryan Horvat did. Kudos to him as we're coming back. They're saying incomplete. How is that incomplete? Horvat, what am I missing here? How on earth is that incomplete? Oh, because there's a bobble.
Yeah.
A slight
he's
bobble as he's going out of
Doesn't have
bounds. That's it. Man. Yeah, that's really close. But, yeah,
He's
that
pissed off.
bobble will do it. Yeah, he's ticked off, which means it's going to be like a 50-yard reception, probably for another touchdown. 2nd and 10. Again, it is 14-10 Cincinnati. 37 seconds remaining in this first half as the Bengals had the ball on their own 30-yard line. 1 timeout to go. Flacco looks left. Oh, and guess who? Jamar Chase. Gain of about 12 yards, gets out of bounds, saves the timeout. 30 seconds on the nose. As they're going to try to get in field goal range here and maybe even take a shot to the end zone. But they're really going to have to chuck it there down the field. So Jamar Chase playing quite well with the exception of that slight bobble in this first half. I'll give you a stat update on the Bengals, or excuse me, the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers, 13-19, got that 2 picks, but $118 through the air with that passing touchdown. Jalen Warren's been balling. 8 for 45 on the ground. 4 for 31 through the air. Jamar Chase, he had again another reception for about 8.5, 9 yards. I love to see that. Ken Gainwell, 3 for 14. Rodgers has a run for 6 yards, dialing back the clock. DK Metcalf, 2 for 45. Should have a lot more than that. He was responsible for the last INT. And Jonnu Smith, you called it. You got that one right. 3 for 28. I at least got the anytime touchdown right. That was the first TD of the game that he brought in. Scotty Miller with a 9-yard reception. Wilson with a 4-yard reception, a little bit more there. Ken Gainwell, 2 receptions for a yard. As for the Bengals, Chase Brown, 5 for 74. Flacco, 123 for 2 touchdowns. No INT. Samaje Perine, 4 carries for 23. Jamar Chase, 10 targets already. 7 grabs already for 61 yards that touchdown. T. Higgins, 4 for 3, 54 and a TD. Noah Fant, 1 catch for 8. Yoshi Voss, 1 for 6. And Chase Brown, I need him on the over receiving yards. Unfortunately, he's got 1 for -6. So there you go. There's your update. Live dive if you want some action on this game. Cincinnati laying 3.5 right now at a +110. Over under at 50.5. And the Steelers at +140 on the live money line. Is that where you're going to stack your chips, Horvey?
Yeah, I was waiting to try to get a good number on the Steelers, but man, I don't know, just because Jalen Ramsey is getting absolutely cooked right now by Jamar Chase. And then you got T. Higgins on the other side. It won't shock me, man, to be honest, if Cincinnati wins this game outright. So instead, I just like the over. I'm just going to cheer for the player props and the total here.
Yeah, the total's climbing. It was as low as 41.5 in this first half. It's now back up to 49.5. And you got a what, like 43.5?
43.5. It closed at 45.5. So I still liked it at 45.5. I think we get a 28-20 type game here. 28-21.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my original projection, which was 27-17, which means the Bengals are only going to put up 3 more points. They're getting an opportunity, I think, to kick a field goal here by the half. Yeah, automatically in a field goal range there. A short dump down pass down about the 32-yard line as they have the one timeout left. Tick, 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 tick. Timeout. They take it. 2 seconds remaining. McPherson's going to come in for about a 40-yardish boot, 42-yard kick, approximately. So definitely within his range. This could be stunning if Cincinnati goes up 17-10 at the half. I do like the Steelers on the live dive on the money line. I grabbed it plus 105. I thankfully had a profit boost. I appreciate your BetMGM. So it jacked it up to plus 158. I should have taken your advice and waited. And I would have got a hell of a lot better number with that profit boost, probably in like plus 175, plus 180 range. But second thoughts, who cares? It's still a good number, plus 158 with that boost. So, all right, McPherson's about to boot this thing up. It's a straight-on field goal. And we're going to find out if he splits the uprights and indeed stretches to 17-10. The snap is off. The kick is up. It is indeed right down A Avenue, 17-10 at the half. And all of a sudden that shifted the live money line. All right, Horvat, plus 150 for the Steelers on the money line. Time to get in.
Yeah, I'm in. I'll play a little Steelers. Why not? Some pizza money on Pittsburgh to win this game. Aaron Rodgers leading the second half. I mean, he's been great. The one interception was really dumb. He threw into double coverage. The other one was on DK Metcalf, and it was a fluky situation. So I think you go back to DK. Please go to Roman Wilson and get him a 5-yard reception. That's the big one I'm sweating out the rest of the way, and I'll be a happy man. Oh, let's get Chase Brown in the end zone. Reward that man for his hard work.
Yeah, please, for all the sake of my fantasy franchises. All right, let's go ahead and get after with our cards this evening. These were our top 3 picks of the night. Horvat, I know you already cashed some tickets, so go ahead and remind the people what you've already been counting your winnings on.
All right, so we got play number 1 was Roman Wilson over 8.5 receiving yards. He's got 1 reception on 1 target for 4, so hopefully we could get him another for 5. The other 2 are already winners. We had Chase Brown over 45.5 rush yards, minus 110. That one comes home. And then Jonnu Smith over 25.5 receiving yards already comes home. So we got 2 winners on the card already, which is good. We're sweating out the Chase Brown anytime touchdown for the crew to cash, at least my leg. I know you had the Gainwell 25 rush yards. Sledgehammer special, not looking so great. Now the original one, DK Metcalf over 4.5 receptions is, but I changed it last minute to give baseball some attention. I went with the Mariners, and they had a 1-0 lead. We all felt pretty good about it. Now I see they're down 3-1. I turned the game off. I'm hoping for some better juju there. Seduced by the juice, T. Higgins anytime touchdown plus 210 does hit. And now bonus time, we're sweating out Darnell Washington. Guy's been doing a hell of a job blocking tonight. Let's reward the big man with an anytime touchdown plus 330. And then it's been an awesome night.
Yeah, kind of mixed bag for me. Jamar Chase on the over was my top play at 74.5 yards. He's got 7 for 61. He's got to get home on that. I'd be shocked if he didn't. He's going to be force-fed in the second half. Play number 2, very iffy. I don't think it's going to come home. Chase Brown over 15.5 receiving yards. Hold on to the ball, Chase. You would have had on that first spoiled opportunity of the game. He was wide ass open, had room to run too. But he's got 1 for -6, so a lot of work to do there. Number 3, Kenneth Gainwell on the over 26.5 rush yards. In reality, I got it at 23.5. This has got a really good shot of cashing as Kenneth Gainwell at the half, 3 carries for 14. I think he's going to get another 3 to 4 carries in the game. If he gets 3 to 4 carries in the game, knowing the shortcomings of this trench defense of Cincinnati, I think he's going to get there. So could be a 2 out of 3 night for me on the card. Sledgehammer, Darnell Washington over 22.5 yards, and I don't have a catch yet. Seduced by the juice, this one's looking very iffy. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to come through in the over 1.5 passing touchdowns, has 1. But the under on 23.5 points for the Bengals, whoo boy, I need the Steelers defense to show up for that one to cash at plus 155. Bonus time at Samaje Perine over 1.5 catches. Hasn't been in the situation yet where they're in a hurry up. So again, if it wasn't going to happen at the end of the first half, I may have to wait to the end of the game, but I need Pittsburgh to come out of the half and throw some haymakers and land those punches to get at least a lead to justify Samaje Perine getting in and that hurry-up offensive scheme. So, like I told you, it could be a mixed bag for me tonight. Any live player props that you might be thinking about? I always like to look at teams that are in deficits, and I always usually aim for the running back catch market. But the problem is Jaylen Warren's so damn good, and he's had an awesome game as a receiver, 4 for 31 at the half. Let's see what plus money is. All right, 7 or more receptions, Horvat. All right, so he needs 3 more catches. That's it. It's plus 255. That's kind of sexy.
Yeah, if I had to do anything live, that would probably be about it. Maybe you stick with the tight ends for Rodgers, but I would probably look for anybody that's going to be underneath. So I'd go back to Warren. I liked it at the original number of 16.5 even. I probably should have thrown that one on the card as well. But I would play that live, man, because they're trailing in this game by a full touchdown. And I think they're going to be throwing the ball a lot here. So I would go with Warren, over on the receptions, especially anything over 2-1. Yeah, sign me up for that. I'm in.
7. I mean, again, 7 grabs. You might say, oh, that's
big
crazy.
Number.
He's not going to get there. Folks, he only needs 3 more. He's already got 4.
Right.
And it's plus 255. And you compare okay, if he gets 2 grabs, what's that look like? For 6 or more, it's minus 130. So I'm going to, get seduced by the Jews automatically, assuming that the Steelers are going to be throwing a little bit. And Warren is that guy in the short field, and he's been wide open the entire night. So Rodgers going to continue to look his way and go ahead and nickel and dime and move the chains on occasion. So that's my best bet remaining. Outside of the Steelers on money line, I do believe they're going to come back and win this thing. Love it at plus 150, but I really love that Warren prop because if they, fall even further behind, it's going to further support 7+ receptions at plus 255. All right. I got to exit stage left, folks. Stick around for a bonus time hour of BetMGM tonight with Ryan Horvat. I'll be back after tomorrow on a Freaky Fast Friday. Until then, adios, amigos. Come on, Steelers.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
The Jags are, is that right? The Jags are laying 3? Yeah, they are. We'll handicap the game. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's Jags territory. London. You're in Jags country now. You're not in England. You're in Jags country. That's where you are. Oh, that's a good call. I'd forgotten about that. How they just love the Jags over there, which is just crazy.
But they're favored in this game? What are we missing? Is there a big injury that I have not seen? No, the Rams are laying 3. Rams 3-point favorites.
Rams 3-point favorites? Okay. I'll say this. I would lay it with the Rams here. But these London games.
You thought about it.
I was like, if I'm getting 3, I'm definitely grabbing it. I don't know. You know what I wonder, too, when it comes to games like this, is that, it's sort of common knowledge in the betting space that home field advantage is worth 3 points, right, in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So is this really considered a 3-point advantage for Jacksonville playing in London because they love the Jags? Is this a coin flip game on a neutral field? Is that really part of the handicap here because it's London?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that the odds makers would give the Jags any type of home field credit. I feel like this has just been the running joke in the NFL because the NFL makes the Jags go to London so much that they should be used to it, but it's still not their home field. They still have to go, on a transatlantic flight.
What are you thinking, Washington against Dallas?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get on the Terry McLaurin stuff today. These teams are cagey about some of these injuries, which is super annoying. But I went back to the well, and this is another one Drew and I talked about yesterday, was the Dallas team total over. Like, this is one of the best offenses in the league. Dak, you mentioned it off air. It's amazing how well he's playing. Like, the swings of good Dak versus injured Dak are just so big. And right now we have good Dak. We probably have CD Lamb coming back. We can just do what we did in week 1. Like, hey, what if you have a really bad cornerback, like the Eagles did, and we just spam CD Lamb against you? He's going to end up with 10 catches for 150 yards. He dropped like 3 long catches in that one. Still at a 100-yard game. So if he's back, I love it even more, obviously. And you worry about some of these team totals when they're this high. If a team gets out to a decent lead, I don't see Dallas ever getting out to a decent lead for the rest of the year. Again, their defense is so bad. It's just, hey, top 3 offense, bottom 3 defense. I love a team total for a team like that, because they're just not going to have a game where they're winning by margin and they can slow it down and run the ball at all.
This is still something they want to be a long-term solution, which is why Matt Rule's name comes into the conversation. He's from State College. He went to Penn State. He's got a great relationship with the AD. Pat Kraft is literally one of Matt Rule's best friends. The question there is, do you want to go back and bleep where you eat? In other words, Matt Rule can go back to State College. He can go back home any weekend in the offseason, get slaps on the back, and everybody's like, hey, you're doing a great job, man. It'd be awesome if you were here. And everybody thinks about, what would it be like if Matt were here in State College and coaching Penn State? What happens if he goes back and it doesn't go well? I think every head coach thinks that they can solve all the problems for any program. They don't really focus on that part, but it's got to be in the back of his mind. What if I go back home and it doesn't go well? What's that going to be like when I go back for the holidays or in the off season? Am I still going to get that warm kind of welcome if I'm at Penn State for 3 years and things tank?
It's time for more Wagertainment.
I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym, we hit the squat rack, more than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM the night after dark. Thursday night edition. We got Thursday night football going on right now. I'm checking the score of the ALCS because I turned it off for 2 minutes, and it's now a 5-1 ball game. Toronto with the lead. Live total in the game is 10.5. I don't think you want to bet the side unless you think the Mariners can make a comeback. It's plus 825. Earlier tonight, the Dodgers take a 3-0 lead in the NLCS. 3-1 winners over the Brewers. They were minus 175 favorites. Total goes under 8. And then in the NFL right now, Thursday night football, the Bengals up 17-10 on the Steelers. Right now, Cincinnati live is actually a 3.5-point favorite. They closed as dogs in this game. Live total 50.5. So the over looking pretty good. All the player props looking pretty good. Let's see what we get from the Steelers here in the second half. Jonathan Coachman joins us right now Thursday night, as he always does, host of Coach and Company on Stadium, Monday through Friday, 10 to 11 a.m. Eastern. And he's also the host of Coach and Bro, a bunch of other different content on various platforms as well. Give him a follow on X, The Coach Rules. Coach, let's start with this game, man. Are you surprised that the Bengals showed up? I told Brandon and these guys, man, I think that they're going to show up tonight because it's a standalone game. Way too much talent to no-show against this Pittsburgh secondary. So I'm not really surprised. I still like Pittsburgh to come back and win this game outright, but what were your initial plays here and your thoughts as we get set here for the second half, which is beginning right now?
Well, Ryan, good evening to all of you guys. It's great to be back as always. Surprised? Nah, more like ticked off because I played Flacco under his passing number, which was, I think, 232.5. He's already at 129 because in the second quarter he went bananas because Aaron Rodgers is turning the ball over twice. My whole philosophy on tonight was Pittsburgh holds onto the ball. They suck the life out of the game, get in, get out. And they were doing that up 10-0, Ryan, but then he's just throwing it to nobody. And because of that, Flacco started to get into a rhythm, and now Jamar Chase is just making ridiculous catches all over the board. The way they're playing right now, I don't know that Pittsburgh comes back and wins. I think if you're sprinkling a little bit on Cincinnati, it just feels like they're in control, and Flacco is in complete control of his game. 14-21, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. So right now, the Bengals are in a much better position than the Steelers.
I completely agree, man. I guarantee if you're in Vegas right now, everybody's running up to the window right now to live bet the Steelers, thinking that they come back and win this game. I don't know, man. Like, Jalen Ramsey's been much better the last couple of weeks, but he's an aging corner, and right now they're trying to play man coverage against Jamar Chase. And on the other side, you have T. Higgins, who also has a touchdown. So I think they might be screwed in this matchup.
Don't you hate it when you make a bet, Ryan, and then all of a sudden you see a nugget on the screen? They were just interviewing Mike Tomlin, and below his name it says Mike Tomlin 2-9 on Thursday night in road games. And I'm like, I did my research, but damn, that one, I just feel stupid. But I didn't play a side. I just played a couple of props, but still, I felt like the Steelers would cover the 5.5. I felt like that was somewhat of a steal based off of what the Bengals have done the last 3 weeks.
All right, let's talk about some of the good teams, and let's talk about the best team, and it's the Kansas City Chiefs. So last week, man, so we're buyers and we're believers in KC. So now, though, they're laying 11.5 at home. They get Rashee Rice back. They're going against the Raiders, who have been a major disappointment, 2-4 only on the season. Total in the game, 45.5. The money came in early on Kansas City because this opened 9.5. We're out to 11.5. Is that too many points, or do you like KC to roll here at Arrowhead?
It's getting close, but I got to be honest with you. The way the Chiefs have been playing lately and getting Rashee Rice back, that's one more weapon that now we've got 2 speedsters on the outside. So that means Kelsey is starting to get open. You saw his numbers last week really starting to slide upward, and that's because of the wide receivers. And then you've got both running backs playing well. I think Kansas City wants to go out. And, Ryan, I don't know if you're seeing this, but I certainly am. There's a reason that at every sports book, Patrick Mahomes is now the betting favorite to win the MVP, because he has clearly said, you know what? I'm tired of the nonsense. I'm tired of our team saying, hey, we don't have our guys back. He's doing whatever it takes with his legs and with his arms. And so last week, he even caused the guy to get suspended for a game from his little, muscle thing. So right now, I think Kansas City, this may sound crazy to people, take the record out of it. I think they're the best team in football right now. I think they're playing the best, and I think Mahomes has got a fire lit under him this season because he's tired of hearing about the dad bod or the Bills are better or Josh Allen is Superman. I think he's like, no. I'm the man with the 3 chips. I'm the man in Kansas City until I decide to be done, which is going to be another 15 years. I don't want to hear about anybody else, and he's starting to show it on the field. So I love Kansas City, and I think they want to show out this weekend. I think they win big, and I mean over 15 points big.
Yeah, I think you're crazy if right now you don't play an AFC future. Because at worst, right, you get to the AFC title game, and let's say you like Buffalo, who I'm not sold on right now, man. Or let's say you like the Chargers. Insert team. Maybe the Ravens figure it out. I don't think that happens. You could hedge the bet, but I think Kansas City, history says they're going to be in the AFC title game because they've been there every year since Mahomes has entered the league, and I don't think that's going to change. What do you think about the Jags? So they actually, as I look at this, Jacksonville just took a little bit of money down to 2.5. There were 3s all day, all week. Rams, this is the London game, so you got to bet it if you're waking up at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I got to be honest, man. I'm getting a little sick of this. I liked when it was like 1 or 2, but this is my entire Sunday. It's hard to get anything done. Total 44.5. What do you think, Jags, Rams?
I got to be honest. We do our coaching company on Sundays only during the NFL season, and it's at 7 a.m. my time. 6:30 is the start of the game. So I actually like it, but I'm like you. I sometimes forget because I'm like, it used to be like a very special thing. And the Jags have always wanted to play over there multiple games. But I think teams don't always adjust well to the 5-hour time difference going that way. The food sucks, and the fields usually aren't that good. The Rams were very workmanlike last week, and they're going to be on the road 2 weeks in a row. They stayed in Baltimore and then went over to Europe. So to me, the Jags got exposed. I cannot believe, Ryan, that they allowed Seattle to come in and dominate them at home after beating the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the Rams are for real. I haven't heard much on Puka Nacua, but if he's limited or even out for more than a little bit, I think that really, really hurts him. Right now, he was on a record pace as far as catches, and I think he's dynamic. So I still like the Rams if he's going to be out. And again, I haven't heard anything this week. I think I like Jacksonville better, but I think the Rams are a live dog to go deep into the playoffs this year.
Totally agree. You brought up Seattle. So they're at home and they're 3-point favorites in the Monday night game against Houston. We get the 2 Monday night games once again. Total in the game is 41. It actually opened at 43.5. So the under has come in here. And Seattle continues to take money because this opened at 1.5. What do you think? The Seahawks at home, 3-point favorites over the Texans. Who would you bet here?
Love Seahawks. Love Seattle. If you can go on the road cross country from Seattle all the way to Florida and you can win in dominant fashion, you're certainly going to do it at home. I think Sam Darnold every week, just like last year, is starting to get more and more confident in this offense and having the confidence of this entire franchise because they brought him in, remember, as a free agent. Minnesota didn't want him. Now, Houston, on the other hand, they've had a couple of big wins, but they've been over terrible teams. Tennessee and I think Carolina, I believe. I'm not a believer in Houston at all. In fact, when I see them on the schedule, I think it's almost like a bye week. So to me, Seattle with that low number, I might even buy it down to 2.5, depending on what the juice would be. If it's less than 135 or 130, I would buy it down to 2.5 to make that field goal a win. But I really like Seattle in that Western division of the NFC. And right now you got 3 teams all tied for first. So there is no let up, Brian, this week, even though it is the Texans. Big dog muted himself.
Sorry.
I got you
got
now.
me here?
I got you now. Yep.
I don't know what. I think I just unplugged my
I've
mic
done
there.
that
Sorry.
before.
Jonathan Coachman joining us here at BetMGM tonight. That's my bad. I was asking you about the other Monday night game. Detroit is laying 5.5 against Tampa. Total in the game is 52.5. Do you think that's too many points, or would you bet the Lions coming off that loss?
I do. Look at how they've won almost every single game this year. It's been down to the last minute. They were behind with the first 3 weeks, and then against the Eagles, they lose by 6. When to me, Tampa is a grit your teeth and sweat it out all the way to the end. Now, Detroit, I thought they got exposed last week. 17 points against Kansas City, and the week before they allowed a bunch of points to the Cincinnati Bengals in the second half. So I think Tampa right now is the class of the NFC, but I need Ryan to see them come out and win one in a really solid, dominant fashion. Because if you're going to live on the edge of a lightning bolt every single week, eventually that kick is going to miss. Eventually that pass is going to get intercepted. You can't keep playing this way. But so far, Baker Mayfield's made it very, very, very exciting. But this feels like, to me, it's going to be a home rocket atmosphere. Detroit's not happy with their performance, and you get a player suspended, Dan Campbell. We don't do that around here. I think he's going to have these guys ready to play. I think it's going to be a shootout, too. I think it's going to be a lot of points, and it will sail to the over.
Last game I want to ask you about in the NFL, the Chargers, 1.5-point favorites against the Colts. Total in the game is 48.5. What do you think about this one, man? Because the Colts are getting a lot of love, and rightfully so. They're 5-1. Chargers, they are coming off a win after back-to-back losses. What do you think about this one out at SoFi?
Yeah, their win was suspect at best. At best.
Yeah.
Indianapolis is the real deal. And I've been saying ever since Danny Dimes was in New York, there's a reason at some point, Ryan, they gave him $40 million a year. It wasn't like he sucked and they go, hey, oh, by the way, let's give you $40 million a year. He just needed to be in an atmosphere where he's got really good players behind him. And isn't it amazing what a really good running back that you use can do for the quarterback? Jonathan Taylor is playing at an incredibly high level, and that allows for all of these wide receivers to run around wide open. Right now, they're tied for the best record in football or in the AFC with the Steelers, but they have one more win. I think the Colts go into LA just like Washington did 2 weeks ago. They beat the Chargers at SoFi. I think the Chargers have way too many injuries to compete 60 minutes with this Colts team.
What do you think? I want to ask you one college football question before we let you get out of here, and then maybe sneak in a little WWE as well. But
always.
So Georgia's a 7.5-point favorite over Ole Miss. Ole Miss beats Georgia last year, so you could call it a revenge game. You think that's too many points, though? What would you bet here?
Wow, this is a tough one though, Ryan, because if you play the comparison game, Washington State is terrible. In fact, Washington State got beat by North Texas by 49 points. Ole Miss beat them by 3. So if you look at that, were they looking ahead to Georgia? Probably. But Georgia, to me, this year has not played great. They lose to Alabama. And then last week, I don't know if it was a respect thing, but the second half was the most boring second half of a Georgia football game I have seen in a very, very, very long time. They're now outside of the top 10 or right around that number. They can't afford for another loss. But if it was me, I'd buy it to 7.5 because I'm a believer in Ole Miss. I'm a believer in this backup, now starting quarterback. I don't know if they can win, but Georgia's shown me nothing to say they're 7 points better than the number 5 team in the country.
Completely agree with you, man. All right, WWE. So John Cena, I think everybody enjoyed the match against AJ Styles. I think we both predicted that was going to be a pretty solid match. They did it the right way, paid homage to former opponents. It was awesome. But so now John Cena's final match, we talked about this, Coach. It's here in D.C., so I can't get out of this. I told my son we could go. I've never seen anything like this, man. It's like Kiss's final tour or like Bon Jovi's performing for the final time or something. These tickets are outrageous. I get in line. We were looking at like 4Gs. So now tomorrow they go on sale to the public. What do you think they do here? Who's even fighting? How are they going to book this? Any inside information? What do you think of just like, the whole presentation of it, man? $4,000 is insane.
Okay, but I'm gonna give you the hack of a lifetime. I'm gonna give you the hack of a lifetime. All right, in the queue, over 57,000 people showed up for the pre-order. I had a guy call into my Sirius XM radio show Off the Ropes, and he said, "Coach, I bit the bullet today, and I bought 4 tickets at $1,200 a pop." Now, the $4,000 you're talking about is if they're right on where they walk down that aisle, as Ric Flair used to say. Here's what you got to do: don't tell your son. And just say, hey, we're going to go out tonight. We're going to have a dinner, because this is what a lot of fans are listening to me, and they're getting in for $100 or $200. Now, it's a little scary because you got to wait till right before the show starts. But at WrestlePalooza, Ryan, they had 1,200 tickets available the day before because of these several $1,000s. A lot of people I talked to, they called into my show, said, hey, I just waited till right before. Everything's on your phone, so you can download it and walk right in. It's not like you got to go buy from a scalper anymore. So I would go. You're going to get in for a couple $100 because guess what? Even though those 57,000 people were in the queue, when they got to look at their credit card and say, am I really going to spend $10,000 for 2 tickets? That ain't going to happen. They're going to run the other way. I'm telling you, you can still get in. Even though we don't know who his final opponent's going to be. The Rock was on Kelsey's podcast and said, hey, what about me? Stop it, Rock. If you're going to be there, be there. If you're not, stop teasing us. Now, I think it's going to be Brock Lesnar because we got to bring that full circle. But the prices are outrageous, and at some point, it's got to stop. But they're going to milk every single dime they can get out of everybody for this. But just wait, Ryan. Show up. Your son will love you. You'll walk right in for $300 or $400.
See, that's why I love you, Coach, because we're old school like that. That's the way that we used to do it. I would buy from a scalper, sometimes right before the concert, right before the show. Thanks so much, man. We'll do it again next Thursday. Enjoy the games this weekend.
Love you, bro. Have a great time. See everybody. You got it.
We got to get to a commercial break. We're up against it. When we come back, we'll recap you what's going on Thursday night.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The Jags are, is that right? The Jags are laying 3? Yeah, they are. We'll handicap the game. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's Jags territory. London. You're in Jags country now. You're not in England. You're in Jags country. That's where you are. Oh, that's a good call. I'd forgotten about that. How they just love the Jags over there, which is just crazy.
But they're favored in this game? What are we missing? Is there a big injury that I have not seen? No, the Rams are laying 3. Rams 3-point favorites.
Rams
over
3-point
BetMGM.
favorites? Okay. I'll say this. I would lay it with the Rams here. But these London games.
You thought about it.
I was like, if I'm getting 3, I'm definitely grabbing it. I don't know. You know what I wonder, too, when it comes to games like this, is that, it's sort of common knowledge in the betting space that home field advantage is worth 3 points, right, in the NFL. So is this really considered a 3-point advantage for Jacksonville playing in London because they love the Jags? Like, is this a coin flip game on a neutral field? Is that really part of the handicap here because it's London?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that the odds makers would give the Jags any type of home field credit. I feel like this has just been the running joke in the NFL because the NFL makes the Jags go to London so much that they should be used to it, but it's still not their home field. Like, they still have to go, on a transatlantic flight.
What are you thinking, Washington against Dallas?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we get on the Terry McLaurin stuff today. These teams are cagey about some of these injuries, which is super annoying. But I went back to the well, and this is another one Drew and I talked about yesterday, was the Dallas team total over. Like, this is one of the best offenses in the league. Dak, you mentioned it off air. It's amazing how well he's playing. Like, the swings of good Dak versus injured Dak are just so big. And right now we have good Dak. We probably have CD Lamb coming back. We can just do what we did in week 1. Like, hey, what if you have a really bad cornerback, like the Eagles did, and we just spam CD Lamb against you? He's going to end up with 10 catches for 150 yards. He dropped like 3 long catches in that one. Still at a 100-yard game. So if he's back, I love it even more, obviously. And you worry about some of these team totals when they're this high if a team gets out to a decent lead. I don't see Dallas ever getting out to a decent lead for the rest of the year again. Their defense is so bad. It's just, hey, top 3 offense, bottom 3 defense. I love a team total for a team like that because they're just not going to have a game where they're winning by margin and they can slow it down and run the ball at all.
This is still something they want to be a long-term solution, which is why Matt Rule's name comes into the conversation. He's from State College. He went to Penn State. He's got a great relationship with the AD. Pat Kraft is literally one of Matt Rule's best friends. The question there is, do you want to go back and bleep where you eat? In other words, Matt Rule can go back to State College. He can go back home any weekend in the offseason, get slaps on the back, and everybody's like, hey, you're doing a great job, man. It'd be awesome if you were here. And everybody thinks about, what would it be like if Matt were here in State College and coaching Penn State? What happens if he goes back and it doesn't go well? I think every head coach thinks that they can solve all the problems for any program. They don't really focus on that part, but it's got to be in the back of his mind. What if I go back home and it doesn't go well? What's that going to be like when I go back for the holidays or in the offseason? Am I still going to get that warm kind of welcome if I'm at Penn State for 3 years and things hang?
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM The Night After Dark continues. Ryan Horvat with you here. We got the Thursday, October 16th edition underway. We'll be back tomorrow night with a fantastic Football Friday. I trademarked that myself, actually. Hashtag people forget. First 3 hours, myself, Brad Evans, giving you picks for every single game. And then Brandon and I going head-to-head in our NFL ATS Challenge. Tonight, we're going to do our college football. We're going to pick the biggest games of the week and then see what's left on the plate once we get through with those. I'll try to break down each game while I watch Thursday Night Football to the best of my abilities. And if you miss it, I got great news for you. Not only can you catch the podcast wherever you find your podcast, all you got to do, find us at BetMGM Tonight. If you like what you hear, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. Maybe even want to Venmo me, Ryan-Horvat. $100 for all of the best bets that I've given you guys throughout the last 4 years here on the BetMGM network. You can also find the live show as I watch Aaron Rodgers throw into
my boy Washington, but nowhere near him. That'll bring up 3rd and 8 here for the Steelers, who trail, by the way, Thursday Night Football 20-10. Like I was saying, you can find the show every single night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the Odyssey app, as well as the iHeartRadio app now. And we already discussed the podcast where you could find those. All right, I'm distracted because I'm watching Thursday Night Football like the rest of America. 20-10, the Bengals with the lead. 3rd and 8, 4:59. We'll talk a little college football, but before that, we're going to watch this snap right here because the Steelers are in the red zone. Aaron Rodgers, single back formation. He's got my boy, Roman Wilson, over 8.5 receiving yards, and that's another winner. I know Brad's not here, but play my song for me, Brandon, because that's a big one for me, and I want to celebrate it because I guarantee nobody else. This is why you listen to me every single night, not these other schmucks. Brando, how many people did you hear today? You listen to a lot of gambling content, right? How many people had Roman Wilson over 8.5 receiving yards?
Just you.
Just me. Just me. 20-10 ball game. We'll keep you updated what goes down here. All right, so Brandon, let's go over the records. You've actually been kicking my ass, which is funny because a lot of these times, man, what I'll do, and I think you do this too, is I think that we just like to compete against each other. So even if I bet a game, sometimes I'm going to pick the other side just because I just think it's boring if we pick the same game. And if we just keep picking the same game over and over. So I'll try to make the case, but you know what? This week I'm not going to do that because I'm done letting you have ground on me, damn it. It's over. But you've been kicking ass. What are the records in college football?
So I am 41-31-3. You are 34-36-3. And last week head to head, you were 2-3-1. I was 3-2-1.
Okay. All right. Now, what's funny is I've been killing it this season, and I did have a bad year 7 years ago. Not to toot my own horn, but beep, beep. But we pick every single game. So these aren't going to be just the games that we bet. If you want to hear the games that I bet, you got to come to the show on Saturday morning. I'm not just going to give that out for free. I got to do that on Saturday morning. You got to tell a friend's friend because we got mouths to feed around here in the Horvat house. Brando, I'm glad that we're doing the college. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad we're doing this tonight, though, as I watch my guy, Darnell Washington, fighting to break a tackle. I have him anytime touchdown plus 330, so that would be really sweet for him to get in the end zone. He's getting these red zone targets right now. So let's start with Louisville and Miami. And this game, it actually takes place tomorrow night, Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Miami, I think right now is the best team in college football. I did bet Louisville on the open, thinking that this number would go down. Now, it's really tough to make the case for Miami, though. I'm sorry, for Louisville on the field, because like I said, Miami has been dominant, especially in the trenches. If you look at their offensive line right now, they have a 79.9 grade, which is 4th among all offensive lines in the country. That's always been what Mario Cristobal's been really good coaching and recruiting, offensive and defensive lines. Right now, they're one of 4 teams in the country to place inside the top 15 of both pass blocking grade and run blocking grade. They're 8th protecting Carson Beck, which is why he's balling out. I know you weren't really high on him coming into the season because of all the turnovers last year at Georgia. A lot of that had to do with Georgia's offensive line was a mess. So he threw 12 or 13 picks. This year, he's protecting the football. They're also 12th in run blocking. And like I said, Carson Beck, 21st in all college football. He has a 77% completion rate when kept clean. But the case I'm going to make for Louisville here to cover the number is their pass rush. They have the 3rd highest graded defensive line in the country. They're only behind right now Texas Tech, who we both like, they're awesome, and Miami. So we got the 2 of the 3 best defensive lines going at it. So I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. And I think Louisville is going to be able to keep this game close. They also have the 2nd best pressure rate in America, 46.8%. And they only allow 1 rushing yard before contact, which is amazing. That's 18th in the country. So I think they keep this game close, man. I think Miami wins. The only thing that scares me is Miller Moss with the football because Miami, their defensive line is unreal. I keep saying Reuben Bain Jr., he should be the Heisman this year. He's not going to win it because he's an edge rusher and it's the year 2025. But Miami and Reuben Bain, he's 3rd in the nation in pass rushing grade. And Miami leads the country in pass rush win rate. So they're getting pressure without blitzing. And now you're going against Miller Moss, who is just terrible under pressure. He has a 35 grade and a bunch of interceptions. But I think he protects the ball enough to keep this game close. So Miami wins, but Louisville covers tomorrow night. As Aaron Rodgers finds your boy, Pat Freiermuth, in the end zone. Did you play in any time or just first touchdown on Freiermuth?
Just first touchdown, unfortunately.
Always how it goes.
Yeah.
Always how it
Every time. Every time. And if you hit the first touchdown, great. And if you don't, you rest assured they're going to score at some point.
What a ball. What a ball. I got to sit back and enjoy this. What do you think about this game?
Yeah, no, I like the under in this game as well. I'm with you. I think both of these pass rushes are going to create havoc. I think that, Miller Moss has a more of a propensity to turn the ball over this season than Carson Beck does. And I trust Carson Beck as much as I never thought I'd say this. I trust Carson Beck more in this game to protect the ball a little bit better than Miller Moss. And Miller Moss, the other problem with Miller Moss, he's just not mobile. He's not mobile at all.
Yep.
And I don't know if he can escape the pass rush of Miami either. And Miami's done a great job of keeping Carson Beck clean all season long. So I'm gonna go. I'm with you. I'm with Miami wins, but you know what? Give me Miami minus 13.5 just to go against you. See, like we said in the open.
Oh, I'm trying to see. Okay, so yeah, it is still 13.5. I was like, why can't I find this right now? Minus 105 is the best price, 13.5. You're going to roll with Miami, 13.5 point favorites. Again, that game kicks off tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. We'll be live here, and I do have a bet on that one. So we'll sweat it out together as friends. All right, let's go to Saturday. I'm really excited for this game. Number 10, LSU at number 17, Vandy. It's a 12 p.m. Eastern kickoff in God's in heaven, a.k.a. the Midwest. 11 for you guys, so you get to wake up with some breakfast ball. Both teams 5-1 to start the season. They both have very, very, very tough games left on their schedule. So I would call this a must-win, dude, if they want to make the college football playoff. LSU, if they want to win this game, and I do like LSU, I'll fade Vandy here. I think Vandy's going to be the dog, the underdog with warts, with fleas. I guess I would say, not warts. That'd be weird. But they got to get the ground game going, man. Garrett Nussmeier, everybody's ripping Garrett Nussmeier. He's like, he's got to do everything himself, man. They throw the ball on almost 60% of their plays, 58.9%, which is the 13th highest rate in the country. And the reason being, they can't run the ball. They have the 5th worst rushing grade in the nation and the 6th worst run blocking grade. And that's what I worried about when I bet the over on their win total at 8.5, having to replace 4 offensive linemen, including Will Campbell, who looks like a stud right now for the Patriots. Vandy's run defense, though, has only been pretty average this season, 53rd in yards per attempt allowed, 4.5. So I think LSU might be able to get like 4 or 5 yards on the ground, which will open up the play action passes for Nussmeier. And I know everybody loves Diego Pavia, and he has improved a little bit as a passer, but I just don't know that they're going to be able to get anything going against this LSU defense, man. LSU's defense right now, the only way that you could really hit him is between the tackles. But I don't know that Vandy's going to be able to take advantage. So I think LSU wins in a close one. I'll say 27-24.
Yeah, look, you know how I feel about Brian Kelly, and I'm going to keep that going because Vanderbilt's going to win this game. Vanderbilt's going to cover the 2.5. I think that Diego Pavia is going to have a very good game. I think that he can expose the secondary of LSU in this game as well. I think that Vanderbilt is a very, very good team that just lost a really tough game, and for them to be ranked all the way down as 17th, I think is a little bit extreme after that loss last week. So I think Diego Pavia and Vandy, I think they cover here, and then your boy Brian Kelly and his family are looking for a different way to feed themselves next season.
I'm here today to celebrate my family. All right, let's go out to the next game. We got number 12, Georgia Tech, the Yellow Jackets, at the unranked Duke Blue Devils. Yet the Duke Blue Devils, favorites in the game, right? Or has this moved? Duke right now, actually, let me check. I might be tripping. Yeah, Duke's still favored in the game, -1.5, -120 on the money line. I was going to say they better be. I bet them -120 on the money line. That's my bet in this game. So I like this Georgia Tech team, man, but I'm going to roll with Duke here. Darian Mensah has been outstanding this season. There's a reason why they went out and paid him $4.8 million. And I also really like Nate Shepard, their running back, man. Like, nobody's talking about him, and I don't know why. Right now, he's 14th among all running backs in rushing grade. He has 19 missed tackles forced and 16 explosive runs, and he's only got 56 carries. Maybe that's why he's not getting the respect, but he's a home run hitter. And Georgia Tech, man, it's been a fun season. I like their offense, ground and pound. I think this is going to be a lower scoring game, but I'm going to roll with Duke, man. Their offense, since that loss to Illinois where they turned the ball over 5 times, they outgained Illinois. They've been on a roll. How do I go against the Blue Devils, man? We made money with them 4 consecutive weeks. I'm going to go with them again here.
Yeah, I know you've made money with them 4 consecutive weeks, and I know you love Duke, but this isn't college This isn't college basketball. This is college football. And I know that, Mensa has been really, really good.
Awesome.
That team, that Duke team has been unreal over the last few weeks, but Haynes King has also been really, really good, and he's a dual threat. And he can beat you with his arm. He can beat you with his legs. He completes 72% of his passes right now. The guy is extremely accurate. I think that they beat Duke, and I think that they actually beat him pretty handily. I think 1.5. I think getting points is crazy for Georgia Tech in this game.
Man, the Bengals, again, marching down the field. They lead 20-17, 1:35 to go here in the third quarter. We'll keep you updated what goes down on Thursday Night Football. Washington takes on Michigan. Neither team's actually ranked, but Washington's 5-1 this season, and their only loss did come to Ohio State, who's number 1 in the country. So they continue to win, man, and they can sneak into the playoff. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I like Michigan. Although, I really do like this Washington team. I like Damon Williams Jr. He's one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch every single Saturday. He's electric. He has a 89.5 grade, which is 7th among all quarterbacks in the country. He has a 74% completion rate, which is, created player-like, which is 3rd in the nation. 7 big-time throws and no turnover-worthy plays. So he doesn't turn the ball over. He also has 473 rushing yards, which trails only Taylon Green among all quarterbacks. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Kyler Murray if you haven't watched him. He's small, like 5'10", I think, 5'9". They have him labeled at 5'11". There's no way he's 5'11". But now he's going to try to do that against a bunch of pros. Michigan's defensive line. Michigan, like they do every year, the 5th best run defense grade in all of college football. That said, John Mateer did run for 75 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Central Michigan's quarterback, Angel Flores, ran for 71. So maybe those numbers, are a little misleading because when they've stepped up in class, they have been torched by opposing quarterbacks. The more I look into this, we're still waiting to see if Justin Haynes is going to play, but he's been the best player for Michigan, 7.4 yards per carry. I do think that Bryce Underwood bounces back. I'm going to take Michigan, but I like them a lot more if their best running back, Justin Haynes, plays in this game. What about you?
Yeah, look, this is less about the Michigan Wolverines and the team that they are, and more about fading Sharon Moore. This team is not good, and Sharon Moore has not done a good job of coaching this team up. I think Washington covers. I don't know. Michigan might win this one, but it's going to be really, really close. So I'll take Washington, and I'll take the points in this one. And that means we are 5 for 5 head-to-head. We have not picked a game the same yet.
Good. So somebody's going to make up some serious ground, or somebody's going to get beat down. 20-17 at the end of the third quarter on Prime. The Bengals with the lead, and they have the ball 3rd and goal. When we come back, we'll keep you updated what's going down Thursday Night Football, as well as the ALCS, and finish up with our college football ATS challenge.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Garrett Nussmeier, we're going to take his over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 100 against Vanderbilt. Now, Nussmeier has not been good this season, and he is injured right now. In that South Carolina game, he was hobbled. He was limping off the field. He didn't look like himself. But I think that's all built into the price right now because Vanderbilt's pass defense is not very good. You can move the ball on this Vanderbilt defense, and I think LSU is going to be able to do that. I think getting Nussmeier to throw 2 or more passing touchdowns at even money is a good price. If LSU wants to win this game, Nussmeier is going to have to play well. So over 1.5 passing touchdowns for the LSU quarterback plus 100. I like that play on Saturday. I also like Ole Miss wide receiver Caden Lee over 50.5 receiving yards against Georgia. Again, this Georgia defense is not what we're used to with Kirby Smart. Like, you can move the ball on them, especially their secondary. We saw Tennessee was able to do it. We saw Alabama was able to do it. And I think Ole Miss is going to be able to do it as well. And I think 50.5 is too low for Ole Miss. Now, for Caden Lee, they are a run first team. They would prefer to run the ball, and Chambliss gives them a better running element at quarterback than Austin Simmons does. But also, I think Kiffin's going to want to take his shots against the secondary and knows that there are some opportunities there to move the ball on the outside. So Caden Lee, I think that number's too low. I like over 50.5 receiving yards for the Ole Miss wide receiver. Joey Aguilar, I'm taking his anytime touchdown price at plus 300 against Alabama, the Tennessee quarterback. Aguilar's scored a touchdown so far in 2 of the 3 SEC games that he has played. And again, the big question I have about Bama is their defense, especially their running defense. And I still think being at home is going to be a huge advantage for them, definitely in this game with the crowd behind them. Obviously, sacks can play a factor as well to help us on this under. So 60.5 I think is too high. We'll take under for Devin Dampier in that game against BYU. And then give me CJ Carr under 285.5 passing yards against USC, the Notre Dame quarterback, just because I think Notre Dame's going to have a run-heavy game plan. They do not want to get into a shootout with USC. They can, and they can win that kind of game, but that's USC's only hope in this kind of game, is what A&M did, win a game in the 40s. Notre Dame's defense has been improved, but I think they also want to keep that USC offense on the sideline and have them feel pressure whenever they take the field, right? Try and minimize their possessions. The more possessions and the more chances you give to that USC offense, the better chance they have to stick around in that game. You have those 2 great backs with Love and Price, and I think Notre Dame is going to lean on those guys. We have seen CJ Carr have some big games through the air this season. He's had 3 games already where he's thrown for at least 300 yards. So it's not that he can't do it. I just think this game and the game plan specifically for Notre Dame will ask him not to do that, and they'll lean more on the run because their best defense might be their offense in this game and keeping the Trojans on the sideline. So under 285.5 passing yards for CJ Carr.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
27-17, the Bengals with the lead over the Steelers. Jaylen Warren, another huge carry, though. Oh, my God, he keeps going and going and going. I forgot about the over in this game. That hit already? 27-17. The total was 44.5. I do my math. 44. I need one more point. So that'd be cool. We got 27-17, 14:20 to go. We'll be watching this game, keeping you updated what's going on Thursday Night Football, while also continuing our college football ATS challenge. Myself, Ryan Horvat, against executive producer Brandon Combs. Brandon, let's go to the game of the day. 3:30 p.m. kickoff Eastern time on ABC. Number 5, Ole Miss, taking on number 9, Georgia. I like Georgia in this game, man. Georgia's defense has been really good against the run, third best in the country. They have struggled to get a pass rush. You do want to get pressure on Trinidad Chambliss. When you don't, he's 25th among all quarterbacks from a clean pocket. But Ole Miss beat Georgia last year, and I think Kirby's extra motivated for this one, man. And Georgia has a clear identity on the offensive side of the ball. They want to pound the ball and they want to open things up for Gunnar Stockton. I think Gunnar Stockton's going to have himself a big day. Give me Georgia to win and cover here. What about you?
I think that this Ole Miss team is too good, man. And I know we went 5 games in the last segment where we didn't agree. And I think this is going to be the 6th because, look, man, Chambliss just doesn't turn the ball over, and Lacey is a beast at running back. Like, I love the way that kid runs. He's a downhill runner. He will bowl you over. I think that this offense is going to be just a little bit too much for this Georgia defense. I think this is a hell of a game. I don't know if it's the game of the day because I think the game of the day is in South Bend, but I'm going to go with Ole Miss, baby. Give me the Rebels plus 7.5.
The Rebs. All right, one more game to talk about, and then we'll get to Alabama. There's one grab for Monty for DK Metcalf. He needs one more for him. Number 11, Tennessee. Number 6, Alabama. I'm rolling with Tennessee. I talked about this earlier. So their pass protection's been really good, man. And their quarterback, Joey Aguilar, has been a top 5 quarterback from a clean pocket. Same could be said for Alabama's quarterback, Ty Simpson, but I don't think he's going to have a whole lot of clean pockets because he's going against Tennessee's defensive line. 4 different defensive linemen have at least 4 sacks for Tennessee this season. Joshua Joseph, stud. Tyree West, stud. Both are going to be NFL pros. They're both top 15 right now in pass rush grade. I think Tennessee's live in this game, man, and I think they at least keep it close enough. Damn it, Washington, all the way down to the goal line. I need him to get in plus 330. He's going to be out at about the 5. I'm going to go with the Vols, though. What about you?
Yeah, I think Alabama wins this game, but I do think that the Vols are good enough to keep this game close. So it's going to be the first game where we've got a little bit of synergy here. I'm going to take Tennessee plus 8.5 as well.
All right, game of the day for you and I. Let's be selfish and talk about our boys, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So I think USC, I bet USC, man, right? And I number grabbed him, but I don't know. I don't really like the matchup for USC. Mekhi Lemon is an absolute stud. I think he might be the best wide receiver in college football. The numbers tell you he is. He leads college football, 682 receiving yards, 332 yak after the catch, 15 forced missed tackles. He's insane. But Notre Dame, I think, matches up with him better than any other team in the country because they have this guy named Leonard Moore, who's the best defensive back in America, and I think he's really underrated. And then on the offensive side of the ball, USC, they just can't stop the pass right now. If you look at the last 3 games when they stepped up in class, a 51.3 coverage grade as a team. Their cornerbacks, bottom 10 in the nation in coverage grade. And now you're going against CJ Carr. Who got it? Darn it, Washington! Plus 330! Notre Dame! You know what? Notre Dame wins but doesn't cover because I don't want to jinx them. I got to stand up for a minute. That's a big win.
Show me the money. I like the cash. Show me the money.
You like the cash?
I love the cash.
That's a good hit.
I had that plus 330. I didn't think I had a shot because he just was down at the 5. By the way, over also hits. Play the song for me again, Brando. I had a perfect night again. Kind of a big deal.
Another beast.
Oh, yeah.
Another beast night. I'm glad that you went USC plus 9.5 though to keep that tradition going because
the more I think about it, man,
you got to take one for the team.
I had such a good night tonight that I might just bet Notre Dame money line. I don't want to bet again. I want to get out of this one. I don't want to cheer against them in this one. I hate USC. I've hated them since I was a kid.
and they got to invent a rule where they pushed Reggie Bush into the end zone. Now, granted, that's a touchdown now, but at the time it wasn't.
Yeah, the USC Trojans are my college football form of the St. Louis Cardinals. I hate them. And I think Notre Dame is good enough for the reasons that you said. The trouble that they've been having with the pass, man, and the way CJ Carr has been playing, and this kid, for a freshman quarterback, has looked really good all year, and he looks like he can lead an offense for the next 4 years, and he looks like a guy who can lead a team to a national championship at some point. And this is Notre Dame's last real chance to get into the playoff, because I don't think that they lose another game the rest of the year, and if they lose this one, then they're definitely out of the playoff. So I'm going to ride with CJ Carr, I'm going to ride with the Irish, I'm going to ride with Freeman to get this thing done, and I think they cover the 9.5.
What would you do right now? You're of course you are, though. You haven't picked against them all season long. Right now, 44.5. No, never mind. I'm sorry. Jesus. 58.5 is the live total right now. Pittsburgh, a 2.5-point dog, down 3. Pittsburgh to come back and win this game outright, the best price you could get on the money line, plus 220. Bengals are minus 200. If I give you $100, what would your bet be in this game right now?
Oh, if I had $100 right now, I would put it on Pittsburgh money line.
Pittsburgh money line?
I would.
Plus 220? I'll do it a little bit. We'll use a little bit of that Washington money. All right. So we're both, I'm going to go with Notre Dame to win. You're going to go with Notre Dame to cover. Let's sneak this one in. Number 16, Missouri, unranked Auburn. Here's one, man, where I grabbed Auburn on the open. But I don't know that I can make the case for him. Missouri's quarterback, Bo Pribula, right now Penn State's kicking themselves for not keeping him around. He was awesome to start the season. The first 2 games, he had a 93.3 grade. But now, man, if you dive into it, the last 4 games, he's got a 58.8 grade, and he's got 1 big-time throw, 5 turnover-worthy plays. And now he's going against this Auburn defense. Right now, the run defense is a little bit better than their pass defense. They're 5th in all of college football. But if he turns the ball over a couple times and Auburn could get the ground game going, because that's been their issue, man. They can't throw the football. Jackson Arnold has a 57.7 passing grade. Right now, that ranks him 133rd among all college quarterbacks. And what's crazy is he's a former 5-star. Sometimes I don't understand some of these grades on some of these kids. And he's getting paid like $3 or $4 million in the transfer portal. Missouri's defense is the real deal, especially their run defense, 4th in the country. So I'm going to go under here. I like the under a lot. Auburn probably finds a way to win this game because their season's on the line. They spent so much money on this roster and on that quarterback. I don't know, though. Maybe I'm wrong here. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, this is a really tough one. I think Mizzou finds a way to pull this one out just because of how tough their schedule is coming up. This isn't a look-ahead spot for them whatsoever. They've got Vandy, Texas A&M, Mississippi State, and Oklahoma the next 4 weeks after this. So they know that they have to win this one because they probably drop 1 or 2 of those games. So I think that I'm going to go with Missouri just because it's only a 1.5-point spread. I'm going to go with Mizzou to win this game and cover.
I never bet against Utah, but I talked myself into this. I'm actually going to bet this game right now. I was going to just stay away wow, man, Pittsburgh just cannot get a stop. They just give up explosive. Noah Fant looks like Jesus. I don't even know. I can't even spit a word out. Like Travis Kelce 3 years ago. He looks like Trey McBride out there tonight, like Brock Bowers when he's actually healthy. What is going on right now? Wide open on the right side of the field. 27-24 Bengals. Again, live totals 58.5.
He was supposed to be the next Kelce.
We did say this before the game. Remember, we said this is going to be a shootout. Everybody keeps ripping both quarterbacks. Flacco's too old. Yeah. Rodgers is 55 years old. They're balling right now for a couple of old guys. And let's be honest, man, they're not even that old. Flacco gets hit. That's going to be an incomplete pass. Pittsburgh. I don't know. I think the arm was going forward. Yeah, the arm was going forward. I'm surprised the Steelers didn't do the thing where they pick it up and then run it into the end zone and just delay the inevitable. Rodgers, by the way, tonight, 21-29 passing, goes over 1.5 touchdown passes, so that prop cashes. He's got 3, 176 yards. Jaylen Warren on the ground tonight, 14 rushing attempts for 121 yards.
for Cincinnati, Chase Brown, 9 carries for 99 yards. The majority of that all came in the first half. And then Joe Flacco turning back time as Jamar Chase has a reception. He's 26 of 38 passing, 3 touchdowns, 262 yards, outdueling Aaron Rodgers.
This is like 2010.
Dude, it's crazy, right? But anyway, to finish my point real quick, because I hate when people do that, give me the points actually with BYU here. Let me see what the best number is before we get off the air here. I know we're hashtag up against it. BYU right now, best price, plus 3.5, minus 118. I'll bet that. I'll bet that right now at BetMGM. The total's 49.5. I think this is going to be a lower scoring game. I never bet against Utah, but they're not at home here. They're on the road. They're not at Rice-Eccles, so they don't have the home field advantage. And I think the matchup that wins this game is going to be BYU's offensive line against Utah's pass rush. Right now, BYU, their offense is just centered around running the football. They run the football at the second highest rate in the country, and LJ Martin's been a stud. Right now, he has 448 yards after contact in BYU's 9th in run blocking grade. 3 offensive linemen on that team are probably going to the NFL. Utah right now, I don't think I've ever said this on the show, their offense has struggled, but never their defense. 7th worst in the country in yards after contact allowed, 3.4. I think LJ Martin, if you could play college props where you're at in Maryland, I have to travel to DC. I would go over on his rushing yards, and I actually like BYU to cover the 3.5 here. I think this is a field goal game, even if Utah wins. What about you? I like having the hook there, though.
Yeah, this is one of those games that I don't really have a good feel either way. So this is where I lean on a pro like yourself. So I am with BYU plus 3.5, and I'm going to bet the under. Let's go.
Shout out to the Mormons. All right, we got to go, obviously. 27-24 Cincinnati, 7:42 to go in the game. I look down, and now the Bengals are going in again to make this a 2-possession game. We're back tomorrow night, Football Friday. You're not going to want to miss it, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network, as well as the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
So, no, I like the Steelers tonight. If we had to go to Sunday, Chiefs, Patriots, if you still got them. We didn't, but if you still got them. I'm nervous about the Broncos, but if they're still available, they have to be up for consideration. And I think like the be a man pick this week, I think has to be the Panthers. When would you ever use them again?
Oh, I don't think you ever would. Like looking at their on the grids here, yeah, they're projected to be an underdog in damn near every single game, other than when I guess they play the Saints week 10, so I guess you can make that case. But
Where's that game's in Carolina?
New Orleans. Sorry, yeah, Carolina. Yeah, Carolina. In New Orleans, they're like supposed to be like a 1.5 point favorite on like a massive look at. Like that's
they'll definitely
way
be
more.
favored. Yeah, in both games.
Yeah, but 3.5 at home is what I'm seeing right now in a projection. You could talk me into Carolina. You could. This Jets thing just seems horrendous. With Justin Fields, and he wants to now let it rip and be more aggressive. Good luck. I think that's just going to lead to more turnovers, which is great for your Carolina Panthers stuff. I think for me, my big board, now, like we use the Patriots, but if you haven't used them, I think Patriots number 1 for me. The only caveat being, like, that's a very emotionally charged football game. Like, Titans just fired their head coach. Vrabel's going back to Nashville. There's a lot going on with that contest. But I do think, like, on paper, this is a mismatch in terms of personnel. Number 2 was Kansas City for me. Yeah.
A lot going on in the contest.
A lot going on in that contest. You know?
In that contest.
There's a lot.
The game.
Yeah.
The contest.
Yeah. Contest. Football contest. See who comes out on top. Yeah. The duel.
Contest.
The match. Yeah. Contest.
The contest.
The brouhaha.
Yeah. The contest.
That's what we're in. Survivor contest.
Well,
not anymore.
That's what the Patriots.
Yeah, we were in.
the Patriots and the Titans will be in Nashville. Contest.
Is that it?
What about the contest at Arrowhead? Because I think Kansas City is another option. And in our former contest, the Chiefs had holiday consideration with the Thanksgiving and Christmas. But I do think that their Christmas game against Denver, okay, yeah, like you could use them there.
Where is that
I don't know
game?
if you'd want it. It's in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah, they're
so like they should be they should win that game. Thanksgiving, they're on the road in Dallas. Like I think they'd win that game, but like I could see why people might not want to do that. It's short week, could get weird.
Kansas City will win. What's the total in that game going to be?
I mean, I don't know. Like, what are the Mahomes props? Like, just give me that.
I think the final score of that game is going to be something like 44-31 Chiefs.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think on the look at projection stuff, like Kansas City's like a 4-point favorite. I guess that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's a pretty big favorite against a good quarterback.
Yeah, Kansas City favored by more than 3 and less than 6, I think is fair.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the Chiefs are a good look. The Packers, that's one that I would introduce to the conversation. Just because it doesn't look like Kyler Murray's going to play again. And I was surprised that the betting market didn't move like a smidge. I thought like we were going to at least like hit 7 with this Murray not practicing and it looking like it's going to be Jacoby Brissett again. I think Green Bay's defense against an immobile quarterback like Jacoby Brissett, I think their pass rush can get after him. So Green Bay, which can get nervy, big road favorite in Arizona, that place usually has a home dog. They're really good. I think the Packers, they'll win the game. We're not talking ATS here, just talking about win the game. I do like Green Bay to win the game. So that's another one for me in terms of consideration.
Tyler, what's on your big board?
I think the Chiefs are definitely number 1 if you don't want to save them for a holiday. Number 2, Patriots. So we agree on the 1-2. The only thing I disagree with Femi is like the Packers didn't get a sack on Joe Flacco last week, and if they did, maybe one. So maybe I'm not sure how entirely sure I am convinced that this Packers defense has like turned the corner here. They've been kind of getting shredded the past few weeks.